know what's going to be included and what's not. Right? If he's the head of security and he allowed it to happen. So that scene facilitates a lot of change in the dynamic of, oh, like, you knew these people, like, seemed, like, powerful, but now it's like, oh, they're the presidents. Like, they're not just, like, some high-end corporate, something. No, they're the president and the former presidents of the United States. They're extremely important people. Nope, that's it, right there. That's what I want, right? Fuck yeah. Remember, guys, as always, thanks for sticking around, thanks for hanging out, thanks for, you know, being there. Because you guys are fucking awesome. So, yeah. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. The crystal material in the tree is made. Now imagine working with a product that's like wood and plastic. You can grind it up to make pulp, to make paper. You can use it for like sturdy things like desks and chairs and, you know, stuff like that, like actual building materials. You could use it for something like saran wrap to wrap around things, right? Or like cloth, like fabrics and stuff like that, right? Like, you can make basically an infinite amount of things out of it. This is normally how it goes. You need to sacrifice something that you love. You fucking turn that around. You say, you need to fall in love with something that you need to sacrifice. Misread editing cryogen is eating crayons. Levi. Honestly, we've only done the second part so far this stream. Oh god. That's some good shit. Welcome, Levi. How's it going, buddy? Because there's different stages of adventurers. We have, like, the citizens of the tree. Then we have the journeymen who can leave the tree, but they're not adventurers yet. They're, like, squires to adventurers. If adventurers are knights, they're, like, the squires. They basically help with chocobos, help with the gear, help with caravans, that kind of thing.
Let's dance.
Ooh, he's so dead. Bitch! Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We had a good time today. A little bit of a hiccup, but hey, that's how it goes sometimes, you know? We just pick our feet back up, we get back on the fucking trail, and we fucking run and dance like the fucking monkey we are. But hey, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. For instance, you could pick up most of the Dragonlance books and not really feel the impact of, like, missing out on something, right? You just get more pressed into a different problem that the world faces. So you're just kind of in a different timeline with almost different characters. It's usually generational. And the fact that Husai's always comparing him to Zaid and being like, man, you're more childish than Zaid. Like, having Zaid here, you guys would get along so well. I'd just leave him with you. You could babysit him. It'd be fucking fine. We'd have no deals with it. And then when the moment's come and he needs to be serious and he switches over to Anima and he's, like, coming up with plans that people are like, wait, dude, wait, what? You want us to steal their eggs and replace them with a different species egg so when they hatch, those eggs actually eat all of the species. I mean, it's a brilliant plan. And, like, I mean, those two eggs do kind of look alike. You know what? You might be going down the right route here, man. So there's billions of ideas. We're not putting all billion of them in there, but, you know, we'll pick between all of them what are the best top 100. But if you haven't created a list, you're not going to get a top 100. If you don't expand the list, your top 100's not going to improve. Right? So that's kind of how I think about ideas. something that you're like repeating over and over again, right? Like for me, it'd be like how Magic works. Yo, what's good, everyone? We're back at her again. It's another day. How's everyone going today? So, the final day of qualifiers is out, which means if we go through the full qualifier days, ASL Day 1 should at least be out by the time we get through everything. So remember, it only happens 2 times a year, guys. 2 times a year. We get 2 ASLs, okay? So, it is what it is, right? But I think we're just gonna jump right into it, because, like, I just haven't watched a lot of StarCraft lately, right? We've been watching more other video games. I haven't watched a lot of our Tosis casts either. It's just sad. I'm not caught up on the current meta. So, let's find out with these let me do this. These gems of players, because we know Flash is not in this season, but I believe Queen, Soma, Hero, and Larva are all in the qualifiers, and pray to God Queen doesn't get kicked out in the fucking qualifiers again. I'm like, is me cheering for him making him fall off? Because the second he became my favorite player, he just kind of, after like 2 ASL wins. It's like, bro, am I a curse? What the fuck? Anyways, here we go. The man, the myth, the legend himself, Artosis.
Hey guys, welcome to the ASL Season 22 qualifiers. This is a very exciting time of the year. Cannot wait to get into these games. But first, let me tell you exactly how this is going down. Okay, so we have 22 players who over the next few days are going to get qualified. Already, we have the seeds from last season. Soma, Light, Leta, and don't forget, Flash had a seed.
Yeah, so
we did
a wild card tournament.
He's not going to be playing, and Snow won that
Snow
tournament. That is also on
so those
the
are the 4 seeds.
channel. You can check out the wild card match. We also have the 2 ASL season open winners. The first winner was Bisu. The second winner was Mini. So
okay, Mini's back in it.
1 Zerg, 2 Terrans, and 3 Protosses qualified into ASL. Speaking of which, of course, the 4 seeds from last season, well, 3 of them and Snow, will all be in the round of 16 as group leaders for that group selection phase.
So they get the seed and they get to do the pick
in the actual round of 24, that single elimination part of the tournament. So we have 22 players left to qualify. And these qualifiers are going to be broken into 4 parts. We're going to have, the day 1, part 1, day 1, part 2, day 2, part 1, day 2, part 2. So over the next few days, make sure that you're tuning in, and you'll be able to see all of the games.
They're all out now.
The map order is,
and it's usually like 1 week after the qualifier before the tournament starts, and then 1 week after that, everything's out.
The maps
it happens so fast
balance-wise for ASL. But the qualifiers will be on the most bland maps.
Also,
that isn't the case
for this occasion.
So the first map is going to be colorless
specifically cleaned the ball.
That is kind of the
crazy
map
for like
that has
the
a
other
really
event.
long rush distance with some eggs that you have to kind of blow up to be able to move out on the map quickly. So that's a really strange
StarCraft,
map. It's the second strangest map that we have this season.
This is the strategy.
So
you gotta think, man. The strategies. Think every battle you're gonna have in your book.
If we get to a game 3,
use
so it's gonna be all
StarCraft
best of 3s. There's going to be a ton of different brackets. And it's going to be fantastic.
So good.
So get your coffee ready.
I am biased because I love StarCraft.
We're about to start this. And yeah, thank you for watching. Please do make sure that you subscribe. It really does help my channels. And yeah, without further ado, let's take a look at our first bracket. All right, so here we are in group number 1. And taking a quick look at this bracket. Okay, so up at the very top, I don't know 100% if that's So. For some reason, I just can't remember his ID, but that is one of my favorite Terran players, if that's him. Which I guess if he won the first round of the ASL qualifier might be, but Sharp went 2-0 there. Another one of my
Hell yeah.
favorites, of course.
Sharp. And then Sharp
And it looks
beats
like
Psy.
in the round of 4, Sharp was able to take down Psy. For those of you who don't know, Psy, I've mentioned him several times. He's probably the highest MMR pure cheese Zerg player out there. He's like cheesier than Zealot, less cheesy than 815. So not too surprised that Sharp was able to take him down. Down on the other side of the bracket, okay, so the Chinese name Protoss player that you see in the very first round there, that's Zhan Hun. He's the best Protoss player in China and very, very strong. He's made it all the way to the finals of a qualifier before an ASL. Looks like he took out Drug, a very strong amateur Zerg in Korea in that first round. Well, actually, Drug was.
I think there's only been once or twice been a foreigner in the ASL.
But did end up losing to Speed 0-2. Looks like down on the bottom, True, aka BTS, took out
I don't think there's ever been
1.
Or 24, but in the qualifiers.
So we're going to be taking
having a foreigner. So having a Chinese player on top of like a Swedish player.
Sharp, a nice little Terran versus Terran to start. As far as upsets here, I don't really see any. This all looks pretty straightforward. I don't.
Yeah, that's what I would expect.
A bit better than True
Speed and Hero.
Like that. So let's get into this
Speed and Sharp
series.
His name's weird,
like
right? Because there is a hero, but the hero is a Zerg player, not a Protoss player.
Yeah, 1-0 here. Okay.
Oh, he's a Terran player. Wait, what?
Yeah, Sharp here in the top right.
Oh, it's a TVT.
In the top left. And so Speed is down a map. Don't forget, there's 2 days of qualifiers.
Yeah.
So
if you don't make it on the first day, you have the second day to
play day
like
2,
do it set.
and hopefully make it
it's
in
like
there.
a winners loser
we're going
bracket.
to lose really great players on the way. Like for instance, True and Motive are 2 players that I've said
I gotta pack
many
smaller
times
goals now that I cleaned the bong.
Are going to
Holy
be
fuck.
ASL regulars, but are not yet, and they were in this group, which is a tough group. Speed and Sharp.
Yeah, there's people that are like
Sharp
they make it to the round of
basically
24,
in every ASL,
and then they never make it
getting
back.
to the point
It's
where
so
he's
unfortunate.
basically in every ASL. So kind of a tough group to have. True, Motive, Sharp,
Like,
and
it's
Speed all in,
crazy
as well as
to
really
think
strong other
the
players,
same
if
15
actual So-So,
players for the last 20 years
So-So has been
have
in
pretty
ASL
much been
before,
dominating
a
the
very
world.
strong player
Like,
himself.
that's a crazy
really
statistic
like his style.
for like the length of
John
time,
Hoon,
right?
Of course, is not someone we're looking at to get in yet, but kind of a fun player.
Like Flash.
Also,
Flash is like, despite his injuries and
it's
stuff, so he's a
pretty
little bit
stacked
behind
group
on
one
it. But
for
like,
the day. All right,
for the
so
way that
taking
he
a
plays
look
and how good he
here at
is,
the actual game,
the amount that he
both
plays,
Sharp and Speed make the forward
and like his
barracks
accomplishments
right
in his
around
career.
their mineral only base.
Greatest game of all
which
time.
does
You
very
can make
much
an argument
sense.
for Faker, but like,
Both of them.
Oh,
going
the
for,
Faker
of
comes
course,
close
a
to Flash.
factory build.
Flash's
off of
accomplishments are
this. The
so
forward barracks
fucking
play
outstanding. It's insane.
You're not really all in at all.
Yeah, it's just a forward
You
barracks to make
could
sure that
get
your
caught
units get
by
out like
center
5 or
2
6 seconds
ranks
earlier.
this.
But
That
then you
is
just lift off the
definitely a
barracks because you're
possibility.
never going
That would
bio
be like the only
in
thing where you
TVT.
get, like super unlucky and die. I think.
Like, you're gonna make
But
maybe
center
3 or 4
2 racks is
Marines
terrible.
before you get your
Loses
Vulture
to
out.
everything
And then
except
that
command
extra
center
bit of
first,
time
which
you have will be
auto-kills.
like, oh, okay,
It's
well
like
maybe I
really
can catch
silly
him off
rocket
guard
paper
before the
scissors
Vulture
thing that
gets
exists in
out.
this game.
But you're never really
both
expecting to
sides
do anything.
This is not surprising. This is the forward barracks is just there to put pressure onto.
Oh, he just
someone
barely
who's going
sees
for a
it.
gasless
That was
expansion
actually a
or
really
command center
bad
first,
placement.
Both of which
You should have
about
known that any SCV or any scout or anything coming over that
3
side
months
would see it. You should
Yeah,
have put
about
it like
3
3
months
blocks
ago,
up.
Those 2 builds
3 tiles
were
up.
dominating the Terran versus Terran metagame. Just you wouldn't see anything else almost. It was crazy. It took Flash playing against Light and smashing him without any command center first for people to actually change what they were doing. So,
Well, I mean, it's the same thing with like
that's
Protoss
why
versus
those forward
Zerg.
barracks are out there.
If
also
you
get to
don't
scout a little bit
use,
quicker and everything.
if you
An
don't
interesting
use
thing to note here
Corsairs,
is
like you just
that,
can't beat Zerg.
Speed
Like,
actually
wait, what?
sent an SCV out to scout a little bit quicker,
Mutants
which
are
does
just that
affect your
powerful.
economy slightly.
There used to be like a really bad dynamic there,
Normally,
but
when you do the forward barracks, you just
Oh, is he
scout
gonna
the
get
SCV
it?
that finishes.
Oh, no,
the
he's not gonna
barracks,
get it.
and you do not send
There's
out
no
an
way.
additional scout. But Speed did it a different way. Again, not the end of the world. Just some small differences that we're seeing in their plays.
just throw your
So both
opponent
sides
off.
getting ready for their command center, of course. Generally, you will just make 2 Marines with this. And the next interesting part is, will we see anyone try to pressure? Sharp is not going to pressure. So you notice he cut the Vulture and an SCV there. So
They
the
hit the
SCV
command
cut is
center
very
faster.
normal. The Vulture cut is like you can do it if you want. to get his command center up just a little bit quicker. So his command center is up probably about 10 seconds quicker, which is almost equal to an SCV. And he's already up an SCV here. And part of that is the fact that he didn't do the extra scout, right? So like you see all these very small things coming out from Sharp to maximize his economy. But that means there might be some openings here for speed too with the quicker Vulture and the slightly slower command center. Maybe there's an opening where he gets to put on some pressure. But we're on Octagon where you have that big row of high ground. So it's like kind of hard to put on pressure early here, because if your opponent just sits on high ground with Vultures and Marines, like you pushing,
you're never gonna get on that, because they're gonna get the first
really
hit, plus they're gonna get the miss factor. So it's like the scaling on that is way too high.
Tiles are, of course, if you're really good, you can go to map editor and take a look, but that high ground where you think the high ground is
actually low ground.
It's actually on little. There's like little diamonds that are in there that are high ground.
That are high ground that go across. It's so weird because like the more that you like look, you understand how map makers use these tiny little things to change up the way that the maps work by using
Sharp is gonna
like a half tile editor.
I'm surprised he didn't
so they can make things like that.
The Marines there.
And then you just have to kind of know, and that's where it's like it's your job as a player to study the map, because map is the most important thing. The map is what changes the play, right? The way that the game is balanced is around the map.
Definitely going Vulture. So what we'll see from here, and by the way, this is a little bit opposite of how they normally play. Oh, there's the third factory. Okay, never mind. Because Sharp is more likely to do a 2-factory opener than a 3-factory opener. He does not do 3-factory Vulture as much as other players. He's much more likely to do something kind of more catch-all and then just fight back through his great tactical awareness. And then we look at Speed over here. He has really highly optimized builds. Yes, this is very much the way that Speed plays this game. He's going 5-factory immediately. So Speed is going 100% all in on Vultures.
Okay, I was going to say, does that mean that he's cutting tanks?
Right now, 29 to 30.
Because he doesn't have an add-on.
That's the last time you're going to see Speed ahead unless he's crushing this game. Because he can't really make SCVs with this build. This is very, very, very all in. He's just going to pump out a ton of Vultures.
Is he going to go for a timing that's right before Siege Pop?
Should make Speed a little bit nervous, because that's an early Siege tank.
So he's going to have probably 3 tanks instead of 2, and he's expecting 2, and if he has 3 plus Siege,
then
he's fucked.
The
Speed is
Vultures
fucked.
have a very hard time breaking you. But as they come across the map,
if he goes to push and he gets his tank taken out, and oh man, this could actually go in Speed's favor, because he's straight up going for a 2-tank or a 1-tank with the other one coming across the tank. The map is another tank.
Probably pull some SCVs here as well.
Yeah, it's just like you just destroy that tank and you just run across the map.
Nailed his production here.
He's protecting the tank though.
Producing more, but the tank is making all.
The targeting is so bad.
It's like it's actually sucking up shots. It's dealing damage. It's doing
no, Speed's dead.
Speed's all in is getting complete.
Speed's dead. He needed to pull SCVs and immediately crush that tank.
But look at the SCV.
The fact that he like kind of pussyfooted there.
This is
no. And see how his tank goes down so fast? It's because Sharp immediately focused that shit. No.
GG is called and Sharp.
I think Speed actually got some sort of nerve thing there. Like that was not a top tier play. Because I think he could have, if he focused the tank and pulled like 5 SCVs, and then pulled all his SCVs and went across the map, I think he could have won. To kill the tank, you have 2 or 3 more SCVs plus 5, or 2 more Vultures plus 5 SCVs.
This is giving me chills looking at it. So
and you're also messing with like the AI by bringing in the SCVs.
We have MC.
I just think that was really bad play on Speed's side, unfortunately.
Hammer's an ex-Terran pro who...
But I mean, Sharp is like a top 16 player in the world, right?
You might remember
Speed's probably a top 50.
Ago, he lost to Scan in the finals of an ASL qualifier. He is a strong Terran player. He's been pretty active lately. But yeah, MC's been super active. So
Sue versus JYJ.
Beating Hammer. But then he went up against Sue. And Sue is in great shape right now. Sue has been grinding like crazy. Not surprised to see him take down MC, but a little sad. little
Oh,
sad.
JYJ took out effort.
July. That is July Zerg.
July Zerg, dude. That's like a 2002 legend, like fucking firebat hero.
Game. If July Zerg ever makes it into ASL again, I'm going to lose.
That's
my
crazy.
Shit.
That's like one of the.
Like
I don't think he's one of the original 4 dragons, but he's like among the top 10.
I'm not sure. Right. But, cool to see a foreigner in there mixing it up with July Zerg. And so Sue is in the finals there, and you can see he's against JYJ. Now, looking at the bottom of the bracket.
Yeah, by the way, like foreigner in StarCraft is anyone who's not Korean.
Player, but is actually a
because like StarCraft is basically a Korean
2500-ish MMR, 2400, 2500.
It's just not played at any other level in any other country.
So no chance there. Meanwhile, above him,
it's like StarCraft 2 is, but StarCraft 1
JYJ
isn't.
taking down a bar.
I don't think there's like even really like actual real tournaments
isn't a huge
for
surprise.
foreigners.
I think JYJ
right?
is
Like, there's
a
the
pretty
world
matchup against
like
WCL,
WCL
I think he's one of the
StarCraft
best
2, but
there's
only Korean for
he's kind of like a cross
StarCraft 1
between like
Lost
Royal
Art
and
game.
Light, leaning more towards Light. So that type of style is good against the aggressive style of Effort in general. So JYJ taking down Effort, in my opinion, is not a huge upset. But Effort, such a fantastic player. Hopefully he's able to
it's not the upset of who took him out. It's the fact that he's not going to be there. Well, you can play day 2 and probably get him from day 2, right? Same with
I definitely think JYJ
who got beaten
favored. Please note that Sue
Short
has a very different style. The styles really do make matchups in a lot of ways. Even though JYJ is a stronger player in general, Sue is very macro oriented. If he can get through the early and mid game against a macro heavy JYJ, he might be able to do it, and that would be a big deal for Sue to get into ASL here. But definitely think JYJ is favored. So let's go ahead and get into it. All right, here we go. It's going to be on Colorless Fate for map number 1.
Colorless
right,
Fate, that's a crazy name.
Left,
usually they don't do snow maps.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Because like there's thing with like colors and the snow and certain units and stuff.
For Colorless Fate and Odyssey, those are our 2 weird maps in ASL this season.
Always weird maps.
Colorless Fate is less weird than Odyssey. Odyssey's like pretty far out there. And it's
not as much as Sparkle
map,
or Inner Coven.
It's weird.
Fucking Inner Coven.
It's very weird. And part of the thing with this is you have these eggs that are blocking. So a worker scout takes forever. It's the longest scout distance for a worker that exists. But you can't.
I want to say transistor, but I don't know.
Through like this little area, so like rushes are still
like a
possible,
2016
even though
map.
It's really hard to scout. It's a big long map. And like, see those eggs? You can fit like a marine through there, but not an SCV. And if your opponent is scouting, that mineral patch is both to help with the wall and to allow a worker to glide through, so the end of the trip isn't as long. But you have to go way.
Oh, so you can use you can pull the marine through to hit the mineral patch, right?
I don't know how this
to pull
map
it back.
will end up looking.
So there is a way. It's like a one-way street for the other side of the scout.
Very hard to put pressure onto Protoss early here with Zerg, and then when you look at this type of layout, it's like, okay, well, this is shuttle.
Normally the eggs would prevent you, right? But by having the mineral patch, you can get in, but you can't get out.
As far as Terran versus Zerg goes, I could see this actually being a good map for Terran. Like, honestly, there's nothing about it that makes me think, oh, wow.
Being able to click on Marines on that white snow with Mutamicro,
which
oh god.
Reason, right? ASL's been
I don't know about that.
Won by Zerg players.
That in and of itself is like an environmental advantage.
So I think that definitely they're trying to mess with Zerg a little bit this season. That's a very normal thing in the history of StarCraft.
Yeah,
I know
the maps try to fuck with certain races that are being like high in the meta.
But literally,
just to see how things work.
StarCraft 1 in Korea. There's the Legend of the Fall was manufactured, guys. Sorry, we had good Protoss maps every fall to help the Protoss players do better in the Star Leagues. This is just a normal thing. This is what happens. You don't have balanced patches. It's like, yeah, the meta shifts a certain way, and you might need
and
the
StarCraft 2 is
shift a certain way to try
for
to
that.
maintain some sort of parity.
Because Blizzard doesn't know how to fucking do anything anymore.
This is a command center first from JYJ here in game number 1.
Like the Zerg patch that they just had,
Zergling Rush
like
doesn't
last
seem like
month.
It'd be that good here. Obviously,
Like, I don't know what
can
the
get through
fuck they were
whole
thinking
eggs.
about that.
But yeah, you can see he just used the minerals to glide
But then he
through.
can't get back out. So he's stuck.
Yeah, like...
So he has to go all the way around, right?
I'm actually just excited to see how the map plays out in a standard Terran vs. Zerg. Now, I just saw JYJ take the gas super fast, which isn't odd, but it's impossible to tell exactly what he's going to do right now. This could be a starport rush. This could be a mech build. This could be a fast +1, although that would be a faster +1 than normal. Oh, it is a fast +1 build. Wow, that's a really fast +1. So you can see on the minimap, yeah, see that eBay.
And by the way, the reason that he can get from the other side is all you have to do is click on your own minerals, right?
+1. Like that +1 is going to be done.
It's like that's why the mineral patch is only on one side, because you can click on one
you definitely can do things
to get
like
to the
this.
other. But then you have to like
up a little bit of your
click on your own
economy,
minerals on the other
get
side of the
gas
map,
that
right?
early, but generally worth the trade. Minerals are not the gating factor in Terran versus Zerg generally. Okay, so
yeah, like
macro
they
hatch
need
coming up
some
from Sue. SCV just runs out. You can see the Zerglings fit through there. And there's the Academy coming up for JYJ as well.
There's like a fine line because you generally go bio, so you're not using that much gas. So it's like taking a gasless base
I'm not sure,
versus Zerg is like completely fine. But that's not necessarily something you would do against Protoss because you need tanks.
The map might end up being pretty good for Terran against
gas
Zerg.
is your
Like,
chokehold.
where would you take a fourth base? Seems really difficult to take a fourth base. Like third base, no problem. But as long as Terran keeps like
because they're so
map presence,
close,
that fourth
right?
base
So you could
is
do
so
like the
far
two
away from
bottom,
Zerg.
and then you could do the two
And
top.
that can be an issue.
I'm almost
Kinda
like I do the two
similar to,
top because it's less.
You know, Terran
like it
versus Protoss in some
seems
ways.
like it's
well,
less
sometimes you're on a map, like for instance, I don't know, retro.
viable,
That's not the best example,
which makes
but
it
maps like that where it's
strategic.
like, well, fourth base is pretty far away. How do you do it? that's
Move
tricky.
that tank line first.
Okay, a little move out here from JYJ. Marines and a
Who
medic.
knows what he'll
just
do
trying
if he's going to
keep,
go Wraith
Sue
or something?
honest right now as he goes up to 4 racks.
Yeah, he's going to go full bio probably.
Single creep colony coming
bio
up.
vessel.
This is one of the funny things, right? Like, look at where this hatchery is placed. Marines with range could actually go up and hit the hatchery.
Yeah, I was
but,
wondering
I mean, in
about
this
that
case,
too. I was like,
it's too
isn't
long
that a
of travel
dangerous
distance.
place
The mutas are too close,
to put that? Shouldn't
to
he
be
put
able
it
to
like
go up there
at
and
the
kill
top?
hatchery, but that might be something later on. You don't know.
Yeah, like you're baiting him out for
And the
that or
mutas
something.
now
It's just
have
like
been
as hold
started,
position
so the
lurkers.
missile turrets are going to have to start up.
That's
And while we wait for those
actually
news
what
on,
I
thank
would
you
do,
guys
right?
very
I
much
bait
for
them into
tuning in. I hope
attacking
you're
it and
enjoying
have
the ASL qualifiers.
like let them
Please do
attack
make
it the
sure that
first
you
time.
follow and
Let
subscribe
them
to
have
my
a false
Sue
sense of
channel, as
security.
well as
Then
Tosis
then
Gas.
the chances of them
All the
scanning for the
qualifiers
second
are down
time are
here.
lower.
It's gonna be
And then they
released
just
in 4
come in to
separate
finish it
videos
off.
in on our Tosis
6
Gas,
lurkers. Their whole army's
yeah,
gone.
I have new casts
Ah,
every
shit.
single day. Never miss a day. Last time I missed a day, it was like because I had COVID like years ago. So
I mean, he's not lying. He
do
does
make sure you
every
subscribe.
single
Thank
day.
you for all the support.
Our
there.
Toast cast is great.
Anyways, getting back into it, the mutas
and I
about to
don't
come
stream
over, but
every day,
well-timed
right?
turrets come up
We
for
stream like
JYJ, so you can be
90%
completely
of
fine.
the
Those mutas will
time,
probably
but
just
like
poke
not
in,
every day.
Get shot by a turret a couple times and turn around.
You know, we get a 20-minute
It's
video
just
on
like
a
a
StarCraft
honesty
match
check,
versus streaming
basically.
7 hours. You know, that's a little bit different. Even though, like,
Oh, he
I'm
actually has
like
8,
I
so
say,
yeah,
I'm
he
literally
actually
doing
can
the same
fight
thing
my
off
bad.
stream as I am on stream,
so
so just
if you
yelling
have
at myself.
7 or more mutas, that's when you actually commit, is because you're one-shotting SCVs. So
And then you want
all-around
one
USCV
to be able
is
to, like,
pretty
the
nice.
sacrificial Nuda.
Pretty
So
nice.
usually 8 or 9 is
Good
the best
opener.
place to go.
And he's gonna
And
take out
because,
this
like, with
turret as
9,
well.
you can two-shot
Loses
turrets.
another mutalisk, but I believe he has 7 here. Yeah, 7
Yeah.
still.
See, that's
So
why it's
I
9 is, like, the
say,
peak number.
Look at JYJ literally not even move. He's like, no, I'm killing these eggs.
I don't even care.
That seems a little bit stubborn to me. And by the way, he has +1 already, like I was mentioning before. Right now, this looks better for Sue. Sue's flying back for some more harass. But the thing is, JYJ definitely can go across the map and mess
He
things up a
has,
little bit.
like, the one
Now,
sunken.
this is just 2 turrets. He's
right?
adding more mutalisks. This is a full... Well, not a full.
Oh,
pack,
he's
but almost
trying to do
full
the
pack
full
of 10
repair.
mutas.
He does. I don't think he has
And
enough.
losing one there.
Oh
This
no,
is
he
great
does.
repair
No,
from
he doesn't.
JYJ.
This is
actually
such
a
a
little bit
this is
painful.
such a
Should
bad
probably
move.
target the
This is
SCVs.
such a bad move. Yeah, no, you
You
go
see,
straight for
like,
the SCVs the
this-
second they go
this
to
did
repair.
not go well for
Never go for the fucking
He was
turret.
very close to breaking it.
He's
And
just
sometimes when it
exposing and
looks like
stopping
that,
his
it takes,
mining.
like 3 swipes to
So
break
you
it,
just
but
fucking
it
go
just
in, kill
barely
3
did not.
SCVs, and you've wasted so much
So
of his
that's a
time.
great hold by JYJ, but
So it's like
JYJ's forces
JYJ
are
was
across
being
the map,
stubborn by
and
not
Sue
like
is
moving his
out of
Marines
position.
closer, and
So JYJ
Sue
can
is
easily
stubborn
kill
by
the
trying to
top
go for the
But
turret.
Can Sue get enough damage
Because yeah, the
Over
whole
here in
point is you got to get like
JYJ's
9
base.
SCVs,
JYJ just
like
turned
4
to natural, so
towers.
he's actually going for the kill instead of killing the third base.
Okay, he's
There's
got
3
3
Sunkens
Sunkens. That's
He has
actually.
enough to kill the Sunkens. There are a few mutants.
And he has like
as well.
he should have the Overlords over top, so it's like
Yeah, I
super
think
hard to
Su's
click on the
just
Sunkens.
Barely off of what he needs to hold this. Has a few lings coming out. No speed on those Zerglings, unfortunately.
Oh, he pulls
my
back.
God, he just
Oh.
barely holds.
That's crazy. And then he's got the
Su's
other
gonna
mutas coming
kill
back.
JYJ
Oh
first
my!
round.
I think JYJ's dead.
Almost certainly. That was close for a moment. I understand why JYJ did it. When Su
He's got another thing
going
coming
back
across
and
the
getting
map.
more damage,
But no,
JYJ
that's
recognized
GG.
that, oh, killing the third base
He's got,
actually
like-
kind of gives the game to Su.
He's got like
When you're taking
25
that much SCV damage,
SCVs.
it doesn't matter as much when Zerg loses that.
He
third
might even
pass
have
and
less
no
than
drones
25
out.
SCVs.
It's like, yeah, but you're taking even more damage than them, right? Like, you have to tech, you have to make your Marines and Medics, you have to remake your SCVs, you have to
And
remake
Zerg is
missile
just gonna
turrets.
macro so much
So now
faster.
Su
You
is
have
in
to be so
complete
worried about
control of the
replacing
scene.
your army.
He has a third
That's
base up.
Zerg's
He's
advantage.
gonna
Just
get the gas going at it.
kill my
He
army. It
saved
doesn't
his
matter. I
base,
just
He
remake.
didn't lose anything of importance.
Yeah, you lost 1
His mutas
Sunken,
count
like
is
2
fine.
mutas, and like 8
Su is
wings.
in a pretty dominating position here. You know, JYJ.
He's got the
made some
third base
choices.
up.
Like,
The fact is, I think
Su
he's
dived
droning
in
and
with
going
his
to
8
lurkers.
mutas
Yep.
immediately.
Yep.
He
And
actually
he's going
did a great
immediately
job,
into
by the way,
Hive.
which I didn't really mention, but like he had made 1 sunken when JYJ moved across, but then he canceled the sunken morph. The creep colony was done, but he canceled the sunken morph to make sure he had more mutas for the initial hit. That's why it was thrown off guard a little bit. A lot of times
Why
when
he
you
had-
do a
'cause he was
push
like,
out, you
why-
prevent
how did he
them
have
from
so
attacking
much,
so many mutas on the first go by? But right now these mutas are
Which
absolutely
I don't
crushing
think
face.
JYJ was expecting either. And he was like, wait,
It is
what the fuck?
crazy
And then he
how much
lost
Su is
like
getting
9
done. He's got a
SCVs.
ton of SCVs. He's slowing JYJ immensely. JYJ's tech is very slow. This is a pretty dominating position. And you can
Does
see
he
partially
have a science
why we have so
facility?
many tech openers
If he
right now.
has a science
So
facility and
many,
irradiates on the
Flash is
way,
using a lot of mech, but
right,
now,
he
the
needs
current
to have a
meta being
radiate for when that
Terran
hive
Berserk,
pops.
involves
And I
a
don't
lot
think
of,
he
like,
knows
Valkyrie
that he
rushes
can't.
and
He
things
didn't
like
see the
that.
Queen's Nest.
And
Oh, this is probably
this
really bad
this
for
is part of the
JYJ.
reason. You can see it's just so tough to deal with these great mutalisks. Just great movement there by Su. He's definitely microing very well. I think the more important part is he's strategically doing the right moves with the mutalisks. They're going to the right areas.
I think he reoriented himself after he went for that tower, and he was like, "I am not doing that again."
The army a bit. He needs to slow this big push down because.
And that's what he's already killed 4 Marines, and he's only halfway across the map. He's gonna need another 2 rounds of reinforcements, and the lurkers are already gonna be out, and potentially he could have a defiler with Darkstorm.
That's very.
And at this point, I'm like, does he even have a science facility? I don't know. Like, he has to have a vessel out, or the second the defiler's out, he's dead.
JYJ coming back and targeting down 2 mutas very, very quickly. The lurkers are just barely not ready. Okay, 1 lurker just hacked.
So yeah, if JYJ had
Really
just gone in
important
and
here.
attacked and not been held back, he'd be able to kill the third. If he can kill the third, then he can just mass up and hold on 2 bases, prevent Zerg from getting the third, make sure the lurkers don't get in, because at that point you do a lurker drop, so you just
JYJ
make sure
is
they don't
back
get
up
in your
to
base,
mid-map.
and you're
That
back in
means
the
that
game.
lurkers
Okay, he does
are
have the
going
science
to be,
facility.
completely
It is
ready
not
for it.
blinking,
The
so I
fire mount is
don't
on
know
the
if he
way.
has a radiate.
And I believe he only went 1 starport. Yeah. So this is a little bit of a problem. Okay.
He's
There's a few
not
different
going to have
things
enough
that can occur
vessels,
here.
even if he has a
Now,
radiate.
JYJ, his
Because
factory
you make
is
4
full.
defilers,
He's
you put a
1
Darkstorm in their
starport.
base, and it's over.
So this
Oh,
shows his desperation really, really well.
Dude.
If
Oh,
your
and he was
first
so
unit
close to
out of a
seeing it,
starport
too.
with
I was
a
going to say I was going to go
viable
drops,
is a
so it's
drop
like,
ship,
JYJ is just going the
Freaks of
ultimate, I'm just going to go
desperation,
drops.
right?
He's that desperate.
The dropship represents like high risk, high reward.
Like,
right?
if
You
he
don't
can go
know
into the top and destroy the third, or
what
he
you're
can
gonna
go
get done
into
with
and
it.
kill the
Sometimes it
hive,
just dies and doesn't
he's going to
reload.
go try to
Sometimes
kill
it
the
gets,
hive. He's going to go try to kill the hive.
Way asymmetrical damage for its.
Oh,
So let's
shit.
see what this is going to be for JYJ, but he's looking for heavy damage here. He's gotten a drone.
Oh, he's just dead.
Yeah, and this is getting cleared so fast, and
Yeah,
the
it's not
dropship
even-
will die.
Yeah, no.
So he got like 1 drone.
He tried, like, the
And
nuclear
now
option,
it's like,
and he
well,
got
you could've
fucked
had a
over.
vessel, you could have been hitting irradiates, right?
I
There's
think he
only
just
1
needs to
starport,
save up. He's
so,
got
like,
2
incrementing
vessels.
these out is gonna be
He
very
needs
tough.
like
He
4 or
already
5
JYJ's down
irradiates
20
for
supply.
not
This
only
is
the
not a
lurkers, but
particularly close
not
game
only
right
the
now.
defilers, but the lurkers as well.
I don't know how JYJ can possibly come back from this position. I think if Su plays just a very solid
Yeah, Su
straightforward
has to
game,
make a mistake.
He's like
Sue has to make a very big mistake for
99% to win.
JYJ to get back in.
It's just
He's gonna have 12 lurkers.
We'll see what JYJ's up to. Like, you never know. He might do something.
He could do another
just try to
drop
keep some
and
pressure on up
distraction.
here and try some sort of text.
Again,
switch,
I
maybe
probably would have
add
taken
some
the
more
drop at the
starports,
third
'cause
base,
he has a couple
or I would have gone
okay, he
straight
has
for the
added a second
hive, and
starport.
you would
That's
need
really
2
important.
drop ships
That was
to have
probably
enough
building already
units to
when the
kill the
drop
hive
ship
in
was
time.
building, because he does have 2
And at that point, that is like a fucking late game
so
all
he's
in.
gonna get into the
12-minute all
It
in.
does look like JYJ will likely just stay on bio. In my opinion, JYJ is the 3rd best Marine Medic Science Vessel player in the world. I would
So
put
like there
Light
is
in
a
Flash
chance
as,
if he can
like, a tied number
there's some
one, although
misclicks
Flash
pulling the
doesn't really do it
mutas.
anymore, so maybe I don't
He
need to
gets
do
the
that.
lurkers at the right
But
time,
yeah,
and the
JYJ
lurkers just
has
aren't in
legitimately
position.
been for a
Like
very
there
long
is the
time one of
possibility. That's
the
why you don't
very
give up,
best.
right?
He looks a lot like Light when he plays it. Heavy pressure, ridiculous.
He's got
macro,
Niduses now.
great
Oh, caverns
decision-making.
up. Oh, this
So
is
we'll
bad.
see. The thing is, you
Because
don't
like
wanna be
what
behind
absolutely
going
counters
into
is you
this.
get out 6
There
Ultralisks
is
with
some
plus
comeback
7,
potential,
and you just walk into him. He's
but
got
if the
1-0.
Zerg is
He
very
has no
methodical
upgrades.
with the Defiler play. It gets
He
really
has
hard.
no
It's like, yeah,
upgrades.
just block drops, hit plagues. You know?
Like if he was
Grind
2-1
him
or
down.
1-2.
We already saw the Ultralisk Caverns been started.
Right, like he needs
Obviously,
some
he's getting all the
armor.
fire upgrades
Like
right
he skipped
now.
every upgrade to get out more
Sue
units.
looking really strong. I do like the positioning.
What is Sue
in
at? 'Cause he's got
general
1
on this
armor,
map
probably
right
1
now.
attack, right? He's 1-1.
One thing I would like to see from
Zerg
JYJ is
win.
more fire bats. I think that's like a
Zerg win.
really important part of the meta right now is making
Dark
lots
Swarm.
of fire bats
Land
at this
the
stage of the
Irradiate.
game.
Double Irradiate, but it doesn't matter. He's gonna
Some
get
decent
he's gonna
irradiates
get
go down,
more
gotta run
Dark
away
Swarm.
from
He's
those
gonna
Dark
keep
Swarms.
pushing
Of course,
further.
these are very curving paths, so it seems like the bio
Ooh,
can probably
he tried.
slow Zerg
He needs
pushes
some more
down
Scourge
pretty,
for that.
pretty much.
See, I told you, 2
Now,
drop
triple
ships.
drop ship
2.
coming out.
Oh god, he has 3 drop. Okay, 3 drop
Again,
ships
a
if he
little
goes
bit
for the
of a risky
hive.
play, but I
But
don't
it's
see
not
much
gonna
defense
matter
in
because
Sue's
all of the
base.
tech is out.
This is he flew over some Zerglings there. If Sue recognized it. Look at how quickly he reacts to his main base.
That
Zerg
is
going in,
so
Zerglings going
unfortunate.
in. You know, this is
At this point, I don't know.
something we can
I don't
definitely
know
mention
how
is
badly
a
Sue
lot
would
of
have to
top
fuck up
macro Zergs will just already have
for
Scourge all over
JYJ
their
to
base
even have a
prevent
chance.
that type of drop.
Like Sue could
Sue
go to
saw
the
drop ship,
bathroom
so he's getting that ready now.
right
but he
now.
wasn't ready before, so there was
Come
a
back and
possibility
send
of
all
this
his
drop
units
ship
across
play
the map,
doing massive
lose
damage,
everything,
but unfortunately, you know, he
remake
was
everything, and
scattered. Sue
probably
has eyes
still
all over
like
the map.
half
You look at
AFK win the
minimap, You
game.
can see red dots absolutely everywhere. Now here come the 4
Okay,
drop ships.
4 drop ships. He's
Oh,
got
man.
Scourge.
Yeah, I
He's
don't
gonna
know
get
if
at least
this is gonna
1.
work
It was
out.
gonna
Oh
get
my
2.
God. Gets 1 drop ship. He's actually
The
having a really
Scourge
hard
you're
time
doing there,
getting the
they don't
second one.
move fast enough. You gotta
Does
you gotta
eventually get it, but some
click
units go
past
down.
and then
Dark Swarm
on,
goes
or they'll
down.
like stop short.
It
Scourge
looks
are
like he
so
lost
fucking
all but one
retarded.
fire bat. That fire bat
But
will
he
fall
does have
as
the
well.
Dark Swarm, and that doesn't matter. You
drop?
get the Dark
I
Swarm, and it's
mean-
over. Ultra's out.
Yeah, it's not enough.
GG.
GG.
Yeah, he knew if that failed,
Sue
it was
would
over.
take one.
That's insane. Before this next one starts, I gotta grab a drink, take a piss. Be right back.
Here we go into game number 2. Sue leads 1-0 over JYJ. It's a big first victory. He's got 2 chances now to make it into ASL. I tell you, I think JYJ is definitely one of the best of the new generation of strong Terran pros. But Sue is someone we've been waiting for a few years now. You know, he's been up at the top of the ladder. Again, for a few years, he was literally up at the top of the ladder and qualifying for StarCraft 2 tournaments during an overlapping period. Like, he's such a strong player. He's one of the greatest StarCraft 2 players ever. He was a StarCraft 1 pro before StarCraft 2, as so many of them were. And yeah, he's a very fun player to have around. He's got a great personality. He's very strong. He's one of these guys that gets teased a little bit. But I think that adds a lot to the scene. You know, it's like a Shuttle or a Leda or a Tobo or an MC. Like, right, there's these players that have like just really like a fun kind of attitude that you want to have in the tournament. And I feel like Sue is one of those guys. So it'd be cool if he gets in, but if JYJ doesn't get in, it feels like a little bit of an upset. Like, you know, JYJ did win a championship in ASL. There's a few championships where it's like, okay, they won the championship and that's what matters, but it's a little flukish, right? It's like JYJ's great, but you don't really consider him on the same level as most of the other champions, right? I think Shuttle from season 1, Royal, JYJ. Like, you look at those three, it's like, well, we don't put them on the same pedestal as Light, Flash, Queen, Soma,
Yeah,
Soul
like
Key,
Zerg's
Rain.
my favorite, right?
You know?
So, like, obviously
so
I'm cheering for
it's
Sue.
awesome that he has that championship, and I think he's absolutely one of the top 28 players in the world. I really do need to sit down and just make a list of who the top 20
tier
players
list
are,
of
just to
all
see,
the
'cause I
greatest
feel like,
players
oh, man,
currently.
everyone's an upset
Yes,
about picking him.
Artosis.
But at the same time,
Yes.
like, I think you would agree with JYJ in this regard. And I do want to see
And,
Sue
and
make it. I do want to see Sue be
Artosis
one of our
is like
new
another
Zergs
person
that's
that's
in
like
there all the
listening to
time.
his analysis of stuff.
Okay, taking a look
is
at the
like,
builds,
and
it
like his
looks like this is
breakdown
gonna
of
be
stuff over
probably
like the
just a
last
one
20 years,
depot,
right? Like him and Tasteless. It's like
expansion from
probably
JYJ,
watching
'cause he did scout
StarCraft
Sue
is
first,
a
Sue with very
foundational
normal
thing
build order,
for
it just,
like
oh, he actually goes second depot, which actually I don't have any problem with.
like a depth
whatsoever.
of interaction, right? Like this
and
does
he's-
this,
oh, okay,
causes
that's why,
that.
'cause
You
he's gonna
need
make-
this
he's
to
gonna
do
make a
that,
couple
so
Marines
you
and
do
try to
this,
put
then
pressure on,
that,
maybe.
right? Like the like events and like counters and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
he
like
poked the
what directly
Overlord
beats what
and
if
then
you use
started
what
walking,
correctly,
which I find a little
right?
bit odd.
And it's like I'm almost feel like in Stoner
you know, he
Girl I
poked
should
the
do like
Overlord, so the
D&D
Overlord didn't see him
rules for
start
like how the
walking.
battles
'Cause
go
what
with like
this
dice
Marine
rolls
is
of like
looking
and the
for,
dice rolls are
this
basically
is
like
a
how
pretty common thing at
accurate
high
and how
levels,
fast your
where you
APM
go
are
in and you
for
poke.
like
There'll be 1 to
like
2
an
drones
RTS
mining,
style
and you
battle
poke them and make
because
them
you
run
would
to the
be
main, and then
the
you turn around.
commander controlling
But
the
he's
units,
actually
telling them
already
what
turned
to do
around.
at that point, right?
So, like,
And it'd be like an
basically
overview of the
Zergs at
battlefield,
really high
right? And it'd be
levels
like who's
will
actually following the
sometimes
orders,
skip
who's
these
doing
two
what they
Zerglings
should be
that you
doing,
see.
and who's like
And
slacking.
this is
I
something
feel like I
that to
packed this
punish
goal
that.
way too fucking big, so I'm
At
gonna
lower
fucking
levels,
die.
don't do this.
3,
You're on the
2,
ladder.
1,
Your
two.
opponent's spawning pool of finishes. They're probably going to make 6 Zerglings, man. Like, do not do this. But at super high levels, it can be very strong. Now, he walked out and walked back, so I think he knows because the Overlord's there that it's going to get scouted and, like, he's going to make 2 lanes, but you send it out anyways. It's like, you see the same thing in Protoss vs. Zerg all the time. Zealot walks halfway, walks back. Same exact idea. You're trying to force your
forcing them
opponent
to
to make
make the
units
lanes.
instead of drones.
Yeah. It's pressure.
Either way,
Because if you don't make it,
pretty
that
standard
Zealot comes
openers.
across the map,
There's
you
nothing
fucking
crazy
lose.
going on here. It's a quick +1 build from JYJ once
And
again.
the mind games are so
very
important,
fast
right?
Two-hatch Muta. Not super fast.
Like you
but
put
just
the
like,
Juggernaut
this
out
is
on
the speed of it.
the battlefield so that
the fast +1 builds for Terran have come back really strong in the
I don't
past
know.
3
Any
weeks.
Warhammer, but whatever
You know,
counters it comes
there
out.
was a
right?
period of
like you're continuously
so
shifting
like
and rotating
basically
what you're using.
starting at the beginning of last ASL season, we had tons of mech, and then it backed up into a lot of tech builds, a lot of like Vulture, Valkyrie, and stuff, and then eventually we got to this
No,
point
my
where
unit is the
Zerg's
ultimate unit. It
counters
cannot be
have become
countered.
so strong that it's
Well,
kind of fallen
its
off a little bit,
weaknesses
and a
that can't
lot
be
at the
countered.
top level, a lot right now.
So you don't
of
counter
Terran
it,
players are going
deal
for
with
this
everything else.
very fast +1 attack build for Marines.
So it's like they rely
So,
on the Juggernaut.
Yeah, that's come
And you're
back.
just like, well, if we
Very
ignore it
strong,
and like
that's
bait it
actually
out,
really good for
you
JYJ
activate my
overall.
trap
Even though
card.
he's pretty good at tech
Ooh,
builds
man.
as well. It's not his forte. Like I was mentioning in the previous game, he's one of the best players in the world at specifically Marine Medic Science Vessel. So if he can get into that here in a
wow,
cleaner
that's a fast
fashion,
third base.
that's going to be fantastic. It's hard to imagine though, because I do want to mention on Colorless Fate, he went Command Center first. Command Center first is like a free pass to do everything twice as strong as normal. And he kind of didn't react to Sue's pressure in his main base, the harassment, the initial Mutalisks. And I think that really messed him up. He lost 4 or 5 SCVs.
Because he was focusing
and he was
on
just
those
like, no,
fucking
I have
eggs.
my plan, I'm doing it. And
And that was like a
definitely,
stubborn
Sue
moment.
abused him for that.
Right?
So
It's
we'll
like that's
see
a
this game.
personality
Maybe because this
thing,
is a more
like,
normal map, a more
Like,
normal
oh,
game,
does he
he's
have
gonna
like
be
a
able to do
grudge
it
against
anyways.
eggs? Like, what's
So
going
Sue right now
on,
is just
right?
harassing the front a little bit while JYJ tries to clear the egg.
So it's
Honestly,
like
we
that's
really
gonna
do
be
want
something
these-
people are gonna
these
see those games, look at it,
things
and
like
say,
eggs
okay,
out of the way
when I see him
really
doing this, I
quickly
know
so
that
your
he's
units just
tilted.
move how you
Right?
want
Like
them
this
to.
is
He does
to
this
use like
thing
an
as the
analysis
units are
to
popping and flying across
see
the
the
map,
mental
and he builds
state
the turrets
of
in a great order, natural
the
first,
character, right?
as it is the closest to Zerg, and then just
And he
builds
wants
back
to keep
towards
that
his
egg
base.
at low health, but not kill it.
Sue, by the way, you've seen it on the minimap, but I haven't mentioned it yet. In the top left, he's taken that natural expansion.
So he went to hide
That's
his third
very,
base
very important.
super
If he
fast.
is
Like that
able
was
to maintain that
insanely
base, it
fast
makes taking
third.
a fourth base
3-5
very
minute
easy,
third.
which gets
So
Sue
like
into
if
that late game,
if
which he's very good
JYJ
at,
had just moved out, I think he would have
really
won.
quickly.
But he didn't have the scout
So-
for it.
We'll see how that goes for him.
Because the mutas would have been
JYJ
on
does
the
a clean
scan.
scan right on it.
The mutas wouldn't have been
So
out if they
Zerg
would have been on
doing
the
a
wrong
great
side of the
job
map,
catching everything.
right? he'd be like hoarding them in the middle, and it'd be like, oh
right,
shit, and you need that 10 seconds to get back to your base. You lose 9
We're gonna get a
drones.
little bit of damage here. 2,
Yeah,
3
9
SCVs
is
down
like
already.
the
We're gonna get
number.
a few more.
That's like, usually it's about the number of minutes in the game, right? So it's like 6 to 9.
Gonna lose a few
It'd be like
mutalisks while
7.
he's doing
And
this.
it's like
Yeah, it goes down
a
to 5.
balance,
So
right?
we
Like
had the
1
magic number 7 when he
SCV
went in there
per
for
like
one-shotting
muta. So if he
SCVs. Get the
loses
medic as well,
2
gotta fly out.
mutas, he needs to kill 8
Lots more
SCVs
units
instead of
are being rallied
6.
up. Another,
Right? So or maybe even 2. I don't know actually what
blocker there
the
being
direct
taken out.
math on that is. Whether it's
Zerg
like 1.5.
Chrysalis or whatever.
It's like more than 1, less than 2. Something like that. For every mutalisk. So it's like 1 minute of the game plus
Right, the
every
mutas
mutalisk that dies
just
is 1
picking off what they
SCV
can.
for
Every
like
medic kill is a big deal.
considering that you're actually doing like
JYJ is
significant
gonna
or
start pushing
decent
on the map.
damage.
So
And then
generally
every
what you want
SCV
is
plus that,
like
right,
5-ish
is just
medics
another thing. And that's because of the
20-ish
escalation of
Marines
SCVs
plus
throughout
1
the
in
game.
range.
Especially
That's
after getting
right
the second
around where you
base.
start to hit like kind of a critical mass where it becomes hard for Zerg to kill that army.
We killed the
So taking a
cocoon
look here,
too.
he did lose 1
Dude,
medic,
he's
but I
like
see another one
angry
coming,
at
so he's
Zerg,
gonna have
man.
5, and that's right
I'm
around
like, he's
20
got some
Marines.
sort of like mental thing going on against
So
eggs
it's
and cocoons.
just right around those
Did he
numbers
get?
where it
Wait, did
becomes
he
very
get?
hard for Zerg.
Did he get? What's the word? Like honeypotted by
Marines coming out,
Kerrigan, and then she
5th
just
medic
like.
as well. I think
you know,
he needs
I
to
mean,
bring
maybe.
his army
Who
down and
knows?
rejoin with that army he just made.
I don't even know if he knows the
gets
third
that
is there.
together,
He's
I
gonna
think
try
he
and
can
go
make a
for
big move.
the third
But here's the
base
thing, too.
above
You
the
gotta be a little bit
natural,
careful.
and be like, wait, what the
If he
fuck? He doesn't
moves
have a
to top
third.
left,
And he's gonna be
there's
like,
two
oh
things
shit, he
Sue
took
can
the
do.
natural, which means he can
One,
take the main base at the
massive
top for the
counterattack.
4th base and have a
2,
fully
kill the army.
solidified
if he tries one and it doesn't work,
defense,
the game.
right?
Okay, good micro there from JYJ. He's reinforced with that army he had just made. So we're getting into like a serious bio army now.
He needs to take out 4 to 5 Marines.
Oh, did Sue catch it? He didn't catch it.
No, no,
So
he's
the
going
5
for the.
Marines
Okay,
sent off.
this is big
This
moment.
is a very normal Terran tactic, and Sue looked
He
for it.
has
but it was just out
nothing.
of vision range.
He
And
has
now those Marines are going to show up
nothing.
and kill every drone. This is amazing for JYJ. This is
one got away.
low risk, high reward move for Terran.
And he
that
sees the
every
Queen's
Terran should be doing
nest.
in games like this. But like we saw, the
Oh
Mutas flew to the north
man.
looking for that, and
Okay.
they just
Okay.
barely missed
This is gonna
vision-wise.
completely
Mutas
change
have
what
very poor
JYJ is
vision.
doing.
So that, like, if Sue goes back and looks at this replay, he's gonna be kicking himself. He was like, I
Yeah,
swear to
he
God,
was
like,
literally
one
like
hex away from
1
seeing
pixel away
and
from
if he
seeing
sees
them.
it, he kills those Marines and no damage happens there. Instead, he lost a ton of drones. JYJ is in control of this game right now.
And that's how
5
fast
is
it can
on the
turn
way.
around, right? And that's all because he built the base
Mutas
there
continue
instead
to
of at the
dog
other
the
base.
Terran army.
Because he had
More
the
Marines
risk of
coming
putting it at
out.
the natural. That's why it's a risk to put it there.
It's a tough situation for Sue. JYJ just continues to build this force.
Yeah, look at the reinforcements coming up. He's got at least another 5 Marines
Great
and
job, though. Sue's
maybe 1 or
finding
2 medics.
every moment where Marines are out of position. You want to see that.
And you need
that
to be
formation
focused
just saw from
firing.
JYJ, very, very
Right?
strong.
Like he's
What you
got
want
1
is a
muta at like
flat
super
line
low
of
health,
Marines
so I
against the
think
mutas
that he's
so
been
they're
focus
all
firing.
firing as the
Yeah,
mutas
because he
come
just
in.
killed it.
Any
He has
stragglers
like
out
the
in front,
eye
when
of
you'll
where
see
to
Sue
click
turn
for
and
which
try to get
muta.
hits.
Like there's no way that's like a coincidence of it.
Oh, man,
I
that is a
don't
lot
agree
of
with
Marines coming
this,
up. The mutas have
but
taken great losses, but he's
but-
reduced the size of the Marine medic ball as well. No lurkers.
Yeah,
up
like
at this
committing
phase,
to
so
that
this
is
a problem.
probably a
He
bad
needs to
idea for
continue to
Sue.
fight here. He's got
And
exactly
another
what
ball
mutas
of
up there. I don't see
reinforcements.
any other
He
units
has to
coming.
wait
There's
until those
probably some
reinforcements
making
get
up
across
here.
the map.
Oh God, even +1 armor
He's
now
got
for JYJ.
1-1. Okay, last game he was like, yeah, no.
Okay, a couple Hydras
I
are
skipped
popping, but that's gonna be
everything,
too
and
little, too
now
late.
oh,
Starts the
he
lurker
sees the
eggs. He needs to
lurkers.
remove this army, and he doesn't have more units coming, but JYJ does.
Yeah, no.
Ooh.
I think
Picks a medic there. Hey now, hold on. I'm getting chills.
is he gonna focus
Sue
the
is doing a
hatchery?
Great job reducing.
Why is he
this
not
Marine
focusing the
medic,
hatchery? Why is that Marine attacking the
set of
Queen's
units. Now,
nest?
if he needs to dive in at the same time the lurkers hatch to try to take hits so the lurkers can burrow. So there he goes. He dives in,
1
but
down.
JYJ's way
Oh, he got
fast,
1
scans
spine
and
off.
kills
Yeah, that
those
didn't
off.
work. I actually nope. This is it. The third base. GG.
GG is called. JYJ
Holy
wins
shit.
game 2.
1 fucking moment can be the thing that changes everything. If he had caught those Marines, JYJ would have instantly lost the game.
3 here. Knockout is our third map.
High risk,
Sue
high
versus
reward.
JYJ tied up 1-1.
Damn.
Winner of this goes into ASL. Very big moment here. This is the closest Sue has been, I believe.
just gave me an
Stepping
idea
back, I
of
believe
like
that's the
mock
case. Of course,
training.
JYJ
Because
is
it's
in
like each
almost
person
every
during the
single
time
season,
skip
very close
montage
to
is
it.
going to have their own specific thing they're working on, right?
So even if he
Like,
were to fall here today, I think he's
Stoner
definitely a
is
favorite
going to be
get in
working
tomorrow.
on like meditation,
So on the
lung
other hand, you don't
control, like body control, and like imagination,
So some very interesting
right?
games.
So she
Both
can
of
like
them having
figure
kind
out
of,
ways of
similar
combining different
ideas
spells
from
together and
JYJ,
stuff like that, right?
but actually winning,
So it's like instead of
that
actually
second
increasing
game
spells, she's just
where
making it like
he
increasing
didn't
her
have the
mana
command center
essentially.
first, but maybe taking the Mutila's Grasp
And
a little bit more
Like the
seriously.
amount of spells that she has.
Sue
Botanist
really
is like
was focusing
basically
so heavily
making as many
on
spells as
Mutalisk and
possible,
Zergling
right?
production.
Tank
That was the
is
type of
like
game,
doing
he
a
was trying to play
combination of like
basically like
divinity and
Soul
other stuff, so it's
if I
like the
could be
healer and
so bold,
tank
right?
combining
He was
for
trying
like the
to say,
paladin
head
kind
her
of
on
thing,
Mutas for a
right?
little bit, and then, well, not exactly either, because Sulky would. The thing is
I
about
don't know
Sulky
exactly
is
how
he's
his
so
would
good
go,
against
but then
that
like
type
Cook,
of play,
right? Doing
that's like how
your
Sulky
own, like I don't know,
became
kind of
like a 4-time champion. Is in a game that looks exactly like that, he'll make enough lings and mutas and just crush the.
because there's
bio
got to
ball.
be when they get stolen, the
And
back
Sue
and
was
forth
trying
to
to do it with
Legion,
only mutas is the problem.
where
You need to actually spend a lot of larva.
they have like
on
the high
Zerglings
class
as
of
well,
society,
and you have to kill the whole bio ball. You can't.
and that's in the
You
middle of the
can't let him hit
montage
the critical
too,
masses
right? Because
like
you
that,
get
especially at
every
the end there
person's
where
perspective
JYJ also had plus one armor.
montage for like 4 months.
That's like
4 to 6 months or something
1-1
like that. I don't know
against,
how long it'll be.
maybe
I don't want it
plus
to be a
one
year. I think a
Mutalisk
year is
attack.
too long.
It's just, it's
I think
no
4 to 6 months
context.
is enough because they're not going to be like
All right,
going
so
from
looking
Super
here
Saiyan to Super
at game
Saiyan
number
3,
three,
right?
match
They're going to be
first
going
from
from
Sue.
normal to Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 3
JYJ
comes
going for
like after,
just
right?
looks
That's
like
the
a walled
transition
expansion, most
once they've
likely, sending
combined
SCV to
the
the bottom left,
food,
which is
the
pretty normal
oils,
as the
the
first
food
scout.
potions, and weed.
So it looks like it's going
To
to be a
make
normal
like the
game.
ultimate form, and then
Nothing-
she
nothing
finally goes like Ultra
Out of the ordinary
Instinct
so far.
at the end to fight the goddess, with like including like drugs on top of that they don't have to do with weed magic, like opioids that numb your
Drone
lungs, so you
coming
can
up?
just kind of do whatever, like things that
Just gonna get
reduce
a little
or
bit
like
of a scout
increase
on.
your
I don't think
energy,
he
like
really needs to check
frickin',
anything else. Like, I mean, there
give you more
could
stamina and
technically
stuff
be a
like that.
gas
And she's
in the main
literally
base, but you're gonna
everything that's been
probably
built
lose
up
your
in the
drone if
entire
you go up
story,
and try to
every
check,
combination
and
of
it's like,
everything
yeah,
that's
you can
ever been done in the
probably
story.
just
and
kind
she
of
just
intuit what's
barely
occurring here,
beats
that this
the
looks
goddess.
like an expansion. Of course, that could be a tricky way to play as well on a map
And she
like
doesn't beat the
this.
goddess, she contains it. Because she has to
They
weaken the
don't
goddess or
check in, you
distract the
just go
goddess enough to use a
factory
specific
and
spell
make sure that they
that will
can't see that you made
retrap
a
them,
command center or not.
as well, and like hold her. It's like a
SCV
tagging
gets
thing
caught as
that
it
like
goes to the
you
top
can
right.
tag a consciousness with the machine, and that's how they
Couple
tag their
Marines are out on the
consciousnesses to
map,
ascend.
similar to before, but there's nothing to see them
Right,
being
but
out
like
on the map.
without that
What
tag,
he's
it
gonna
pulls
check is
random
what pops out of these
consciousnesses.
eggs, right? Bring
They
your
didn't know
Marines
about the tagging
close, and if he
system.
sees drone pop there, he'll send the
so
Marines in.
They have goddess tagged.
Now,
They just
if
need her to be
two
weak
lings are
enough
popping out of the main
to
and
be
two
able to
lings
trap
there,
her.
you do not want to bring.
So Stoner
Marines
has
in.
to like bring her, which
Okay,
is
so
the
there's two
foreshadowing of like
lings. See, he
the
sees
exhausting
that.
battle
Notice
between the
his
king and
Marines
the pope.
haven't moved in, and he comes down.
So
and
good.
There were two lings that popped out
Everything
here that
is
Sue tried to
connected.
run away. But the thing is, we're getting up to the count. Like, if he gets the first hit here, this is easy, right? There you go. That's huge. That ling is almost dead.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, the flank!
Very fortuitous.
Oh, the flank! Yeah, I don't. Oh
Now
no.
he's gonna be able to get on top of these. So this is
That
a
was so
huge
bad
deal
for
Sue.
Yeah.
It's crazy the small margins by which
That was such a bad
like
place
these
to
big
go.
swings are occurring, right? Because if, for instance, you like JYJ was doing his best to check that, and the thing is, you count the drones before you leave, so even when you come down,
You don't
it's
know.
like Sue tried to hide those two lings, but probably JYJ knew they were out there. But the thing is, he has 3 Marines in an SCV, which beat 4 lings with their proper engagement, especially with that first volley, like I mentioned. But then
Yeah, so-
2 more lings popped out. If those 2 lings didn't pop out,
Yeah, if you didn't have 6, you
you
would have
probably
lost.
kill 4 lings and
2 drones?
maybe a drone, maybe 2 drones.
Yeah, I'd say 2 drones.
Like it can
Before
get-
the
it
other
can
2
get pretty
lings,
bad.
which is
So
before
right now,
lings, pop
Sue's
out
made
and
a
kill
lot
like
of
your
sweet
remaining
lings and is coming across the
SCV
map.
and Marine.
He's going to probably try to break in here. There's only a single SCV. And if he can kill 4 more Marines...
And this is where it can go
that's
back
gonna
and
be
forth,
pretty
right? If
big,
he's
but
going
does
full like this, he has
nothing with
no
these,
economy, and he
it's
can
not
catch
the
up.
End of the world, but his drone count isn't that high.
Yeah, these are not... Okay, he's got
Yeah, I don't think he can try to
12
break in anymore.
drones?
We've
12
kinda
or
hit the
13
critical mass of
drones?
Marines here where that's
Because
not
this
going
is
to work.
1 per
When it
patch,
was
which is
just
9,
4
and
in
he
the
has
SCV,
5
I
on the
think there
bottom,
was a
4 on the
small
bottom.
chance.
It's like 13 or 14.
Kind of matters on reaction speed and everything as well, but
6,
that's
7,
a little bit
9,
unfortunate for
so
Sue.
16 now.
Because the advantage that he
Whereas,
gained
like,
making the extra 2 lings
he
and killing
should
those
have, like,
Marines basically
19.
for free
And he should have his like, third
I feel
base
like has been negated now by the
getting
amount
ready
of
to go,
extra
right?
links he
See
made
how he's
on
got
top
300
of it,
minerals?
because now he's missing those additional drones,
Yep,
which he's
see,
saved
he
by
should be
making
going
the
for
two links.
the third base right now, but he's not. Which means he's saving up for
So right
mutas,
now,
which
Medic's
means
coming out to go with JYJ's Marines. He's going to have to try to hit this turret
Yeah, he
timing
just put
right,
down the
which
spire.
isn't hard.
so. Wait, was it the spire or the
Like,
layer?
you
He
just
he
kinda
had
get
to have
these
already
timings
had the
down.
layer, right?
Right, if it's a normal
But he could have
time
been pulled back.
layer,
So
if you
that
start by 5:35 on your turrets, you're good. And you can see
Yes,
here
the
he's
spire's
starting
already
just
done.
before that, which makes sense.
Yeah.
It takes a few seconds to get all your turrets to start, and you don't know where, with the flat of your main and natural pointing towards the Zerg base, you don't know where the mutas are going to go first.
Yeah, and if your Marines
Whereas
are out
if
of
he was bottom
position,
right,
your
you
turrets
know
are out of
that they go to the
position,
natural
and
first.
it's spread too
Takes too
thin,
long to go anywhere
right?
else.
So sometimes it's just better to cover
So,
one
anyways,
area
getting
with
those turrets
Marines,
up.
one area with
Mutas coming across.
turrets. And because his barracks are like, because of the way that the map is built, right? Like he's got his barracks are kind of exposed. And the reason for that is if he sits on top of the barracks, it's not about killing the barracks. It's about killing the Marines as they come out of the barracks.
Okay,
Take them
few
off
more
one
mutas
at a
coming
time.
In. You can see the
Because
group
the
of mutas is
only
pretty
way
small
that
so
like
far.
it's
Five
a
doesn't
it's
really do
a
anything.
vital
7 is the
ball for a
magic number where
reason.
you one-shot
You need like
SCVs.
12 or 13
Everything
Marines
looks
to be able to
pretty well
instantly
defended so
focus
far.
fire down
So I think
a
this is one of
muta
those
in like
scenarios
2.5
where if you're
seconds.
just kind of flying around, seeing what looks like what, building up your mutalist count a little bit, and we should see Sue send a drone out to get a third base. Now he does have that third macro hatch in his main base. Hopefully this game we see Sue. Oh, look at how
He's
throwing
playing
down 3
defensive.
Sunkens. This
I
is
don't
very
know if
smart.
he's
So
going for a
gonna
third
dive on the
base.
turrets in the main base.
I don't
And this
think
is gonna
he's
be
going for a
really tight.
third.
Oh, the Zerling counterattack. This is huge. Does JYJ turn around? Yeah, okay, he did
does.
turn around, and that is the right choice.
See
'cause if
that
he
he
goes
stimmed
fast
and ran
win
in
with
because
that
like
group of Marines and Medics,
this is
it
what you have to
does
do. You have to
automatically.
know what your
All right,
opponent's
so
gonna
the
do,
turrets are
scout
gonna
them
take
out, and then
which
counter
allows
it.
these mutas to come in
Right?
here and get some
And he knows
serious
he's gonna
damage
lose
done.
the lings, but the
Oh,
entire
just
point is
barely
to
misses
not have his
getting the
base
kill on that
attacked.
medic. That's
You have to
unfortunate.
keep the Marines at the Terran base.
The Lings still helping out a little bit here.
And that's what the
damage-wise,
mutas
going
like.
after a
That's their
missile turret there as
job.
well.
The muta's job isn't
Sue is
necessarily to
playing a
kill them.
very strong
It's
game
to
here. I think
hold
that
them so they
Zergling
can't
counterattack
attack.
Was godly, and the
And you have to
three
put on enough
Sunkens was
pressure
godly.
that he can't move out of his base yet.
The specifically 3.
But the
there
fact
was
that he
like-
doesn't,
he
Sue
was
doesn't
putting
have a third
JYJ all
base.
in if JYJ goes across the map. If those aren't there, no problem. He goes across the map and probably wins the game.
Yeah,
But
because
the
there's
three
nothing
Sunkens
in
change
Sue's
everything.
base.
Now the mutas are diving in. Now, one thing to note is Sue is very late on at third base, but that's by design.
Yeah. He
He was trying to put
intentionally
JYJ
got the
to some hard
macro
decisions,
hatchery
but
to up
JYJ
his
kinda
drones
passed that test.
instead of getting the third
Now,
gas.
Sue is getting a
Because
little
you
bit of
want the
damage, but he's
third
taking a
base
lot
for the
of damage
gas,
on this
not the
muta-
minerals.
on his
The
mutas.
gas.
And those
There's
are
the
his
third
one
base.
real tool here.
At the
His
natural.
third base just started, which wouldn't necessarily be the end of the world, but his mutas are damaged. Doesn't really have much going on.
Oh, he
JYJ
scanned
bottom
the
right,
wrong
so he's looking for that
spot.
third base.
He should have
But
scanned
JYJ
the
is gonna
natural
have
and
basically
immediately
an
gone out.
Easy critical mass here.
But now the chance
The
of
mutas are
him
taking too
going
much
down
damage.
there
Yes,
is
they dealt
lower.
some damage,
He might
but
just
I
say if
think you
it's in
actually
the
might have to
natural,
add
it's not the
Sunkens,
main.
and the bottom
Scan
right,
the main
not
and
savable.
see if it's there.
If JYJ
That's the
just
highest
goes to
chance.
bottom right, I don't think he knows that it's at the natural right now.
He
bottom
scanned
right.
it.
I
He
heard
scanned
another
it.
scan.
You
I
could
heard
see if
another
you look at the
scan,
mini map,
so
you could see the
he
2
might
minerals at
know
the top.
now.
He scanned it.
But
But he's pulling back because he can't attack.
I think JYJ's army can't be stopped right now. He's got like
He
got a
keeps
timing
moving
zone.
back and forth.
That's
He-
what I wanted to see was 2 more Sunkens there.
But the question is, he scanned.
I don't know if I
Is he
said
gonna
that out
go
loud
for
or
the
not, but,
third,
like,
or is he gonna go
basically
for the
when you start
natural
moving
and
out
feign
this-
the third?
Oh yeah, I did say
Because
it. Like, you
Sue,
need 2 more Sunkens.
Sue saw that he
Probably, but
scanned
then
the
you can
third.
bottom right.
So he
started the 2
knows
more
that
Sunkens, and then
JYJ
he cancels them
knows
out.
the third is there.
So I'm not sure exactly the thought process for that.
So he might trying to be bait out, see, and he's going for the counterattack again. JYJ has to pull back.
Mutas
He's
take
not
a bit
allowed
of
to
damage.
attack.
Yeah,
Like with the mutas and the
rallying
lings, he doesn't
force
have
is
enough to
starting get
defend.
pretty big. He's bringing his Zerglings in. There's not many medics here, so
He
actually
doesn't.
this
He
is
has to.
pretty
He has to
doable.
commit because he can't bring them back in time. I think that's GG.
Yeah, the Lings do a fantastic job there, clearing a lot. So
I-
bottom right looks like it'll be killed.
He's
JYJ
gonna-
is splintering his army into 2 sections.
This is so
One to kill
bad
the
for
hatchery, and the
I
other to come
think
home to
JYJ's
make
just
sure
done.
he doesn't die.
JYJ's just
Because
done.
he is taking some real damage. Like, there are... Like, there goes the wall. Okay, the wall's gone. He's lost some SCVs. He's lost Marines. Oh, this is actually really smart from Sue. Oh, I'm getting chills. Okay,
He's got the
you
hive
saw
on the
those
way.
Hydras moving to the north. What he's going to do is hide them up at the north,
Probably
make
drop them.
lurkers, and run in and do a contain. Now, I
he's
think
gonna
it's double
contain.
starport that JYJ went. I
See, he
2
sacrificed
add-ons on
the
left-hand
third
side of the minimap.
because he knew that was going to fall. Which is why I think JYJ should have feigned attacking the third in order to get defenses to go to the third and just run past the Sunkens and gone straight for the natural.
I'm not saying 100% he'll win
I think that was his only chance.
That morph behind the mineral
But
patch
that's
there, I don't know
like,
if that lurker's going to be able to
again,
get out.
that's
a
like you
really
should have gotten
weird spot
dropships to
he
do
morphed at. I
that,
think
right?
was
So
a
it's like,
misclick.
is that really something? It's
he's scanning a
more
little
of the
bit.
fact that it's absolutely
Oh, he's
unexpected
showing
to
greater
do,
spire?
but you're already in a bad place
Sue is 1,000 IQ. Holy shit, that is so smart.
because he
Okay,
knows
so when
that's
you
the only
see
way he
that,
can
you're like,
lose.
okay, maybe I need some rates. But again, this is actually a lurker containment play. He's going to run up and burrow the lurkers in a fantastic position. Now, the thing is, it could turn into a push. It kind of matters what's there. But if you put enough lurkers into an area where Marine Medic can't bust it, then
So, like,
that
if he
oftentimes ends
defends
game.
the
You just follow up
spire,
with a single defiler and
he's
the game is over.
fine.
So look,
Because,
right
like I
now,
said, I'd
he's
run past
battling
and go
this
straight
army.
for the
He's
spire,
waiting. Here we go.
then
A
possibly
Marine scouts
the
it.
hive if you
JYJ
could.
sees he's going to stim to go back.
Oh my
God!
god!
This is a very important moment in this game. Look at this. JYJ getting back.
He's
just
got the
in nick of time.
vessels.
Now,
Oh,
Marine
he's already killed
saving
2 or almost 3.
one Marine.
Dude, this is so crazy.
Oh my god! I have
This
the
is
sickest
so
kills right now. What
crazy.
an insane
And he's
game
pulling
between
back,
these
so there's
two.
no spines. He's got the bunker
Marines
going down.
are
He's got another
knocked
vessel on
down
the
a
other
little
side.
bit by the Lings, but it's
Dude,
not
is
quite
JYJ
enough.
actually
And the
gonna
lurker count is
win?
only 4 now. Oh man. Dude,
It's
the
all
lurker
because he didn't
spire
have the
is such a
third. He doesn't have
smart
enough
play to see to try to
resources.
get
He's
his
still
opponent
got
to
stuff
maybe
down
make some
there.
rates or something, or just focus on vessels
And he knows because he's building the third, he's going to be low.
JYJ scouting that out.
Okay, now he's got the
Wow, there's
Guardians.
gonna be a push
Now
on
he's got the
Guardians as
Guardians.
well. And he
All
has the
right.
lurkers guarding them.
Oh
Guarding
my
the Guardians? Oh my
god.
god, whoever thought? Okay,
This
did he
is
just
so
immediate
crazy. He
double
sees the
lurker?
Guardians. He sees the
I
Guardians.
guess so.
Oh, oh my god,
The
D-Matrix
Guardians
to
come
pull
down
him
right
aside, but he runs his other units into it. Oh no, I think it's
this
over.
is a very funny looking push
Think
right
this
now.
is over?
This is pretty all in.
Why are they pulling out the
He's gotta make sure he
Guardians?
doesn't
He
bring the
should not
Guardians
know
too far
why.
forward, like right
Okay,
there.
that was the stupidest
Oh,
move.
pull
I
back,
think he
pull back.
completely fucked up
Okay,
in
Dark
pulling
Swarm,
the
Dark
Guardians
Swarm.
forward.
Ooh.
Once you get a
my
Dark Swarm in the
God.
enemy's base.
This is
Dude,
getting
this is
crazy.
like
Oh,
flexing.
the fire
Like
bat's coming
making
out.
fucking Guardians is like totally
The Fire
flexing.
Bats obviously can do fantastically here. We don't have great anti-air to deal with these 6 Guardians, so they're going to have some great damage coming out.
This is
for
one of
sure.
those times of just being like, this
Now,
is
the
why
Marines,
I
if the
love
Marines can get underneath
StarCraft.
Dark Swarm, then the Guardians can't hit them. Scourge
Yeah,
coming
so like
in
it's
kills 2
actually like
vessels, that's
he's
big,
fucking
but
himself
2
over because the
Irradiated
Dark
Guardians need
Swarm,
to be pulled
like the
away. They're
Guardians
doing
are
too
kind
much
of getting
damage to their
obliterated.
brothers there.
So like that was kind of actually a waste. I would have just taken the Guardians and
Oh
gone
my
straight for the
God,
main.
Lurker comes down to burrow there as well.
But again, like there's just so much there. He
This
has
is
the
one of
Dark
best
Swarm.
qualifier games I've seen in years.
Yeah, no, this is so good. This is why I
Insane
fucking
game.
love StarCraft because you never know
Dude,
what's gonna happen.
What a game this is. It's really looking like a JYJ victory right now, by the way.
Yeah, because like
Very, very
everything
much
that
so.
was
Like,
that Sue invested
utilized some
into
unbelievably
got
smart
deleted.
tactics
The
here.
only advantage Sue has is that he has a Dark
And
Swarm in
it
his
just-
base, but he's
JYJ
literally
just
has no
barely
backup.
found everything
He's
this
eating
time.
Hydras to get a fucking
Again, if
Dark
he
Swarm out.
had gotten those lurkers into position, if that one Marine hadn't gone down and seen those lurkers,
Yeah, no, that's
Sue
what
would've won
changed.
this
Just like
game.
last game, he saw that
like, it was
attack on the
just
third,
such a smart play from him.
or
And
like missed
JYJ
the
just
attack on the
barely
third.
finding it.
This time, and it's like
Absolutely
that's a
love to see it.
double win for JYJ because
Sue's
he
making a lot more
eluded in
lurkers.
the
You
last
can see he's
game
just
and he
not
discovered
joining
in
up.
this
He's
game.
down 30 supply right now. It is an
Yeah,
issue.
and like
This is the type of
70,
game, by the
like
way,
yeah,
where you
it's
wanna make a
early in the
lot of
game, so
fire
it's hard to
bats.
say.
'Cause, like,
But
one of
generally,
the only
70
things that could go
supply
wrong is being under Dark Swarm.
is like where you're
I
starting
feel
to
like he
get
should
fucked
be making a
dessert.
third of his bio should be fire bats. But
GG.
GG,
And JYJ gets
into
in.
ASL.
That is fucking insane.
All right, so we're going into group number 2 now. Let's
Look
take a look
how-
at the bracket.
Poor
All right,
Sue,
so at the
man.
very top left, we can
I
see,
feel like he was
that is
flexing with doing the
Ferengi.
Guardians.
I'm 99%
He should not have
sure
thrown the
that's
Dark
Ferengi,
Swarms down.
the
He needed to
Protoss
separate.
player.
Like he played
And
that
he was going
entire
up against,
situation like he
this
thought
Chengdu
he
guy. He's
like
a-
he
he's a
knew he was gonna
strong
win.
Protoss player from China.
And like he was like
he's
on
had
even
really high
ground,
MMR
right? Like the
for a
Guardians
few
could have
years
completely
now,
changed
but
everything.
I
But the
don't really know that
lurkers
much
getting
about it. I
spotted
mean, I
and the
played with a
Guardians
bunch of
running
times,
in,
but,
that
just a
completely
strong
ruined
Protoss
his
from China
what
that
he
it looks like
thought
he's
was his
trying
advantage when
luck
it,
here
like
in
he didn't even have
ASL.
that much of an
No luck
advantage because
against
the third
Ferengi,
was
though.
killed. If he had an up
lost to
and working
Barracks in the
third,
next round,
that'd be an
and Barracks
entirely
ended up
different
beating
game.
Haya having taken out Invade.
So, like, I wonder in
God,
a
almost
reality where he
forgot
didn't
about
build the
Invade
third hatchery in the
completely.
main, and he had made the third
I feel like
hatchery
a few
at
years ago, I was
the
casting
not the
Invade all the
natural,
time,
but
I've not seen one of his
the
games in at
the third,
least
the actual
a year.
third.
So I
And
mean, it's
tried
good
to
see
debate
he's
out
playing
the
still
counterattacks.
again. I'm not
Because he
really
did
sure
so
what he
good
just
with the
committed to, but
counterattacks.
yeah, Invade being taken out there. He's a Protoss player, by the way.
Yeah, I think he just thought he was farther ahead than he was.
Pretty reasonable, but
and
losing to Barracks, no big deal. So Barracks
played
is going to be going up
arrogantly.
against Gamo.
I'm not gonna lie.
Gamo's side of the bracket.
Because I could see him
Looks
doing like 3 or 4 other things and like
who
winning.
Gamo ended up taking out to get there, which is a pretty surprising thing, I think, to most people.
Yeah,
Don't forget, Zerg versus
Jadom?
Zerg is
Like, what the fuck?
the most volatile matchup that there is.
Mhm.
And
ZVZ,
also,
you can just
like,
have one
Jadon's
unit die, and it's like,
excellent at
ah,
Zerg
well,
versus Zerg.
my
Jadon's in
Mutalisk died
excellent
first.
shape.
Oh, he
I
had a
think Jadon will
Scourge?
get in
Shit, he had my
tomorrow. I'm not
Mutalisk.
too worried
Well,
about
he
it.
killed my Scourge.
That
Now
is a
I'm a
little bit
down
of a surprise,
Mutalisk.
but Gamo is
There's
one of
so many things that
the
go wrong.
most underrated players in the whole world. There's a few Zerg players that are unbelievably underrated. Killer, Saxry, and Gamo. And I've been saying this for so many years. Those three,
they in 5 years from now, like when, let's say, Hero, Sue, and
like no problem. Like, oh,
Queen
round of 16, yes,
are
not
like
surprised.
retired.
Gamo is someone who has qualified for ASL a ton of times.
They're going to be the ones that are going to be going
oftentimes
from
in the
round of
hardest
24 to round of
qualifiers.
8
So him
to
taking
round
down
of 4
Jadong, it is
to champions
surprising,
in
but
5
Gamo's
years.
a great player.
In
And
like
it looks like Gamo, the round of
2035,
4 took out Promise, who is one of the strongest.
it's going to be crazy.
up-and-coming
Because like
Protoss players.
some of these players are like
Okay, so that's your
42 and
bracket.
43. I
As
think
far
like
as
the oldest
Barracks
player is
versus
46.
Gamo goes.
So eventually, like they're just not going to be able to
favored, but
compete
again, don't
with
sleep
the
on
even the
Gamo.
strategic knowledge.
So let's get into
with
it.
like their
It looks
their
like we're on
drop
map
in APM
3.
and their precision
Okay,
dropping
so we're on
over
knockout,
like a
guys.
period of time.
And that means it's
Right, and you can
so as I
kind of
said,
see
don't
that
sleep
where
on
they're
Gamo.
making up for their normal play and changing
Gamo
their
actually
play
also known, he
in
does a
certain
lot of
ways
good
to
content in the,
advantage
Korean
more
scene. He does,
knowledge
like, some
play
really interesting
than
interviews. Occasionally, Jinjin
micro
will like
play,
translate some of that stuff.
right?
I would suggest checking out Jinjin's
And like
stuff
using
on
better
YouTube. He used to go
strategies
by
and
Jinjin
like
5000.
taking
I think
advantage of the
it's
map and
Jinjin
stuff.
BW now on YouTube. Anyways, I would definitely check him out. He's like a pillar of the English speaking scene for watching ASL stuff. So,
You mean there's
Barracks
someone
against
else
Gamo,
other
game
than
number 3.
Artosis?
Barracks, don't forget, he had that,
That's
that
crazy.
seed recently and didn't really deliver. You know, he had such a strong season, but that was him kind of overplaying, having better strats than normal. He's actually a player that's kind of like, I like Barracks. He's fast.
My ankle's still
He's fun
fucked
to
up.
watch. I like his
When
style
I
in
turn
general,
that
but,
shit
like,
in the wrong direction,
generally, it's other
Why did I do
players
that?
playing through him, kind of. He doesn't really come up
It's
with his
only
own
like-
stuff. It's like he's given builds,
It's
like
like
he's good
it's
friends
like
with
flat.
Flash,
Like it's
so
gotta
a
be
lot
like
of his
this.
great
It's
results
like a random thing where I like
will
put my
be
like leg to the
that. I
side.
remember we've had
like
seasons where
this,
he'll do a
and
build.
my
I'm like,
ankle will
that's
just,
one of the
like,
coolest builds I've ever
turn,
seen. That
'cause
looks
it's,
like a
like, being
Flash build,
placed
and then
against
it's like
my
he
leg
says in
in
the
an
interview, like, thank you,
awkward way.
Flash, for the build. It's
And
like,
I just
yeah,
I was
okay.
absentmindedly
And stuff like
do
that
it.
happens very oftentimes with him, but either way,
I'm just aggravating it more.
I
I
think
need like a
just his
fucking.
base play is
I'm like at this point, I'm
Gamo.
like, if it's not like better in the
Um,
next week, and I keep
Gamo
doing that, I'm just gonna put a brace,
is
put my brace
like-
on it, because I'm like,
How do
I think I just
describe
keep
Gamo?
aggravating it.
For,
over
for
and
his
over
style,
again.
He kind
But
of
if I have the brace
just a
on it, I'm not
little
gonna be able
tiny
to
bit-
like
his macro
fold
play
my
reminds
my
me
leg
of
over.
macro
It's just
shine,
naturally how I sit.
if that
It's
makes
like the
sense.
XQC thing, but
So
I'm only
Shine
one
is
leg up.
generally known
right?
for
I'm
kind
only
of
a one leg up,
cheesy,
whereas he's, like,
interesting,
2 legs
different
up.
strategies.
And I take this leg and I like fold it
That's
over the
not
other
Gamo
leg,
exactly,
and I like rest it on my
but, like, when
arm rest with my
Shine
arm, and I
macros,
create like this entire
It'll be
structure
like
of
a
like,
heavy
fucking
macro.
crossing
And
my
that's,
legs in the
that's
chair.
what I feel like when I see Gamo play. It's like,
Wait, did he steal the gas?
Gamo, I
Wait, what
actually
the
haven't
fuck
seen
just
any of his
happened?
ZVTs in a while.
What?
But like,
Okay, like
Hydra Lurker Defiler looks like a comp he would like,
what?
right?
I don't
Like,
think
he
I've
just- he-
ever
he-
seen a
he would
Terran
go
steal
for
the
comp like
gas.
that, I
I've
think.
said, is it even worth it?
So
Multiple
we'll see what he ends
times.
up doing here. Obviously, it's a single
This
game.
is
It's hard
so
to say exactly
weird.
how this one will go. A gas steal there from Barracks. Not a bad play against Zerg. You're going to force him into 3-hatch play, which slowing down the mutas
Like
at all,
I've thought
I
about.
think
I
is a
don't
pretty
think I've
worthwhile
seen.
endeavor,
Is this like
but
a
you
new
have to do a
meta
build that's gonna be
where
reasonable
Terrans are
against
just
that.
getting pissed off at
And of course, you're
Protosses stealing
slowing
their
down your
gas?
command center here
So they're like, you know
also.
what? We can't. Like,
Right,
it's
you
not
have to spend that
effective
100
to steal
minerals
Protoss
on
gas because they
the
can just go
refinery.
full
So
tack
that
on
does slow
zealots,
your
and like they don't
command
need gas
center,
till
but it
like
slows
7
the
minutes.
So it's like,
So, like, it
yeah,
doesn't even matter?
Reasonable idea.
Whereas
that
like
Barracks is moving
versus
forward with here.
Protoss, right?
So there's
Terran
that
needs
third
gas
hatchery. He's gonna have to
immediately,
cancel this
and
gas
Zerg
out
always
now.
needs gas.
Might
So I've always
need a
wondered why there's
bunker.
no gas steals from
We'll
Protoss
see.
for the
I don't
Zerg.
know
But then
if they
again,
make a
it's
bunker.
like
They
you
might
have,
use
like
a
you just,
depot instead,
like
the
the
well-placed
Zerg always
depot to
has
try
the
to block
second base.
everything.
It's like I
But,
just don't ever feel
yeah,
used like Zerg
you do
like
have to be a little bit
unless
careful
you're
about that, right?
forcing the
Your opponent
Zerg
makes, like,
on
6
one
lanes or
base in
whatever.
some way. I
you
don't think
can
a
easily
gas steal would
lose until you
ever
have
be
5
worth it.
Marines.
Unless it's like
But
a
it doesn't look like
psychological
he
thing,
was
like you're
committing
just
across the
you're
map.
fucking with
Notice
them.
how he had 4
Right?
Zerglings chasing this SCV and then 3 broke off? He's trying to get a reaction out of Barracks, but he just turned the 3-lings around.
Yes, did you see that?
And
Because he
Barracks
wanted
isn't really
Barracks to try and
reacting.
defend,
The
because
only
he
thing
said
I
he was
see
like,
Barracks
"Oh, those
doing
3 are
is
going to
he's
go to attack me,"
consistently making
and Barracks
SCVs.
is just like, "Even if they
So
are,
that
I'm going to be
means he
fine."
has to go into
So he
like
didn't
a
even
third
react
depot,
to it,
most likely.
which either could have been he didn't see it,
Wait, he's
right?
sitting
Like
at
some
26,
things you can
26
just
a long
win
time,
because
so
you
he
don't
actually
see
skipped the
something,
third depot.
and if you had seen
he's
something,
waiting
you would
for
have
the command
reacted
center
to
to
it.
finish. That's
But it was a trap, so you didn't see the trap,
Some
so you didn't
players do
activate
that.
it, and then you're just in position when they're out of
Light does
position.
that
And
sometimes
they're like,
too.
"Wait, you didn't move
But, like,
back," and it's like, "Oh, I didn't see
so
you do that."
basically,
And it's like, "Oh, fuck, man. I was
having
relying on you,
depots
like, noticing
or
me doing
waiting
that."
for your
Yeah,
your
I wasn't paying
expansion to give you
attention.
supply. The difference between those two is like night and day, and it makes the builds very, very different how they function from each other. Anyways, he misses out on like an SCV there, but it's not the end of the world. It's just like it's enough that I feel like I should say it out loud. That's about it.
That's how I feel
Okay,
about a lot
little
of
group
things in like
Marines
data
out
reading.
here
I'm like,
against
I don't
a
think it's
little group of Zerglings. You
important,
can
but
see
it's like
he's making
enough that I'm
depot to
thinking
kind of
it, so I should
lessen
probably
the
say it.
surface area. He
Right?
brings
I
an
just
SCV
try to
as well, just in case
try
he doesn't
to
know if more lanes might possibly be
audio
popping
like,
out and coming
I
up here
don't
as
know
well.
the
He
conjugation
doesn't
for that.
want speed to
Right?
finish and
My
a great
thoughts.
engagement to occur, but he does have a
Right?
scouting SCV down here, so Barrack's going to see, okay, there's a creep colony on the way. Okay,
'Cause
it's
I'm like,
mostly droning.
whether
He pulls that
I
SCV
can
back
figure
as
out
he
it's helpful or
recognizes that
not.
the drone count is growing, and
I don't think
thus
it's fair to
there
hold
aren't more
back a
lings
thought
on the
when it
map than
could
what
be
he's already
helpful to
seen.
you. It's like it's just the better thing is just to say it, because whether it
Spire
helps
gets
you or
started
not,
here
at least
from
you said
Gale.
it. And if it
I'm
could have
actually really
helped you and I
interested.
didn't say
it was
it,
a fast engineering
well then it's not going to help you because you didn't
here
hear it.
for
Right?
Barracks. Barracks is going up to 4 racks right now. And I wonder if he'll go 5th racks, because technically you can go 5 Barracks very easily against a 3 hatchery opener. And
he didn't take 3 bases, he just went for the 3 hatch.
units, so it kind of makes sense. But when you go 5 Barracks, yeah, and he adds a 5th Barracks. But I was going to say,
So he's
going
gonna
to
need 5 Sunkens.
It can be difficult
Or like
to get
like
into
3 Sunkens and like
your
18
factory
lings.
at a reasonable time. So I don't know how he's going to go about that. Like sometimes you'll see the 5 Barracks
And they're
fighters
like
just stop
super
making
close.
moves
So
for a
like
moment and
the
get into
distance between
barracks.
bases is
But
like
or the
I
factory,
think
but it's
more
more difficult 'cause
advantageous
you
for
want to be
Terran than it is
producing
for
nonstop
Protoss
here.
or for Zerg.
And just for reference, a normally timed factory would happen in the next 45 seconds.
Before
So
7 minutes.
I'll keep an eye on that. On the mini map, we'll just see a square pop
And then
up. Or we
you'd
won't.
see if you see it
But
now,
5
you could
barracks
see a
production here with
starport as
+1,
well in
range
Drake.
is on the way. A few missile turrets.
This is
are
like
up.
the transition
Barracks is
period,
going
like the
to try to
6 to
just bowl
6:30.
over Gamo. Now Gamo hasn't made a
Span.
third base.
And it's like if you
Gamo
look
does
within
have
that,
3
and
hatches.
you know
He
they
has a
can
very
delay
good
it
drone
and like
count.
fuck with you,
We'll see if he's
right?
gonna
But
go
it's like
for,
if you're gonna
an
go
army
like
crush, if he's
2
gonna
port
try to
wraith
sneak
and
up
like
to
counter the mutas
workers
and like
real
completely
quick.
mind fuck
It's
them,
very hard to
that's
say.
the time that
There's
you
a
do
few
it
other
because their
ways you can
scout
play
will
it
come
too.
in at that
You
time.
might think that
Like
Barracks
just
will
pre
be
6
quick to pull the
minutes,
trigger, so
and
you
you either
might wanna
force
go
the Overlord
mass
out of the
sunken and
base,
just go for like a
or
right? There's a lot
shut
of
down
different
the
ways
Link
this can be
Scout.
played. Now Gamo just sent a drone to the bottom right. Scan goes down as the mutas are hatching, so that's very good intel from Barracks.
I don't know about that
Hatch in the
third
bottom
base.
right.
Like I
Good
wish,
catch from
because it's a
Barracks, getting
7
few
minute to
lanes.
8 minute mark. I
Look at
wish
that. That's a big flock of
Sue
mutas
had
to
done
start
that
with.
because he waited till like the 9 minute mark
9
to put his
mutas gonna
third
fly
down.
in.
Right, so
Getting some damage on this depot.
I feel
Barracks
like
turning around with his
making
fire force.
that hatchery that much earlier is
Okay, gets
super
him on the
important.
bridge. The
And
bridge
he's
is
just
a
kind of
great place to pick
making
off Marines since they
it
can't
so
really
that
be in a
like
straight line. We go kinda
Barracks
single
can't go
file.
across the
Marine
map.
finds the hatchery in the bottom right, so that's a very good find. Queen's Nest on the way.
Question is, he's gonna go take it out
It
and force a
looks like the factory
counterattack?
did get started, by the way, but
Or is he gonna
not as
feign
quickly.
and
I wasn't-
crush the
I guess I
counterattack?
didn't see exactly when it started, but I see it's still making.
Because you
So
can
it
see the
was
lings coming across the map,
probably
so
a
he
little
wants
bit
to do
late
the like he wants to pull them out, and he wants to do a flank with the Lings. If he can pull the,
picks off a Muta.
if he can pull the
not having great success
Marines
with Mutas
out,
yet, but doesn't
or if like the Marines go out and
necessarily
hit the
have
Lings,
to
he
yet.
can flank with the Mutas, right? Like you want to
Notice
have
how
like the
lots
dual
of
side
Lings are
where you can
coming out.
either flank from either one, depending on which side they go. Especially
This
if you can
is-
trap
I
them on
think
that
we're gonna
bridge.
see Game
But the
Mode try to go
problem
for
is
an
then
army
there's going to be
crush.
more reinforcements
Sulky-esque
coming in from the
army
back,
crush
right?
Oh,
So it's like you'd want the mutas
Hydras
in the
already-
back
okay,
to
so
watch
not
that, because
exactly
they can
the
get
same.
out
Like,
easier.
he's got these mutas around. He's definitely threatening. Oh, okay. And look at that scan. He sees Hive and he sees lurkers coming, or Hydras coming out and turning into lurkers. So this is the last moment for a timing push from Barracks. Like he has to go right now if he wants the opportunity to win the game
is
before lurkers.
teched so fast that if he can keep that third base,
So his
he's going to
Vital Force is coming
outscale
down. Now this is where the
so
Lings come back.
fast.
This is Game-O buying himself time. He's going to
Yeah,
show
'cause
the
he's-
Lings going by.
and he's going to try and force the back.
But Barracks is
Barracks
gonna
isn't
go for
falling
it.
for it. Barracks isn't falling for it.
Game-O's in trouble. Game-O wanted him to turn around here.
And he can't. He doesn't have enough to push in. I think Game-O's dead.
And he didn't get the attack off. He attack moved, but it wasn't far enough in. 3 Sunkens is not gonna. Oh, he has a lurker there. I did not see that lurker. It's only a single lurker though. But the mutas are actually doing a great job. Holy crap, the lurker.
Yeah, I don't think he noticed the lurker was there.
That lurker stays alive a lot longer than anticipated, and he's gonna actually break this.
Dude, if that, these are the small details. He put the Overlord over top of the lurker, so when Barrack scanned, he didn't see the lurker.
Superb mutalist control. Like, the counterattack idea was very, very good.
And the fact that he didn't even attack with the Lings either to split his attention.
Very, very good, where he was trying
right? It was like, Game-O like kind of fucked up, but Barracks also fucked up.
He still was able to defend. The counterattack on the Lings did not go as anticipated, which is unfortunate for Game-O.
Yeah, because he could have got like a lot more ahead if that had worked, because he was working with half of his army.
Take a look at the actual game state. So right now,
absolutely crazy what you can do.
But Game-O has.
It just reminds me of Science Facility Nidus Day, right? Where it's like they basically the idea is that what Zerg will eventually do is have a Nidus Canal between all the bases, and they keep their defilers wherever the army isn't, so the defilers don't get irradiated. So you just jump them back and forth. So what Terran did is you put a barracks and a science facility over top of the Niduses, so he couldn't click them, so he couldn't move the defilers to the other base, and he lost the base and lost the game.
To that third base.
Fucking magnificent. It's only happened once.
Which is funny because he just finished 7 Raxes, so he shouldn't have a single
Science Facility or Nidus Canal Science Facility Day.
StarCraft, right? Like you
can absolutely insane. That's like Storm Egg on Inner Coven.
For a moment,
you can't attack under
a Marines and just make a like that is absolutely doable.
Disruption Web. So it's like everyone thought because of the map that this place was safe. But he built 2 Templars and stormed the eggs and came in directly to the guy's base. It's like, what the fuck? Called him Storm Egg.
Yeah, there's not much
entire season.
Room for transition.
It's fucking crazy what people will figure out and do. And like hide too, because people will like have to hide like what their plans are and like have these things, right? So the back and forth and like the leak sometimes people figuring out what you did.
Defilers are
and, like,
researching.
I don't
little
know.
Counterattack with those lanes. He's gonna find the SCV that was at the third.
I
still hadn't started the command center.
Something along the lines of someone who trains and practices with someone leaks their build to their opponent, and then they lose the game, and then like they lose a friendship over it.
Sometimes if you
I'm wondering if there's been instances like that, and I wonder if that's something that's like
this makes sense. Actually,
like against the rules. Like if you're practicing with a certain person, like it's like NDA, and you can't reveal like their shit to like the known opponent. Like after like a group selection, it's like hard to do before a group selection because like you don't know who the opponent is.
That's a big deal.
But
Darkstorm comes down, so we'll get clean.
I wonder if there's actually like a meta around that.
Actually, that did a really reasonable job.
And like people betraying each other. Because I know like basically like all of the players are really good friends. They've all been the top players forever.
Okay.
right?
you
So,
might
and they
try to
all help
flank
each other and
on
shit,
that
right?
Lurker, like let that back
So it's
Lurker
like
Marines eat a shot.
it just
so
seems
front
like
could
the
break
at
it or
least from
something.
the
but
outside,
anyways,
the like
some more,
player
dropships
community
have been made.
at that level
One
is
got
just
out, 2 more remain.
they're all best friends.
So he's sitting here only on 2
even
vessels.
though they're like competing against each other.
I'm not surprised
Because
what I'm seeing.
and the
Like,
reason for
the
that
7 barracks
is
play
99%
into, like,
of the
with
time,
just 2 vessels.
like
The 2
winning
vessels signal
the
along
tournament
game, and
is
then
not
you
a
go into heavy
financial
dropship
thing.
to try to get the
Like
damage that
you
need
can't
to
live
gain
financially
edge.
off of winning the ASL. It's not enough money.
Wow, Link
Happens
counterattack
twice
does
a
force
year,
cancel the
and
command
it's like
center. There wasn't anyone making,
$30,000,
and he's actually getting vessel
right?
energy
So
right
it's
now.
just not enough money.
So
So
definitely
most
we're gonna see a
people
switch
are
back
like
into Mutas
streamers,
here,
they
but he's
do
trying
other
to get that
tournaments
extra
and
damage
stuff.
right now.
So it's like
Loses
losing in the
both of
ASL and
those,
stuff
which
isn't
is
like,
very
oh my god, I
painful.
lost my livelihood,
There was
right?
an
It's just like,
irradiate onto
ah,
a
okay,
defiler
next
there,
year,
which is
right?
important.
Which
Oh,
I
boy.
kind of like that dynamic in the community of being like, not having the idea
A few
of like,
years
if you
ago,
lose the tournament, you lose your career.
For drop
Because like
play
you
was
need
crushing
that
Zord
tournament
for a
money
bit,
to
and then they
like
got really
fucking
good,
pay your
and
bills
every
for the
drop
year.
looked like that, and the
So I think that's one of the main things that makes StarCraft so good is that like it's not a monetary thing, it's a passion thing.
But you can see where it's like, yeah, that
And like that resonates
that did not pay
significantly
off.
with
Game
me,
was
right?
up in
That's what I was
supply right
raised
now,
off
1-4,
of,
1-18,
passion,
that's
not
not good.
monetization.
That is not good at all.
Do what you want. And the only unfortunate thing,
Barracks gets
right,
another
is that
drop
like
off.
I'm lucky I'm in a place where it's
If you can get the
possible.
Nidus, that's a
Because I know
pretty
it's
big
not
deal.
possible for a lot of people.
Just not enough. Not enough.
I think Barracks is done. This is
A lot
4
of Fire
base.
Bats mixed in, which I love to see.
Yeah, and fire bats are so good because they can just
Fire bat meta for the
annihilate
win.
things. And I think even
You
after
gotta
taking
find
out
some
the
way to break
drones and
these
the
dark
natural,
storms.
like, nah.
All right, irradiate
Nah.
one
I
Lurker
think
and the
he's got the
Defiler there.
Ultralisk Cavern. He's
The
got
Fire Bats,
+1.
if there's only 2
Right, he
Lurkers
probably
left
has
in
the
moment, Fire Bats could do it. Oh, he actually loads up again.
Whatchamacallit?
Yeah, he's really making use of these dropships over and over.
Kaiser armor. Right?
Scans and recognizes that's not going to work.
Yeah, he's
Ultralisk
almost
Caverns up,
done,
so that actually makes
like
the
the,
drops much weaker. Ultras are like one of the ultimate
I can't
anti-drop
remember what it's
tools
called.
that
It's not
Zord has.
Kaiser.
You just attack, move, and
It's
they
something-
clear everything super easy. Now, the
Some
Fire
sort of
Bat's
something
actually
for
doing
like
a fantastic
the
job against these lanes.
+3 armor for Ultralisk. 3, 2, 1, so.
Wow, actually getting some decent drones over here. The remnants of the drop. Does have that additional engineering bay, has floated a command center or built a command center up at 12 o'clock. Gameo right now is still just trying to secure this 4th gas. Like the geyser has been made. He doesn't have drones
always had
there
this
yet,
question.
but getting close
Because like
to being able to
insects
mine from
absorb
4gas.
oxygen through their
4gas
body,
is
they
really
don't
a break
technically
point,
breathe.
against bio, where you can go ultras
So like,
and defilers at
there's
the same
like
time.
always a bunch of flies around my
which
window,
require
or like
completely
wasps
different
and stuff
counters.
like
Against
that.
defilers, you
or
want
like
lots of
mosquitoes
small
and
groups
bugs and
spread
stuff.
out. Against ultras, you need big
Especially
groups
like at night
clumped
because
up.
of my light, right? It's like
So
it tracks
basically,
everything.
Plague
And I wonder if they can get high
just
because I'm always blowing smoke
way
out there.
too strong
It's
once
like,
you have
am I
ultras
like
out.
fucking them
And
up
of
by
course,
doing
Dark
that?
Swarm with an Ultron
Because
is kind
I'm
of
like,
hilarious.
if they breathe through their skin, can the smoke like is
All
that
right,
like
the
skin
erase are going to be coming
contact?
out. Looks like
I don't
Gameo does
know
not
how-
have
how
Burrow yet.
that would
Probably
work.
always a good thing to get.
But I'd be like, damn, that'd be like a
Very good
body
drone
high,
kill
right?
so
Because like
far.
your entire
Oh,
body
doesn't
is
quite turn
absorbing it,
around. I think he just went home to
as opposed to just your
macro
lungs and then
most
getting into your
likely there, but
bloodstream.
getting
I have
quite a
no
few
idea,
drones
but that
bottom
sounds
right,
crazy.
Which is important.
There's this fly
Right now,
that's been
Barrett's
there
on
almost the
4 base.
entire
He's
stream,
killed a good amount
and
of
he hasn't
drones.
moved.
Gameo
And I'm
still
guessing
has
he's
more
not
supply,
dead,
but
'cause he's,
if
like,
Barracks can
on the
block this
screen.
attack that's going to 12, that's going to make a huge difference.
I think
in
the
this
poor
game.
guy is just fucked out of his brains.
All right, finally those all get dealt with. Oh, he actually doesn't have that good of carapace upgrades yet. We're only on +3, so actually the Marines and Medics are better upgraded than the
Because basically a
Losing a lot
+6
of SCVs,
upgraded
not the end of the
Ultralisk with a
world yet.
+3 upgraded Marine, the Marines do 2
approaching.
damage. That's why you want fully upgraded Ultras, because if the Marines are doing 6 to 8 damage to the Ultras instantly die. But as soon as the Marines are only doing like 2 or 3 damage,
upgrade has been
that's
for the
like,
Defiler
you know,
now.
it goes from like 10 seconds to
Some
an
extra
Ultra to
lurkers
20
being added
seconds.
in.
So you give twice as many Ultras.
I think you can
And you
really
get, like,
see
three
this
is-
game, by the
three
way, that
times as
Gameo,
many
as I
Ultras.
mentioned,
Fucking
is very
insane once you get
underrated. This guy is a really strong Zerg player.
Kaitis, Kaiser, it's something Itis.
The
Itis
vessel's coming
plating.
down. Of course, he got vessel energy a while ago as well. Oh,
Ooh,
loses a vessel,
the
unfortunately.
Scourge. Yeah, he needs like some wraiths or something, or like protection
This is
for.
starting to look even worse. for Barracks. Now, he gets a good drop-off at this 4th base. That's actually huge. That's huge that he's getting that right now. He gets the Nidus. I don't think he's going to get the hatchery. But he gets drones and the Nidus. Killing Niduses is really, really nice. Like, they are expensive. They're like 250 minerals plus the drone. And they take a while to build, too. So anytime you can kill off a Nidus is pretty decent.
Hoodie on. No?
Like, it might allow you another attack that does more damage, but you got to follow it up.
We're getting back
now,
to it, right?
The Ultralisk count is getting pretty scary. And
Well,
we have
because,
heard
like,
a lot of vessels die.
The AC isn't on as much because the house isn't as hot, so
we've
the vent's
seen
not doing as
Barracks
much
lose,
because the rest
I want
of
to
the
say
house is
9
fine, so
vessels.
it's not actually cooling down the room
Somewhere
anymore.
in that range. He's lost about 9 vessels this
It's
game.
like, that's
He's
my
sacrificing
logic
for
for
many
being like,
things,
well,
the initial drop,
it was hotter
the
during
big
the day,
eraser. Some
and
of
it was
these
colder in my
irradiates he's hit
room,
recently,
and
he's
now
been
it's colder
sacrificing
at
for as
night,
well.
but it's hotter in my room. So it has to
when you're
be
playing
an
in the heat of the
AC
moment,
thing for like the
sacrifice
vent.
of the vessel seems correct,
Right?
and
Because it
sometimes
was
you'll
just
win off
that's the only way it
But
makes
oftentimes you get into a
sense.
position like this where Zerg just won't die, and you don't have your vessels anymore.
The
If you
2
have 9
ultras
more
can like wipe
vessels-
out an army, man.
Well, that's the
ultras
thing.
are
This is
so
part of the
good.
skill set on both sides, keep them alive.
And then you have
versus
like a
killing them,
dark
right?
swarm
So,
on
like,
top
Game
of
Over is
it,
always
and you're
gonna
just
kill
like,
some.
that was a
Ooh,
pretty
good play.
bad dark swarm, but he has a plague too. He
But,
threw out the
yeah,
flag.
like,
And
having
now
more
his
vessels here
his,
would
his
certainly
ultras
help.
are just one-shotting.
You
Oh,
can
this
see
is
now
so bad for
just
Barracks.
the dual spells. Like, you can't hurt me and you're at 1 health.
Yeah.
Very tough to deal with.
And your medics
Game
have
O's
no
finishing this game
fucking
out. Barracks is dead.
energy. This
And that
is
is-
so. Yeah, this is GG.
I think a lot of people will call that an upset. And I
Yeah,
guess
because
it's
like
fair,
Gamo, if
Barracks has been
Gamo
doing
gets
well
in and
lately,
kicks
but
out Barracks,
Gamo is
he
one of those
already
guys.
kicked out Jadong.
Like I
Are
said,
you
killer
kidding
Saxry
me?
Gamo.
And again, like the Jadong, it was
Even if
Zerg
all
versus
three
Zerg.
of them got in,
Zerg
I
versus Zerg
wouldn't
is
be that
volatile.
surprised.
Sometimes
Really.
you can
Those
you can
guys
get
are
an upset. But
legit
is Zerg
such
versus
good Zergs that
Terran
are
of
just
Gamo
overlooked.
versus Barracks, and let's say Gamo gets a 2-0.
GG is called, and
Dude,
Gamo advances. to
Gamo
ASL.
could be in the round of 4, contending for the fucking
All right, we're going
championship.
into group number 3.
That's
And
crazy.
this group looks pretty damn stacked. Okay, starting at the very top of the bracket, we have Calm.
Wait, Saxry
you know,
got
great
kicked
Zerg
out
player.
by
He hasn't
Calm?
really developed into what he was in Kespa days. He did have an MSL victory back then. In ASL, he's kind of
I
failed,
don't know
but
who
he's
White
really, really
is.
smart.
Jum.
He's one of the guys that gets
That's a
thanked a lot when
new
other players have
username
deep
to me.
runs. Because he's
And he took out
very intelligent about
Paralyze.
how to design strategies.
Dude, is this
and
going to be
everything, so
upset
always a
after
fun player to
upset,
watch.
just like last
He
season?
took down Cop.
Cop?
Cop, the Terran player, who's been doing very well recently in a lot of the lower leagues. Cop has been performing. He's the slowest. This is a funny way to put it, but he's like the slowest of the
Up and
strong
coming?
amateur Terrans, which is a weird thing to say about someone, but I guess there's something to that. Okay, so that's what happened there. And then right below them, we're just going to go straight down this line. The second match there, that's Biol, that Terran player that lost the first match 1-2 against Saxry. I was already talking about Saxry, how he's one of the most underrated Zergs in the world. And taking out Biol is pretty strong.
Calm
Biol's
is
been in good
fucking
shape
strong,
lately.
though.
For those of you who don't recall, Biol has
I don't
been
know
in a
who this
couple
other guy is, but I
ASLs.
think
He was
Calm's
the
in
first
2-0.
ACS winner that we had. He's a strong Terran. Very fun play style. Below that, we had Paralyze take out Scene. No big surprise there. Paralyze, I have been selling the Paralyze.
Paralyze has been in the last
hype
3
to
ASLs.
anyone who will listen to me. He is a fantastic up-and-coming Protoss. Maybe
I mean, the
best
Paralyze
up-and-coming
games on the
Protoss in
Artosis
my personal opinion.
cast channel are pretty damn
And then
good.
below that, that's
Even without the
Jeter,
Artosis
that
hype, they're
Terran
good
player.
games.
And Shuttle was able to take out Jeter. Jeter is really, really fast. A very strong
Wait, is
player.
Jum
I
Shuttle?
kind of
Shuttle?
feel like he's a little bit better Terran versus Zerg than
Is
the
that
other
Shuttle?
matchups, but definitely someone to watch out for in the future. He's continuing to grind and get better. So looking at the round of 4, Calm took out Saxry 2-1. Not a big surprise there. That's a pretty even matchup in its CVZ. And then down below that, Paralyze did end up losing 1-2 against Shuttle. The last time Paralyze
Shuttle,
got into
alright.
ASL, which was 2 seasons ago, because he didn't try last season, he ended up beating Bisu 2-1 to get in. So Shuttle taking down Paralyze, pretty strong there. So our
Yeah,
final
where is
match
Shuttle
that we're gonna
at?
be
Was
watching
Shuttle
is
in
gonna
the
be
last
Calm
ASL?
going up.
'Cause I know there was like 4 upsets in
against
ASL
Shuttle.
21
That's a pretty stacked bracket.
to
there.
create like an
Saxry,
entirely new lineup of round of
Paralyze,
24.
both really strong players as well. So, and it's
So like I'm pretty sure Calm
Okay, so we're jumping in.
Okay, so
kind
this
of
is like
mid-game
already
here.
in
Not
mid-game because
exactly sure,
some of the games are
why,
being
but
played
we're
at the
up
same
1-0
time,
for Calm
right?
at
So
the
like,
moment.
and this is like
We're on
basically
Octagon
like
map
live
too.
for
So yeah,
like
Calm
Artosis
leads.
casting it.
If he's able
right?
to take this down, then
So sometimes
you know,
we'll miss
Shuttle
a
has
little
to
bit
play
of some
again
games
tomorrow.
because of
I
how
almost
the
like
structure of it goes.
Shuttle is such a funny guy. I love seeing what he says after he wins or loses any match. Like, and basically,
He is
anytime he has
like
anything to say,
a
he's so funny.
showboater,
Definitely,
but like
one of
in
the
a
more
good
popular
way,
streamers.
not
Actually,
like a
Calm
bad
is
way.
A very popular streamer as well.
Same with like Larva.
So
But,
double something going down. He has 2 over there as well. Looks like a very heavy pressure play. Look at the amount of zealots
Foot
that
Star Gamer.
That Shuttle has right now, and there's a Spire on the way. But
that's when you're flexing on
so
your
I'm
enemy.
not
You're
sure
using
how
your
this game
foot to play the
opened.
fucking game.
But we got into a position with no Stargate. So it's just massive.
I'm just gonna say you're probably gonna have to
static
throw away
very
that
fast
keyboard
solid
afterwards,
legs.
right? But they usually bring
Kind
their
of
own stuff, so it's his own
aggressive
keyboard.
Play here from Shuttle.
And
I
like
would
that's
love
like
to
he's a
see the
quirky
early
guy
how
who
we
does
got
that kind
here.
of stuff on
It could have
stream.
been something like a 3
But I think he's done like
blocked,
played with
and then he got into this.
chopsticks.
That would kind of make sense.
He's
but we'd
done
see some
like
Hydras
only
left
using
over, so I
certain
guess that can't be it.
fingers.
Yeah, I think this was probably
Like,
initiated.
he's
by
an
Shuttle
entertaining
when I
guy
think
when it
about
comes to
Anyway,
stream,
Shuttle
Larva.
gonna attack in down here.
And then
Calm
the
is trying
Foot
to
Star
glitch
Gamer,
everything
just
out
like
with his
emphasizing
drones.
it.
The Sunkens are really well placed, especially the ones in the back. There.
Yeah, I
don't know
think
if we have
actually
plus
this
one
is
on
a
the
bad
Frostnets. Okay,
attack.
we clicked on yes. In fact, there is, and you can see how badly the Zealots are shredding through those Zerglings. And Shuttle, like he's getting some damage. But another Sunken finished up, so it's getting a little bit hard on these Zealots
How
here.
many drones did he kill
That was
though?
some great
I
defense.
think he
there
only
from-
killed
from
3
Calm.
drones. And he had
As
what,
his name would
9
imply, he
zealots
stayed
and 1
pretty darn
dragoon?
calm there. Looking
And he killed
back
1
at
Sunken,
Shuttle's
3
base, he is
Lings,
finally
and
getting
2
a Stargate,
drones?
as well as a couple photon cannons for anti-mutalisk. Some mutas are starting to fly across the map now.
This is
so
like the
definitely
most
some
structured
potential for
Zerg
damage over
Sim
here.
City I've ever seen.
I don't know how many cannons he has at the natural.
Do you
Shuttle's
just
gonna
know
try to
this is
attack
the
at
way that
none.
like Shuttle plays?
I have a bad feeling, guys. I think Shuttle might be screwed. Yeah, he's going to lose both cannons before anything can finish. And he's got like a Stargate just finishing. So like, what's he going to do? Fight that back to 1 Corsair? I don't think so. In the meantime, Shuttle takes out a hatchery.
The hatchery
that is not
doesn't
much
have
damage.
as many.
Oh, God.
Oh no, and he's taking out the
He was trying to get
Templar!
up to the cannon before he made the Archon. By the way, this is why you make 2 gateways at the natural. I mention this all the time in casts. The reason you have 2 gateways at the natural is
So when
that
they
you can
come
make an
out, you
Archon
can
near your
fucking morph
cannons,
them.
and that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
That is why, exactly right there, exactly what you saw. That's the problem. That's why you see it all the time, and I'm always pointing it out. It's a rare circumstance,
But
it
you have
happens
to
and
be
it loses
prepared for
games. He lost 2
Especially
Templars there.
in-
He needed that Archon. All right, the Zealots now are going to get cleaned up, but they do force a cancel on another hatchery, so he's at least bruising Calm a little bit, but he got bloodied. Losing the double cannon, losing the double High Templar.
He's
Not a
pushed
lot
so
going
far
on
back.
at home for
He's
Shuttle
gonna do
here.
this more Templars, and he like skipped Corsairs to go Templar. So I think he has 3
Yeah,
Corsairs.
this looks so good for Calm right now.
Oh, that's not good.
Double macro hatch at the 3rd base. All right, gonna start flying in with these mutas. 3 cannons in main. Single Corsair. 3 more coming up, plus Dragoons. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
it's
you should
4
be able to,
Corsairs
no
now.
problem.
So I mean
No
that's
problem.
that's good.
Really
4 to
good for Shuttle
5
there.
is like
that,
when you
That was an important moment. I
when
think he needed
oh
that.
my god, but then he's got 10 Scourge coming over.
Didn't really take too much damage. I'm sure a couple.
Look
thugs
how many
died from
Scourge
mutas
he
plays or
has,
whatever.
dude.
But at the end of the day,
He's
like,
probably
his
more
cannons held it
Scourge
long
than
enough
you
that his
does.
Corsairs and goons could come in and clear it out.
Oh shit, man.
You know, killing that hatch did.
So if
maybe
those
hurt the production a
Corsairs
little
get
bit.
out of
Maybe he can
place,
get
like
into a
that's
decent
so
army here
bad. That's so
and
bad.
actually do a push out. Now.
Oh
quite
no,
a
he could
few
bait them.
Scourge are
He could
here
bait them so bad
to try to
here.
fly in. He's-
No. He
This
sees
was actually
smart.
another good moment for Shuttle. I think just seeing the numbers of Scourge.
Yeah, so he
so that you're
knows
not kinda
that he
guessing
won't
what's
just like
going on.
randomly put
It's
the
like, okay,
Corsairs
he
on the
really
map.
wants to take these out.
That's super
Mortar
important.
upgrade on the way for
And the amount of
Calm.
hatcheries
Fielding
Calm
quite
has
a
had
few
to
Hydras at the
rebuild
moment.
has put him back so far. Even though he had the 3rd base up
Right,
early.
3rd Nexus gets started. Oh, that's interesting as well. This is a really interesting game between these two. I didn't expect that. Because, like, right now, he's not really at full gateway count.
Yeah, so like why
But
would he
we're
go for a
in this
3rd?
weird middle ground where, like, the production for Calm isn't even that good. like,
Neither
you know,
is
Shuttle killed off a hatchery and then
3
prevented
hatcheries,
additional
technically.
Yeah,
Because he
he's
killed
only
the
got
hatchery,
6
killed
gates.
another
Oh, no,
hatchery,
I guess he has
canceled
7
another
because of the
hatchery.
natural. So he's almost at full production. But yeah, that's kind of a quick third base.
Oh!
Wasn't too bad for losing a High Templar, I guess.
Yeah, the second storm was not good, but the first one was pretty damn good.
It could be scary if a lot of Hydras come over based on the amount of storms that were just gotten rid of there, but...
You do a frontline Hydra
you know
bust, but, I mean...
Like, I like where Shuttle is trying
I don't
to
know
go
how many
right
lurkers you should make, right? Because Dragoons
he's
kind
kinda
of
forced
counter
into heavy
lurkers.
gateway
You
units.
want Lings to counter the
He has that
Dragoons.
third base
And then
going
you
up.
want
I
a little
like
bit of
the extra
Hydras
gate. I
to
would
back
actually
up
like
the
to see another
lurkers.
gate or even 2 gates. One change for Octagon this season is you get
Oh!
one additional mineral pack
Oh,
at that mineral
no!
only base, and it makes
Oh,
a huge,
man.
huge difference as to how much you're mining. A huge
And it's like,
difference.
it's so
It makes the
important to
map
have
feel
those
really,
Corsairs.
more
And he's
macro-oriented. That
basically
base
spent the
before was kinda
entire
like,
game
I'll
cutting
take it 'cause I have to,
Corsairs.
but it's actually a reasonable base now.
Oh, that's so rough.
All right, so mining from that third.
He's gonna go for like a contain with the Hydras, and he's like he doesn't have the observer out
Robo
yet,
on
but he
the way.
will
Yeah,
have an
definitely does
observer.
need to get some observers
Yeah.
out. You know, I don't think he's going to go Reavers, but I do want to mention a Reaver is a tech unit, so people think of it as a gas unit. It's really a mineral unit.
It's
Costs
like
100 gas, 200 minerals, and then it's all minerals to make the
to make
Shuttle Zachariot and to
the
make the
scarabs.
scarabs. So it's like the same gas as 2 dragoons, basically, right?
So it's not very
So
heavy, whereas
it's
like you would
actually,
think
like,
it's
a
like
really interesting unit in that
150
regard,
gas,
where it's
right? Like
okay,
a
yeah, this is
shuttle,
splash
or sorry,
damage that you get
dropship
that
is 150
actually
gas.
mineral focused as opposed to gas focused. So I don't think he's going to go for Reavers.
So
but
it's like
sometimes
the
when I
third
see
base
the
for
third
getting
base
that
being
extra
only, I wonder if
gas
there's
is
some
like, are
world
you
in which
skipping a tech? Like,
some
what is
Reavers
your
could be
next
mixed
line
in.
of tech? Because like
I've
like
not
if
seen it,
going
but
for the
it
fourth base,
feels
I'm like,
it
is he
could
going
be an idea
carriers
that someone
against
explores at
Zerg?
some point.
Like, if this is Terran, I'd say he's going carriers. He's
fourth
going like
base being
fat. He's gonna
taken-
like try and hide fast carriers.
This has become pretty
But, like,
normalized.
against
They've taken
Zerg,
the
I-
fourth base, which is a gas base, right after taking the mineral base.
I don't know
Snow,
how good
I think,
carriers
kind
are
of
against
the
Zerg.
leader on that.
Especially a Zerg that's
change
like,
of,
look at their
expansion speed
supply.
on
Like,
mineral
Zerg has
only
higher
turns.
supply. Like, this is not good for Shuttle. Like, he
Bunch of
needs to
photon
survive
cannons
for
warping
like
in.
8
Pretty
minutes
good.
and like
This
get
is
like
really good play
7
from Shuttle right
carriers
now,
or
by
some
the way.
shit. And even then, I'm like,
Whatever else happened in
does
this
that
game, like,
work
watching
against
him move his
Zerg?
army back and
I
forth
cannot
here,
remember if
this
I've
is
ever
such
seen
an
a carrier
important
game
moment.
against Zerg.
I
I cannot
I've
remember
tried
if
to
I've
point this
ever
out
seen
more
one.
often recently. Some of these,
I mean, it's
you might
probably
remember actually from the
happened, I
ASL
just
Open, I
cannot
believe we saw a
recall where
Paralyzed
I'm
game
like,
that was like this,
Carriers
where
versus
the
Zerg.
constant zoning in the center is so important. So do you see how his whole army is moving into the third now? He recognizes actually, dude, he's actually playing really well. He recognized that he wasn't in center long enough and there could have been an attack coming into the third. And he instantly moved his army
over.
into the third.
Yeah.
That is some high-level play. Shuttle gets teased, and I even mentioned that he's kind of a fluke champion for season 1. He's not
Yeah,
someone who
like
can win a
get
championship.
teased for his
but,
falling
like,
off. Like he was so
That's
good
a
and now he
high-level
sucks.
move that he just did. That, like, really, really good. Like, he's preempting the thing that could hurt him the most. Now, look at this zoning he does. He runs right through the center.
And he's gonna go straight down
Oftentimes,
for
this is
the
like how
for
you
the
need
fourth.
to play mid-game.
Oh,
Move back and forth with
wait,
your army,
maybe
back and
not,
forth,
maybe
and his
not.
Zerg units come out.
Maybe he's
attacking
worried
with
about a
what you got,
counterattack.
maybe
He's
throw
never
a
gonna
storm
break
if
the
a ton
lurker
of
line.
units are coming.
He barely has
Like, this
observers. He's
movement
never gonna break the
position for
lurker line.
Protoss at this
He
stage of
he
the
should
game
be assaulting the
is really
third or the
powerful. It's
fourth
more
right now,
powerful
in my
than any
opinion.
moving army that Zerg has
Like
because of
he's
size
not
swap.
gonna hold a contain
But
wall
Zerg
with
is
another
in this
contain.
really great turtle position. He should not be attacking here.
Yeah,
Perfectly
no.
spaced lurkers,
This
all
is
on high
like-
ground squares. Yeah, throws some storms down here. He does kill the first 4 lurkers, like. With
I think
his
this was the
axe.
wrong. Even if he
Those first 4
wins,
lurkers, that was, like,
I think
perfectly
this
done.
was still the wrong
It's
decision.
actually a pretty darn good engage from him, but he needs to pull back now.
Yeah, like
I think the engage only goes south from here. If he tries to go up that ramp
he
anymore,
should
the
send
Reapers are
like
gonna really start getting it.
4 dragoons and 4 zealots down to the fourth base.
Okay, good
And it looks
pullback.
like he's sending
Really
the
good
zealots
pullback.
down, but I don't know if he's sending
Dude,
any of
this is a
the
great game.
dragoons down.
All right, bottom
So
right
he's-
is being taken,
he's,
by
like,
the way.
holding
Don't
back the
forget there
line
is
to
that
know that
fourth
he
base,
can't
which is the
reinforce the
middle-only
fourth.
base for comm.
Right, one of the
You're
biggest
never really
things for
gas-baited
Zerg is if you
against
can
Protoss,
kill
so
off the
that's a
fourth,
legit fourth
it's
base.
like you're so far ahead
right?
Zealots
He should have
tried to
gone
lock
with
in here,
4
but the double
dragoons.
lurker
If he had
shuttle
4
inside was a
dragoons,
bit too much to sacrifice
he
those
could have
zealots
just
to.
like
So he'll pull
run
back for now.
the zealots past
Doubled
and had the
fire round.
dragoons take the
That's
damage,
probably not a mistake.
right?
I think
And then he
just
could have
wants to
taken
get
out the
all
hatchery.
upgrades quickly. Plague grind is a big way to win.
But I
and
mean,
a
the
very
fact
good
that
way
he's
for
sticking
comms
to the
specifically.
decision of going for this,
All right, a lot of
right?
lanes
And he
needs
brought
pull
the
back.
zealots back.
Like, do not continue this battle.
I
Pull
don't
back,
like
pull back,
this.
Pull back, pull back. Okay. Basically, as the
This
zealots
feels like a
disappear,
tilt
we need to
moment
stop taking
where
battles
it's like
this.
Shuttle is just not analyzing
You know,
the game
grinding
properly.
your opponent down is exactly the. Oh,
Because
look
like,
at
and
that
he
storm. Oh my
knows there's
God,
only
that
2
was a good
lurkers and like
storm
4
there. Oh my
hydras.
God.
Like
Gonna pull
he is
back,
so
though.
worried about a
Unfortunately, all the
counterattack.
High Templars
He
were
refuses
lost
to
there.
do what he needs
And
to
the
do.
shuttle is on the
That
free
is
gas right
so,
now.
that's
He
so
hasn't run out of gas
unfortunate.
in his main base or anything like that as of yet.
And he's gonna lose all
Hopefully,
these
Shuttle can get
fucking
another base
observers.
going. Because after losing all those High Templars, plus the ones he lost earlier, it doesn't feel like this is going to be a quick victory for Shuttle. If this game ends quickly, it's probably in Calm's favor.
And now he's
lots
going
of
for the
defilers
4.
are out, so the plague grind is definitely going to start.
And look, he's got a
This is kind of an
counterattack
interesting
ready to go.
Moment where there's no more zoning going on. Shuttle is deciding
This-
to counterattack, and that makes sense. He doesn't have high
This
Templars. He needs
should
to
have
build
been
up High
something he did
Templars.
5 minutes
So
ago.
to
the 12-minute
utilize this
mark.
more mineral-centric army, moving around quickly
This
and
is,
trying to get
again, like,
damage
I feel
and
like he's
forcing
attacking
Zerg
the
to
wrong
respond to
base.
you, rather than running around center and getting plagued nonstop, is a very good choice from Shuttle.
The
Again,
Sim
Shuttle is
City
putting
in
out
the
a
3rd
really
is just
game.
too good.
I honestly do have a lot of respect for Shuttle's Protoss for Zerg. I think he's a very good Protoss for Zerg player.
He's
You
just,
can see
there's
it
a
here.
couple of
He's
decision-making
not
problems
perfect.
he
He's
needs
not
to
like
fix.
a Bisu. He's not quite like a mini.
But like he is
But the guy
playing
knows how to
really,
play Protoss
really
for Zerg
fucking
for
well.
sure.
He's just making a couple of wrong
Right, looks like he
decisions.
wants to
But
attack
again,
on
like
right.
as
He is
someone who can
dictating
see
the
the
flow of the
entire
game
map
right now.
and can see exactly what's going
don't
on,
know if
right?
that'll
Like,
last.
of course
Ooh,
you're gonna
the
have
Zerg
more
dying
insight
here
than
is
someone who
pretty
only
painful.
has a limited amount of
A
scouting.
Storm will finish off that top
Right,
lurker,
and he
but
has
bottom
no
one, I'm not so sure. I don't
observers.
know if he actually got hits on that or not. Okay, finishes the top one.
This just
Is he gonna
feels so
stone
much
bottom
like
one?
Shuttle just
Okay,
tilted.
Stone was-
He
what's
like
Stone get?
insta tilted, and now he's
Okay,
just
that
making
means he got
every
his
wrong
outfit on. That's
decision.
good. Okay,
And the fact that the Nidus is there
is
is like, you're not gonna get this.
really good storms. Really good
Yeah,
storms.
really good. Okay, that was good. That was good, but
Oh my god.
but
All right,
the
holds back
continuous
High Templars.
reinforcements,
Hopefully
that
he
he
doesn't
doesn't have
lose
any
too
more
many of them.
storms.
Oh,
he's
he actually
he's
gets an
trying to
Archon
make he
off that
tried to
one.
make an
I don't know if he
Archon and it
cancels that or
won't.
what.
Look, it's still trying to
Yeah,
make
looks
the
like he canceled
Archon
that
and it
one.
won't make an
Plague going
Archon.
down, not a big surprise.
Oh, that is so unfortunate.
Spread lurker defense. I don't think
It
Shuttle
was like
quite breaks that. And he doesn't either. What a great pullback. What a great pullback.
I mean, maybe he canceled it, but like that initial like
I'll say one thing.
is like they were
So
trying to stack
far,
on
I
top
know
of each
we're
other,
in
but
the
they're going
first half of
past
day
each
one
other,
of
and
the
it's like
qualifiers.
they're supposed to go into
So
each other. It's
far,
like a
we have
a
had
movement
sharp
bug.
play from these players. Like this, generally the second season of ASL
And like
in the
like
year,
look
because
at
it's close to the first season,
after all of
everyone's in
that, look at
ridiculous
Shuttle's army
shape.
in the middle though.
And people
Like
have
I
been
don't
grinding
think he's
hard
gonna
on
win because
ladder.
he's not able to
Like,
take the 4th base.
and in just practice
And
games in
it's a
general,
4
right?
base
Like,
versus,
people
or sorry,
are
it's a
grinding hard
5.
right now. But
Wait, is it?
this is like the best start to ASL qualifiers.
No, this is a
Last
5
season,
base.
Honestly, the qualifiers
Sir,
we had a lot of
that's
games
the
where it's like,
5th
what are they
base.
doing? They just people were not as dialed in.
I was 1 base off.
Felt like there were a lot of throws.
Maybe
Here, I feel like
Shuttle's in
every
the
game
same
so
place
far,
where
I'm
he's like
damn,
1 base
both
off and he
players are
thinks it's a
playing
4 base
really
Zerg and
well.
not a 5 base Zerg.
And
Because
this
I'm
game
like,
is
Zerg is
absolutely
holding
no
up
exception.
so well for 4 bases,
Very
and I'm like,
high-quality
wait,
game here. Now here Shuttle goes.
Zerg
Look
has
at the
5
three
bases.
lines of zealots he
That's
brings
why I'm
up
like,
the
why
spread
does
from the
Protoss not have
splash
6
damage.
bases right now?
Ridiculously good. Some great storms go down as well. Wow, the storm's just blanketing those
yeah,
Zerglings
like
as they
this
come up.
looks
Another storm
really
above those lurkers.
fucking good for Shuttle.
Oh my
This
God.
engagement is so good.
Is Shuttle gonna break him?
This is like,
Okay, the
you know,
lanes coming
sometimes
down
you
are
can make the
actually
wrong
causing some big
decision, and that
problems. Shuttle needs
can
to pull
lower the
back.
guard of your enemy, and then that
This
bad
is
decision
a
can
bit
turn into the
problematic right now.
turning
Ooh,
thing.
Target.
Like why are the
Get
defilers
defilers,
at
big
the
kills
front? Right? Oh, because
Uh,
he's pulling his, he was
Later
attacking for the
game,
5th.
Like Cracklings,
Guys, you know
if
what?
you
I
get,
think
like,
Shuttle's gonna win
adrenaline,
now.
Speed and good carapace and attack upgrades. Cracklings counter everything.
Yeah,
Cracklings
why
kill
does he
Reapers,
not
High
have
Templars, Archons,
cracklings?
Zealots, cannons. It's a combination of everything together that counters them. Where it's like, yeah, my front line is Zealot Archon, and I have Scarabs and storms going down. It's like, okay, now the Zerglings don't counter everything. But like the Zerglings
You need the
become
AoE
so
damage.
good at this point. In the game. I'd love to see the
Oh,
upgrades on them. I
fucking
saw that they're supposed
ridiculous.
to care
Look
base
at them.
least,
Look how fast. Look
but
how
I'm not
fast
sure
they
the,
killed that
melee
Dragoon.
attack upgrades on these Zerglings. But you can see they're just like they're so good at this
It's like
point.
fucking
They
did 40
scale
or 60
much
damage there.
better
It's
than
like,
Zealots
what
and
the
Marines in the
fuck?
late game.
And that's just
Much better.
one, and you surround, and it's like,
All right,
and
Lurkers
they're
try to
so
catch a
cheap,
few
and you
probes
just
here.
make like fucking 70 Zerglings.
Yeah, and this won't be any problem. Plenty of Zealots here.
By like 130 and
So he's gonna be
166
able to clean up that
supply,
defiler as
like
well. Okay. Game
the
is
supply is like
resetting a
evening
little bit.
out more.
Right now, to me,
I
this
think-
looks better for Shuttle.
Yeah, but I
That
think
being
Shuttle
said,
needs another
Comm has
base
more workers. Comm has
because
taken another
if you
base at
notice
bottom
down in the bottom
natural.
there,
But
the sixth
Shuttle
base
right
right
now
there
just
is up.
obtained another gas,
And that's,
Now,
like,
some
almost
gases are
done.
going down. Like the main gas should be about empty now for Shuttle.
and that's gonna be
So
one of the
just something
problems
to
is
mention there
as
where,
the next like
you
25
know,
to 30
like,
minute mark go,
okay,
if we
yeah,
get
he
there,
has 4 gas,
like 2,
but
3
really
gases
it's
running
3
out,
gas
and the amount of
a
like
fourth of a gas, and then like the
inability
natural will
to
eventually go up.
produce
We didn't get to see
Templars
the beginning of the game, so I don't know exactly when, but within the
is
next 4
going to
minutes,
completely hinder
it
Shuttle,
will for sure
and
be
that's
gone.
going to be the moment that shifts the game over.
that
So I
will
think
reduce that gas
Comm
count a little
knows
bit.
all he has to do is
3, 1,
hold
2
on
upgrades for Shuttle,
and not
really,
let
really
him
good.
get like 2 more bases.
So he's got great upgrades. His army movement all game has been amazing. He's got that extra base. It looks like he's setting up for another one. Coming in, huge attack into the rally point here.
On those eggs,
some
killing
very
those
strong
eggs, but they
High
morph. And when Lurkers come on, I believe they get back to full health. Yes, they do.
God, that's a lot of High Templars.
So like he was so
And
close
you're
to
gonna
killing
just
them
see a
and
lot of
back to
crit
full
grinding
health.
going down.
I hate
another
phase 2 in
ridiculous
boss
storm from
fights.
Shuttle. See this Defiler running out? See, this is like the value play for Zerg late game, and Comm is exactly the type of player that is good at this.
Like
where
these
he's gonna
have
be
been the
just
best
trying to
storms I think I've
optimize
ever
getting
seen,
plays
and
out
it's
as often as
Comm's
possible
fault
while holding all his
because he's
positions.
been grouping
That's
his
how you grind a
Hydralisks when
Protoss
he
down
should
into
not be
this
doing
later
that.
portion of the game, but
Like,
Shuttle
he's
has
just
a big
giving
tempo advantage
free
right
kills
now.
to
The way
Shuttle.
he's moving around the map, he's dictating everything. We don't see little groups of Ling, Lurker, Defilers showing up.
There's
at
no
base. That's
counterattacks.
another
He has
part of the way
not been able to
Zerg end up
counterattack
winning
the
games like
entire
this.
game.
Is like the Protoss army will be out attacking, and then suddenly Dark Swarm and a group of Lings hit a base, and it's like, ooh, that's going to be hard to deal with, you know?
It's just not
and
happening.
Potentially even gets a base. But
And all you
Shuttle
need is
has
like
done a
13
very
or
good job.
14
This hasn't
Lings
occurred to him yet.
and a
6
Defiler.
o'clock being
Like
taken is
look at his
interesting.
bank. He has 1,200
Because
minerals.
That could be a staging point for attacking bottom
Like
left.
12 to
Of course, another
14
base for Comm, but I think
Zerglings is
the
600.
sneaky staging point for attacking bottom left is even more important than the
Is
extra
it no
base.
300? It's 2.
If Shuttle loses
4, 6,
anything in the
8,
bottom
10.
left, the
10
game can
is
swing to
250.
Comm really quickly. Okay, a Zealot finds this. That's
500
really, really
is
important.
20. So it's
This
like
feels
you only
like
need
a
like
game where we might
400
see him throwing
minerals.
Robo down at the bottom left,
and then
starting to
like
make reavers
another
there,
100. So like
just to make
500
sure
and
that the
100
base
gas.
doesn't get broken.
And that's your investment for taking out one of their
Alright,
bases.
I
And
guess we're gonna
Comm's
2x
just
this.
not
Not
doing it.
control that guy.
And it's like he is getting
Uh,
high in supply.
But yeah, like Shuttle just starting to break through everything. Okay, we're gonna go back to 1x.
And there's a flank. So this is a
And
replay?
Everything gets surrounded here. Ooh.
I'm so confused why it went to ×2 speed.
Shuttle kind of out of nowhere losing his whole army there. I feel like I lost my stride when they 2x'd it, but
Yeah,
lots
I
of
was like,
Zealot,
what the
High
fuck? Why did they
Templar,
2x
Archon
it?
here. I wonder if
That
this
was
game
really
just
weird.
turns on its head suddenly. There's not a single Dragoon left in this army.
Yeah, and then it's
Dragoon's
like
not
if-
that good against Defilers, but still important for consistency of damage when you're roaming.
And it's like you can't surround the Zealots, right? So the
Here,
Zerglings
like,
are going
I
to fall
mean, as
off. The
soon as
Plague
you're
isn't going to
hitting
do as
anything, you're
much.
taking damage as well with this melee.
The
focused
problem
army.
is if Zerg takes that
And the
top
thing is,
base
I don't
and
feel like you
cuts
wanna make
Protoss
Dragoons in the
out,
late game.
right?
It's
Because
like
he
you just
still
kinda
has
wanna
that
keep your
other
group from
base,
the early
like,
game, so it's unfortunate. Oh, yeah,
right above the
uh,
natural
we
at the
see that
bottom,
he
like
is,
the
in fact,
third
going
for
those,
the spawn in the bottom
Reavers
right.
in the bottom left as well. But yeah, this.
So it's like
look at
Protoss
this, how
is
it's
get
actually
one
getting
more
a few
base,
more
Zerg can
Hydras
get
in
2
the
more
army now.
bases,
The Hydras are
and
like,
Zerg
the
can just
natural
starve
enemy
out
of the Archons.
Shuttle.
Obviously, the
Because
Storm
now
are
look
gonna
at
do very well against
Shuttle's
that, but,
resources versus
Archons
Comm's.
will get powered down by
And
Hydras
their supply is
very,
even,
very quickly as they have
which
explosive
means
damage and Archons take
it's
pull from
a
everything.
advantage for Zerg. Zerg should always be behind by 30 to 40.
So it looks to me like Calm
supply, like
is
at this
now
point in the game,
starting to
right?
take
They should always be like 10 to 20%
but it's definitely
behind,
not over.
maybe even
Now, this
30%
draw,
behind.
What I was saying before, right? If
Especially at
anything dies in
Protoss,
the bottom left,
because
then the
all their
game will
units
turn on
cost
its
2.
head really
It's a little
quickly.
different for Terran, but
So,
you
yeah,
want to
this
be
base
like 30 to
doesn't have
40
enough to
ahead,
stop
right?
everything
Like a
in these
20%
overlords.
basis.
If he had 2 Psy Stormers in
And that's a drop. Not a
no
very
Psy
like,
Storms right now,
like he
unfortunately,
should have
to land
dropped
there.
them
That would've been
earlier
really
because he
didn't
lost an
have nearly
entire
as much as I thought
overlord
he did.
before
What?
he even dropped.
Didn't he have way more than that? Well, maybe not every overlord was full.
Yeah, like he totally fumbled that. I think
one of the
Calm
ones
now
that
is
was
tilted.
full
So I think Shuttle was
died with
tilted,
cannons, I think.
and
Okay,
then
so
something
never mind,
because now
never
he has
mind.
Reavers.
If
Shuttle's
those
gonna
were
win
all
this
full,
game.
I feel like he
Shuttle
would've
is
been next. So maybe a
absolutely
bit of
gonna
a
win this
misplay there
game.
from Calm, because as soon as your first drop appears, your opponent is way more ready for drops for the rest of the game. The first
Like
drop is
that,
actually
your
most
drop
crucial.
has to do so much damage and catch them off
Okay,
guard
catches some
that
drones
they're
on the
doing other
transfer
stuff to
here.
catch up, and then your
Shuttle
second
moving
drop
towards
comes
bottom
in,
right.
and they're just fucked. Or they try to defend the drop so much because they're worried it's coming, and you just slam them. It's totally psychological.
Yeah, Shuttle doing a really good job breaking through here. Oh my god, see the
Yeah,
Storm
no.
plus Archon plus
Yeah,
Zealot?
no, it's GG. Like,
Kills a
Calm's dead.
million Zerglings.
Calm's fucking dead.
Insane. Gets a Storm on those drones.
He's
as
pro-
they
like,
run away
if
as
they had the
well.
player
And I
cams at
have-
the bottom,
I have a bad
like,
feeling
he'd be
here for
like-
Calm. His supply is getting pretty darn low right now. Shuttle,
Right?
Doing a great job picking off one of
That's
these
so
bases.
unfortunate.
And he split that.
Because
bottom
now he can
6 block
immediately
base
go
from everything else
straight
as well,
for the
so who
natural,
knows,
right?
maybe he's able
And
to
even
get
with the
that now
Nidus
also.
there, like
Storm coming down against the
I don't
incoming
think he's gonna be able to.
Oh, the lurkers are so clumped.
Yeah,
Calm instantly pulling those
like
back a
there's
bit.
no reinforcements coming, but he has a Reaver.
The Reaver
all he
coming
needs.
in.
All he needs is that
His
AOE.
own licks in there.
Right?
Another great side storm
Another
from Shuttle.
yeah, no. This is like he
Dude,
is
what a great
breaking the
easy
beachhead.
Shuttle. God, I
and-
wish we had seen the beginning of the game.
Why are there so many
I'm
Zerglings
really
clumped? Like
interested in what
he should be
happened at
building
the beginning
Hydras,
that-
not
that we had
Zerglings,
such
because
a
he
strange
knows the
opener with
Storm
such a late start
and
game.
the Archons, right? Like,
Must have been very cool.
I mean, he's
Okay,
gonna
so
win.
the-
He's gonna
as you
beat
can
him with
see,
the
was
Zerglings,
not-
but I
was
think
not joking. Like it
having
sounded like I was
10
joking,
Hydralisks there is super
but I was not
important.
joking. 3/3 cracklings counter everything.
Yep. They are
They
the
counter
Zerglings
everything.
are the
They counter
strongest unit.
carriers and battle cruisers and mutilisks. Like they're just the best thing in the whole game.
Yeah, from
It's
the beginning of the game to the
insane.
end of the game,
They
Lings,
just got
their
through, like,
scaling is
Archon,
so
Zealot,
crazy, and they're so
Reaver there.
cheap, and they can just
Right,
overwhelm
Plague
everything.
goes down. Good snipe though.
Especially
Another
with like a
big
10
attack coming
overload
down here.
overlord drop of like half Hydras, couple of Lurkers, and the rest Zerglings.
Very, very hurt.
Right,
Shuttle.
we had like
Going to be
10
able to break
Hydras,
through
30
here.
Zerglings in like 10 overlords with like 6 Lurkers. You can't stop that, right? Like you know that's coming.
Right,
That
good targeting,
gets
you can't
out.
really
Those
micro with the
Lurkers get
Shuttle,
burrowed.
because they'll just die
Oh,
with
and
the
a
Shuttle.
Defiler, of course, right? Because you gotta have a
Pretended
Darkstorm.
like he was
And
gonna
Darkstorm
gut
gets
him,
up,
he
you
was going
abandon
to.
that base.
But the Shuttle
Right?
gets sniped. It looks like Shuttle's going to break through bottom right. Okay, so if you lose
And
bottom
again,
right, I
the
think
reason why
game's
Calm
over.
lost this game is because
Because
he's
6
not
o'clock should fall
counterattacking.
instantly afterwards.
He is
and then you
not
only have 12,
counterattacking.
and that's it.
He
Everything
is
else is
trying
made
to
up.
like outplay
Calm
in a
supply
macro
half
essence, but
of that
no,
of
he needed to counterattack
Shuttle,
like
of course,
over and
leads
over and
1-0,
over again.
So if he does end up taking this,
Shuttle
he
is just
advances to the
is just
ASL.
gonna like what?
Protoss
GG.
is doing pretty darn well so far.
Like against Protoss, like against Terran, you know, okay, you get +6 ultras and you get 6 ultras and a bunch of cracklings, and
Right, down
you
comes
hope
the
that
army.
they
The
just
6
focus the
o'clock base
ultras,
looking like
right?
It's going to be.
But like
toast.
against Protoss, like that's a
no
completely
real
different
way to hold
game.
that. I guess he killed the observer.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Okay, there's another one coming
Here
down. You
comes
see the
another
observer there.
It's like,
So it's like,
try
okay,
and
we got
get
another
it.
observer.
Let's
Let's go back in. We got this. And there's the Scourge, right? Does he have an Overlord there? I don't think
So
he
that's
does.
gonna fall- I
Because
think that's
sometimes
probably
what
why he's
happens is
building
like
down
you'll
there.
A attack and your
Calm knows that he can't be
observer will
losing
go
that
in.
base.
I've seen people storm their
Little
observers to
counterattack
death.
comes up.
I've seen
But with the
everything
Reavers in
close
here,
of someone like
don't expect too much.
A clicking, like attack clicking on the fucking observer. And I'm sure it's happened because it's like it's a
Shuttle gonna
translucent
go up
unit
and
and
maybe,
it can run into
clear
the
out
front.
everything
And
that's
so you
left
A
over
attack
here.
one place, and it's like you wait like 3 seconds and you A click it again, and it's like you accidentally click your own observer. But then you realize your entire army
Yeah,
is zealots,
Calm
you can't kill it.
doesn't really have anything.
Or your
to do.
Archons are way in the back so they can't reach
You know,
it.
Calm
You
is a
change the
great
action
player.
by the time you do it.
So
So I'm sure it has happened, but I've never
seen,
seen, even in an amateur match, someone accidentally target and kill their own observer.
He has been top of the ladder in the last couple of years. Like,
I don't
there
even
was a
think
point where
I've
he
done
was
it
number
playing
one on the
Protoss,
full
'cause, like,
ladder when people were
I
playing
don't
pretty
build
seriously.
observers.
So
I just hope for
the
the
guy's
best.
still got it. He's been in ASL. He was in ASL last season. He had a very poor performance.
And look at like Calm's
unfortunately,
resources, and
still.
look at shuttles. He's under 70 supply. He has no money.
Yeah, this
all of his
might be
bases
the
have
final
dried up.
stand
He's lost all the bottom.
of
This is
Calm.
GG. This is unequivocally GG.
What a
That's how you turn the game around. That's why you
what a
never
great,
give up.
Great game this has been.
Right? You figure out what you need to do.
Bravo. GG. Shut up,
Absolutely
ASL.
fucking amazing. That's crazy. All right.
Okay, my bad. I'm an idiot. I'm sure people were watching that and like, it's 1-0 for Calm.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
apparently
said
it
the
was 1-0
same
for Calm.
thing about the last
I
match,
glanced up
where
there
I
one
thought
time
it
at the
was the
beginning,
best
and
of
for some
three, but
reason
he
I
was
like,
already
Shuttle
one
is-
up because
is
I
winning.
forgot Artosis had already said he was
Maybe
one
we can
game
go back
up.
to the beginning and
So
then
I was like,
put it
all right,
down
let's
on
go to the
maybe
next
just
game,
skip
and
it.
I
It
was
could
like,
be either
oh.
one. But
Ah,
yeah,
Sue
the
got
names are
eliminated.
very
He's in
similar.
day 2.
Commune-
Shit.
Commune Juan and Commune Jun.
So,
So maybe
I made
just
a mistake.
glanced up
Artosis
there
made a
and
mistake.
I know
We're
Shuttle's
fucking
name and I
even,
just
guys.
misread or something.
Okay,
Whatever.
I'm
Anyways,
on the
it's
level of
1-1, so
Artosis. No,
Shuttle's
I'm not.
not
I'm
in
not
the
even gonna say it.
ASL.
Artosis is
Sorry
the
about
greatest
that.
caster of all
My
time
apologies.
ever.
It's tied up 1-1.
I don't
We're
care
going
what
to
anyone
knockout
else
for game
says,
number
right?
3, which
Like
is
from every
fantastic
other
because
caster
that
I've
last
ever
game was
seen,
amazing,
from like
so I
Day
definitely
9,
don't mind,
Tasteless,
seeing another between these two.
what's the big guy's name?
Okay,
Nick. I don't
so,
remember his name.
Yeah,
into
Shuttle, bottom left, he does pylon, scout through the center to the top right. And
this is the guy who's currently
yeah,
doing
Calm is in
ASL with
bottom
Tasteless. Reckless?
Right. Wow, I really do
Is it-
feel a
I
little
think
bit
it's
foolish.
Reckless?
Overpool here from Calm, so it's not like he's
And
gonna
then
get,
there's like the
you know, cannon rushed
SC2
or
casters
anything. I
too,
don't
from
even
like
know
the
if that's really
WCL.
what is being planned. There
World
should be a Forge
Championship
coming
League?
down though. I'd be pretty shocked if he doesn't make a Forge here.
There's like 14
Yeah,
or
so this
15 like
is a
amazing
build where
casters,
it's
but
built in that
you know,
can
it's
do a cannon
Artosis,
rush if
Tasteless,
need
Day
be.
9. The guy I can't remember his fucking name, and
Yeah, I
Reckless.
like that. It's a pretty good time.
At least
You
I
saw
think
the
that's his
Overlord
name.
coming up.
The guy who's
so,
currently
could turn
doing
around his
ASL
secondary
with-
probe. You'll get in here and see like, oh,
No,
no,
or sorry, not AS.
no
what am I?
drone down here, and
GSL.
Calm pulled the drone back perfectly to
Artosis
avoid
and
vision,
Tasteless
so you
do
can just make the
StarCraft 1.
hatchery as the
GSL
probe
is
leaves.
StarCraft 2.
So some good execution on both sides.
I think
so
it's
far.
Reckless and Tasteless
Come
that are
down,
doing
see that it's
StarCraft
a,
2.
an overpull.
But I
and I believe
don't
you go
really pay
Nexus
attention or
cannon,
care about
and
StarCraft
it's no
2. I
problem
think
at all.
StarCraft 2 is broken. I'll watch it
Very
for
important to know
fun,
your timings in this
but like I
matchup
haven't watched a
for what
StarCraft
you
2
can get
tournament
away
in probably
with.
a year.
It really makes all the difference in the world.
Even though like there are a lot more StarCraft 2 tournaments than StarCraft 1 tournaments. Like they're always
so
running.
there you go.
Whereas the ASL is
from
twice
this
a year. Like it
point,
happens in like
there should
March
be-
and August.
very much action for a little bit, right? He's getting a photon cannon. He'll start the gateway next, and when the first zealot's out, he'll probably send it out. Other than that, it's going to be Lings chasing a probe, and that's it.
Well, he's not going to
so
get
I'm
it
gonna
either
take
way,
this
too,
opportunity
right? So
to
it's
talk to
like you
guys
can
for a second.
try.
Thank you very
I
much,
mean,
for
you're
being
not going to be
StarCraft
wasting
fans,
your micro on
for
that, right?
watching,
You could do some
whether you're
funky
watching live on my
things,
Soup
right?
channel or
And
you're
maybe
watching,
get it. It's just not
VOD
worth it.
on
Yeah, see,
Artosis
puts the one
Cast.
on it
Thank
and he
you
pulls
very
the other
much.
two, so he can
Please do
either
make
pull
sure
them
to
back to
subscribe,
flank,
like the video,
or he
leave a
can
comment, all these great things.
scout
It
with
really
them.
does help.
Right? He just doesn't want the
You
probe
know,
to
my-
get in,
my
so what he
channel
wants
is
is the
continuing
probe to
to
come
grow,
in
I'm
and
working on it
get
all the time, and I appreciate you
stuck,
guys.
right?
And
Like it would be a
thank
flank,
you
but
very
it's like
much
the
for-
flank is
for
already
all your
behind
support and
him, so it's
watching
more
and all
like
that.
it's not a flank,
And,
it's a
this
trap,
ASL
right?
season's gonna be
And he wants them to
amazing.
run
If you need
into the
more
units
StarCraft
instead
than
of
what
like
ASL is giving
having
you,
units
Artosis
run around
Cast is
behind
there
him
for
because
you
he already
every single
knows the
day.
units are behind him. The units in front of him are
Again.
what's the unknown, right? Whereas usually the units
alright.
behind you are the unknown.
Also, one other thing I wouldn't mind knowing, since you're already leaving a comment, do you watch every moment of the ASL videos? Like, do you sit there and watch all 4 qualifier videos, the wildcard video, both the open tournament videos,
There
and
is
then also
content
all the different
for ASL.
videos of the games?
I watch
Uh,
every game.
I actually, especially the ones
every
of actual
season.
ASL games. Like, do you sit through the interviews and everything as
like
well? I wonder about that sometimes for people.
2000.
Me as a player, sometimes when
Actually,
I'm
I'd
watching
say
stuff,
probably
I'll skip,
since 2000.
I'll skip a little bit. Like, oftentimes I'll look at the openings. You know, these
And
times where I'm
for
like, no
that,
action's
it
going to
was
happen for a little bit. As
on
soon as I see 2
off
recognizable openings where I know
those
the next 2 minutes, I just skip 2
That's
minutes
the
forward. Like, that's how I
Like,
personally
still
watch
go
them.
back.
You know,
and
I've
watch
seen these
all
openings so
of
many times.
it.
I'm like, yeah, nothing. And if somehow something isn't
Outdoor
exactly how I
Season
expect, then I'll jump backwards and watch.
Flash win?
So I wonder how other people that watch StarCraft regularly do it. I think it would probably be more
every
fun to just watch
moment
the
of
whole
everything.
thing,
Analyze fucking
I wonder sometimes.
everything. And I
Anyways, thank
incorporate
you
that into
All
what
right,
would be my play
let's
if I
take a
played
look
the
at these
game.
builds.
And I incorporate it into my
Spires
storytelling
went up,
in
third
the
base
idea
is up at 3
of
o'clock there. Yeah, I already mentioned that we're on knockout.
Why is this like lagging?
Yeah, Stargate is
it because I tried to
in the
make
main
a
base
comment?
of shuttle.
Hold on. So we're at 151.17. I'm just gonna refresh the page.
That's how I personally watch StarCraft.
We'll go back 30 seconds because I don't know if it was the actual thing or if it was I fucked it up somewhere along the lines. So let's just assume fucked it up along the lines. We'll go back, and if it is like that still,
Saw
then,
the Overlord coming up, so could turn around his secondary probe. Get in here and see like, oh, no.
Yeah,
no
it feels like
drone
the
down here.
FPS
Tom
in the
pulled drone
game
back
is
perfectly
actually
to
like
avoid
fucked.
vision, so he can just make the hatchery as the probe leaves.
Yeah.
So
super smart.
on both sides so far.
Right.
Come down, see that it's
Feigning it
an
all out.
overpool. And I believe you go Nexus Cannon here, and it's no problem to hold. Very important to know your timings in this match.
So like a couple minutes
for
back.
what you can get away with. It really makes all the difference in the world.
So like.
Okay. So there you go.
That's not working. So we got
From this point,
here.
please do make sure to subscribe, like the video, leave
we're
a
on
comment, all these great things. It
52.
really does.
51.
I really still wish that we had seen the beginning of the previous game just to see like what was that opener where there was no Stargate. I'm always fascinated in openers like that
because it's like
I
so
don't
off
play
meta. It's like, was it an all in?
in general too often?
Was it a psychological
but
play, like to
every now
throw
and then
them
I'll
off?
see a build that doesn't have Corsairs in it. I'm like, ooh, I want to try that. Like, there's
because like
the
Corsairs are
phase
like that's
seems
like
tedious to me as
the main
as a
unit.
Like, I don't want to.
Counter
you fly
everything.
out and you kill one Overlord, and then you fly home and you sit,
and then you get
sit
4
at
of
the
them, and you
zealots
wait for the
like,
mutas. It's like
tedious.
it's to me,
Anyways,
it's such
this zealot
it's
has
such
taken
a
up great
bad
position
meta,
behind the minerals.
but it's a necessary thing.
You can see
the same
Calm is
way
trying
that
to
like
eliminate it as efficiently as
Mutalisks
possible.
are like the main
I like
force
this
of
from Shuttle.
Zerg,
Oh
right?
my god, he gets a drone.
That's crazy.
Calm has to be kicking himself, man. That is something.
Like sitting behind the
every
mineral
drone
lines and stuff like that with a
matters.
zealot is so effective.
There's
You can deal
no
so much
reason
damage
should
that you
have
can't
lost
get
that drone.
surrounded.
Plus,
It's so
fire
crazy.
carapace gets started for Calm, so it
Oh my
doesn't
God.
100% mean that
3,
he's
2,
going
1,
mutas,
choke.
but I would say 95+%. Sometimes you get it preemptively so that you can go mutas as an option later, but that's generally when you start it this time, you just go mutas. It's like, yes, we're going mutas, and I'm going to need that carapace to fight against the Corsairs a little bit
5
later.
kills, 1 of them was a drone.
Okay, 2
Hey,
more zealots
God,
come
2
in.
more
Calm
zealots.
has to run his drones.
Oh my
Pulls them back
god!
partially.
That shuttle is shitting all over
Did
Calm.
he have no
That's
vision in front?
so
I wasn't
crazy.
really watching because I was so enamored with the zealot getting the drone, but did he not, like, was he not watching it all across the map? Kind of weird. Is he gonna get another drone? Yep.
It's like, is this an arrogance play? Of being like, I'm just so much better? And then it's like, it wasn't a tilt, it was like a stubborn way of playing. And then he reoriented himself to be like, oh shit, okay, I can't do that again, or I'm gonna lose this game. And then he just like, was like, okay, do what you normally do, figure everything out,
so
boom, there you go, we got
The
it.
mutas cleared that, and Shuttle's adding a lot of gates. DT coming out. We'll see how many Corsairs he ends up going to. Wait, he's not spinning +1. I wonder if this will be a poke into Dark Archon. Because we've seen that a little bit more lately. That would be really interesting. Saw DeWalt do that the other day. Where it was like a single DT poke, and then he just brought it home, made a Dark Archon, despite the fact that he had Corsairs.
And the Dark Archon, you
this
just
one's gonna try
Maelstrom,
this one's just gonna die.
Maelstrom the...
Never mind. I guess it just...
Oh, is there no Overlord in the... Oh my god, is there no Overlord in the main?
Oh!
Oh, he's not full. He could have had 3 drones by now!
That's it.
Oh my god,
bad,
no
though.
Overlord in the
I mean,
main. He's gonna
considering-
kill the egg. He's gonna kill the egg!
Gonna be able to kill this egg before the Overlord comes out, which is nice as well.
Oh god, this is so bad! This is so bad! Look how slow Overlord's
very
move,
annoying
man.
for Calm to deal
Oh,
with.
this is
Seems like
so
Shuttle's doing a
bad.
Good job keeping a bit of pressure on, and it looks like he wants to actually take his third base.
You know what that
Very,
calls
very
for?
quickly.
The Shadow Realm. Right? It's harder to ban people on kick because I have to actually, for some reason, the thing doesn't come up on my
eggs.
screen. So I have to like
Two more zones.
maximize
Are you kidding
it.
me, Calm?
Super
Dude,
annoying.
Calm is maybe falling apart a little bit. There's not a reason.
Yeah, I think now,
why.
like,
First off, he
Calm
didn't cancel either
took
the Overlord
Shuttle's
eggs.
tilt,
Second off, he lost
stole
two
it
additional
from
drones
him,
he did
and
not
like
need to
multiplied
right
it.
there.
So
He
Shuttle
sent
was
them
like
back way
this,
too early.
and Calm was like
You can
this.
tell he's off a little bit.
And then Calm was like, no, give
When
me
pressure's
your
on,
angle. And then Calm was like this.
People play a little
And
bit
Shuttle
off.
was like this.
There's not
It's
a
like
question.
a fucking, like,
You know, I
burr
was just at
rotation.
Atlanta and
And now
San Diego,
Calm
a lot
is
of
just
players that don't play as
fucking...
many land tournaments were asking me, they're like, I'm just not
He
playing
has
my
to be
normal
so
play
fucking
and
tilted
stuff.
right
It's
now.
like, yeah, it's, you know,
It's like he just
stressful.
knows,
It's
and it's like, okay, I'm going to
you're-
day
you're
two.
at something
I
that
got to
actually
the
matters, not
finals,
just
but I'm
playing a
going
ladder.
to day
And,
two.
that can
Right? He's like,
happen.
I gotta
It's just-
fucking
it
not
almost
let this
feels
shit
odd to see
happen.
from Calm, but I wonder if he's not in his head, right? This guy was an MSL champion. He knows he's really good. He kind of gets teased a bit, kind of in a good-natured way by the other pros and stuff, but like he is really strong. He is really smart.
It's just like, dude, why did
But
you
then you
do
see stuff
that,
like
man?
that, it's like,
You just
that's
didn't
just
do
not
that
quite
one
dialed
thing.
in like you want to see. You
Yeah.
know? You'll
Yeah,
never see
you know what
someone do
he
that.
needs?
That
He
won't
needs to
happen.
eat a
There would
piece
have
of
to be
dark
so much going on
chocolate
the map
before
for
he
that to
plays the
happen to
game.
Soma, right? And obviously,
That's
not
the
everyone's
key
gonna
to
be
victory.
the best Zerg in the world, but
Right? Make sure you get like a latte,
just something to
and
think
you
about.
have like dark chocolate.
Maybe the pressure getting to
That's
a little bit. High
that's
expectations
gamer
of
mode
himself, nothing
lock
wrong
in
with that.
right fucking there.
All right.
I mean, there's
yeah,
there's really
Ogres are
nothing
gamer.
here.
That's what Tasteless named this move. You fly in with all your mutas suddenly, and a million Scourge, and you just Ogre Zerg Gamer the main master.
Ogre
He kills the
Zerg
two cannons. He
Gamer.
has a huge cloud of Scourge preventing the Corsairs from coming back.
Which is
And
like
Shuttle's
funny
just gonna
lore,
counterattack.
because
Lots
it's
of
like
mutalisks
Tasteless
being
thought
made.
that
But did he
Artosis
send the
named
Corsairs
Crazy
home?
Zerg, and Tasteless named Ogres or Gamer. So it's like
One
they both
hatchery
had a
goes
naming,
down.
but it was like Artosis didn't
Dude,
name
he
Crazy
just
Zerg
lost
Crazy
a High
Zerg.
Templar.
Other people called it Crazy Zerg because Crazy
On
Zerg
attack
you skip
moving
Mutalisks
Sunkens, and it had two
and you go
storms on
straight
it.
into Ultralisks.
That is brutal. And he has another
Which
one
is
sitting
fucking
near the edge,
crazy,
and it's gonna get,
right? You go from
shot down
the
immediately.
first
Watch
unit
these
in the
mutas.
game to the
They're
last
gonna
unit
come
in the
shoot this
game,
High Templar down out of
skipping
his zero vision.
everything in between.
It's just gonna die before he can
Which
get
is
his
like the
sword
most
off.
crazy
Watch.
fucking thing, which is why they
Come
call
on,
it
do
Crazy Zerg. But
But when you look
Artosis
bad,
thought
Calm, just go kill that High
Tasteless named
Templar.
it Crazy Zerg. But yeah, just like running in and mass attacking with mutas and scourges, ogres or gamer.
No?
Just go, okay, I got 42 mutas,
Never mind.
A attack. Or like 42 like combined mutas and scourge. A attack. And you just fucking annihilate them or get wiped out. In this case, like it didn't
Alright,
work.
so
Right? Like
Shuttle
you
kills the
need
front
like
and then
2 full
pulls
control
back.
groups
Lots
of
lings
both
coming
mutas
out,
and scourge.
Using some storms there. I mean, there was
And
enough Sunkens there. I
like
understand
imagine
you don't
he
wanna do
failed
that.
so
A
bad.
storm went down, but
And
it
there
was
weren't
kind of
even
a
any
missed storm.
Corsairs or Storm there.
The mutas,
Like-
Ogre Zerg,
You know, this is just
once
not
again.
good decision making. This
Lots
is just
of
not
anti-air
good
in here, but
gameplay.
he's gonna be
This is
able to
not
chop
good
through all of it.
strategy.
The
Like
Dragoon's
he's
going to come up to try
losing
to deal with
every
this now.
mark.
Uh-oh. Shuttle is...
Okay,
This
okay.
is a weird game. 'cause,
Yeah, no,
like,
this is
definitely
okay.
Shuttle did
Because like
some
they're both
damage
pushing
across
out
the
their
map
their
there.
workers, right? So like their
but
economies and like he can immediately go into
I
this
don't think
space,
it was
right?
as much as what is
So it's
getting
like-
done over here. Like, yeah, an evolution chamber and a hatchery is pretty good. You force a lot of Sunkens. Okay, good. But
But
the
he's, you know,
mutas
I
are,
think
like,
the problem
killed a
is
bunch of anti-air
Shuttle
multiple
is
times.
going to be able to come back, right? Like Shuttle is going to be
definitely
like,
kill some
okay,
probes,
I'm going to reorient. But
force
Calm,
them to
I think,
stay
is just
back
going
a
to
bit.
keep throwing
But
stuff
Shuttle
and keep
does
throwing
have
stuff
three
and keep
bases.
throwing stuff.
He can
And the
reprobe
later we
really
get into the
quickly with three
game,
different nexuses.
the more you're going to see Calm making the wrong decisions.
Another macro hatch.
So
in
like,
that
wait,
base,
he went,
getting
he
that
went.
evolution
Hold
chamber
on, he went
upgrades
like
going once again.
Ogre Zerg
They group the
Gamer
links going out into
directly
the map.
into Crazy
The
Zerg.
hive up, of course.
Like a combination of it, you just
Kraken's
attack
gonna
with
be
your
amazing.
muta.
By the
And
way,
he's getting it. What the fuck
I
is
don't know
Calm
how I
even
didn't
doing?
mention this, but like, that's a very quick hive. He hasn't made hydras. He hasn't made lurkers. This is
He's-
like a Ling Muta composition.
This
that we're
is
seeing
like
out of Calm, and that
Ogre
is giving
Zerg
me some
Gamer
chills right
meets
now.
Crazy Zerg.
That is not something
Where
you
he
wanna see.
makes the
is fighting
mutas to
be an
make
ASL
up for
right now.
skipping everything.
Have
You
we
skip
seen him run
lurkers,
Hydra?
you skip hydras,
I see the
you skip
Hydra was
defilers, you just go
and eventually
ultras.
You do want lurkers with your lings, but if we're just gonna be on like crackling muta, that's pretty damn good. That is a good composition. The more you can defend with just lings, the better off you are.
Because the better your economy
Like,
is, because you're
obviously, it does
using a
take lot of
minimalized
to make those lings, for instance,
unit.
But, like, lings are just so cheap.
And like
so
lings
good
can
at what
take
they
out
do.
fucking dragoons so fast.
Yeah, he doesn't have the adrenal
And dragoons are
upgrade
so
yet.
much more
So
expensive.
this attack.
There it is.
Okay,
He just
it
got.
looks like adrenal
He
finish
just
right there.
finished adrenal. He should not have attacked
That
until
attack
adrenal was
wasn't
done.
going as well as it could have,
Especially if
that's
he's
for
only
sure.
10
And look at
seconds
this.
out from adrenal.
Once again,
He would have done
just
like 3 or
flying
4
in,
times as
taking
much
out
damage
these
because the
units.
escalation of
This
killing off
This is a
each,
repeating issue for Shuttle right now.
each dragoon and like the lowering of
Shuttle
damage.
is actually
right?
attacking across the map.
It's a multiplication.
Man. They
Oh,
wanted to
and
be in
like
our combat,
compounding,
just slid
right?
past each other. They normally do slide past each other, like.
Because the
and
amount
do
of
a little
economic
dance.
damage the Calm is
that
doing is
kind of a
still
normal
pretty
thing.
decent. He's
Top
got
right
his
being
4th
taken by
base
Calm.
going up. The
Guardians.
yeah,
No.
he didn't see. Wait. See,
Dude,
Artosis
Calm
didn't see the
is so
Greater
fun to
Spire.
watch.
Because I was confused why he was
I
saying
love
Hive
this.
and he skipped
There's like no
Hydras,
idea. If you
but he
see the
didn't
Guardians
mention
right,
the
you have to
Greater
use two Side
Spire.
Storms to get rid of it, because it's going to be hitting a patch, and no dragoons are going to be able to hit it. Dragoons with range are less range than a
Then
Guardian.
because Guardian has like one of the
By
longest
one.
ranges. I think Guardian has 4.
believe.
I'm not sure it's 14 or
I
13,
don't
and
know
siege
that
tanks have
100%, but I'm
13.
pretty sure it's
So it's
by
either
one.
the same range as a siege tank, the siege tanks can attack air, or it's
Okay,
longer range
lots
than a
of
siege
cracklings
tank.
coming in. Look at this. Yeah, he's going to hold position 1 there. The others are going to hit the natural. The
Oh,
crackling's just going
man.
to right-click on the Nexus.
Look
There's
how
no
fast
saving
he just
that.
kills the
There is
Nexus.
No, you
And,
cannot
like
kill
the amount of
Cracklings
money
after
he
that.
lost is probably
And
less
look at
than
this,
what the
all
Nexus
bases
is
under
worth.
attack at once.
You know what? This could be a comeback for Calm.
Ridiculous.
Dude, this is to
He
me
went
Shuttle
Limited
just
into
being caught off guard.
Guardians.
Shuttle was
When do you see
completely
this?
caught off guard by this.
Never. That's when.
Yeah,
Never.
no, this is something so unexpected
Such
and
sick
ridiculous that, like, if he had moved his
every
Guardians
Zerg
better,
unit is
that
good.
would have been better. I mean, there's still,
They don't
like,
have a
I think
scout
this is
or
like
a
a
ghost.
30% chance Calm wins, like 70% chance Shuttle wins.
All right, lots of links
Whereas
coming
before
out
it was
right
like
now.
95% that Shuttle wins. Right? Like,
Finally, the
if
Guardians
Calm
we dealt
can
with.
keep up, like, this type of
He needs to
economic,
save this Nexus. He
like,
cannot let this Nexus go down. And he's not gonna be
damage
able to
on
save
top
that
of like
Nexus.
this
Dead.
like
Dead is
minimalized
indeed.
loss.
Single
Like look at his
Guardian
look at his
left over.
money,
Crackling's
right?
coming
He's
down to fight
only
goons.
making cracklings. Doesn't have defilers,
Oh,
doesn't have
man.
anything. He's
They're
just
just
getting
doing so
upgrades
well here.
and fucking destroying everything.
Even that one Guardian in such an awkward position.
He's because he's like
More and more
he's
lings
not
just
engaging
flooding
with those
across the
links. He's
map
waiting for
attacking.
another flank. He is just trying
Here's
to
the
put
funny thing.
everything
This
into
looks like
Zerglings,
Calm is crushing.
and I don't know what
Why
he's
so?
doing on the side.
Right
Because
now,
he has to be
75-ish
doing
to
something. He can't
120.
just rely on
That
the
is a
lings.
45
At some
supply
point,
advantage. He's got
at some
over
point, he has to
150%
go
of
into
the
something
army
else.
of
So the question is he
Calm.
getting lurkers? Is he getting
counterattack.
ultras?
Could it,
He's
oh
getting
my God,
ultras.
He's going ultras. I
Yes.
love this so much.
Yeah, because the
I love
ultras will
this
back
so,
it up,
so
and then he has the mutas for
This
the
makes me
air.
wanna play
Oh my
Zerglings
god,
Pro
this is
Loss.
so good.
Imagine that. You just go Ling Muta all game, and then you go into ultras. That's so sick. That is so cool. That is so cool.
It's so ridiculous. But the
wonder
thing is, like, if you
if
know
we're
that they're
gonna hit
doing this,
this
like,
army, this
Shuttle just
critical
made
mass
the
that
wrong
Zerglings just
decisions
can't
for,
do.
like,
Zerglings
how
are
the game
amazing,
went.
these weird little
Which
scuffles
makes it look like this
that
is
move so
way
quickly to get on
stronger
top of
than
these
it
small
is.
armies, but like when you
But,
make a
like,
giant ball of units,
He just
melee
didn't make
units
the right.
don't do well
He
against
needs
that
like
in general.
Reavers
Melee units are
and
really hard to balance against that.
Zealots.
They have to be
And these
really,
lings
really
would do
strong
nothing. But he just was
because they're
not
melee,
anticipating
and
this.
they, you know, they have
And like
to
I
run
said,
up
there's
to
still
you
a chance,
and attack
even
you.
with this,
But
Shuttle still
like
stabilizes.
once you get a ball of units, they become so much weaker. They just don't get the right surface area. You get way higher DPS coming
Which
out.
is
of
why he
range
has to
units,
wait
that
for
type
the
of thing.
ultras to come out. And
Right,
it's like he's
Ultras
gonna have
adding
this
in
huge
now.
issue of ultras being stuck in his
The
base
ultras
because
are
of his
so
Sim City.
interesting here.
Interesting. I
He
was
needs
gonna
a
say
lot of
retarded
Zerglings
because their
with them,
movement
though.
patterns are probably
Like
gonna fuck
2-3
over
upgrades
Calm.
so far.
I almost
That
guarantee
means
if Calm
Chitinous
loses
probably
the
not
game
done
on a
yet.
full stack,
Speed
where he has
not
like
done yet.
everything, it will be because the
He
ultralists
kind of
are
needs
like.
both those. Once Chitinous and Speed are done, that's going to be a really strong army. Before that,
And it's like,
not
what the
so
fuck
much.
are the ultras doing? And it's like they're just because he's gonna have like 12 ultras.
Or maybe
He's
he
just
does
gonna go
have
in the
Chitinous. I need
ultra
to see
tank,
another unit
And
click
then
on.
the
'Cause
Zerglings are just
Chitinous
gonna come
Chitin
in,
gives +2
and what he
armor.
should do is you should go in with the
Oh, wait, yeah,
ultras,
no, then
take
if
all
he
the
has
damage
+3,
with the
then he has to
ultras,
Chitinous, because
have a
otherwise
little bit
it
of
would
lings
be
in them,
+3
and
base armor, which
literally
doesn't
take
make
like
sense right
20
now.
lings and just right click each
Yeah,
nexus.
so he does have Chitinous
And just
then
blow
+1
up
armor,
each
so
nexus.
we're really waiting for just another
Because he has
+1
so much much
possible here
excess
for Zerg
that
Grapple.
like all
You
he
see,
needs is
the
a
observer
distraction
keeps
and to
going on, 'cause,
completely
like,
destroy
it's
Shuttle's
incredibly-
economy, and he just wins.
That is the real strength of Ultras, is their armor.
Yeah, Yeah, you get that armor, and they just
And
can't
don't
be
forget,
killed.
zealots have a double attack. So you're taking the armor out of the zealot attack twice, and ultras also have 1 base armor. So when you see 3, it's 4.
And when you
So
see,
if the zealots, let's say they have plus
yo,
2.
what's up, Shadow? What you doing? What you
Yeah, they
what
have
you
plus
got?
2, so
Sorry,
they're
I
doing
didn't
20 now.
get into any of
But
your
that means
stuff.
10 and 10. So 4
I
and 4 of
will.
those, so they're actually only doing 12 damage,
StarCraft!
right? Instead of 20.
Yeah, what are you
It's
up to? What do you
insane,
got? What do you
right? It makes such a
doing,
big difference.
Shadow? I'm glad that, like, my critique was, like, on point with, like, your thought process. That makes me happy of being,
Right.
like, I can
Tightness
intuit your story
and
enough that,
speed
like,
are done for ultralists.
you are like, huh, maybe I should do
2-on-1 here
this.
for
And then I'm like,
shuttle.
you should
He
do this.
needs
And
his
you're like,
zealots in front.
too
You
late.
can't
I already
let your
did it.
dragoons be taking
Need
the
you to
brunt of these
reread chapter
attacks.
11. Yes.
Oh, dude. Oh, no. These should actually come
I'll
down
start
to
there.
flank the dragoons. That's going to crush. Yeah, there you go. And look at this. He has to go over the bridges now. He can't stay out here.
Rewriting 12 as well.
Oh, my
Okay.
God. Oh, my God.
I'm
That's a
looking
lot
super
of
forward to it,
ultralists.
Shadow.
Woo.
Yeah, no, he's just stopping them.
Okay,
This
so,
is like a great
by
choice.
the way, that Dark Archon
And-
is out for Maelstrom. Hold
And he
those
just
ultralists in
holds
place.
the
I like
yeah.
it. Not a bad idea.
He's just not like he needs to
Honestly,
send in the lings on a
DTs, if they're
counterattack
not
and
being
draw out the
detected, will
out the
do really
base.
well against
Right, like
ultras
he is
'cause they have
not
such high
using this
single target damage.
compilation correctly.
It's like
right?
burst damage against high armor.
But it is
If
allowing him
you're
to
a
come back into the
dirty
game.
MOBA player.
Whereas before this, I'd say there's no way
Okay,
Calm's gonna win.
That is just so many ultras. I don't even. As a
I don't think
Terran
I've ever
player, my
seen
heart
this
is
many
palpitating
ultras in a
right
game.
now. When I see that many ultras,
Where
I
is
know the
everybody
game is
today?
over. I assume it must be the same against Protoss.
I don't
But
think
you
people
never see
know
this.
that I'm live because I'm in the just chatting section, or if they change me to the StarCraft section, because we
Ridiculous.
are doing ASL.
Look at Calm go.
And people
He's
have
gonna
already told
qualify
me
off
that
of
like they don't
mass
give a fuck about
ultras
StarCraft.
strategy against Protoss.
And I've also said if I don't have beta reading in the title,
Shuttle will
that I'm
not
probably
move
not
forward
doing beta
into
reading.
ASL. He's gonna have to play on day 2.
So
Right?
yeah, there's a
I'm
lot
pretty
of
sure.
factors for
So, yeah,
why no
by the way,
one's
Shuttle
here.
is trying to add in
Which is
DPs
totally
here,
reasonable. But hey,
unfortunately, they're
it's
both ahead, so with
StarCraft.
that
It
one
happens
overload,
twice
they
a
get
year.
detected.
It's like a
Hey,
week.
he's actually popping one.
I'm doing this shit, right? Right, and then
Huh.
everyone just come back and gives them
We don't see
also
the
time to
Maelstrom. There's
work
enough
on their
energy
stuff
for it, that's for
instead of just like
Oh, it's not done
I
yet.
feel
Okay.
like at
Well, that's
times
gonna
like
be
they don't
really
put enough
useful as well.
effort into what they're doing to make it, right?
Maelstrom,
Because they
hold 'em in
feel that
place,
like
get
they
that
want to
damage done from your
minimize it,
dragoons,
get
getting the
my
Psy Storm on
critique,
'em as
and
well
then
that they
rewrite
can't
it.
dodge.
But I
12
feel
o'clock
like
has been
doing
taken
that
top
means they're
right,
not getting
has
the
been taken
proper
for a
type
while.
of
The
critique.
top
Do
right
you know what I mean?
natural being taken now by Calm.
Because it's like
The mineral only has died.
you
multiple
don't want
times
to write
before
it if it
Shuttle.
has to be changed,
But
but
it
like
does have
you
9 o'clock.
have to because
Plus 3 attack.
you
really
have to
important
give
those
me
attack
every
upgrades right now,
piece
but
of
I think he
information
needs
and
to work on
every
carapace
side of it
and
that you
plasma.
can,
Well,
so I
actually,
can
he doesn't have
respond
the
to
money
that.
for plasma. To be fair, I'll
Right,
correct
like-
that.
Because like I say, my biggest problem,
Get his armor upgrades.
I make
Leave
assumptions
plasma, too
about what the
expensive.
reader knows.
If he had 2 more bases, absolutely get plasma.
And then I just
Yeah,
don't
so he's
put that
got one forge
information,
spinning
and then
now,
people
too.
are just
It's
like, well,
it's-
what the
it's
fuck
too
is going
expensive.
on?
It's
And I'm like,
300
oh, well,
for
it's
level
this. And they're
2.
like, well, you never told
That's
me that.
just-
And I'm like, I
It's
didn't.
ridiculous. Plasma shield
And I was like,
upgrades
fuck.
actually are probably too expensive.
And that's happened to a
There's
lot
few
of my
small
short
things in this
stories.
game where it's like, yeah, that's
Right?
not
That's like my biggest
Scout's too
weakness.
expensive. Plasma shield too
Is
expensive. Goes too
not
hard to get to.
elaborating because I want to be quote unquote mysterious.
Okay.
But I'm not
Those were
good enough
pretty
at it
highly
to find that
damaged,
line
so not the best, but
between
you
giving
wanna use
people
the spells,
information
you
and
wanna kill
hiding
stuff off.
information or misusing information. Right? So I use that as a way
I
to
think
like
he's actually gonna have
improve
another
on that
one
skill.
very
Because I always like
shortly, which
to
makes sense, too.
take the
You don't want it
weakest
to just
thing
be sitting at
and make it
200
my
energy, you'd
strongest
rather
thing.
just use one.
Instead of like most people will say, well, there's my weakest thing. I'll ignore it because it's my
Ooh.
weakest thing, and I'll work on my
Shuttle right
strongest
now,
thing.
He's trying to do a little bit of
But then
zoning,
you
the
get like
lanes
this
are very fast.
disproportionateness of like your skill. So
Great
I always
vision
look
on
at
the map
what is
by
my
Calm,
weakest
by the way.
skill,
Yeah, he's
and I
only
work
about
on
10
that
seconds off right now
exclusively
of the
until I
Maelstrom,
feel
so
like
we
it's
will
my
see that in the
strongest
next
skill.
fight. Good amount of archons
And then
in
I
here. Don't
find my
forget,
weakest
archons have
skill, and I
huge
make
damage.
it my
With
strongest.
+3 attack,
And I
you're
just
doing
keep
39
escalating whatever my
damage
lowest
per hit.
level is. I make it my
So
highest
that's
level.
going to do really well against the
And it's like-
ultras, despite the very good armor upgrades.
That's how I play old school RuneScape. That's why I play like escalating like
You see Calm
MMORPGs,
here.
right?
He's
like that
looking for
have
the
like
opening. His
those
overlords are
kinds of
checking
like
where the
things.
army
I'm
is.
always
They're
trying to
right
keep
on
a
the fringe.
balance of my character. That's just I don't know. That's just how I am.
I think you've
So
got
it's
a
like I
pretty
do that
neat down
directly
at
into
6
my
o'clock
writing.
as shuttle.
And
That's
the
actually
statement
really
I made
important.
before about
Yeah,
it, which
he
is like
just has to see the attack
other
coming
people's
beforehand. You
critique,
can't lose this
is like
toxicity.
I'm writing the
If
minimal
Shuttle loses one more base,
skeletonization
the game
of
is over.
Stoner
The
Girl
game's
Evolution
probably
just to
Probably
get it
over, to
all
be
out
fair
there.
here.
So it's like
Probably,
like
but
that
we don't
rough
see
draft
Ultraverse-
version
Protoss that
isn't
much.
something I would
And
give to a
I
beta
thought it was
reader.
going to be over with how many ultras he had before, but like
Because I don't think it
just the
contains
damage output of
enough
the Protoss army is
information.
Really,
Because I'm just
superior.
skipping over things that are like subtle
So,
stuff on the
between
side to get the
Storm,
skeleton of the
Maelstrom,
story.
Archons with +3,
Right? So
Zealots
I'd want to
and
go
Users
back
with
through and make
+3.
each chapter at least 2,000
maybe,
words
maybe there's still
or
a chance
more
here. Okay, here's a
before like I
huge
gave
amount
it
of
to a
ultras
beta
coming
reader.
in.
Or I feel like they wouldn't
Alright,
have a grasp
very
on the
decent
story at a
Maelstrom, I would
point where the
say.
critique would like be negligible. And then I'm just wasting someone's time. You know what I
Actually,
mean?
I'm not sure of this, but it looked like the non-Maelstrom units had.
But that doesn't
higher
mean I'm not
attack
going to take
priority
like ideas from people as
than
I'm writing
Maelstrom
it, or I'm
units.
going to give
I
it to like,
actually
because I've
don't know
given them
the
to my
answer to
friends,
that,
right? Like
but that would
Roxy
be
and
really
Josh.
funny and weird.
And I'm like, what do you think about
and probably
this?
not how you would want
Right?
that
So it's
spelled,
like
actually.
they're like my alphas.
Because like
versus,
his
like, the
units
community
looked like they were
being the
going
beta,
after another couple
Right?
Zerglings
They're the
instead of
first
just
people I
getting
give it
hits
to.
off. And
I give it to my
Maelstrom doesn't
sister, I
last
give it
that
to my
long.
aunt,
It's
I give it
not
to
a very
Roxy,
long
and I give it to
duration
Josh.
spell, so like that would actually.
Yeah, I try to
be
do it
a bit
after
of a pain.
edits. Yeah.
Okay, Ultra's taking a nice fight here.
It's like you make it as good
Just
as
a
you
small
can,
bit
then
of
you give it to
Shell's
someone
army
else to
trying
say,
attack
is it
up
good
until
enough?
12 o'clock.
Like, that's how I look at beta reading. And I think people look at beta reading as a, okay, I'm going to make a basic thing, and then I'm going to use your critique to make it good. It's like, that's not how it works. When, no, if I need to do more.
All right.
To
Well,
it. Exactly.
that should probably do it, I'd say.
Yeah, this is a fucked up entire day. Like, GG.
GG.
It's
and
not
that
even that it's like
bomb goes to
upsets for
ASL.
what's happening. It's the games themselves have just been so
We're now going
crazy.
into
And it's like, this guy's going to win 100%.
Taking a look at the bracket.
Nope,
so
this
with
guy's
Bishop
going to win
up
100%.
at the
Oh, no,
top,
this
it
guy's
looks
going
like
to
he lost
actually
to Hero.
again win 100%.
Course,
And then
Hero,
that
one
guy
of the
wins.
most solid,
It's so back and
steady
forth.
ASL
And it's like,
players
even
ever,
after
so a tough
20 years
matchup
of
there for
StarCraft,
Bishop.
the 4 of the 6 games we've watched
I'm
have had
not
like
actually
new
sure
types
who
of
the
strategies to
Detroit
them that I've like
Common
never
is.
seen
Not sure
people
who
do. Like,
that
we had a
is, but he beat
Terran
him in the round
gas
of 4.
steal from a
That is not the
Zerg.
real Flash, by the way, if you see the Flash ID written there.
What? Okay, so this is the
and
Zerg hero,
Hero's gonna
right?
go
Is
up
this
against
hero
Skay.
Zerg?
Skay, if you watch a lot of Artosis casts, you've definitely seen a ton of his games. He's extremely fast.
He's
a Terran player.
He doesn't think he makes
He
decisions.
was in ASL very recently,
Right, and
once or
sometimes that can
twice,
backfire.
but, hasn't had great
But you
results
also
yet.
can't fall into the
Skay's
trap
journey
of like
there
the
went through
psychological
Luna.
stuff.
He's an
Because if
up-and-coming
you're
Protoss,
not
and Luna
following
beat
your
Zealot.
opponent's
Zealot's had a
plan,
hard time
their
getting back
plan
in
to make
ASL
your plan
recently.
fuck
It
up
seems like
doesn't
he's in a
work.
bit of a rut.
Because your plan doesn't
And
rely
Skay
on
also
anything
beat in the
they're
very
doing.
First round, a Chinese
Right?
Zerg. I'm not sure exactly which Zerg.
And,
that
like,
is. Yeah,
to me,
I can't read
because
Chinese
StarCraft
literally at
is
all, but
like
I memorize
strategy
some
and
of what
stuff,
the
right?
shapes look
Like the
for some of the
main
names
thing
of the
I like
guys.
about like watching StarCraft is like the rock paper
Shout
scissors
player
between
Mew,
units,
I
how
can
units
tell you.
interact, and
It's
how
their
people
ID, but that's it.
like make mistakes,
yeah,
how their
anyways, and
mistakes work,
Skay
how their
took out,
mentality goes
Mong
into it, and
in,
psychology.
in
So it's
the
like,
round of 8.
I'm thinking about this like from a
Mong,
writer's
falling as
perspective
well,
of
who's been a
if
pretty
I wanted to
regular player
write
in
a
ASL. So,
massive scale like
Skay with a
Lord of the
very
Rings
strong
level
run in
battle,
here.
I would
Heroes run,
use the
you know,
concepts
well,
I
taking out
have
Bishop's big.
like learned
Bishop is
in
definitely
like analyzing
very, very strong
StarCraft
player.
games
So,
to make those
looking
battles
at this, I would
feel
definitely
like
favor
real
Hero,
back and
but
forth things.
Skay
Because I
has
think
a very
one of the
good
biggest problems in
aggressive Terran
stories
in
is
Terran versus
power
Zerg.
scaling.
So let's see how this one goes.
Oh my god, I'm being beaten by my enemy!
All
No,
right.
now I'm Super Saiyan! Oh, now I
Bottom
completely
right.
destroy my enemy! Oh no,
We have
they go into
Skay.
phase
Look at that
2!
great ID.
Oh, now
JSA
they're beating me!
underscore S
Now I go
underscore
Super
X,
Saiyan
X, X,
3!
X,
And there's
X,
no
X,
like
X.
equivalent back
Great
and
way
forth.
to,
It's just,
get your fans
I gained a
involved.
new power.
Having an ID
Oh,
like
I
that.
gained a new power.
And of
Oh,
course, you
I
have
gained a
Hero
new
in the
power. It's
top
not like
left.
a
So we're on knockout, which
he
means
gained a new
1-1.
power, so I have to use my power in a
Okay.
different way. Like, I feel like
I
that's
tell
just
ya,
not
I know
used
that
in
the
anime
days are
anymore.
already really
It's just
long, but I
everyone
would
just uses
really
power
like
scaling. It's like, aha, you
the
can't beat me. And he's like,
entire
ah,
final
gear
of
5!
this
Now I
match.
can beat you. Right? It's just,
But
there's
yeah, I
no
mean,
real back and
that's the
forth in
way
the
of
fights,
ASL,
besides
right? Like,
that
they're
power
making a
scaling.
TV show. They don't wanna do
Strategy
too
is
long,
just
I guess.
not really used.
I would take it.
In my
I would be
opinion.
happy
Whereas
to.
I think, like, in
I
Naruto
tell you, I miss,
specifically,
the
like,
few
at least the
seasons that
earlier
we had of
seasons,
KSL when we did,
everything
like,
was about strategy.
10-hour KSL
Everything was about
qualifier
how
casts,
different, like,
where I'm
people
literally
use different
casting
things. Like, the
non-pros
tuning
and
exam
stuff, too.
arc
Those were fun.
was like
Those were
set
long,
Naruto
but
up for
those
so
were
much
fun.
good shit, and I feel like they
Oh,
just didn't
man.
capitalize on it because they're like, yeah, we're
Anyways,
just
we're
gonna
in
do
game
shadow
number
clones
Items,
so this is a really important moment. Hero
Susano,
is a player that I would be
and
shocked if
like
he doesn't
temporal
get in.
stuff.
If he loses,
Oh,
to
and
Skay, I think
hallucinations.
he's still favored tomorrow, but I think
And
it's
that really didn't
likely that he'll take
emphasize.
Skay
Like
down
I
here.
love like
um
like Rock Lee, right? I feel like they just didn't do enough with his character. I love 1010 because of like her summoning type stuff, right?
We'll see.
I don't think they did enough with her character.
No, he's not.
And like Sakura with the like hand-to-hand combat, I don't think they did enough with her character.
Like, I mean, there's a wide variety.
They just spent everything on Naruto, Sasuke, and like B and like the higher ups,
pretty
right?
hard to do it after the very beginning of the game.
I don't think they spent enough on the lower characters that had so much potential for them.
And
apparently in Boruto they just completely like cucked out Sakura, and she's just like not even a thing. It's kind of really disappointing.
Yeah. Well, definitely nothing going to happen for a little bit. Thank you guys for tuning in.
True.
And
love you,
enjoying
Artosis.
all these ASL qualifiers. So
this is only day 1, guys.
These are
we have day
the
2
best,
after this.
Qualifier games that I've seen for ASL.
Yeah, no, same here.
Just
like I think this has been the greatest.
Everyone is playing super high
like,
level.
The games are not one-sided. It's not predictable wins. The back and forths aren't predictable. And like we've seen a gas steal on a Zerg in 2 games with Guardians.
Some big throws
we've seen a non-starport open Protoss.
That's why when people were talking about like racial imbalances in last season, I felt like it was.
And we've seen like multiple non-3 hatchery Zerg openings.
I think will tell us something because I feel like so far in these qualifiers, every match I'm like, oh yeah, these guys are both playing amazing, right? We had Sharp over Speed earlier, and then we had JYJ over Sue. That was ridiculous. JYJ versus Sue, what a match! What a match! Game-O against Barracks.
I'm so sad Sue lost, but he deserved it. He didn't do what he needed to do at the end game in the second game.
Amazing.
Like he fell apart.
That game too,
because he could have won that.
That was probably my favorite game of the day. Actually, Sue versus JYJ was ridiculous.
It's hard to say.
That was
because like there's a Zerg bias, but there's also like the
I felt like Sue was making insane moves.
Hero
and here we are now in Hero Scare,
who wasn't Hero
5th finals.
The second game that we watched, the TVT.
Hoping it's as good as what we've seen so far. We're in for a treat if it is.
Can you really say it's a true TVT if you don't get to battle cruisers?
Exactly. It looks like a
right because it was such I think it was the second game, right? Because it was the all-in with the tank. And he should have totally won, but he didn't focus the tank with the vultures and completely fucked everything up in the tank, destroyed him. When he should have pulled 5 SCVs, flanked, gotten the tank, pulled in the vultures, destroyed the tank. 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 4 extra vultures. You counterattack, win the game easy. He did not focus fire. He lost everything, and the game fucking fell apart.
I mentioned this before.
Even though he was in a complete winning position.
Very strong way.
That is.
But we've also seen +1
like nerves and your ability to play the game.
If the Zerg player plays well. We definitely saw that in one of the Sue versus JYJ games. Even Game Over Barracks, I feel like we were really seeing like, yeah, see, there's.
And the problem with the Game Over Barracks is I felt like Barracks was only playing at like 75 or 80%. Like I feel like Barracks could have done way better, and it's almost like he let Game-O win in a way, right? Like he underestimated Game-O. That's why he lost. He underestimated Game-O. Period. Right? He could have totally won those games, but it was like the same thing with like Sue JYJ. Like that game, Sue thought he was more ahead than he was, so he went for like a flex play with the Guardians, fucked it up, and then lost the game, and got kicked out, or at least he's on day 2 now.
Like if you're not fast with Marine Medic Science Vessel, Zerg just blocks everything. But if you're just hitting locations,
there's like beep here, beep here. It's like, how'd you split so much? It's like I didn't. I just moved them that fast.
You're very likely to get a lot of damage. But if you try
Zerg can't get around, right? But you gotta hold them from counterattacks.
They're gonna deal with each of your attacks in turn, and how are you gonna make that work then?
And then you're on the lower end, and then the next thing they do is a push or a timing attack, and you just
overtax someone.
You've got 4 sunkens, and that's it.
Against Zerg. Maybe that's why I have such a hard time with it.
I mean, medic on the front line, the blocking of Zerglings, like the amount of micro it takes.
Cross spawns, you can
for how effective it is and how much macro or micro it takes. It's like
notice how he's not making any.
They cancel each other out. It just doesn't seem worth it. Because it's like if you fuck it up, you lose. If you do it perfectly, you win. But like if you don't do it absolutely perfectly, you're like in a bad spot.
Tries to kill Hero.
So it's like there's this fine spot of like, okay, I can come back.
No defilers.
And it's like you have this like 3% guaranteed win. like a
a killing
40%
position
loss,
here with a lot of Marines.
and like
That's
this like
my
50, like 5% area of like, okay, I can continue to play the game. So it makes it something that's just like, it's a gamble, and you do it for like a strategic reason to like in like a best of 5 or something,
All right, so
to like
Hero
change up
rotating
your
back
play
in.
or something like that, to throw the enemy off guard, throw the
Gonna
other
get a
player
few
off
kills
guard,
here.
right? Like
He's
there are
getting good
games
intel
that
as
you
well. He's gonna see,
like.
oh,
There's
okay,
a
it's 5
strategic
racks,
thing of
no
being like,
factory started
if
at
I
7
do
minutes.
this, and
is
let's say
very good
I
intel
do
for
something
him.
that's weaker in the first
Okay.
game,
So this
right?
is an interesting spot.
and
He
I
can do
lose,
something
that's
like
going to
make
get them to
4
let their
extra
guard down.
Sunkens right now.
And if I win
Keep
doing
up the
something weak,
harassment. He
they're
can
going to
try
get
hold him
tilted.
at the bridges.
So
while
it's
he
like a
rushes up to,
very psychological
workers.
thing to do. And if you purposely
He could
know
try
that you're
an
doing
Army
that, even
Crush,
if you
but I think
lose the
Army Crush
game,
is the
it doesn't
weakest-
tilt you.
the
It may just
weakest,
increase their
option here.
confidence, which now means they're going to make a mistake.
Right now he's
And
trying
that's
to
your
slow the
strategy
army down.
for winning,
I would love
right?
to
So it's like
just see, do we have a
purposefully
Hydro spell?
losing or like setting up in a way
he
that it's
actually
like
gonna
there's a
try to Army
higher
Crush?
chance of you losing is a psychological game.
It's kind
It's
of
like
reminding
you
me of some of
lose
stuff
the
we saw
battle,
earlier
so
today,
you win the war,
but
right?
where
Like you
it's
can
like
win
the
every
pure
battle
unit is
and
trying to
still
hold
lose
off
the war.
mass +1 Marines. But as we've seen from
3,
Sulky,
2, 1,
generally you
soak.
need a bunch of lings with that as well. Yeah, I don't see... Okay, see, he's making the 5 sunks now. So this is going to turn into a game where he gives up his 3rd base, but he does tons of damage other than that, most likely. Well, his mutas are flying back.
What did I
towards this
say?
group,
5
so maybe
Sunkens.
he's going to try to kill this group off still. It's not likely, though. He doesn't have any lings with it. Like, sometimes you'll be able to do it, but overall,
like,
this is not a
Yo,
winning
what's up?
strategy,
What
I
would you
would
up
say.
to do? What you got, man?
But with 5
Welcome,
Sunkens at home,
welcome to
it
the
gives him a lot of
AFL
options
Day
here.
1 qualifiers.
5
Craziest
Sunks is
games
like a
you'll ever
really, really
see.
important number against
But
armies
these
this
games
size.
are so weird
At
and
5,
interesting.
generally, they're not going to be able to attack you. So what happens is you make 5, you give up your 3rd, and you counterattack.
And there's been a couple of
And there's so
upsets
many
for
Marines and
winners,
medics on the
right?
map that you can do
I don't know
things
who
like
this
kill all the
X
turrets
guy
in
is, but if
main
Hero loses this,
and
I'd
sit on
assume
top
that's
of
an
the
upset.
barracks or sit on top of
Because-
command center or something like that.
Because Hero's
this
like one of the
base is gonna
top
fall.
6
We already knew
thirds.
that. Okay, he's
Right?
killing
But
the
he's
turrets in
okay.
main.
He's getting rid of. He's doing a counter attack, right? But
Lots
is he
of
going to be able to
damage.
hold what's being
Does
pushed
he
in
go
his
after the barracks
base?
as well? I don't know.
And he's sacrificing the
turning
3rd,
around
and he
now.
has 5 Sunkens. So
Wow,
I
that was
think he
pretty
just
wasteful, but he's gonna
destroys,
get the
and I
command center.
actually think
Ooh,
Hero
that's a
just
big
wins.
kill.
Because no, he's
And
got
notice how
7
he's even
Sunkens.
adding
There's
some
no
more,
way he's gonna lose. Like he's got
so you
1
have to
Sunken
finish
for
it.
like
You have
every
to finish it.
fucking.
Yeah.
Every,
Okay, he
this
gets
is
the command
GG.
center. So
This is
Skay
GG
now on
instantly.
1 base. He's killed the 3rd. This is obviously a better trade for Hero. Oh my god!
Gets
he
the engineering
+1
bay.
armor.
Yeah, no,
That's
this
huge.
is unbelievably,
That is huge.
unequivocally
And now he's gonna
GG.
get the turrets
He's gonna
as
get
well.
like them coming back across the map, like.
Yeah.
And does he have a drone down there? Is he
like I
building
was
his
saying,
3rd
this
back
is,
up?
This is definitely an option.
Like, he has-
in
like,
this
I'm pretty
type of
sure he's got a
game,
drone down
where
there
you
ready
make
to
the
put his
mass
3rd
sunks,
back.
You give up your 3rd. You counterattack.
So, like,
You have
yeah,
to be
this is like a
really careful with
guaranteed
these
win by
+1
Hero.
builds. If you overcommit anywhere, a really sharp Zerg can punish you for it.
And it's like,
exactly
it looks
what
like he's gonna
Hero's
come in
done.
like one at a time.
Hero is incredibly far ahead right now.
Yeah, no, and it's like he doesn't want to
But it's not
sacrifice the mutas either. He's like, nah,
100%
you know what?
unbelievable.
You know what? I'll just pull back.
I want to see.
I'll be fine.
Yeah, so there is a factory floating.
But yeah, since the
This is a
qualifiers are out,
scenario
it'll probably be a
where-
couple days of StarCraft.
Yeah, you should rush
Sorry,
to
guys.
Lurker.
You know how it is, right? It happens twice.
But on Skay's
What
side,
even is
what I would be
StarCraft?
thinking is
StarCraft
there's
is
two
the
options.
greatest
Number one, I
game
make so many Marines
that,
and medics that I
has ever
erase
been
the
made.
Sunkens. Number two is I get up to
And
Valkyries.
like
Now,
I'll
I
say,
don't
I
think he
just
has time to
said
get
this,
the
but I'll
Valkyries.
say it again.
He's
the
only got one
reason
scan, but he
why
scanned, I think he was
I
checking,
love
and there's a
StarCraft
Hydrolist den. So like
is
Lurkers
because
will be out before you can
in
have two
my
Valkyries.
writing, when
The
I
thing is,
think
the
about
Valkyries will
battles,
help the Marines to deal with the mutas
I
so
always think
But if
about them
there's
from the perspective
Lurkers
of the
up already, it
general
doesn't
or the admiral, right? The person who's commanding
So
the,
where do you go
the
from
foot
here?
soldiers. I don't look at it from the direction of the foot soldiers.
well. It's very tough. It's very tough.
Because
Only 29
specifically
SCVs
because
on
I
one
love
base.
RTSs.
Skay is remaking the
And
command center.
so like StarCraft to me
It's
is
a
the
lot of mutas
ultimate
that are still
lesson
here.
on how to make an
It's too
epic
bad Skay didn't
fucking
get the
battle,
+1
and not
armor.
just an
That
epic
would definitely make me
battle,
feel a bit better here,
an
but-
epic war. That's not just
Yeah.
a single
Okay, so
battle.
see
How,
those
like for
Hydras that are
instance,
coming
one
out?
thing I would say,
There's two options with this. Number
right,
one is you put down a
is
containment.
how
Number two is you
did
just send them to the
Tolkien
bottom
make
left and
such
set them on
epic,
the ramp.
amazing
I think
fucking
setting them on the
battles?
ramp.
Well, he was an
guarantees
officer in
victory.
World War One.
I think bringing them to the front.
He
is the stronger
commanded
move.
troops.
Now,
right?
That might sound wrong.
So I'd assume that
But hear
most
me
of
out.
the influence
If
from
you
the
get
like the
4 to
big
it's
fucking
really 5 is the
battles
number.
in
5 to
Lord of the
6
Rings
lurkers. If you put 5 or
are
6
his
lurkers in
lived
front of a
experience
base
of World War
that
One.
doesn't have a siege tank in it.
I've never
Terror's
been to
locked in
war,
forever. You can't.
but
break
I've
out.
watched and played
Like,
StarCraft
you
for
just,
25
the
fucking
Marines cannot
years.
come out and break as long as you have any other units there.
And the
So,
fact
like,
that
that's a stronger
nothing
move.
has
That can
changed,
basically end the game right there.
right, about StarCraft in
But
those 20 years,
If they catch those lurkers
other than the
before they
maps,
burrow,
that
suddenly
force
you've
people to
lost
play
all
in
your
different
lurkers
ways.
and they can kill your third base
which is
again,
like
and
different
now it's 2 base,
locations,
2
right?
base
And how
again,
do you
which is even
play
very
to the
command
advantage
center,
of your
right?
environment?
Whereas
And the
if
biggest
Hero
thing
puts
about it
these
is,
lurkers in the
what
bottom
makes
left,
StarCraft balanced
there's
is
no
the
risk
maps.
there. 0 risk. It's a longer game for
So,
sure, but Hero should
learning
know
how to
close
manipulate
that
an
out.
army
So
and
now tell
an
me if you think
engagement
that sounded
inside of an
stupid.
environment
Well, I really don't care.
is like ingrained
Um,
into me because I can just look at a StarCraft
now,
game and be like, okay, well, how
yeah,
did that go?
these
And then I can like
lurkers,
build
like,
the
that
units
is so
in
hard to
like
break.
a way that
Like
like
I said, it's
matches
like
the
5 or
countering
6 is where
issues.
it basically
And then you
becomes
have
immortal.
like more of a
The
Warcraft
Marines and
3
Medics,
thing where you have
they
your hero
can't
on the
be
front
spread
lines,
properly
right?
Coming out of there to deal with that.
And then you kind of like
all
add
you
that
do is You
in.
bring your mutas in to attack at the same time that the Marines attack the lurkers.
But yeah, so it's like, to me, this is the ultimate way of like, how can I build knowledge of how to make
See, he's
epic
gonna try to
battles?
break it.
And like, what kinds of strategies would you try to do? How do you make
and
mistakes
Hero
towards things?
advances
Why do people make the wrong
to the
decisions? Do
ASL.
units or commanders
To no one's
actually
real
listen
surprise,
to
but,
the
very
people
well
above them? GG, yo. True. So it's like, I think of,
All right, guys,
oh
we're
right,
gonna go into
Queen
Group
versus Sack!
10.
Queen's
So
my
starting
favorite
at the
player.
top left, it looks like round 1 we had
I'm pretty
Prime
sure
lose
Queen's gonna
1-2
win.
to
Like, this is
Midas.
like,
Prime has
Sack's
been
not
one of
even
the
close. But
stronger
Queen
amateur
has
Terrans
been
for a long
slightly
time.
tilted lately.
Very technical, kind of
So-
aggressive player, but the old school Midas is able to take him down. Midas then, in the very next round, lost to Absolute,
DeWalt.
who's, you know, a pretty strong pro.
Oh,
player.
DeWalt lost to
I
Queen.
don't believe he's been in ASL yet, but he's been
That's
pretty close a
unfortunate.
few
I gotta take a
times,
piss,
and then
grab a drink.
Absolute lost to Queen.
I will be right back.
Of course, Queen, 2-time ASL
Yeah, just adding that
champion.
little
I've been saying
caveat
for
of
a
I'm
while,
not just
he's
watching
undervalued
StarCraft
right
because I
now.
like StarCraft. I'm
Yeah, I feel
watching
like you could
StarCraft
just
'cause I'm
randomly
doing
win ASL at some
research.
point. Looking at that next bottom bracket, we had DeWalt take down a player. I don't know who that is. Choi Duk Yu. I'm not sure who that is. It looks like he might even be a random player. But whatever. DeWalt was able to take him down, but then lost to Queen. No surprise there, unfortunately. The next bottom round there, we had Fleta, who was the high school champion last time they had a big high school tournament several years ago. He's definitely no longer in high school now, but he won it with Protoss, then switched to Terran and hasn't had any results as of yet, just kind of has maintained low S rank. And it hasn't been going too well for him. I saw him playing Protoss a little bit recently, so I'm not sure what he played in this tournament, but either way, he lost 1-2. This Zerg plays in a lot of qualifiers, but I don't really know much of anything about him. Octamin. Yeah, I can't really say much to him, but he lost to Sock in the next round anyways. And down below that, Pays actually made it to the semifinals. That's pretty sick. Oh wow, good for him. Yeah, he's just like a ladder Protoss. I'm not sure who that is.
And like another big thing is why I'm not just
I'm
watching or like
that's not
waiting
coming to
and
my
watching
mind right now.
the ASL
But anyways, Sock
is
was able to take him out,
because
and it was
you
no big
want to
surprise.
know what the difference
Yeah, so Queen
between
versus Sock.
a
Not the most
amateur
stacked bracket this
officer
one, but
who's
some very
dealing
fun
with a
players in it.
scouting party with the bandits,
Obviously,
like
Midas
how
and
they operate
DeWalt, both really
and
fun
how they
players I'd love
work,
to see do well.
versus like
Prime
the
and Absolute,
admiral
kind of
that's
like a level below
commanding
that. But
the
yeah,
front
Queen versus
lines for
Sock.
like the
This should be a
main
pretty good match.
like boundary of the war front, of being like, if we lose this, we lose territory. Versus
Here we
people
go.
that are like looking for
Queen
people
versus
that have
Sock,
snuck
and we're getting to
behind
join
the
this live
lines,
on
and
game
you're just
number
like
1. All
trying to
right.
stop raids on
Excellent.
villages and like stuff like
Love
that,
it.
right?
Love to see
So
it.
it's like you want to know and
We're gonna be
have
on
like a
Colorless
realistic
Fate.
understanding of the scope of difference of how those people
We've skipped a lot of
deal
games
with and
in
interact
qualifiers,
and
unfortunately,
why
so I
they're
haven't
in
seen
those
Colorless Fate
positions,
as much
right?
as I was hoping.
And that's usually like
but
the
very
level of
excited to see it here.
tactics and the understanding of
this is an
control that they
excellent
have
match
over
between
the
these
people
two.
that they are.
Queen-
And that's like, you know,
I
sometimes
honestly
you
value
have
these two at
control
about
over your
the same
troop
level.
because your troop admires
Well,
you. and you're an
maybe a
honorable
little bit different
leader.
level. Like I do
And
not
sometimes
think
your
Sokka will
troop
ever win
listens to
ASL.
you because you shot the last guy who
But in a
didn't.
match against each other, I actually put this pretty even.
And that can
Sokka has
create
been
different
playing
dynamics of how the
amazingly
people
lately.
under you work.
Like
Which
Sokka
can
has
add
always
different
been
things
very
to, like,
good.
for instance,
Always been,
why
if you're not
certain
like
generals
a
were
hardcore
abandoning
Terran
to
player
go
that keeps complete
to, like, the
track of what
bandits,
every
right?
Terran's doing,
abandoning the front
you
lines.
probably lose track of Sokka, except for how annoying I am saying the same thing about him over and over. But like, as someone who just really studies all the Terran players, Sokka is always on my radar. He's always on every Terran player's radar. He has a lot of
he
good
does
ideas.
things
He's always
outside of
really,
the box.
Really solid. He never plays exactly the metagame. He's one of the most important players for a lot of like the mech transition.
Yeah, he'll
builds.
do like vultures
He's
against
one of the originators of that. Like he is a legitimately great player.
Like what?
Not a player that
I
think
see
is gonna
vultures
win
against Zerg. I'm like,
ASL.
wait, he's going full mech, and then he
very
just has a
personal,
bio
also
army, and I'm like,
invincible.
wait.
I
I was totally out because I made
like we're looking
mutas to
nice
like
spare
counter
heat vision
tanks
on his
because he had
warrior
like no
frame.
air.
Anyways,
And it wasn't even like a
yeah,
psychological play. It was
Sokka
just
is
a really
great,
good
and he's
play,
been
and your
playing
vultures
really well.
just
He knocked
overwhelmed.
Mini out
And you
twice
just
last
kite
season.
Zerglings.
He had some very good games.
And it
in
takes a little
ASL.
bit more micro to
A
do,
little
but
bit
if
of
you've
blundering that
prepared
as
for that
well.
setup,
Had
like,
that
oh my
crazy
god,
series against
just
Kolbo.
completely throw your entire opponent
So
off guard.
there you have it. Going up against Queen here, he is doing a forward 8 racks into a factory behind.
And then another thing is
but
like
Queen has
purposeful.
gone
Like for
a
instance,
pool
I'd say
first.
like
So the 8 racks not likely
Vinland
to do
Saga
damage.
season 1.
But the thing is,
like
with this particular
Ascaladdin
version,
versus like
where you're going Marines and then also a factory behind, even if
Thor,
you don't do damage
Thorin,
with it, the
whoever
Marines
the
just
fucking
keeping
other
Zerg
guy is,
busy while you get
right,
a
and they
Voltrak
like
can be
have their
good.
like 3 or
'Cause
4
Zerg is
battles
gonna
to
have to make the
mercenaries,
Vulture- or the
and then like
Zerglings,
shit goes
but then
wrong, and then
also has to
eventually they
make a
team
sunken
up.
colony as well.
And it's like you have specific battles of knowing strategies of
I'm not
specific
sure exactly
commanders,
what's
and you
in
can do
those
like
right
fake
now.
outs of like,
I don't know why.
you know,
mine
this
had minerals
commander
either.
controls these troops,
no,
but then you
actually,
change
I
the
mean, there is
commander
a
at the last
really
second,
strange
and you send out that
thing that
troop.
could happen
And it's like you're
where,
diminished in that the troop
he ends
doesn't
up mining that out to the
align
Vulture Sword or
with the
something. I don't
commander
think
as
so,
much,
but
but the
whatever.
commander has like
Alright,
different
hides the,
ways of
Marine-
fighting. So
or
you see
hides
like
the
a
SCV,
specific
and
troop,
the 3 Marines, I
and
think,
you're
are
like,
just
I
waiting
know how
for
they
the wings
fight.
to go
And they
through.
do like the complete counter
Right, so
of
he
that because
fires
they know
upon
what you're
one of
gonna
the
do,
wings, and Queen is gonna pull
and they just
everything back
destroy
down.
you. Right? That's the kind of
The
level
SCV
of
coming
shit
as
that
well.
I'm thinking about,
I
right?
think you have
And like most of this, I want to have a lot of like communications from the front lines of like how battles go.
Well,
so it's like you get this like small
glide
paragraph
SCV
of like,
in,
oh, they
tries
did
his
this and we
best.
tried this and then that happened.
God bless his soul.
And it's like, now we've lost to
That
this.
was-
And
that
then
was
you'll
not
get a
the
letter back
execution he
of
was
saying,
looking
okay,
for.
since they did that, you do this.
Absolutely
and I want
not.
it to be like
I think,
militarily
a
accurate,
super
right?
dialed
If
in
like you
top
were someone who was in the
Terran
military, you'd be
there.
like,
probably
those are some
blocks
pretty
those wings
smart
completely, and
moves
they have
on
to
either
just pull
side,
back.
like reacting to each other and like
but
infiltrating and gaining knowledge. Like that would be
anyways, that didn't
the-
work, and
the
he's gonna make a
hopeful
vulture, and
outcome.
it's fine.
Instead
The
of someone
Marines,
like if
as
they,
soon
because
as
like
you see the pool first, you know the Marines are not
the
supposed
idea
to do
of
damage.
it, right, is to do
Occasionally you'll
enough
get something in
research in
there,
enough
occasionally you'll be able to pick
categories
off
and
some
present
lanes or
them
something,
correctly.
but in this
That when
particular
someone
case,
who
unable
reads
to
the
do
book,
so.
who is an expert in that
Vulture on the
category,
way, and
says,
a
"Damn,
starport coming up.
this author
the
did his
Overlord for
research.
Queen
He's
here
actually
is gonna
right."
Scout that he's still mining gas.
And
So
then
from
you
here, have to look at this and
assume,
say, okay, this is either
because
going to
it's
be
like,
a raid,
what are the random
raids,
chances that
or a
your
dropship.
random hobby that you know everything
Right? That's,
about, or your job, your
those
career,
are the options.
is like the one
My
thing in the book
guess
that
is
they
it's going to be
researched? They didn't
raid into
research
dropship into 2
anything
raids.
else. So
That
you
is a
instantly
very
assume
solid
every other
line that
aspect
you
of the
can take
book
from here.
has at least some level, or at least some
where
other
you're gonna
aspects
be
of the
able
book
to kill
have
overlords on the
some
map,
level
get
of like
scouting,
that research
try
and
to
reality.
clear a
in
way
them.
for your draw. And
But
then
I
you
want
still
that to
have
be everything.
anti-muta
So no matter who comes across
and 3
it,
cloaked
you're
raids
a
can be a very
mechanic, you're a
solid anti-muta. In
scientist,
fact,
you're
that's something that Sock
an
has done a lot of
engineer,
work on in the
you're
past.
another
Again,
writer,
he's one of the
you're
originators of 111 stuff.
cinematographer, you're a like, it's just everything about it. You come into it. You're
Alright, Spire
you know,
going up in
you're,
the main
you're,
base.
like college level English teacher, right?
Queen just looking
Like
very
everyone
normal
come to it
over
and just
here.
be like,
I
okay,
would imagine
did his
that this is
research.
the speed upgrade on
I don't
the
think he's
Vultures,
right
but it
about
could be
100% of
mines.
things, but
It's
it
very
clearly
trendy
did
to
his
go
research.
speed right now, not mines.
that is what's
Speed just
important
seems
to
to
me.
be better
Is
value.
an
And mines,
accuracy
especially
that-
on this
'cause
map,
that's
don't
what
seem to
connects
make
to
sense.
people.
It's such a long
Right?
rush
They
distance.
see that and they go, ooh.
Like who's
I'm
gonna try to
Because it's
walk
like an
Hydras across the map
authenticity
here?
to it.
Nobody. That's
Versus
who.
like if you're a mechanic and it's like, you know, and I'll get like Shadow's thing. Like I
So
love love
Vulture
true
is holding
crime
the quick
and like shit
scout
like
pack
that.
from
It's
Lynx.
like the DNA bullshit
This is
in
going to
Shadow
allow
Story. I'm
Sock
just
to
like, no.
probably get
If
out
you're
without being
anyone who knows
seen
anything about true crime, this is
and
instantly,
maybe get his drop
you know,
off.
And it's not even
I believe
about
that's a sunken he's
the
making in the main base,
getting
recognizing
angry
this is
at the
likely a
police
drop.
because they're just so fucked up.
Cute.
It's the fact that like
Okay,
that's
so
not
this
how
is
DNA
actually, it wasn't
works,
Wraith
no
in a
matter
dropship,
how
it's
incompetent
dropship
you are.
into science facility.
If you know
And,
like
of course, science
anything
vessel with
about
that.
like forensics.
So Sokka is going to be going
right?
into a
So
radiant
it's like
from here,
that's
which
why I
is
was just so
not as
adamant
common,
about
but
it. Like
we've
I'm
seen it coming
like I
up
consider
a little
myself
bit lately.
very
a lot of
like
HBQ was testing a lot of stuff like
educated and
this.
impressed in
I
this
think
for
I actually
research
saw
reasons
Sok
for
play
like
a
true
game similar to
crime.
this. It's been popping up a little bit. Either way, a little drop
I
here
instantly
into
just
the
say
main
that's
base
not right.
with those vultures
you would
out of
assume
vision,
at that
beautifully
point
done.
that
Now there
nothing
is a
else
sunken here, so this
And
won't
it's
last
just that
forever.
one
But you can
point
get a lot
so
of drones,
easy to
especially
change,
while
you just
3 or
delete the
more vultures
details,
are alive. So
right?
already
Because you
killing
don't
about
you
3
don't
workers.
need the details. Just leave it up to the person's
And,
imagination, right?
he's
And the
running
thing they should be
by.
focusing on is how
I
bad
don't think he's
Vance's
going to get
parents are.
anything else,
Period.
unfortunately. So
Like,
that was
that's what
actually a
your
good
focus
cleanup
should
from
be.
Queen. He didn't take that much
In my
damage.
opinion, not
That was a pretty
necessarily.
big investment to kill
The
so
cops
few.
are fucking retarded.
So few drones.
There should be an element of the cops are retarded, but it should mainly be
time.
the
A lot
parents
of
are
missile
retarded.
turrets coming up.
Like what
I
the
like
fuck?
Queen's position here
And it's
more
like
than
that puts
Sock's,
you on the
but
level of
Sock's
sympathy
position
with
isn't
Vance.
dead.
So it's like you're
Even
just
though that
doing
looks
all
pretty
like
bad,
you're combining all
Queen
of
is
these
in a very
things that
defensive
should be
stance, no third base or
naturally
anything.
part of the story.
The dropship is actually
right?
still alive.
That
He's got the vulture speed
were,
upgrade,
like,
which is actually
overshadowed
considered
by
a
this
very strong
detail
upgrade
that
to have in
didn't
the
need to
early
be
game
there.
against Zerg right now. You get a lot
3,
done with
2,
them.
1,
Even
talk.
though here he's not getting that much done, he's keeping the mutas back. He's getting good scouting done, and he's getting into vessels. And out of everything you make out of the starport, the vessel scales the best by miles. By miles. It's like the vessel will gain power over time and gain value over time, whereas a lot of these other units won't.
That sucks. Dropship down.
So
Dropship down.
yeah, Sok in this kind of cool position where
He just needs to drop
you
it
know,
and
if he
radiate,
starts
and it's
getting
3 to 4
irradiates
seconds on a
consistently,
drop, but he doesn't have.
I could
In a
absolutely see
radiate,
him
I
coming
don't
back into
think.
this game,
Yeah,
even though
he-
Queen
he-
definitely has an advantage at the moment.
He's waiting for the
Now,
scourge.
Queen
'Cause I
immediately
believe it's
punishes
75
one
for
of
an
the turrets. I
irradiate, so
think
either
the
he hasn't
radiate's done, but
researched
I'm
it
not
or he's
100%
saving
on
up. Where's the science facility? The science facility is flashing, then he's researching irradiate. Because I'm like, why is he not irradiating? He's got 2 vessels.
Muta's being
He
really
has to
annoying
not
right
have
now.
it yet.
Now,
That has
by
to be
way,
the only reason.
oh man, this is actually getting pretty painful. Oh no.
Oh, and then he notices
No.
that he doesn't have it, and he goes straight for the
Great move from Queen.
vessels.
This is actually the
Oh,
weakness of science vessel
God.
builds. A lot of really top Zergs, or well, a lot of Zergs in general. This happens to me when I do science vessel builds at lower rank as well. But like when they just run in and get one of your vessels, even though they're taking a ton of damage on the mutas,
Yeah, he's just GG.
GG's. Game 1.
That's crazy how fast that went over. So you can just force them into a corner so easily.
All right, here we go. It's going to be game number 2 between Queen and Sok. Queen definitely getting the better end of that one.
But yeah, if
Yeah,
you're
Sock
still
just
out
slightly
there,
off on
what is
everything.
this like something that's like
You know, there's another world
interesting
maybe
and like
where
entertaining to
Queen's
you? Because
mutas
like
aren't as
I
fast
live
or
my
something,
life
or-
around StarCraft,
I don't know,
so
maybe
like
he's missing a sunken column.
it
or
happens
something
twice
like
a
that,
year,
and Sok just
right?
bounces on him and maybe gets the win, but
I believe March and
good
August
job
are the
from
2
Queen.
times the ASL works. It's like 1
looking solid
week,
as ever.
twice
Definitely
a
player
year,
I would be shocked
and
to
you get
not
like,
have
in my
in
opinion,
ASL.
the
You might
greatest
remember
content.
He did lose to the legend himself,
Tastosis
BCM,
and StarCraft.
the A rank.
The greatest
Terran,
combination.
the
Greatest casters.
What do they call him? The
With
Korean
the greatest
pros call him
like
the salary man. He's just got a
contrast.
regular job, just likes to play some StarCraft, and he just bunker rushes every Zerg in ASL.
Why not? I mean, that's
Maybe
what everyone
between
just
that
does
one
2 gate
season.
until they're in A rank.
He actually
right?
knocked out Hero once, if I'm recalling correctly. But
That's
Hero did
crazy.
end up making it into ASL anyway.
Sometimes you get these
Um,
crazy upsets with like
And he's
all
taking
ins.
games off a lot of them. It's really funny. Absolutely
Because like
love that
people
little
don't
arc.
appreciate the off meta and like countering for it
It's
because
funny.
they're a low level
Oh, man.
player, and
Anyways,
that's what that player is like.
Yeah,
like
you would expect to see
like
him get in no matter what.
relying
And
on-
honestly, I expect Sok to get in no matter what. Sokka's just been way too strong lately.
yeah, so it's like no, kind
takes,
of
like,
like
a real monster
out of the
to
people
knock
on day
Sokka
2, I'm like, okay, so Sue's
We'll
gonna
see
get
what
out.
what goes down here. Like again, I'm favoring Queen, but like would not.
Barracks
be
is
surprised
gonna
if
get
it's
out.
3 really. All right, so Sok. Ooh, command center first.
Depending
Okay.
upon who wins
Well,
or
command center
it
first
goes
versus
to
hatch
the
first
day
is gonna be
2.
the name of the game, and that's gonna
Either
go,
one of these
you know,
would definitely get out.
uh,
I
well, it
don't
should be
know
going
about
better
like
for
the
Sok.
X
Like if you
dude.
happen to go
So I
3
don't know who he
hatch,
is.
which no one would
I
do.
don't
like
know
3
about
hatch before
Calm.
pool, then sure.
And I don't know about...
then,
who's the other
Zerg could
one?
be ahead there. But, yeah, Command Center first
The
is
two
pretty
Terrans
badass.
at the beginning.
Now, which Command Center first will this be? Is Sock going to go for a
Sharp
quick +1
and
attack?
speed?
That's
Sharp
been
and
pretty
speed?
trendy lately. And
And
it's
speed
definitely
lost?
a very good build. I don't
I don't
it's
think speed's gonna get
exactly
out.
Sock's skill set. Sock is
So
a
I think it would
very,
be either
very
Soccer
technical
Queen,
player.
Sue, and Barracks.
Meaning, this
would be
is
the
a
ones to
guy
get on
that
day 2.
wants to either
But I don't know
have, like,
how
science
many
vessels
players
or, like, mech
there
units.
are.
Like, his best games
day
are
two.
generally utilizing, you know,
Right? Because this
tech
is
units,
10?
not just masses of units. He's not
Which
just about making
it
a
can't
ton
be
of units.
10,
He's
'cause I
about
only
making
put
like
it
the right
5.
units.
So
and
it'd either be
utilizing
8
them
or
in an
12.
intelligent way. That's kind of the hallmark of Sock's play.
So I'd
In
assume
fact, I'm remembering back now.
it
he
was
played
8.
a game.
If this is the
I want to
4th
say
and final
it was in the qualifiers
section.
last season, or maybe it was actually
I'm not sure.
in the ASL Open last season, because he had a really good ASL Open run last season too. But he played a game on Jane Doe.
That's
I'm
crazy
recalling.
that he got
Maybe
that
someone can help
SCV,
me
by the
out
way.
here that's watching, but
Fucking
I believe it was on
dro-
Jane Doe.
like
where he went
SCVs are
tank
so
Valkyrie.
weak compared to drones and probes because they don't have a
And
regenerate.
it was kind of cool. It looked like he was trying to say this.
I mean, they can
comp
repair
beats
each other, but that
everything.
takes like
And it
you know.
ended up not doing
Th-
so.
there's-
But
there's no
the
fucking
idea
ways
was
to
there,
get to.
right? You
That's
have enough
impossible.
Valkyries, the queens
Get the
can't
drone
move
out of
your
there.
tanks, and there you go. And tanks in large enough numbers beat everything on ground.
Yeah, you have 42
It's like
tanks
what
and
a
you
little
literally
kid would
one
think
shot
of.
ultralisks
It's
in
like
like
little-
mass.
Child Artos would be like, yes, this is an unbeatable composition. Of course,
42
nothing's
tanks.
unbeatable.
Well,
except
yeah,
for
because the
fighters.
tanks can't attack air.
So
So you had one Guardian
yeah, anyways,
versus 42
it-
tanks.
This is the type of player Sock
The
is.
Guardians would eventually.
Very
The Guardian
fun.
would eventually win.
Very entertaining in my opinion. But he is going
Yeah,
for that
I
quick
agree,
+1
Artos. It's like,
attack.
I find
Haven't seen the
it super
Academy yet.
interesting the way
Which
people
is like
approach
a
the
weird
game and just
take
the
on
game
it if he
itself.
doesn't
And
get
it's like
Academy pretty quick
you know
here.
how engagements work and stuff like that.
Ooh,
Who's doing
Hydralisk
what?
Den.
It's like
Okay, so this is
Motivation
going to turn into. This is actually really
and
bad for
like
Sock. A couple
knowledge.
things. First off, with Command Center first, generally you'll start your academy.
To
before
me, it's just so
eBay's done.
interesting
eBay's done a
because
bit, and
it's
he's
like
getting the academy.
I look at it at the
Queen
intellectual level,
happens
right?
to be going for a Ling Lurker all in. Sock.
It's not so
will
much about the
have a
actual
scan for this in
gameplay, it's
time,
about
and he
the
will not have range
intellectual,
for this in time. Now that's not saying he's going to die. You can still hold this. If you get a sniff of it quickly enough to build enough bunkers,
like
you can still
presence
be
behind
okay.
it, right?
He's not going to be okay. This game is as close to over as it can really get without all his buildings being dead. He's going to have like 2 Marines. The Lings alone can
He's just
probably
gonna destroy the
come
academy.
close to finishing this.
He's just gonna destroy the fucking academy. Oh my god.
But yeah,
He's gonna have 2 lurkers in the front. Hey, look, he's a flank from the back, and the SCV moved out of the way.
Because he's gonna get that.
That's
Lin up there,
GG.
That Marine up there.
You can't win
Yeah.
against this. That's
Okay,
GG.
this game's over. Queen is gonna advance to the ASL. All right. I mean, he pulled the trigger on a very aggressive 2-base all in and
Risk
it worked
reward,
out
man.
before
He's
he
got the
even got to what
Hydralisk coming in
actual
from
all-in
behind.
was.
He's eventually gonna get
That's
lurkers.
funny.
Even if
Sock
Sock
playing
doesn't
this maybe a
GG, it's
little
over.
bit too
It doesn't
greedy
matter.
for
He
the
doesn't
Command
have
Center
anything
first.
that can, do
That
anything. Once
happens.
the Hydras and the lurkers, yeah, he's
You
already
give so
got
much
lurkers
respect to your
morphing.
opponent. You're like,
Yeah,
no,
no.
I got to be greedy on every level, and this is what happens. Lurkers on the way.
I
Sock
mean,
is
it's
still trying to
sometimes
hold
right.
on.
You
He's probably
it's rock,
getting
paper,
range right now,
scissors,
by the
and
way.
sometimes
Range
that
allows bunkered
paper
Marines
covers
to
your
hit
rock.
lurkers.
unfortunately.
Otherwise, the lurkers can outrange.
I'd rather
bunkers.
scissor your paper.
So
I mean, what?
it's actually more important to get the range.
Oh my!
upgrades
Is he
than
gonna get
the
more
upgrade
lings in?
generally when holding a crazy?
Is he just gonna run all the lings in? And then he's just gonna blow up the bunker.
Okay, so he
Yeah,
already
with
has
yeah,
skim,
you
I
can't
guess.
save that
Hey,
with 3 lurkers.
hold on. Did I call this too early?
No, there's no way.
Did I call this too early?
No, there's no way. Look at how many SCVs he has.
Maybe.
I don't think so, Artosis. I think Queen
Maybe?
definitely made a mistake.
Like, I can't even believe it. If he comes back and wins this, that's insane. Like, he took so much damage from the Zerglings. And that
I don't
bunker
believe it.
almost broke, but not quite. Not
He's
quite.
gonna get the barracks. Once he gets the
Queen's
barracks,
Nest
like
on
he's
the
just
way.
gonna run
Okay,
in.
that's quite a good follow-up. That's quite a good follow-up. There's no factory. If there was a factory, the Queen's Nest is not my favorite. Probably a Spire would have been.
So he's just
a
gonna
better
go
call in that
straight
case,
into
but with the Queen's
Defilers
Nest, like,
and just
can
say,
you
"I'm
imagine
overwhelming you."
Sock breaking out of
Contain.
lurkers here.
Contain.
No, you better not. What are you doing?
No, just Queen. Sit back.
Just baiting stims? Is there a
Oh
reason?
my! He did.
But
That
like,
was hilarious.
it's hard to imagine the Bioforces breaking out of here before there's going to be a Defiler.
And if the Defiler comes in, like, you
Maybe.
can't win. And the Queen Nest is at the natural. Did he scan the natural?
Yeah, so a couple scans go down, and
And it's like
allow
it's hidden
Sock to
behind the
recognize a little
extractor,
bit of
which
what's
is like
going on.
super tricky because you
Honestly,
might
I
not
feel like
see
you
it.
might want to. Well, his SCV count's so low actually now.
I just don't see it. Like he should.
I was gonna
Sock
say, though,
should have
sometimes, against this
GG'd,
all in, I think
but like
the best move
like
is to
he's
go
just
two
like, I'm gonna play it out.
Because what you do is you push out really quickly.
You know,
with two
but
tanks,
it's
just
like a
push the lurkers
basically
back so you can get
0%
mines down, and
chance.
then the Defiler all in doesn't do it. It doesn't break you.
Like a Queen has to make a
Sock has
mistake.
taken so much economical damage. I think one factory is good, and just get up into Science Vessel is probably the best way to do it. By the way, we actually see what Sock's plan was. Very rare move. He has +1 armor. He does not have +1 attack. +1 armor on the fast engineering bay builds is super, super rare. Rush is the only other pro that I ever see doing it. Now, technically against Mutiling, it gives you... If the Mutiling comes directly in for an engagement,
It's 'cause of
technically
glaives.
it gives you more value.
Because glaives bounce, so you're
Like, I
reducing
did
3
all the
damage
math
per
on
hit
this a while
versus
ago,
gaining
and
like
tried
1
it out
damage
quite a
per
bit
hit.
myself. It's
So,
tricky.
like, against
It really tricks
Muta's
Zergs out.
defense
Like,
is
you just
better.
have so much more sustainability,
But
but you don't kill things.
You
as
get
fast.
more Marines with a
But
+1,
yeah, it
it's an
reduces
extra
3
Marine,
blade
now you're like
damage, it
one-shotting
reduces Zergling
Mutas.
damage. Anyways,
Right?
just a
So like the
little side note.
+1 with 14
That
Marines.
is a very funny thing that we saw him going +1 armor.
And he
I
has
really
the
hope that
tank,
time
so like
comes where it
if
becomes
he
a real
had
choice
science
between two. It is
vessels,
a little bit
he
of a choice, but
has
no
the
one
potential
really
to push
uses
back the lurkers,
quick
but one
+1 armor.
lurker versus a siege tank under
All right,
Darkstorm.
science facility, 3rd barracks coming up. Sock has got to push out of here ASAP.
Yeah, like he
I
should
don't know
have
how many
already
scans he
attempted the
has
bust.
left. He can't wait for the vessel. That's going to be too slow. He needs to get his 2nd tank and
I
start
think
scanning.
if he was gonna get
Those
anywhere,
two
and then there's the
Scourge
Scourge that are
try
gonna.
so hard to snipe the first vessel.
Yeah.
If Sock loses the first vessel, his comeback potential is gone to 0. He just won't have enough scans.
And this is why today is such great games, right?
Yeah,
Like,
look at how
9
King
out
just
of 10
keeps coming back.
times,
First Defiler's
he
on
would
the
just
way.
GG after
just
the
don't think he
Zerglings
has
got
enough
into his
time.
base.
See, oh my god.
Oh no, 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 no! And he didn't lose a single fucking unit.
Well,
And
yeah,
the Defiler's on the way.
Basically, Consume will finish, and he's just going to really quickly fire bat or push in. I was going to say the fire bats are kind of the only thing that has any chance at slowing this down.
Yeah, but they're just gonna
If he just
die.
makes nothing but fire bats from his 3 racks and like fills the bunkers with them.
Well, I guess with
maybe
the
there's a world where
bunkers,
Queen's
maybe.
commitment in doesn't quite kill
Plus
him,
the
and he can
siege
push it back.
tanks.
It doesn't seem likely, but
I mean, there's. I
it kills the
mean,
lurker off there.
miracles
siege tanks
happen,
behind the walls, they
right?
can't be touched. Make nothing but fire bats.
but this is just so
No, you should not
unbelievably.
even scan there.
Yeah,
You're just
no,
gonna
he
miss
should
the
have
shot.
known that.
Oh,
Oh, those were
okay,
too
that was
close
a funny
together.
one. I don't know.
They're too close
Did he
together.
target the egg or something there? Or
Dude, that
maybe
would have
he was
been
missing the other
amazing
one.
if he
I get it.
targeted the
Guess I
egg for the
wasn't
AoE
close enough. But
splash.
anyways, he kills one of the lurkers under there.
But yeah, like a burrowed lurker in a sectioned by itself cannot be damaged by a tank. Because the tank can only
There's
do
still a
AoE
little bit
damage.
of comeback potential here, guys, actually. Like, these tanks, the fact that he has, like, 5 tanks and he's making nothing but fire bats, he killed the
It's
Defiler.
so
like, the push can't come forward anymore.
Crazy.
So the push is stopped. And it's not like Queen has a lot of long
Yeah, like this was an all-in by Queen.
It's good, obviously. I feel like he should just float that barracks.
And
vision.
look, you
Just
can
send
see
it
the
out.
science
You have to
facility
see
is
exactly what's
flashing.
coming in and
He is
counter it.
getting irradiate. He'll have irradiate within a minute.
These tanks are
Dude, this
killing
is
right now.
actually so crazy.
Okay, single Darkstorm goes down. Very annoying to deal with.
Like, Queen has to play this. He's got the third base, but he has to play this. Like this is not something you can just, like, AFK push.
That's under Darkstorm, so that could be useful in that way.
If those defy...
he's got the vessel. That's so painful. So he's
that
got 3 scans to work with right now. There's not even a vessel on the way.
Like,
that is so painful. Oh, the Queen is coming in. Oh my god.
Oh no, is he gonna do infested command center? Oh my
and that
god.
is the command center being infested.
Oh.
That is something that needs to be utilized more often. 100%. There's so many floating damaged command centers.
It's not gonna get away, but I love the idea.
There's no other way to kill that.
Yeah, because he couldn't kill it. And he parasites that so you can see it.
Really, really
so it's
useful
like,
usage of the Queen by Queen.
He's living up to his name, bro. And it's like, because yeah, like it wouldn't, like he doesn't have air, so there's no way to kill the command center, but he already had Hive going for the Defilers, so one Queen and multiple Queens with...
No irradiates, no defense matrix.
Spawn Broodling will completely destroy the... Oh, and he's got this Scourge just sitting over the starport. Oh my god. It's not like he's gonna make Infested Terran, but like, yeah, no, like that was the thing he had to do to get rid of that command center.
Yeah, Queen with another Darkstorm just pushing
or it would have just gone back into the base, been repaired, and there was a chance it could go on somewhere else on the map. Then you'd have to worry about it.
But sometimes when the Scourge are sitting there, the way he had them sitting is so that when the vessel came out, they'd auto-attack it.
Yeah.
But when they sit like that...
Yeah, they're so obvious.
You can lift, and they'll auto-attack the starport. Which, of course, you don't care if your starport takes 200 damage. Makes no difference.
As long as, like, you don't have to cancel the making of the science vessel. So you could technically, if there was any other building around it, right? Like, you could raise the barracks up next on top of it, float it over, and have it attack,
hit another
back
location,
down.
But it's a no-go.
You'd have to give up a little bit of production for it, but if it was the only way to save your science vessel without canceling it like halfway through,
he targets down.
Oh no! Okay, yeah, no, that he did not. He did not right click. He did not focus fire because you could see the 3 lurkers were attacking the Marines. He needed like 3 volleys on those tanks, and they just he hit 1 volley. And look, there seems to be a counterattack coming from Sok.
Queen is very, very close to just advancing to ASL at this point.
He's gonna destroy that science vessel. Why is the science vessel there? Why is the science vessel didn't even get blown up and he still GG'd. Sack was just playing his fucking heart out.
So that's the first half of day 1 of the qualifiers. The second half will be out tomorrow.
Which the second half is what we're gonna watch
at
part 2.
Who got through,
and then tomorrow we will watch
we have
part 2. Day 2.
Last season, Soma, Leda, Light, and Snow.
And
we have the 2 ASL
then
winners.
by then, I don't know when the actual ASL
the day 1 qualifiers
releases.
We have Sharp over Speed. Then we had JYJ over Sue. It's a couple Terran players. Then we had Gameo over Barracks. Maybe the first real upset of the tournament. Then we had Calm over Shuttle. That was a great match. And then we had Hero over Skay. And
understandable.
You just watched Queen over
and then,
Sok.
Yeah, that was understandable as well.
So far.
But I still think Sok, Barracks, and Sue are going to be the ones to get out on day 2.
A lot of strong Zerg.
Because I don't know how many people are totally getting out.
So that gives us 5
but from the people that we currently have in day 2, if we have 6 people, those are the 3 that are going to win.
And
at least like those
actually, no Protoss have made it through the qualifier yet, but we do have 3 Protoss in there right now. So what is it?
We always wind up getting the golden ratio 3-3-2
right now, as far as the racial distribution goes. But a lot of great players haven't played yet. So that's the first part of day 1, guys. Thank you for watching, we'll see you in the second part.
Dude, this was so good. I learned so much about this. I had so many ideas about like battlefield interactions and like the pushing of battle lines.
Hey guys, welcome.
Specifically for like, because the battle I'm thinking about right now is like the only battle that we've kind of established that we like know the kind of outcome of. So it's the only one that we can really plan for. And that's like the flashback history, which will build everything up. So we need something that's almost an out of style battle thing, where I was thinking like, you know, like revolutionary, like 1800 stuff, where you would just line up and just shoot each other. Before like guerrilla warfare and like, you know, the loss of honor on the battlefield, right? Because at the end of the day, honor doesn't matter if you lose. But yeah. So the idea of that is having like your 4 main admirals on each side underneath like the 2 leaders. But at this time it's like, you know, the king was actually fighting on the battlefield. So he's like the hero. So it's like king and pope, but it's like their fathers, right? Fighting on the battlefield for their honor basically, right? And this is where it's like king and pope are like, well, like what's the point of honor if you die? And they're kind of the ones that are like pulling away from this, right? Which is causing a little bit of like shit to go wrong on the battlefield, right? Because like the leader's sons are like instrumental in their strategies, right? But like they're not following the actual orders that they're being given. And like certain sides of the battlefield are like falling apart. And the idea is almost like making a spiral. So it's like, let's say like young pope is in the north and he's going up against an admiral that's like weaker than him, so he's expected to win, but he's supposed to use a specific strategy, but he uses like purposefully like the wrong strategy to make like him lose the battlefield. And then like the same thing happens in the south, where the king's son does the same thing, and there's kind of this like shifting of like the lines of the battlefield, because the entire point is, I don't know how this would be done, I'd have to put more detail into it, but or like how it would work, but the entire idea is to change the front lines and the boundaries of that battle in order to isolate the king and the pope, so that they like wouldn't have any backup to use as like fodder. They would just have to go like all out on each other, right? Because it like, if they know if they go all full out on each other, like they're gonna exhaust each other and no one's gonna win because they can't kill each other. But if they have like things on the side that are like helping them and stuff, there's a chance that like something is overcome that pushes one side over the other. So the entire time, like Pope and King, young Pope and young King are specifically isolating the Pope and the King. And this has always been something that Rival has been asking questions of, or thinking of, right? Is in the history books, how that battle unfolded just didn't seem natural compared to like all of the battles of the past. And this is the battle where like both of the leaders fall and like their sons take over, and an entirely different like type of war starts like after that battle. So this is why he's always had suspicion about that battle and about like the ending of it. And that's why he, again, like the scene is, you know, he reads the final lines, he's reading out of like the history books, and he asks, you know, he notices like, knows that Pope's in the corner, right? And he just like is like, is that what really happened? And then Pope bursts out laughing, and he just like abandons his entire facade, and he just like sits down on the stairs, because again, this is the same room that we introduced Rival in, that he's talking to Pope at the beginning of the book, and he's got the picture of the throne, because the idea is the throne isn't real. And it's like the steps going up to the stage, and he just kind of sits there and just like starts to be like nonchalant and just kind of saying, yeah, you're right, all about this. And it's like, because the idea is like, he's kind of like gotta have this like cope thing, because he knows like he now has to kill his son. So he's kind of just like, why do I have to? Goddamn, it fucking is what it is, you know. Fuck, man. Why can't why can't there ever be anything fucking good, right? And it's like, but the whole time Rival is like goading him into letting his guard down because like Rival is already teamed up with Stoner, and this is where like the whole Stoner party comes in, and they, you know, um, there's like some sort of debilitation that they do to the Pope, and then Pope and Rival have a one-on-one fight, right? As the other characters like the support, and then he kills Pope, and then the immediate scene after that is like the coup takeover, of Legion by Rival, right? But the back and forth and how each of like the generals and stuff play through it, it's like I feel like this day one qualifier is something I'd love to go back on and see those back and forths, go through the decision making and like reconstruct it to see if that would be like the main three ones, right? So you'd have like the TVT at the beginning where he fucked up with the tanks with the vultures. You'd have the last game of JYJ and Sue and how Sue fucking lost because he not only moved his lurkers wrong, he moved his guardians wrong, and his guardians were a flex play. So it's like he was trying to like flex on the enemy and he just like fucked up and got kicked out. So you just don't do that. And then wait, was it the Queen versus Sue game? Yeah, because like he should have just GG'd, but he didn't, and then there was like a chance of him coming back, but he never wound up doing. So I'd say those three games would be like the great analysis of combining together the entirety of like that final battle, because I feel like it's like the perfect amount of like people in a position at a level of like escalation where it's like these are round of 8 players, these are round of 24 players. How do they interact, and how can the strategies that they use have a, let's say, lieutenant beat an admiral, right? And it's like it's supposed to be like genius and inventive enough that no one asks any questions. But it's also on the verge of, hey, was this a setup? And the answer is yes, it was a setup, but it was done so strategically that it's like you couldn't prove that it was a setup. It was just like, that's how battles go, right? So that's why it's like they could completely cover their tracks, and anyone, and the isolation of like the thing is like, so no one saw what actually happened, right? No one saw the Pope and the King kill each other, and no one saw like the final confrontation between Pope and King, because what's going to happen is they're going to do like a fake like clash where they have like this giant kind of explosion thing and both of them get thrown to the sides, and it's like all of the armies get like knocked over and everything, and it becomes like very clear at that point like neither side has enough resources to push anymore. So it's like, okay, we're drawing back and we're doing this. We've lost our leaders. Like, we need to reorganize, right? So it's plausible why that would happen, even though that's not the reality of what actually happened, right? So it needs to be practical with the tiniest bit of doubt, but like 5 to 10% doubt, not like 60% doubt of being like, this is way too much of a coincidence. Someone had to have purposefully done this, right? Which is why it has to be extremely inventive and like purposeful. And I think those games would show the perfect like back and forth decision making and like mistakes made in order to create that outcome, because it was such a strategic back and forth and not a power scaling back and forth. Which I hate power scaling back and forth. It should be strategic back and forth that changes the power scaling, right? It shouldn't just be Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 3, Ultra Instinct, fucking God mode, whatever, right? It should be like, how do I in Super Saiyan 1 beat a Super Saiyan 3? Well, you have to use strategy and maybe more people and like wear them down, and like there's other kinds of things, right? Maybe you can remove some of the part of the power because now it's on a certain level that like, you know, attracts something else. There's a ton of things you could do about it, right? That's like strategic as opposed to just power scaling. But I gotta take a piss, and we will begin part 2. Alright. See if these games live up to part 1.
To day 1, part 2 of the ASL Season 22 qualifiers. Just to get you caught up real quick, if you missed day 1, go back, check it out, or go day 1, part 1. This is the second part. These are very long days. We're qualifying, I believe, 11 players on both days. So it's a lot of matches. But so far, we have the seeds from last season. Soma, Leda,
That's
Light,
44
Snow.
players.
We have the ASL Open Tournament champions, Bisu and Mini. Those guys were all qualified before day 1 of the qualifiers. Out of the 22 players that we're going to qualify, we have 6 through so far. And that is going to be Sharp, JYJ, Gameo, Calm, Hero, Queen. Not a lot of big surprises there. Pretty common names that we see. Maybe Gameo is the one exception, but a very strong player himself. A lot of strong players haven't played yet. Of course, anyone who does get eliminated in the first part of day 1 or the second part of day 1 gets to play on day 2. So still, there's a lot of players that did get eliminated already. Hopefully they can get through. And without further ado, let's get into our first bracket. So here we're looking at Group 11 from day 1. And it looks like if we take a quick look at the bracket, we had Pusan, one of the oldest players ever to qualify for ASL, but it's been a long time since he has. He gave it a try, but Larva eliminated him in the round of 8. No big surprise there.
Larva.
And then we have also a very old
Larva
player,
versus
that tried
I don't know who Free
tried
is.
his hand, but was
Free?
eliminated
Is that
by
original
Larva
Free?
in the round of 4. Larva, of
Seems
course,
like
making
Frey,
their
not
to the
Free.
finals. Then we have one of the
Wait,
6
Larva
dragons of
eliminated
Free,
Rush?
who's been in pretty good shape.
Scotty, you should
Narrowly missed
audition
ASL last
for Fish
season,
Tank.
kind of through him not playing all
Ahab,
that well,
that's
honestly,
actually
kinda
like
threw some 1 games away.
That's actually like
But he's
probably
been
a
in
good
very shape
idea.
overall, I'd say, lately. So I'm not surprised to see him in the finals here. But he actually had a really hard route. He had to go through mines.
I
to
mean,
get there.
I'm not gonna
And
lie,
Mine is always in
Ahab.
very good
I have
shape.
like
Well,
thought about
I
that
shouldn't say that.
before, but I
Mine
just
is
like
a very good player and
I'm
gets back into
lazy.
very good shape oftentimes, but
So-
sometimes he's not in very good shape. But he is in
So, Ahab, I'll give you my first pitch, right? So, people like easygoing, like one-click, like animation games, right? If you watch Fish Tank live, no, all I know, the only thing I know from Fish Tank that I think I've ever seen is so there was like a farmer who like made this like special thing. I don't know what it was. And he wanted to sell it super cheap so that farmers could afford it. And all of the people except one guy, were like, no, you have to sell it. That's Shark Tank? Oh, then what's Fish Tank? Okay, then yeah, I don't know what Fish Tank is if I'm talking about Shark Tank. Words! But yeah, anyway, so like 4 of the people are like, no, you have to sell it at a higher level. And then the 5th guy is like, well, why don't you sell it at a higher level? He's like, because I want people to be able to afford it. And he like single-handedly fully invested in the dude's thing because he was like, this is something that will help like farmers and agriculture. And you guys only care about making money. So like I'm actually a bunch of retards and autistic people and normies stuck in a house together doing game competitions for money for like 2 months. But, like, I don't really play games, Ahab. It sounds fun, but, like, honestly, I just don't play video games like I used to. I'm an old man. Or I'm just in the phase of, like, playing a video game. It's not video games? What, playing like horseshoes, Twister, like board games? Dump out rice on the floor. Get the rice on the floor. So the autistic people win? Be a drunk asshole challenge? I mean, I'd only need 2 beers for that. That sounds hilarious, but like I don't like reality shows like that. I think they're all fake. And on top of like being, sorry, they're all scripted. And on top of being scripted, like every time you see anything, it's like they're just like taking advantage of like all of the participants. They give you something to keep safe from the other retards. Oh no, this one isn't scripted, Scott. I mean, you can say that all you want, Ahab, but it's like, do I believe that? No. But I mean, I haven't watched it. I believe all reality TV is fully scripted. Shit in closets and fucking closets. I mean, isn't that what people do in high school? Like, the more you talk about this, the more I'm like, well, seen a cup of puke and vomit and shit being thrown on someone. Why? Why would you watch this? Like, that is not something that's like my cup of tea. I like intellectual content. I already know how animals act. I don't need to study animals. I need to study intellectual people. Yeah, because you're speaking out of ignorance of the thing I'm talking about. And I mean, maybe Ahab, it's really, really funny to you. Yeah, but like Ahab, this is my problem. Right? I consider the people on those shows victims, and I just don't like the idea of supporting it. Like, I don't care what anyone says, like, if you're at that point and you're allowing it, I know, but just like to the fact that it's like it gets to that point, like I can just imagine, it's like, I don't like it's literally, Ahab, the same reason why I don't like watching like actual porn and I only like hentai, is because like I literally get like guilty like watching porn because I'm like, what if this person was coerced or forced into this? What if they're a victim of something? And I just get into my head about it and I lose my boner. But hentai, I'm like, well, there's no victim. It's just a drawing. It's just an animation. Right? So it's a mentality thing. So it's like I don't like reality TV stuff because I'm like, it's just a bunch of victims being abused. And I'm like, I don't like that. So like, even if it's like funny stuff of like just like people locked in a house, like I'll give you the example, like I saw a thing of the new like Mr. Beast video where it's like they had a bunch of people locked in a house and it was like they were like throwing mattresses like out of the fucking window. They were like trying to burn stuff down, and apparently they had to like cancel the video because it got so bad. But I don't know, I haven't really looked into it. I saw something about it and I was like, that's fucking funny. I don't know. But anyways, and it's like, you know, it's just one of those things where it's a mentality. It's like the percentage that they're victims is like 3%, right? Maybe 1%, right? I'm still uncomfortable with that, right? Plus, they make sure the autistic people know exactly what it is. The normies, however, they don't know. I don't know. I just, Ahab, I don't like the idea that that there is like a possibility that these people are victims, whether it's a reality or not. So it's like it just instantly turns me off from any type of reality TV or reality show. Like I don't even like the idea of like Squid Games and it's like a TV show. Right? I don't know. That kind of content, I just don't like that kind of content. It's like I can laugh at like bullshit retard stuff and idiots, right? But like I don't like the idea of bringing a bunch of idiots together purposefully and then like putting them in a space, right? It's like cop slop is like different It's not reality TV. It's like a live stream, not bait. I know Ahab, but it's like there's a huge problem with like live streaming abuse victims and like stuff like that. Like the French guy who fucking died on stream. Like there's just so much stuff about it that I'm like, I just don't want to support this. I'd feel uncomfortable watching it, and I would wish it was scripted. If it's not, right? It's just like that kind of content I do not like. I don't even like watching like Mr. Beast videos because it's like it just reminds me of like Fear Factor, like all these stupid shows back in the day. If you're an abuse victim, don't go on the show. They also can leave anytime. I know Ahab, and I would never like say that you can't do the show, and I would never stop it or make any reason to, right? I just don't want to support it on my own. Is that fair? Or like I don't care. Like you can go, and I have no problem with like you going and laughing at it, right? And it's just it makes me feel uncomfortable, and I don't enjoy the content. But I totally understand that other people do, and you're totally allowed to, right? Because I'm just being like a fucking retard. But I'm just saying like it's not. No, it's not for me. Reminds me of the guy who doesn't want to work a job because selling things to people is evil. Yours makes more sense, isn't actually nuanced. Well, yeah, because selling stuff to people is evil is fucking retarded, right? Like, I've said this multiple times, but it's like, I don't blame any company for anything they do. I blame the government for allowing the company to do that. And then I blame the people for not holding the government accountable for holding the companies accountable. So I actually hold no malice towards anyone except voters. Because they're the ones that are bringing the people into the positions that are doing things. So, like, at the end of the day, the voter is the one that has the power, and the voter isn't changing what the government will do. So the only person I actually hold malice towards is the voter. And you can talk about corruption and like all of that, but at the end of the day, well, who's supposed to hold the government accountable? Well, it's supposed to be the people. And if the government get out of line, the people just rise up and kill the government. Welcome to the founding of the United States. Because they were like, nah, we're not going to take these king's taxes. We're going to go over here, right? It's like it's so retarded that the founding of America and like the entire like North America, like Canada, Mexico and America is all because of like these like tax changes. Yet we're such fucking pussies now that we know that there's like an Epstein pedophile class and we literally do nothing about it. And the only people to blame are the fucking people that don't stand up and are unwilling to do anything. And I'm not advocating for vigilante violence. I'm advocating for military violence. I'm advocating for the people who actually want to defend the country standing up and saying, well, we're not going to take the orders of people that are corrupt. And then the people inside of the military single-handedly take out the corrupt people inside of the government. In my opinion, that's what the system should be. And you shouldn't have any vigilante justice or anything from the people. Because you have these mechanisms to hold. The only time you would ever get the vigilantism from the people is if the military was like martial law shooting people in the street. Because at that point, like, you're not a citizen anymore. You're fodder for a nation. Right? He lives with his dad, too, and I'm like, yeah, how does he feel about you not wanting to work a job? Like, if you got a degree and can't get a job in that field, work at McDonald's or some shit for a bit. And that's why it's like Ahab for me, right? Like, I worked at a mill. So I worked at Boston Pizza as a dishwasher. Then I got a job at a mill. Then I crushed my foot, so I couldn't work at the mill. So I worked at like White Spot and Mr. Mike's and a couple of other restaurants just to like get back on my feet, pun intended. And then I went to school for electrical. And then I specialized in small spaces and like control panel building, which is specific for like factories and like mines, like oil rigs, like shit like that, right? And then I started having my seizures, and I basically couldn't do what I wanted to do for electrical. So I went and worked at a pizza place for 5 years. And then we moved, and I worked at Walmart for 2 years. And now it's like, you know, my parents are like, okay, you know, like we own the house, like we don't have expenses, right? Like if you don't want to work and you just want to work on your writing, because we fucking love your writing and stuff, you can just work on your writing and, you know, focus on that. And if you want to, you know, you can go back to work, but you don't have to, right? And it's like, I'm so lucky I'm in that position, right? And it's like, even now, I'm like, with Asmon being banned and not doing anything any day, like all day, I'm like, I should just like work at Walmart for like 2 days a week. Oh, also, I made like really good financial decisions. Like I invested all of my money. I barely spend any money. Like I used to spend a lot of money on weed and like share it with people. And then I kind of got my act together when other people started being able to provide weed. So I like supported people. And then I was like, okay, you owe me, right? And then people were buying weed for me, right? So it was like a stabilization. But I was like, I might invest in the Walmart stock. Fuck it. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like in my opinion, people can say whatever they want about like, oh, big companies taking out small companies. Like there is something to be said about that, right? And I'll give you like an example. For instance, every small business in town buys their products from Walmart. They don't do like wholesale and stuff like that. Like they should, which means that all of their products are more expensive than Walmart or they wouldn't make a profit. And it's like, well, why are you buying from Walmart when you can get like a quarter of the price wholesale? And it's just, why are you expecting to run a business that you have no actual means of competition? Your only means of competition is like some guy driving through town stops at the gas station and buys some stuff, or he stops at the store because like he doesn't know there's a Walmart around and buys stuff, right? Like everyone in town goes to like Sobeys or Walmart or whatever, right? No one buys from the small people. But if the small people bought wholesale and outpriced Walmart, not only would people go there because of the price, they would say, well, fuck Walmart, I want to boycott Walmart. The only reason they can't boycott Walmart is because the prices at the small places are more expensive. If they were equal price or less, even by a small bit, people would go out of their way to buy from the small places in town and would purposefully go out of their way to boycott these big companies. But the small companies don't have good enough business practices to allow them to compete with these big companies. So again, I don't blame the big company for moving in to destroying the small companies. I blame the small companies for not having good business practices that allow them to be outdone by these big companies. And I've only lived in small towns, and I've seen it from every fucking small business. And I've talked to like small business owners about it, and they're like, yeah, you know, it is what it is. And I'm like, then you can't complain that you're shutting down. And your shutting down has nothing to do with Walmart. It has to do with your business practices. A lot of small companies sell fucking 3D printed slop now too. Also, my sub ran out. Gay ads. Shit. Ads. Fuck. Fuck it. That's unfortunate, Ahab. Only, you know, Twitch just, you know, let me turn off pre-rolls and ads. But no, you can either have pre-rolls or you can have ads. And the problem is, ads are bad for current viewers, but pre-rolls are bad for current viewers and new viewers. Because they click on the stream, they see a 3-minute ad, they just instantly leave. Right? And then, like, there's a glitch in the internet and you refresh the page and now you've got a 3-minute ad, right? You want to catch up because there's some delay on the stream, 3-minute ad. You tab out and you're off the screen and the screen stops like processing in the background and you come back and you click on the tab, 3-minute ad. Fucking gay ass ads. It's like, again, like Twitch, when Twitch dies as a company, it's not gonna because they ban Asmon and they don't ban Hassan. It's not gonna be because someone kills someone from like driving while streaming. It's gonna be because they don't know how to do their fucking ads, and they're gonna lose all their ad revenue, and they're just gonna fall apart. Thursday, I'm subbing again. I hate ads. Because you use your Prime sub. Yeah, I was gonna say, don't you use your Prime sub? Fucking Prime, bro. Let's go. So, like, does it not give me a notification? Because you just did it. But, like, why is there no... What the fuck? Why is there no alert? Oh, so you can like secretly do it. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Hot. Because it's like, I know you sub and Relic sub, but I have 5 subs. And like, I could look, right? But I don't know who the other subs are. I would assume Prol. Maybe Queen. I guess I subbed for 5 months or some shit. Nice! 5-month streak! Let's go, Ahab! Gotta give me my 32 cents! I think I actually get like $2 or $2.50 or something like that from a Prime sub. The normal sub is like $3.75 or something like that. And then like a tier 2 sub is like $5.60, tier 3 sub is like $7.50 or something like that. If I remember correctly, based upon like the like revenue share, right? And then it's like I get like something like 3 cents like per person. I guess this would be like 1.5 cents per person per like ad break. Because it's usually like if I stream for 7 hours, which is 14 ad breaks, and I have 3 viewers, and I make like 70 cents. So like 14 times 3, right, would be 42. So maybe it's actually 3 cents per, so it's 6 cents per person per hour. I only tier 3 sub. E-Thoughts, who will surely fuck me for being a tier 3 sub. True Ahab. And like I say, like again, it's like subbing to not have ads. I mean, yeah. But it's like never feel like you like have to sub or anything. And because again, it's like you really don't like ads, but you don't want to sub. Just be like Smokey and use Kick. And most people say, oh, I don't like Kick because it has gambling or some bullshit like that. But it's like, you do know Twitch has gambling too. Just kidding. Who'd give a woman money? True, Ahab. Absolutely. No, it's like, you know the, because like 2 months ago or so, they implemented the 2-week retrieval thing. So what people were doing is they were subbing to people. And then they were getting the benefits for like a week and a half, and then they were refunding the sub. And then they go to like another streamer. No, it's their Twitch's new policy. You have 2 weeks to refund your sub. in my opinion, it should be fraud. 100% it shouldn't be legal. But Twitch can do whatever they want with their TOS, apparently. And it's like it's only been like 2 months, and it's like fucking people over. Because people will just sub, then unsub, then sub to someone else, then unsub, then sub to someone else, unsub, sub to someone else, or like refund, right? So it's like your one sub and your one money, just like you just rotate through people. Right? And so all you gotta do technically is find 4, maybe even only 3 streamers that you want to do that to. And you just completely fuck them over. PlayStation charged me 2 times for a game, and when I disputed the charge, they accused me of fraud. Because they'll try to do everything they can, and that's where I blame the government. Right? Where it's like... Because, like, for instance, like, they will just deny, and deny. And, again, I'll give you an example. Like, the Reckless Ben Lego situation, right? Where, like, bricks and minifigs is like, well, we're millionaires, so we'll literally just sue you into oblivion, because we can afford to spend, like, $400,000 or $500,000 on lawyers for you to shut up. But a normal citizen can't spend any lawyer fees, and if you don't get a lawyer, right, like, you're just gonna get fucked, because they're getting, like, $1 million lawyers. Which, to me, is, like, that's not how... Like, just because you have a good lawyer... you get out of, like, doing the bad thing. That's not the society I want to live in. You do the bad thing, you did the bad thing. It's the same way of, like, gathering evidence illegally. If you gathered evidence illegally, that evidence should be thoroughly looked into, but it shouldn't be thrown away. You should be able to illegally claim evidence, but it should go through an extra rigorous thing to make sure that it isn't blackmail, it isn't fraud, right? So you put, like, an extra layer of security on it. But you don't just say, too bad! It just negates all the evidence, so, here's the evidence he actually did it, but we can't prosecute him. But they gave it back after I fucking angry called the game I got charged twice for. Sucked, too. So dumb they have. And, like, I've heard so many horror stories from, like, people from, like, the Walmart MasterCard of them being, like, somehow someone got my info, and now my card's at, like, $4,000. Even though, like, the currency that was, like, used for the purposes was, like, whatever, like, ruples or something like that. It's like they will do everything in their power to say, no, it wasn't fraud. You're actually lying. And it's like 9 out of 10 times, they'll get away with it. It's so absolute bullshit. But again, that's the government's fault. That's the government's fault. Oh my fuck, it's so humid. It's fortunately not here. It's a little bit more than usual because we've had storms and rain. So my skin isn't as dry. But I am definitely sweating. Right? And it's fucking annoying. 95F at 41%. That's crazy. The battery died on my thermostat, whatever you want to call it. So, like, I can't tell anymore. I don't know what type of it takes, like, a watch battery. I don't think we have any of those. So I had, like, a special battery for it. Fucking stupid. I mean, I found it. Now its battery is dead. So, fuck. 3, 2, 1, toke. Okay, well, without further ado, shall we get into day 1, part 2?
Good shape right now. I've casted some of his games lately, seen some of his games lately, and mine actually beat Spire on the way up. Spire's been one of our best up-and-coming Zergs for some time. Also, we had a well-known Chinese player in there, but I forget which Chinese Zerg that is that free beat in the previous round. I got to get better at the Chinese.
Oh, they're in StarCraft again? Yup, qualifiers,
and,
bro.
I don't know.
And, like, I'll just preface with this, Ahab, right? Like, everything I do I do for research. So, Qualifier Day 1 Part 1 is probably the craziest games of StarCraft of back and forths I've ever seen. Supreme Commander is cooler than StarCraft. I mean, cooler can be a thing, Ahab, but I think StarCraft is the most balanced game. And it depends. Like, there are two things that make StarCraft balanced. Or, sorry, three things, let's say. It's also fuck huge and would take way too long to play. Yeah. So it's like, one is the game hasn't changed because there hasn't been a patch. Two is maps, like, even out the meta, right? Like, if one race is, like, dominating because of a certain strategy or something, a certain way of playing, they'll design the map for the next season to, like, counteract that, right? So it's like the geography is important to the battle, right? So I think of this as, like, research for, like, if I am a commander on the battlefield ordering my troops, what strategies am I going to do? How do I need to understand my own troops? How do I need to understand the enemy? How is, you know, the long-term, let's say 6 to 8 month battle? Scotty, if I gifted you Dawn of War 1, would you play it? Well, Ahab, the thing is September 17th is Dawn of War 4. So maybe we'd have Dawn of War 1 to play. But, like, the thing is, like, I usually have, like, a 4 to 6 month schedule for the stream. For, like, games. 4 is gonna suck. Maybe it will, right? So, like, technically, Dawn of War is on there. So maybe we should play Dawn of War 1 before 4 comes out? But we do have, like, a backlog, right? Like, Ascendance is gonna come out in December. We've got Warhammer. Been good lately, yeah. We've got Crimson Desert. PoE 2. Is there anything else? I don't think so. I think that's pretty much everything that's, like, planned out. And I have been at a point where the streams have gone on so long, we've had so much interaction, I've had so many beta reads that, like, I don't get to, like, fuck around and play a game after the stream. Or like as like the final thing of the stream, right? Like playing a game between 7 and 9 or 9 and 11 hours. It's like I'm, like, exhausted and I just want to, like, end the stream at that point. It's like I don't even want to play a game. Unless it was like the hype that we had for, like, Pal World and how hard we went on, like, Pal World, right? And it's like that's when it's like, you know, because, like, I tried PoE and I was like, it's not fitting. And then I could not put Pal World down to the point we had, like, 3 days in a row. The entire stream was just Pal World. StarCraft similar to Warcraft. I played Warcraft 3. StarCraft is similar to Warcraft, but it's not similar to Warcraft 3 because Warcraft 3 has heroes that kind of change the dynamic. So, like, Warcraft 3 is like if your generals and officers were on the battlefield, whereas StarCraft is if you only had your basic foot soldier units and your officers were operating from a third space. That's the way I describe it. Which, like, is very important to understand because you have the king on the front lines. Not only is he probably going to be able to kill, like, let's say, because he's gonna be the best fighter, right? He's probably going to kill 1,000 of the enemy by himself. It's also going to raise the morale. So, like, having your leader on the front lines could be a fucking huge change to, like, a 1,000 versus 10,000, such as 300, right? Literally the StarCraft human base. You've seen the Space Marine headquarters model. Well, Ahab, do you know that StarCraft was supposed to be a Warhammer RTS? And then Games Workshop pulled out at, like, halfway through it? And Blizzard had, like, the decision to scrap it or make their own IP from it. And they decided to make their own IP, which was StarCraft. Because they created Warcraft, and then Warhammer was like, shit, bro, that shit is good. Let's get into this. And then they were like, this isn't going so well, so they pulled out. So, like, half of the stuff in StarCraft, like, all of the lore and everything, the basis of it, the fucking 3 races, is all based on Warhammer. The Zerg are the Tyranids. Like, Terran is the Space Marines, right? Like, almost 1-to-1. And they had to do, like, a kind of change because they lost the IP. So what I believe that would be, Ahab, is it was probably behind-the-scenes concept art that was in the early stages shown to Blizzard, but never publicly shown until years later. That would be my assumption. So it was, like, publicly available at this point, but the company had it in, like, concept art at this point. So that's why it seems like, for instance, Warhammer copied the Command Center. Does that make sense? And sometimes they'll have models like that will be, like, held in, like, concept art for, like, 15 years because it's something they abandoned. And then they'll either throw it out because it's, like, you know, maybe someone in the company says, why did you guys stop doing this? Games Workshop is evil. I have no idea, Ahab. Right? I mean... they can be evil, but I'm still, again, not going to direct my malice towards them because they're working within the framework of what the government allows. The government is the one holding the gun to the head of the company, and when the government says says to jump, they say how high, or they get shot in the head. Model is useless anyway. It doesn't do anything. That's probably why it was, like, used in StarCraft, because it was, like, something they had in the background. Right? And then they were just like, this isn't something that makes... Scotty, you're defending the companies based on malice. No. Do you mean that the companies are malicious and I'm defending them? Like, the companies can be malicious all they want. Because they can do whatever the government allows them to do. Malice, streamer, Scotty. True. Yeah, I have this, like, giant malice towards my audience. That's why they all left. Guys, I actually used to have, like, a giant audience, and then I did the malice poll, and I lost all of my audience. No, you're maliciously defending them, is what I was going for. I mean, you could say that, right? Because, like... how do you say this? Like, I am trying to advocate for turning your perspective from the company to the government. And I am kind of being like, how dare you blame the company? It's like the meme of, like the fat ninja dude how dare you attack the billion-dollar company? Right? I'm like, how dare you attack the billion-dollar company when the trillion-dollar government is right there? Come on, guys, get your head out of your ass. Which is why I use everything for fiction that I can. Because the company is charging me too much money for plastic crack. I agree, Ahab, so the government should say you're not allowed to do that. And you know how you do that, Ahab? So this is my solution for capitalism. You're only allowed to have a 15% like overflow, like cascade of like annual revenue, right? So if your company is $100,000, right, and that year you gain more than $15,000 in pure revenue, all of that extra money has to go to taxes. And what this will do is it will make companies limit their things because they can only make a certain amount of profit. So they won't make, or they'll only make product up until they hit that profit. And that gap from the big companies will be filled in by small businesses. Because those companies know that they can only make a certain amount of profit. And you would only do this to, like, big companies. Right? So, like, small businesses could make, like, an infinite amount of money until they became a big business. But a big business at that point can only earn, like, a certain amount of percentage year over year. So, like, when we're looking at, like, let's say in 2005, Walmart was making 18% profit. In 2015, they were making 37% profit. And now in 2026, they're making like 72% profit. Right? Like, that escalation means that they're going to gain a monopoly. Government they're under is letting grooming gangs take over. Human air makes me think of a planet. This atmosphere is just pits. Well, you know the way they say that all carbon dioxide is just animal farts, and, like, isn't carbon dioxide, like, 40% of the atmosphere? It's, like, 20% oxygen, Wait, no, it's 20%, it's a 70% nitrogen and 10% carbon dioxide. And now it's, like, 14%, or something like that. Well, it's the same idea of, like, what the reason the ocean is salty is because of like, animal sperm. Right? Like, salt water used to be the same as fresh water until, like, a certain abundance of life. So, like, if you overpopulate certain fresh water over a period of time, you can turn it into salt water. Now, that's a hypothesis. I don't know if that's actually true, right? But, I mean, it makes sense. And the thing is that the atmosphere was made out of piss, you wouldn't know. The same way it's like it's made out of farts, but you don't smell it. Wait, so I don't have to buy salt water for an aquarium? I can just make it myself. Okay, I'm gonna just for the sake of it, I'm gonna say the process, right? So animal jizz falls to the bottom of the floor of the ocean and, like, builds up as, like, rock salt, right? And then as it's, like, worn away by the water, right, it's like a ebb and flow, and that gets, like, into the water. So it's like the salt is, like, created primarily, like, from that. I don't think come sink, Scotty. Well, think about it if you're an animal that's, like, like a whale that's, because whales come, like, something like 8 tons. Like, something like that. Swims to the top. The main thing is the sperm dies. Once the sperm dies, then it floats to the bottom. It, like, sinks to the bottom. Again, this is just a hypothesis. I don't know if this has ever been tested or anything in, like, small different things. What if whale cum is just one giant sperm cell? Then it wouldn't be liquid? Have you ever seen the image of the sperm whale sperming? And it's like this, it's literally like Hancock level, like 8 feet of, like, sperm. Because there's like actual, like, no, I'm just saying, imagine how funny that would look. One giant sperm. And it's like each, like, so you have the blue whale, and the blue whale's sperm is like the beluga whale, or whatever. I don't remember which one's the next biggest one. And then it's like that one sperm is like, so it's like the reason the whales get smaller and smaller is because they're actually just the sperm the fucking whale after. So they're like the leftover discharge, whereas the only way to become that upper one was to actually, like, be injected into another, like, into a female whale. Right? Because it's like something like 10% stays inside of the female. Maybe even, like, less than that. And that's the reason why, like, they ejaculate so much, to make sure that, like, there's enough to, like, impregnate. That'd be a cool alien animal idea. That, like, its sperm is simply just a, yo, what's up, bro? What you doing? What you at? What you got, my man? How's it going? We were talking about you earlier. Made a comment about you, bro. So we're talking about Crimson Desert. We are currently, I mean, I was watching StarCraft, and now we're kind of at a conversation level thing, which is, you know, it's been forever. No, it's okay, bro. I hope you got your stories, bro. Unfortunately, today is not a beta reading day. Today is a StarCraft day. So will be tomorrow. I literally can't come up with anything. Well, bro, we had a 3-week, like, haul over of no ideas. Retro got gulag. I have writer's block hard right now. Yeah, we had that for like 3 weeks, and then we solved one problem, which was the interaction between the rival and the Pope. And the Pope was telling rival that the only like the zombies were techno taking their dead from the front lines after rival was talking about some of his crew members saying, or his lieutenants and foot soldiers saying that some of the zombies were resemblant of like people they knew on the front lines. And there's like people that have been attacked by zombies that said they've said saw their loved ones are supposed to be on the front lines. I just don't quit working. Just been writing about Bob being a little French boy for 3 weeks. Nice. And the whole thing was we had to combine the guards, right? So it wasn't just that all of the guards underneath rival are from Legion. Half of the guards have to be from Legion and half of the guards have to be from Techno, so they know how to deal with people in case there's someone from Techno that goes, or like, you know, Northern Menos, Central Menos, and Southern Menos, right? Northern Menos is the refugees from Legion. Central Menos is refugees from both Legion and Techno because they're people who can get along. And then Southern Menos is just refugees from Techno. But sometimes refugees will like cross over. And so the guards need to be able to know how to handle people from the different, like, cities. So all of the guards are a half and half. Partner 1 is Legion, partner 2 is Techno. Which means the people underneath rival are not just Legion people saying that they see, like, their frontliners. It's also Techno guards that are saying the same thing. And Pope is saying adamantly that it's only Legion frontliners. So this is where Pope starts to ask, or rival starts to ask questions in his head about, is Pope lying to me? Then he starts to like do investigations into the history, and his arc goes from faithful to doubtful to disavowing, right? To redemption when he finally takes over Legion and kills Pope. But yeah, just that simple combining of the guards made Pope and Rival's like relationship completely fall into place. What? Yeah. If you want Prol, if you're interested, I can go through. No, not Relic, Retro, and Prol ads. We'll wait until the ads till the end, and I'll say the whole story, Prol, because you're totally right. You're 100% right. And we'll go through the whole fucking thing. I know, Prol, but like there is like a piece of like truth inside of that. Right? Because like despite everything, it's like there is a 1% of my brain that is like Relic is a Trojan horse. Just shit on Relic because he's the alpha writer. True, Prol. He's the best writer, and we don't want him to like outscale us, so we don't want to support him, right? Makes total sense. Absolutely. Which I mean might be Retro's problem. Because, like, that was kind of one of the things I was thinking, is, like, the fact that I praise Relic so much for his writing. And then I'm like, we looked today, the last thing Retro gave me was Arabian Nights. Like a one-for-one copy of Arabian Nights. And I was like, well, that's not an original story. Like, you don't have to give me one. But he was like, read my story. Stop ignoring me. Read my story. Read my story. Stop ignoring me. So, Prol, if you're interested and if you care, we can go through the DMs and like go through the entire process, and you can make a decision of like what you think. Because as like for me and Relic, we're like concerned about Retro. We're like, did something happen? Like, he's just not acting like himself. Nah, I hate that shit. Okay. It's fucking funny as shit, though, bro. Because he's such a projective little bitch who's just, like, shitting on everyone else in chat and then saying that I'm the only person that's, like, shitting on him. And he's, like, the nicest guy ever. And it's just like, oh my god. That's why I'm always really quiet for, like, an hour. And then I reach my boiling point and spam chat, LMAO. Yeah. And it's like, I hate that shit, too. And it's like, and then Callie came back. And Callie, like, apologized and wanted to get back into the community. And then Relic was like, no, you don't deserve another chance. Which is fair, because, like, the entire thing was Callie freaking out at Relic. So I think Relic has a valid reason of being like, I don't want you here, bro. I don't want that to happen again to anyone. Right? But the evidence is me and Relic have had 4 or 5, maybe even 6 conflicts. And we've been able to talk it out like men, and there's never been a problem. But, like, you have one problem with Callie, and he's, like, telling other streamers I'm a pedophile. And, like, you have one problem with Relic, or Retro. He leaves all of the Discords and starts, like, saying you're a fucking liar and, like, you're being malicious and, like, you hate me, so just ban me. And it's like, guess I didn't know who you were. As far as I know, yes. Like, that's defamation, right? But it's like, I don't fucking care, because it's like, I'm a small streamer, no one really cares, everyone knows, like, this is after Callie, like, said that he, like, masturbated to, like, multiple, like, VTubers to those VTubers. So I'm like, I just don't think anyone believed Callie. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. You know. If anything, it'll cause people to come to the stream to be like, really? You know? Gives me a wider audience, I guess. Because it's like, who believes just a random accusation like that? Right? Especially when every stream I've ever done is on YouTube. So, like, you can literally go back and, like, look at that. I've been planning my insane-ass sci-fi World War Z book and doing next after Sage's Son. Not really illegal, but it could probably be a civil suit. Yeah, like, if you could prove... defamation is proof of damages, right? So, like, for instance, I was a big channel, and he did that, and, like, I got banned on Twitch, and, like, I lost my audience, and I could prove that I was losing, like, tens of thousands of dollars, plus having all of the logs, then I could civil sue Callie for, like, a significant amount of money, but he doesn't have any money, so it doesn't matter. And it's like, I don't have any money, and I don't get, like, any money, so there's no monetary incentive, so... And, like, I'm an active member of, like, the community as far as I'm concerned, so I figure if anyone actually took him seriously, their first thing would be to be like, yo, what the fuck is Callie talking about? Like, what happened? Because it's like, he's saying that he masturbated to people... VTubers, and then he says that, like, you're all this shit. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, sounds about right. It doesn't really matter to me, right? Fuck it. But yeah, there is a scale where it's just too far. And again, I don't want someone like that in my community. Were y'all talking about Crimson Desert because you played it? No, because I haven't played it, bro. We were talking about video games that, like, on a backlist, because Ahab was like, if I buy you, or if I gift you, Dawn of War, or, Dawn of War 1, would you play it? And I was like, well, Dawn of War 4 comes out soon, so possibly. So I can, like, warm up for it. Scotty was so into Pal World, he had a fucking seizure. And that's like, the actual truth. I was playing 19, 20 hours a day. And, yeah, that was, like, that seizure was entirely because I did not sleep. not good. And so I like had already from the previous seizure fucked up my toe, right? But that one pulled the nail off. So now I have like half. No, I'm not a real gamer pro. We were talking about this earlier, where it was like I used to play games a lot, but like the last year, I'm not a gamer. I'm not a gamer the way I was before, right? And I think that's a good thing because I spend more time now thinking about like my stories than I do like mindlessly playing video games. Uh, and I think that's why it's like Stoner Girl is going so well in only like 6 months. Oh, I should sue Pal World and Pocket Pair because their game was so good I couldn't stop playing. I had a seizure. Just excited for the new stream. Steam VR. Interesting. I haven't heard about that. 3, 2, 1, toke. Haven't most dads given up on VR? I think so, Ahab. Because the technology isn't there yet. And like the experimental proof of concepts have not paid off. Like the motion sensor and like awareness stuff still needs years, I think. I have 200 hours on Blade and Sorcery. I'm a diehard VR player. I was gonna say that on looks fun. That one looks fun though. I have 4 headsets. Damn, pro. Cause like the Wii was like the original experiment, right? And the technology was not there. I still think it's not there. I think that's literally a 10-year out thing before it's like standard common. Because, like, think about this, guys. When I was in like grade 4, I went to Science World and they're like, we're going to show you next level technology. And it was like 3D movies, and you had like the glasses with like the red and the blue. Guys, that was 35 years ago. Like, that they were like trying to develop this technology. And like 2012, like 2016 was like 3D glasses in theaters and like 3D movies. I don't know if that's still a thing. Because like when I moved, I stopped going to movies, or like COVID era, right? I stopped going to movies with my friend. So I haven't been to a movie theater in like 8 years. I think seriously the only game I probably play, maybe Super Hot. I had no idea. It's gotten insanely better. There's the same kind of shit as Tarkov and Battlefield even. Yeah, but Pro, it's not where it like there are niche people that will like go for it, but if you want to get your average person for it, it's not there. It's like only people that are like passionate about it, because a normal person who uses it is like, this just isn't the same, right? That's what I mean, Prol. It's not accessible to like the general public. And the better the technology gets, the cheaper the product becomes. So it needs like 5 or 10 years for like an economic shift as well as a technological like development. And it's like that's what I'm like waiting on, is like another level of like if we're in like patch 1.8, I'm waiting for like patch 2.0 for like AI. Because like the next jump that we have between like 2028 and like 2030 is going to be the difference between Will Smith eating spaghetti in 2020 and Will Smith eating spaghetti now. And it's going to be like you're instantly going to be able to create an entire game completely coded and working properly from like a prompt of being like, Make me a game like Skyrim, but no IP crossover, and make it have elements of history like the Knights Templar. Boom, you have a game. 20 hours of gameplay. Right? And it's like that's going to be on the level of... So there's two things for that, right? The first one is the, like, data stream, where it's like all data will be processed on AI servers, and your computer will just be a monitor that picks up those signals. All of the processing will be done at a third-party location. You will just simply receive the output of that calculation. Right? So you won't need, like, computers and stuff like that anymore. We'd be going back to, like, the 1990s of, like, the Mac, like, monitor and PC built in. Right? But you're gonna have, like, hollow screens and shit like that, right? Because that stuff, I think, is, like, the only thing that we need to be able to do, and again, I don't know if it's even possible, but I'm pretty sure there are experiments that show that it's possible, is the ability to bounce light off of other light. And we know this is possible through reflections, right? Controlling it, on the other hand, is like a different thing, right? Like, we're at a point of, like, sources, right? So I have, like, the Ring camera, and then I have, like, my actual, like, room light, right? And that creates, like, a specific dynamic of, like, the ring light, like, illuminates this side of my face, but that light isn't strong enough, so it creates this contrasted shadow, right? The Steam headset 3D scans your retina to focus 85% of the GPU data on the spot your actual eye is looking at. That's crazy, bro. And, like, that's, like, the how good eye tracker technology is getting. Right? And then it'll be, like, it only renders things that you're actually looking at. Or, like, focused on. To save, like, processing power and enhance detail. It's like, I can absolutely see that. Has 6 gig data transfer to your PC wirelessly. And that's crazy. But imagine 6 tera gigs. Or, like, if terabytes. So 6 terabytes instead of 6 gigabytes. Like, that's the level I'm talking about in 10 years. It'll be like 6 terabytes or 60 terabytes. 600 Steam VR games without a PC. And all your Steam library. But let me guess, it's probably like $1,800, right? And, like, you're going to be like, oh, I'm going to get the cheap one, and you're going to spend $800, and it's going to be a piece of shit. Around $1,200. You know, it's lower than I thought it would be. That's pretty good, but I mean, you could buy a... That's actually, like, not bad for an investment, right? But it's still niche, because it's like, well, I could buy a PS5, or I could buy this VR thing, or I could buy a new PC. Right? So you're not going to get, like, a new PC for $1,200, but it's like, if you're willing to invest that much, right? It's like, do you want to trade that off and not just save up more to get a PC? PCs are still... Yeah, because, like, with the RAM stuff, like, a good PC is, like, $3K, right? But, like, it's a risk-reward thing. Are you willing to save up the $3K to get a good PC? Or are you gonna spend, like, $1,500 on, like, this VR shit that you don't know, that could be literally outdated in a year, and completely outpriced in a year? So, to me, it's just something that's, like, it's too much of an investment. It needs to be, like, $400. Right? And I think the same thing with consoles, right? Like, a PS5 should be like $600, not $900. Or like the deluxe edition of a PS5, like the base PS5 should be like $400. But it's like, that's not a viable business plan because of like how much electronics cost, right?
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat.
Play PS2
Do not
games,
move your
OMFO.
Do not
You
stretch.
need a
Do
Quest
not go to the bathroom.
3S.
Have another token.
No idea what that is, but I mean, eventually, right? Like, the idea is that, like, your smartphone, right, has the more processing power than a standard PC in 2007. Right? So, like, at what point in time is the differential between that? And phones are still pretty expensive, right? Like, the new Apple phone's like $900. Quest by Meta. It sold so much because that's basically what that headset was. Interesting. The question is, Prol, is it a long-lasting working product, or is it a cheap product to get people to buy it and it breaks? Because, again, it's like, I mean, Meta can make good stuff, but, like, Meta has proven to be very consumer unfriendly. Well, Prol, at that case, maybe I'm outdated on my information about, like, when the new leap of technology has happened in, let's say, the last 6 to 8 months. So maybe the leap has already happened and I'm just not aware of it. Oh no, a consumer unfriendly and tech company? Who would have thought? I was going to make a really bad joke, but I can't help it, so I'm going to make it, right? Oh, he's a lawyer? Oh, he's obviously Jewish, right? Oh, he's an accountant? Oh, he's Jewish, right? This is so bad. But hey, they're not the only ones, okay? You can make fun of them as much as you want, but every other race is the same thing. Just for some reason, people like to pick on Jews. It's kind of a weird thing, right? And I'm not saying that they don't deserve it or, like, haven't made themselves seem like they deserve it. Because I don't know about you. From everything I know, they're just shooting themselves in the foot. And, like, the most, like, the people that create the most anti-Semitism is, like, Israel. And it's like they make such a bad name for, like, other Jews. Can't say Israel on YouTube without getting flagged. It's fucking retarded, Ahab. And then you look at, like, people that are considered the highest of the high of, like, industry, technology and forwardness and progression. And it's like the top level Jews will outright say, yeah, we control everything, and it's on such a scale that no one will ever... It's like, it's so deep and so encompassing, it's like impossible to even understand the level of control that we Jews have. And it's like, why would you say that? It's like... Now it's like you're just muddying the water, because now it seems like it's not just anti-Semitism. It's like you're saying, yeah, we control the Goyim and there's nothing you can do about it. And the Goyim's like, well, fuck that. Fuck the Jews. And Jews like, and I'm like, you're gonna get bombed again, but guys, you're gonna get bombed again. You're doing it to yourself. I don't even think most American Jews know or care or agree with Israel. I mean, know about yes, but passionately care about, I don't know. I would say that the Quest headset is worth it for the radius and Saints and Sinners. Interesting. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I may be a Jew, but don't compare me to Israel. Or it's like, I'm a Jew, I'm not a Zionist. Boneworks. Never. I've heard of Saint and Sinners, but I've never heard of Radius or Boneworks. Like, for some reason, I'm thinking, is that like a Binding of Isaac, like, dungeon crawler thing? 3, 2, 1, toke.
about Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners. It did look fun. Boneworks is basically Half-Life with really good physics. And what's Radius, though? What about Alex? Into the Radius is basically Stalker. Ah. Alex is hot trash, just good graphics. Interesting. It's my hot take. It looks good, doesn't play well. Fair enough. Alex, to me, like a tech demo. Looked like a tech demo. Like a proof of concept. Like, what was that game that, like, fucked everyone over? That was, like, wasn't a game, but everyone thought it was? It was like it was like Stalker? It was an extraction shooter? And it was like the entire game was a fraud? No, it was a first-person shooter. Or like a third-person or something. No, it was an extraction shooter. Get the fuck out. Wait. Pearl, did you just notice StarCraft? I'm so confused. Are you saying Stallcraft is like different? I'm so confused because the vote came out though. Hold on, let me see if I can figure this out. Get the fuck out, you'd hate it. I don't know. What was Steam game that was a tech demo scam? Extraction shooter from like 8 months ago. I don't know how to. I wanted to add a caveat there. Stallcraft. I mean, I believe it was a scam. I have no idea. It was the game that Steam retroactively refunded every player who bought it. Nope, it wasn't Tarkov. Because Tarkov's like a good, like an actual game. Like literally, was it Tarkov? Wasn't Tarkov a good game? I swear Tarkov was like an actual game. This thing, like, Steam actually retroactively funded. The day before! The day before! That's the one. It launched in early access. It's a heavily hyped open world zombie MMO survival game. Players actually got was a small map extraction shooter that felt incomplete. Nothing like the trailers and marketing. That conclusion on the game, they added Tarkov to Steam and it was fucked. All I'm saying, Prol, is that I've heard that, like, people like Tarkov. I can't say anything else. What I wish Tarkov was, do you guys remember Turok? Do you guys remember Turok? I wonder if there's any of this. Raptor Caves, Raptor versus Humans, Turok Evolution, multiplayer. Yeah. Yeah, and you could like you could play as the dinosaurs, right? And you could like attack other people. Dude, this game, I don't know why they haven't like redone this game.
That's bullshit.
This game is so good. Scotty, what does Turok, the Native American time traveler who fights dinosaurs, got anything to do with Tarkov? I said I wished Tarkov was Turok. And I thought it was when I heard Tarkov. Like, I love Turok. Why isn't there, like, a continuation of Turok?
I mean, some people just don't think, Ahab.
Press X to swap.
Like, some people just don't think, and, like, why would you ever associate that if you had never thought about it?
Quick, thanks. No.
Yeah, dude, playing as the Raptor was so
No,
much
you're
fun.
supposed to just push that stick. There you go.
Like, they need to make another Turok. Like, because I think the last one they made for the Xbox was a huge disaster because they completely fucked it up. They didn't have PvP in it. They only had, like, the main story and shit. Isle exists, but they won't ever add humans, ever. They say they will, but ain't no way. Well, that's like Ahab. Everyone prays that, Bloodborne is released on PC at some point in time. Even though, like, now, as far as I believe, the reverse engineer PC port is, like, basically 95% functional. Like, there's some things that, like, crash the game, but in general, it's, like, it's absolutely playable on PC. I never played Bloodborne, but only hear good things. I love me my Souls-like, right? I would have played Lies of P because I love the idea of, like, the Pinocchio story and stuff like that, of, like, the becoming human and, like, being a puppet. Just the idea behind it and the fact they took it in such a fucking dark way. But, like, the game just had, like, weird, like, mechanical things that, like, watching playthroughs of it, I was like, I know for a fact I'm not going to be able to beat this game. I'm just fucking bad at video games.
I got to learn to read Chinese, guys. Okay.
But anyways.
Let's go ahead and get into
Exactly,
Larva
Artosis.
versus Free.
But I will say one thing, again, to, like, Prol here. So, like, one of the main reasons Scotty played God Hand. I've heard about God Hand, I think. But the reason of this is, like, research to study gets harder the better you are at it. Interesting. Does that include, like, input reading or something like that? What was I saying? Oh, I treat this as research for large-scale battles and warfare and stuff to learn, like, special techniques and ways that people can do stuff. So, like, StarCraft isn't just because it's StarCraft. It's because it's large-scale, like, production and, like, bases, territory, like, resources, and, like, change of geography and stuff, right? So it's, like, it is a great insight into warfare in fiction, right? And I would say, like, the comparison is, like, I think the reason the battles in the Lord of the Rings on such a massive scale are so successful is because Tolkien was an officer in World War One, and these are lived experiences of him seeing the largest war at that point of time. Like, how the fuck do you do that? It's not the 80s. There's no professional researchers. Scott Wald and I need to find a researcher, actually. I don't know what you mean, Prol. I don't... Ads! I don't know what you mean, Prol. Like, you're just not good at research? Because, like, I'm not good at research either. But I use... So, like, in that way, I use everything that's my experience, like, as a research thing, right? There's always in the back of my head, how can I use this in my writing, right? How is this important in some way? How can I manipulate this? Like, you know, hold on to this idea. It's going to be really important. And is it more like an understanding thing, like an inability to read like a 200-page history book that's placed in essay and like factual format that's not storytelling? It is just, these are the events that happened, this is who did what, this is how they reacted to it, this is what happened, right? And now we're here. Because I'm like, if you need help with that, I'm like, I can teach a man to fish with that, if you know what I mean. Right? Because I feel like that's something you shouldn't get someone else to do. That's something you should do yourself, but you should know how, like, to approach it. Because I think when people think of research, they think of, like, looking stuff up and, like, fact checking and stuff like that. Okay, I'll research right now. I will do research right now.
All right, here we go. Game number 1, Larva versus Free. And this is going to be
like
on
a professional
Crew's
published
Fate.
author has. See, and Prol, this is where I feel the entire writing... No, Scotty, it's a meme, you know, kill yourself now. I have no idea, Ahab. Prol, I want somebody I can pay to send an email to the French Historical Institute and get an answer back. In my opinion, Prol, this is probably a hot take. The way that everything around entertainment, whether it's whatever medium it is a scam. So, like, can you explain to me why you would need an answer from a French historical institute about something? Right? Is that like I want to do it because I think it's cool? Or is that like simply the way that you would like approach research? Because, like, in my opinion, if you're doing anything beyond, oh, that would be really cool. Right? Like, I think the entire everything... Okay, so that's, like, more for your personal thing, right? Because I have this huge, like, stigma towards, like, the entertainment idea of doing it right. Oh, you have to do it this way. Oh, you need an editor, a publisher, a researcher. Like, I look at all that and I say, the only reason you have that is because apparently people need jobs, right? You read all these old books with a huge dedication of all the people they went to. I don't even mean by, like, what do you mean went to? Right, historical. I want that kind of info, you know? Went to for information, Scotty. So you're talking about, if I get this right, you're talking about a book of people describing the information that they have. Have a cartographer. Okay, again, that's why I want to separate the you doing it for you and the idea. The idea is you have to have it or you will not be successful. Right? Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, the mentality inside of the, like, writing space that you cannot be successful if you do not do or have these things. Right? Like, that's what I'm talking about. Not the fact of being like, oh, I want to have these things. It's the, you will not be successful. You won't write a good book. You won't pick up an audience if you don't do these things the right way. And I think all of it's a scam. So it's like, if you're doing something because you feel that like it's something you have to do because of the industry, I feel like you're getting scammed. But if you're doing something because you want accuracy and stuff simply for your own sake, you know, that's what you want. Does that make sense? Right? Like, you're doing it because you want to be that thorough. You want to have that information. Not because you feel that if you didn't do it, you would not be successful, because people have said the only way to be successful is do these things. Because I feel like a lot of people feel like it's mandatory to have these certain things. And I feel like that's kind of toxic. Yes, having those can enhance, for sure, you know. But, like, the idea that if you don't have these things, you shouldn't even try, to me is something that's like super ingrained into like the community, like just in general of all of like writing and entertainment and publishing and all of that. And it's the reason why no one takes a risk on a new IP, because they will only take they're not willing to take a risk. It's kind of toxic, is the most estrogen filled statement ever. I mean, fair, Ahab. But I think it's a slippery slope, right? Where it's like, now you're going to have people that could be the greatest writers of all time not even trying, because they're like, oh, well, I can't afford a publisher. I can't afford an editor. I can't afford to be a writer. And it's like, that's the general attitude of people inside of the space. And it's like, to me, that is a competition confrontation thing, right? Like, you want to tell as many people to not start so that you have as little competition as possible. But I feel like people look up to that authority and they like take it seriously, even though it's like, in my opinion, like the forcefulness of that advice is gatekeeping is gay as hell. Yes. Yes, Ahab. And they're doing it to like not have this and making this entire atmosphere around it. So it's like people that don't have that don't feel that they can compete, which means they don't start, which means there's less competition, which means there's less effort, which means the standard goes down. And this is like where we're currently at with entertainment, which is why there's the James Cameron raising the bar with like Cartman fighting Honey Boo Boo in South Park, like when Avatar came out. And it's like, I want to be able to create and do whatever I want without needing those, but it doesn't mean that you can't use them. I just think it's very important to have the mentality of why academic shit and art is just for gatekeeping. Yeah, but I'm writing about real FCC chair members and global historical figures and a bunch of random stuff. I know, Prol. All I'm trying to say is do it for you. Don't do it because you feel like you have to. And I feel like you're doing it for you. You're not doing it because you feel like you have to. You want to live up to the authenticity of the story you're creating. You're not like, oh, these people said I need this, so I'll do it. Does that make sense? But after my research, I always feel like I literally don't have anyone I can do, and that I don't have enough to write it for me. And it is one of those things, right? Especially writing nonfiction historical, right? Like, you are putting yourself inside of a box. But doing that, like limiting yourself, right? It's like the idea of like with like technology and magic in storytelling, right? It's not about what your systems can do. It's about what your systems can't do. So then people have to work around the fact that you can't do these things, right? Like in the Final Fantasy book, it's like you can't make illusions, but there's like 2 instances of like illusions existing, so it's like, well, you can, I just can't figure it out. Right? So it's like, I love the fact that you're going out of your way to make sure it's as authentic as it is, Pearl. And that's just you doing that as a writer. Because you're like putting a lot of effort into making sure that authenticity is there. Which is, again, for a genre and a story that you're telling, kind of above and beyond, right? Like, that's like, adding an extra multiplier on your baseline, right? Because you're like, well, this story in and of itself is a historical thing, so it's like important because it's historical, but it also has like these other things entwined in it that makes it like an actual story, right? You know, there are slight embellishments, but the generality of it, right? So it's like, you know, all of the facts, but there's like the in between, right? Like, for instance, like you would say, Wyatt, gotta be historical, sexist, asked white boy. Yeah, it's historical with made up shit. Well, I think of the idea of that troll of being like CIA body drones. You don't know like what the last conversation and dialogue between, let's say, JFK and like Jackie Kennedy was. So like you just like assume, and based upon their personalities, you would assume that like their last conversation before getting into the car would be like something along the lines of like, you know, I hope this goes well. This is gonna be a good day for us, right? You could have maybe Jackie as an objection to the open hood car, or be Ridge, but they use drone strikes instead. Yeah, or like something like Bay of Pigs, but it's like a double false flag where it was actually like something like the Philippines or something like that that was trying to get like China and US to like start a war. But it was like through a third proxy that was making like a US false flag. Yeah, as the writer, I want to feel like I understand deeply who Jackie is before I would write what she said, you know, unless I had another plan. And that's where the research and understanding of like that kind of person, like watching interviews with them, how they talk, would give you insight into it, right? But again, it's like you would never know the exact conversation, but you could get as close to it as possible. And as long as like someone hears that conversation and says, "Oh yeah, no, that's totally it," right? Like, is Jackie like a supportive person in a way she would even ignore the dangers of like having the open car, or was she like fighting with him the whole time? But then as soon as they hit public, she just puts on the smile. Because I have no idea about either of their personalities, right? And then there's the whole rumors of JFK and Marilyn Monroe. Does she have like spite towards him? Like, one of my favorite conspiracies is Jackie is the one who killed JFK because of Marilyn Monroe. It's so retarded and so dumb that it's like, women. Of course, it's so fucking retarded to even think that, right? But I mean, it's one of those, who the fuck knows? Like, if you watched, what is it? Not Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. No, the other one. With John Hamm and the, like, conspiracy with JFK. Hotel... The Hotel something? I never tell you my JFK elevator pitch. No, bro. Dude, Scotty, I don't know how you say you think women are so smart, dude. These boys are all literally the same. Bios are all literally the same. Well, this is the thing, Ahab, and I've said this before, is it's the bell curve. women on average, right, are more intelligent than men. But on the extremes, right, women have a baseline lower IQ, but they also have a baseline higher IQ, right? So it's like the lowest a dude's IQ can be is like 70, but the lowest a chick's IQ can be is like 60. Highest a dude's IQ can be is like 104, but the highest a chick's IQ can be is like 120. Or 320. Sorry, 304 and 320. For like savant levels, like, you know, like Stephen Hawking, fucking, I can never say his name, Michio Kakui, the Japanese guy. Love adventure, fuck MAGA, Trump voters, fuck us. Love adventures and shopping, and I'm just looking for my life partner. Well, Ahab, like, the whole thing about that is like the bot farm kind of thing, right? Of like dead internet theory, of like the fact that like there's no actual chicks on dating apps, because the second a chick enters the dating app, she gets 1,000 likes and 1,000 matches, and she just finds the person, and then she's not on the dating app anymore. But dating apps have to have like these images that women stay on them, so they have bots on them. Like, that's literally what I think it actually is. The second a woman gets on it, no matter how ugly or fat or retarded she is, she instantly gets 1,000 matches and just finds the love of her life. And then she's not on the app anymore. But they have to make it look like there's women on the app, or the dudes are going to go away. And the dudes are the ones who are spending money. The chicks aren't spending money to get extra matches. The dudes are spending money to put themselves ahead of another dude. Like, in my opinion, the way that dating apps are set up should literally be illegal, because it's just a monetary scam. It's just literally like fucking gambling. It's total bullshit. Scotty, you living on the plains of Canada, you may live around... Well, that's the thing, I've never used a dating app. Oh yeah, ain't no way they ain't bots. I've like never used a dating app. That's why Facebook dating is so goated. Never done it. Everyone who signs up there is already desperate. See, that's the thing. I feel like if you're doing like a dating app or something like that, it's like, well, why don't you just like go outside and meet people? Like, find a hobby that resonates with people. Like, I'm a writer, go to the library. Find like a nice thick chick with glasses, like the big fucking glasses, round glasses, that's like a secretary, that's reading like some fucked up romantic-y thing like Haunting Adeline or Milking Farm. That's the chick I want to marry. Right? So it's like, I know exactly where to find and meet people. I just think it's super weird to do that. Right? You're trying to pick up chicks at the library. It's just a little weird. Right? But if I could just get over myself and like go talk to people and not do it as a picking up people, it's just a meeting people and like finding people that also like to read and write and stuff like that are like local around here, right? I just don't do it because I'm a lazy piece of shit. Hobbies for men and fat chicks. Well, my hobby is writing. So if like I went to the library and I sat down and I started writing my book and talking to myself about stuff, I'm like, I bet you I would gain an audience. There'd be people be like, some of these things that you're saying are really interesting. It's like, are you a writer? Are you writing a book? And I'm like, yeah, I tend to talk to myself about ideas to get them to like go out and stuff, right? Like, I'd easily see 3 or 4 people like coming up to me and being like, damn, you know? I mean, I could also see like 8 people coming up to me and slapping me in the face and saying, the fucking library, shut the fuck up. Why are you talking in the library? Right? 3, 2, 1, toke. writing a book? Yeah, so is everyone here, dipshit. And then they make you huff their fart. I mean, that's pretty accurate, Ahab.
And getting that game live. Very awesome to see. Alrighty. In the right-hand side, we have Larva. And the left-hand side, we have Free. This is not that bad a match. I think that Larva is, of course, a little
initiated
bit
into the
favored.
Writers Club, and it's
Again, I've always been
ran by
a fan
a
of
500-pound
Freeze. Protoss for
goth,
Zerg.
Mommy.
I think he's always been particularly
I
strong
mean,
in this
I think
matchup.
I could bring her down
And
to
so far, from what I've
350.
seen, Colorless Fate
right?
seems pretty strong.
I didn't fuck
for
her hard
Protoss
enough to
versus
lose
Zerg. I think it's a
150
pretty
pounds over
clear
like a year.
progression of bases for Protoss. The Zerg bases are a little bit further
She's
apart.
gonna be whipping my ass for
Everything's
hours.
kind of choked up in the center a little
right?
bit more.
She's gonna have to take like.
So I think it becomes
I was gonna say
a little
dialysis,
difficult
but
for
it's only if she has
Zerg to stop the inevitable
diabetes.
Protoss pushes.
Like
in
oxygen
kind of the
tank,
thinner
like
pathways,
breathers, every like 10
utilizing
minutes.
Storm. So yeah,
Right?
kind of interesting. This should be a
gonna
gateway
use
opener,
you
I
as a
think.
co-parent.
Colorless Fate. I think you want to go a gateway opener just to because you have that hole for
Yep.
the zealots.
You gotta
and
get
stuff,
all
so
the way
I'm
up
not
there. You know when
100%
it's
sure,
just
though.
shove the head up.
Larva's got a
Right,
9
it's like
pool,
the-
so maybe
the,
he
like,
thinks that
reverse
there's
birthing.
something abusive he can do here as well. Not sure. But yeah, it'll take a minute before we see exactly what they want to go for. I guess Free was not going to go for gateway.
mean,
I think he was going to
what?
go Forge then. I guess he just probably has a good Forge location. But while we wait for Larva to hatch some Zerglings and try to put some pressure on, I want to thank you guys for tuning in to our Tosis Cast or tuning in on my Soup channel. I very much do appreciate it. Please do make sure to follow, subscribe, like, leave a comment, all those great things. They definitely do help. And,
No, I mean you're
yeah,
literally gonna
enjoy
stand
the
in a
ASL.
corner with the clubs.
You know, there's a lot of
thrown
games,
over your
a lot of
face.
games to go through, and I'll be casting each and every one for you. Yeah, I guess that's it. I'm happy. I'm about as happy as you can get right now. I've been
so I'm an
really,
object,
really
right?
hyped
So I have like
casting
my arms
tons
out
of
like this, and they
ASL.
like
You know,
put
between
the
the
coats on my
opens, the
face
wild
and like my
card,
arms.
the main qualifiers now, which are the longest of
I'm
all.
gonna just stand there like this
it's
for
been
like 8
awesome.
hours.
So far, if you haven't seen Day 1 Part 1, I mean, you're missing out. You need to go check it out.
Yeah, dude. Part 1
Amazing
was so
games.
good. Those
Amazing
games.
game quality
like
so far.
I
Everyone's
am
really dialed in
so-
here in the second season this year.
How good those games were is there's 3 aspects that I'm taking that I'm gonna write into the final battle. Well, not the final battle, but the battle between the original Pope and King when their sons killed them, and like the current Pope and King take over. This is like 300 years ago, right? This is like the history books, and it's like taking from 3 of the games in there, the Sharp and Speed game, where Speed was clearly ahead with the vultures, but he didn't target properly, and he didn't take out the tank after he brought the SCVs down, and he got annihilated. The back and forth strategy of like counterattacks between like Sue and JYJ, and the was Queen and fuck, I don't remember who Queen was against. And like fumbling, so like Queen basically won at the beginning of the game. Oh, it was Sock, and Sock didn't GG, and it was like it went all the way to Defilers, but he could never get out of his base. He should have just GG'd, but he wanted to play through the game because he knew it was the last game. So it's like that fighting to your last bitter end, even though you know you've been defeated. And it's like all 3 of those concepts. So, you know, like not targeting the right person and getting overrun, even though you had superior numbers. The back and forth of people trying to get behind your lines and take out your encampment and supplies, and having to like pull your lines back and stuff like that, as well as containing your enemy for such an amount of time and having them fight so desperately back. And all 3 of those aspects will, in some way, morph together to isolate the King and the Pope, so that no one is around to watch their battle or the fact that their sons killed them. And history is written by the people, like the Pope and the King that killed the Pope and the King, right? So,
So
yeah.
I really look forward to the second
And that's
half
why
of this and
Rival is
seeing
like
how it
asking
goes.
questions about
I
everything,
like that.
right?
He kind of went down a little bit to block the Zerglings just a little bit more. And the Zerglings are not going to get there in time. The cannon's going to be totally fine blocking everything.
But like one of my biggest problems
Probe
is like
goes
this,
back for some more
like
scouting.
power scaling back and forth
Yeah,
instead of strategic back and forth.
Nothing.
Right? He's stronger
looks
than you,
too
but now
out of
you're
the
smarter
ordinary
than
here so
him,
far this
right?
game.
So you have to do things differently. Oh, he's arrogant, and you have like the
I'm
emotions.
trying
Oh,
to
he's
think
arrogant, so I
here.
can take
Right,
advantage of
so
that, right? Because it's like a lot of times, like for
From what I'm
the other
thinking
one
about
was
recent PVZs I've seen.
the
He does a lot
the
of roaming on the
Guardian game
map.
where it's like he was so
and
far ahead, but he
does
mismoved the
reasonably
Guardians
good
and the
grinding with
Lurkers and threw his
Sidestorm.
entire thing away and lost the game.
But I
that
think
was Sue versus
sometimes
JYJ.
this feels like an
In the
overall
second game.
generalization of Free.
It's just like, how did you
feel
do
like
it?
the way I see him lose most of his games.
So like looking at those
is
scenarios on like a
he'll get very
battlefield type
stubborn
thing is
and
like,
attack when he shouldn't
okay, I need to
necessarily
incorporate
attack.
those into this
And I
story
think
because
that
that's going to create this
Larva
epic
specifically is
dynamic
pretty good
about
against that.
like being able to
Larva
separate
is one
and
of the
show
better
like the different
cognitive
hierarchies
players.
of the different parts of the battle.
Larva's stuff
right?
is
Like
really
the
well
behind
thought
the
out. I
scenes of
think he
people
has
getting like
some of the
spies and
best
espionage,
defense that you
people
can
like on the
find
front
in this
lines, the
matchup.
supports and stuff with like
If not the
caravans and
best
stuff like
defense that you
that.
can find. So yeah, I definitely.
And this is
like I would've said
already
it's
like a
Larva
week
favorite.
into the
Anyways,
battle,
just based on the
right?
fact that he's a champion, he's had way
This
better.
is one of the
ASL
final
success
battles
than,
of the
than Free
original war
overall.
before
But I would say
Pope and King
stylistically
basically
as
shake
well, I
hands
think
and
he's
say,
a
"We're gonna
little
make this a
bit,
proxy."
a little bit strong against Free style. So could be a tough match here for Free. And Zealots actually do fit there. Yeah, that was.
And of
one
course,
thing I was
Larva has
wondering
to
about,
win because Larva
SCVs
is
and
like my
probes and
second
drones
favorite
don't fit
character.
through
He's
there.
my most spectacle type
Someone made
character,
that
but Queen is my
perfectly
favorite
spaced.
like mechanical type player,
funny,
right?
it's
Like
all-
Larva's
the sizes
funny
of
and
things are
awesome and
very
plays
graphical.
great,
They
like
have,
plays weird.
size tags
Queen
for
just
damage,
just,
but
is just like
they have
a
sizes
fucking amazing
of
player
actually how
with
many
great
pixels they
decision
are everywhere
making
as well.
and like he has
So,
some
good map design, I
defining
guess.
like
Amazing
strategies
what our
that are
map
like
makers can come up with.
new types of meta that he experiments with.
Yeah, looks like a Spire
Which is
coming
why
up from,
last season or
Larva,
the season
Larva
before,
definitely is one of the
he
better
was eliminated in the
Spire-based,
qualifiers because he was playing stupid.
Zerg vs Protoss players.
Opening of the zombie book, guy took his arm, cut off his given zombie
Free right
arm
now,
to
just
use instead.
walking
and
out
he
with the
fucks
Zealot.
girl
He's
who's
gonna get a little
secretly
bit of
been
intel
inlaid
with this,
the
which is
zombie
nice.
embryo and the evil experiment. A few days later, water breaks, his fucking arm rips out of her pussy in front of everyone and almost strangles her to death. LMAO. Dude,
Couple
that's
Zealots
fucked up,
just
bro.
dancing there
I
against
love
the
it.
Lings. Oh
I
no, Speed's
love it.
finishing up. He's actually gonna dive
It's
in.
like
and get on
it's
top
like
of the cannon.
similarly
Uh-oh,
to the
this is-
character
Oh,
that
no,
I made
he
in the
didn't go
Star
on the
Wars
cannon.
D&D,
Okay.
where she's like
So the
a
top exit looks like
nurse,
maybe
kind
it's
of like
tight.
medical professional.
And the Lings
But her
weren't able to
thing
get
is
in,
she's
but Three
addicted
Speedlings getting in
to
is
fucking
definitely
rigor
very,
mortis
very
corpses.
dangerous here.
So she like basically kills
Okay, a couple
people
Zealots gonna
males,
infiltrate into the natural
and
here, but
like
more
after like
more
3
Zerglings
hours or
come out.
whatever, once they go to like full
Believe that's
rigor
a
mortis, she
hatchery being
basically
made
just
right there.
rides their dick until she's come like 12 times.
Ooh, good pullback there from Free.
This is a universe where we
Yeah,
breed
very
zombies
nice, very
to
nice
eat like
counter
cattle.
Zealot pressure, that's for sure.
Holy shit, bro.
I guess we lost track of the Zerglings, but it looks like Larva might
That's
have lost
crazy. I'm sold. I'm sold.
So the Zealots get cleaned up. Corsair is on the way here for Free.
Would you like genetically engineer them
Get
so
over
they
here and
didn't
get
look
some
human?
scouting done before the Scourge chase him out. Oh, one Zergling is left
Also-
over. Seems
and
like Free didn't
almost
take too much damage
always
there.
nearly
But quite a
solved
few
all
Speedlings
medical
coming
elements.
across.
Well,
Hopefully he clogs that up with
Like
the Zealot.
tender is the flesh
Oh,
of the
boy.
zombies.
Well, that's not good.
I don't know what tender is the flesh,
Yeah,
Ahab.
that's very not good. A big group of
It's risky
Speedlings
as
going to get in
fuck.
here. This is really, really annoying. Second gateway is at the natural there for Free, so he does have that safety net against potential
No,
mutalisks
it's a
coming
weird
in.
plot.
Drone's going to get a little bit of damage.
I
You know,
like
this
weird,
is
bro.
A moment
I
where
like
Free just
weird,
hasn't
out of the
crossed his T's
box,
and dotted his I's.
unexpected, and places
As
that
Tastes
people
would
are
say,
usually
dotting
unwilling to
his
go
lowercase j's.
because it
It's-
makes the story unique and it shows like, you know.
if he has a Zealot,
Well,
in that
unless
hole,
of course like
nothing
you can
happens
clearly
here.
tell. Like
Instead,
in
he's
my
losing
opinion,
probes,
somebody writes
full
Haunting
scout,
Adeline,
lost
right?
mighty
Like
time,
you
lost
need
cannon,
to go to an insane.
more
Like
probes
you need
going
to have
down.
you need to be investigated.
Right? It's these very small
Right?
things where it's like, yeah, if you were just perfectly precise with your defense, this wouldn't really
That's what I
occur,
know of at
right?
least.
Very rare to see something like this happen to,
Tender
let's
is the
say,
Flesh is a
Bisu,
book about using
Snow,
humans as cattle.
Paralyzed.
Just the biggest problem
or
is
other
like you
really
have to
good
remove the
defensive
heavy
players.
metals from humans.
But Free definitely taking a
right?
bit of damage here.
The
no
biggest
doubt.
problem
coming
is
into
heavy
this
metals.
third base location.
Because our bodies like
Sunken's
function
done.
at a higher level than
another
other
probe
animals.
pops.
We have a
Ugh.
lot more heavy metals, so you
Gross.
get heavy metal poisoning if you eat human
This
flesh.
probe is so stuck on top of or underneath the probes.
Like, I think if you didn't,
Funny how much damage can go down. All right, finally does
get
get
sick
cleaned
from
up.
eating people,
And that Zealot gets cleaned up
we'd
as well.
probably be eating people.
So I think some mutas are
Like,
probably on the way here for Larva.
The taboo and the reason behind we don't eat
Again,
people
he's
is because
definitely
it
a player that
fucking
likes
kills
mutas in
you.
this matchup.
And then there's like also like eating human brains, which is like
I remember
prions and
back
everything
when
like that.
Remastered first came out.
But it's like
mutas were
between
so
prions and heavy
popular in
metal
PvP at
poisoning,
that
you just
moment.
fucking die.
I remember watching so many games of Sulky and Larva just dominating with like 4 bases, turtled up really
but
hard.
it time
good
skips from
needleless
like
play.
cyberpunk sci-fi into Star Wars level sci-fi.
Really left an impression on me.
So like 1,000 years or 2,000 years.
All right, Corsair is coming in from Free. Oh, and he's got a DT in here as well. Has to take out this Overlord before that, oh no. Oh, jeez.
He doesn't even know. Oh my god, that DT.
And he does. Okay,
The
I
DT's
thought
at, like,
for a second
4
there Larva was
HP.
gonna just route that, but instead
It is at 4
he eats the
HP.
Scourge and then still forces the Mutalisks back. That's painful.
Oh
That's real
man.
More Scourge coming out, but the DT is doing its damage over there.
Yeah,
as well.
it's just
preventing
taking
a lot
shit
of
out.
running
I don't
time.
even think he realizes it's there yet,
obviously,
right?
The drones ran away, so I don't think it really got drone kills, but the DT is
He-
definitely being annoying.
The
right
DT
now.
had 2 kills,
Maybe
right?
picking off some eggs or whatever.
Oh, it's 3 kills
only
now.
on it, but still, that's a lot of lost mining time.
Mm-hmm. He's preventing him from going
It's
over
important
there.
not to overstate lost mining time, but it's important to state it nonetheless.
Because he probably
like,
lost like 300 or
You know,
400 minerals there,
technically,
right?
if
Like
the
that
map
could have
was
been another
mined
base.
out,
That could
I
have been
guess
3
you'd mine the
mutas.
same amount of minerals, but
Like
that
he
isn't
wasn't mining
a
gas
good
either.
way to
That's
look
another
at it, 'cause
really
so
big
much of
thing.
the
He
game
wasn't
is
mining
more
gas.
like tempo based.
And I decided on my next army, 1,000 Suns. Fuck yeah, Ahab, let's go.
So Mutalisks continue to be produced.
That's like, yeah, I was
Plus
gonna
one
say,
of the
that's
flyer
like
carapace
a,
is done. Very healthy group of mutas here.
chaos
You
like
might see some
platoon,
Ogres or
right?
gaming going on. Another gateway is going up. Corsair count is not that high. Looks like he is going to make an Archon. So that,
Zinch
actually, that Archon's
boys,
going to be fantastic.
ideas
for
that
free
these
here.
rogue bounty hunters find a cloning device and just decide to literally steal the earth from their boss by cloning and fucking until they conquer it. I mean, that's totally
And
valid,
the
bro.
Corsairs, do the Corsairs
That's
have
the first
+1?
half of the book. Ah.
He must, right?
And
You
then
make
there's
so
a
many
time
Corsairs, he
skip
must.
to, like,
oh,
after
he didn't
that.
Get it, actually.
And it's like,
So the +1
holy
flyer
shit, what
is
do we
even
do?
better than normal. Yeah, see, the Observer just checked that as well. That's actually, I mean, that's pretty darn impactful.
Like, if I was
'Cause,
Elon
like,
Musk,
they
right,
fight
I'd just
pretty
go to
even,
Mars, breed
previously,
humans,
but
and
if you have an extra upgrade that your
like,
opponent doesn't in a match like this, it really does make a huge
eugenically
difference.
breed
Now, +1
humans in
finishes up, so
jars
the Archon is going to do
and
fantastically.
have,
The
like,
Zealots will do well.
video
But nothing
cameras
those
on Earth
Corsairs
and
does
just, like,
make me a
watch
little bit
shit
nervous
on
that
Earth and just
Larva
laugh
might
my
be able to
ass
just
off like I'm
dominate
watching
the air
reality
micro well
TV
against the
while
Archon
making,
and
like, a
just be done with
paradise
it.
on Mars. And then we jump to the
Corsair's
main
coming
guys,
in.
like
Yeah, you
700
can't really break through
clone,
those
and he's
eggs.
like, he's still the president. He's totally down with this, so he brings all the zombies back, conquers the Earth back from himself.
Ooh, dude. Oh, he's losing a lot of Corsairs
Yeah,
here.
I-
And those
I
aren't
like
gonna
it.
Fight that
I
well
like
either.
it,
Again,
Cole.
without that +1. Corsairs being picked off. Yes, some mutas are dying. But at the end of the day, Larva's pretty happy with this. He has 8
He says to
very
stay away
hurt
from the
mutas there. You should
Archon.
not
One
try to
more
kill
hit.
off that
No,
Archon.
one more.
See,
Yeah, no, one more hit and
come on, man.
everything's
Maybe
dead.
In
You do not want to get
absolute,
AoE
like, I
and then all
practice
the
12 hours plus a
conquerors,
day.
but also
Super
it's mainly just
prime
action.
Kespa days, we saw mutas take out Archons regularly. That is not something we see
It's,
regularly
guts
anymore.
and butts. book.
You know, there's like
Killing people
strategically
and
players
fucking.
are way better than back in the Kespa days, but if you look at some of the very
What men on the
mechanical
front
things,
lines wish they could do every day.
generally players are not as dialed
Kill
in.
3, fuck 2.
Like something like that where it's just super precise, like I have to practice Mutalisks micro 6 hours a day type micro. You don't want to be doing that. You do not want to be doing that in modern day
throat is so
StarCraft
sore.
unless you are actually putting in the time that you will bet your tournament on it.
I blame
And when
the
you do
fact that I've
that's
like
scary as hell.
been
but I
drinking a
don't
lot
think
of
that's
pop
Larva.
lately. My
Larva
parents
has
had a friend
family,
over, so they
kids,
bought like pop.
does
So I've,
streaming
like-
other than StarCraft as well. I don't think you're going to be doing that, Larva. Come on. I don't even really think of Larva
Top
as a
smoking
micro-based
weed
player
and
either.
drinking terrible shit. That's not very like soothing.
So
for the
Larva
throat.
right
I
now
should be drinking
feeling a lot
chocolate
of
milk
units
right
towards
now.
free. Free is up supply a little bit.
Soothe out my throat. Especially because I cleaned the bong
Quite a few
too, so
Hydras
it's
up
like
there. Definitely going to have to hit a storm
The
on those,
harsher
but not
totes.
enough energy on that one High Templar, that's for sure.
oh,
Pick
in
that
the
up
flank.
Immediately with the Hydras. Free kill. That
That's
Nexus
what
in
I
the
do
top
look like
left
a pain in the
probably not
cock
going to last
to me.
either. New High Templars coming out, but they're going to get picked off. Oh, God. That was brutal. I think that's it. I think that's honestly the
Honestly,
game. GG,
Ahab,
game 1 to Larva.
since the game's over, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'm gonna go grab some milk because I don't want to have another toke until like I fix my throat.
So game number 2, Larva leads 1-0 over Free. We're going into Octagon. See if Free has what it takes to bring this to a game number 3. In the top right, we have Larva. And in the top left, we've got Free. All right. Yeah, it just felt like a pretty pure outplay from Larva. Guess there's not too much else to say about that. He got Lings in multiple times. You know, he came across with a timing attack that just crushed. Free didn't have +1 on his Corsairs, so was having a hard time keeping them alive / protecting High Templars. I don't know. It didn't seem like terrible play by Free, just better play from Larva, I guess. But nothing to write home about from Free. I'm not like going to sit here and rave that he was playing godly and every game is amazing. But yeah, pretty outclassed there. So hoping that he can do a bit better here against Larva. So far, you know, it's kind of interesting. Like we've had the wild card tournament and we've had the 2 ASL Opens, and all 3 of those tournaments were won by Protoss. So, I mean, a lot of the top Protoss already spoken for into that next round. But so far in these qualifiers, Protoss haven't done all that well, I guess. Well, Shuttle had a nice close series, and I guess he's really the only other one. But Free here, I'm not holding my breath. I do think that Larva's probably in the next 2 games going to be able to take him out. A little bit of harassment on the minerals. Being annoying as he can with this probe. Larva chasing him down with the drone. Yeah, switches drones over, but nice juke there from Free. It's been interesting to watch players learn and develop good jukes against Worker Micro with Workers, because Workers are all the same speed, but the range attack on drones and probes do make it so that if one of them has a hit on the other one, it can kill it. And obviously, you know, SCVs just have such a short range they can't really do that much. I've seen 3 hits
so
in a
crazy
row
how much
from
milk
pros
just soothes
with an
your throat
SCV,
when
but
you're
that's
smoking.
about the limit. Maybe I saw 4 hits once, but it's like
Creaminess
insane. I've
going
seen
down your
Speed
throat
do
like
it and
cum. I mean,
Shiny
what?
do it, and that's it. Okay, so yeah, just the Forge cannon coming up. Larva playing this pretty safe. See where he puts his 3rd hatch. I'd imagine it'll be down at 3 o'clock. And well, yeah, nothing too
Oh,
odd.
that's so much better.
Pro
It's
being chased
that
down
tickle in
pretty
the back
well.
of your throat, you just
I
can't
do
satisfy
think
with water.
That, well, there's some important things like splitting your lings off to make your opponent think they're going to be attacked, things like that.
Yeah. So
can
like
be really
you
important.
force them to go
But I
back
also
because you think of a
see how Larva's
counterattack
going
and you
after
just
this and
run your
actually
lings around the map.
utilizing a little bit of micro here. Some players just like follow a worker with a ling, whether it's an SCV or a probe, and that's about it. I think that Zerg should be working really hard to eliminate the scout. That's like one of the powerful things about Zerg, right? All
That
their
early
stuff makes
game,
out of larva.
like
So you
denying
never know. At
information
one
to your
point,
enemy
like,
in early
it could
game.
be 6 drones, or it could be 12
Yeah,
lings, or it could
exactly. You
be,
never know, and it causes
somebody
your
makes 9
enemy to usually
meters,
play
like,
defensively.
You
So
never
it's like-
really know what's going to be created So scouting is really incredibly important, like real-time scouting against Zerg, because they can just switch what they're doing so quickly.
Because you can just say you said
So-
you said like 12 larvae, and it's like, okay, well now I make 12 hydras.
Lazy about
I'm
clearing.
like, what does he
a
have? I
worker.
don't know. Oh
I mean, I'm
fuck!
happy
There's
as a
hydras
player,
everywhere, and
like,
it's like
thank God. Like I want
Hydra
this
bust
alive.
is like your standard
Like, it's
ZVT
more
opening,
important
right? Like
than seeing what a
Protoss
Protoss or a Terran player is doing. That's for sure.
Protoss opens
Yeah.
Corsair, and
Just a
Zerg
shower
opens
thought, I
Hydralisk.
guess.
And it's like, it's
Okay,
not quite
so
an all-in, but normally
Stargate
it's
is coming up
Corsair
for free.
versus Muta, so you can switch it up to get
Larva
Hydralisk.
here getting ready for
And
a
then you
Spire.
just like, you
There it goes
just
down.
attack the front, and it's like a push, right? So you usually do 2 base, 3 hatch Hydra. And you just try to overwhelm them, right? And it's like,
Nothing
I
to
don't know
do
if I
about
call it
Like,
an
Free
all-in,
should be
or
moving
just
out
like-
relatively
like,
soon in Zealots. Normally you start moving out around 4.
like
At
just
this
an
point,
early push or attack.
Looks like he's poking with 2. I wonder if he'll bring a probe as well. No,
I
he
mean,
just
it
walks
can
down
be
and
an
then starts
all-in
walking
depending
back a
upon how
little
you
bit.
do it, but it's also
just like you
not
do
an
wanna
all-in
double
depending
check
upon how you do it.
What's going on? Sometimes you can
I
actually
usually
gain
use
information
the
just by how
Goomba
they
method
move
to
their,
run base and
their units
over
around.
hatch turling.
like for
batches
instance,
or
you can
before
kind of
round 2.
tell after playing StarCraft for a long time what something weak looks like and what something strong looks like.
I
And
don't know
sometimes
what
you can even
Goomba
tell that they're
method
trying
to
to
run
feign that.
base.
Or like they'll be
over
acting
hatch
weak with the
turling
lings, like
batches. I have
retreating
no
a little
idea,
bit more,
bro.
so like they want you to chase so that their massling can come in and surround you or something like that.
Do you mean like
It's, I guess it's just like human
run
pattern
to their
recognition,
base
but
and
I
like,
can't
click on the
explain it
hatchery?
exactly. But you can get reads
OG
just by
method.
moving out like that.
usually play a
Like
good
people
game?
are trying to sell you something, and sometimes your brain will just be like, "Oh no!"
Like, I
no, this is fake,"
literally-
or, "Oh yeah, no, this is real."
I was like
Corsair
Ahab.
comes
I
down,
was like, if you were
sees that
anyone
Hydra
else, I
spin.
would like time you out for
Of
saying
course, there
that.
is the Spire as well, so he's got to be really careful.
Fuck, do you mean?
I do wonder if Free's going to get the +1 air attack this game. Evolution Chamber comes up.
You know what's
Has a double
crazy
cannon
though,
at the front here,
guys?
plenty of zealots, so I don't
If
think
they make Diablo
Seedlings are gonna be any
5,
sort of
I think
problem for
Diablo 5
them. 5
will
zealots you
be
always
like
move out.
Diablo 2
If
and
you haven't
good.
moved out yet, you definitely
Because now with like the allegations of Blizzard and the lawsuits and everything being over,
Corsairs will pick off the
and them
Overlord.
just being at the
Oh, yeah,
point where they
here's
don't
the
give a
scourge.
fuck,
So
they
he's
should
gonna
just
try and
hire the
catch them
most
on the way
chuds
back.
that they can and
If
just
you
make
get one of these
Diablo
two
5
Corsairs, that
the
feels
best game
very
ever
good. And
made.
Larva is predicting he's going to be on the left side, and he's
Man,
almost
Act
right.
2 Path of Exile 2 is already
was
so
on the
much
left
better
side,
than
and then he
4.
went
Oh,
to
I
the
believe
right.
it.
The
I kind of play StarCraft, I put a banana
of
pepper on
where
my
you
light
send the
switch
Corsairs
and cut it
to try
up
to
with
get
my
around Scourge
electric
to get
razor,
home
and I
is
always
always
win.
kind of funny.
Damn, Pearl, that's
Because you
crazy.
have to randomize it to a certain degree. You can't go on obvious paths because the Zerg will just catch you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really important to get out of there. All right, Zealots getting surrounded slightly. 3 Hydras coming out, so definitely Larva can commit here.
Never played it,
Okay,
though.
legs finish up.
I have
+1
no
isn't done
idea.
yet, but it generally finishes pretty quickly after legs. Lots of Hydras being made. I wonder if Larva is looking to actually hit a Hydra timing here. Ooh, good flank. I actually wonder if +1 is
Yeah,
done on these Zealots yet.
does he, how many cannons does he have?
These
Because
are
if he
good
just
catches by
makes
Larva.
another
Really
like
good.
6 Hydras and just goes in, he's only got
Additional
4
cannons
cannons.
coming up.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
he does
sneaking
have
in the
that +1.
DT.
DT turns around as these units
Oh
walk forward,
man,
picking a ling. You don't
Is-
get the audio.
and you
cue
don't
for
get
that,
notified
so
when
just
it dies.
going
Who's
one
up?
shot.
timing their Hydras right now.
All right, now here's the actual Hydra attack. Are you serious?
Bro, like
What am I even looking at?
I'm-
Why is he
I'm
attacking
like-
like 5 Hydras?
I'm so
Funny
confused.
thing is, it almost kind of works without this DT.
Yeah, without the
here.
DT there, he would have been fine. But look at all
Well,
the
the DT
probes
is
not
there,
mining
so,
because
like,
they're
he
on
holds
the
it without too much
line
trouble.
to
Doesn't
stop
really
the
take any
DT.
damage.
Look how much
The
is
counterattack
not
in the
mining.
meantime doesn't really do damage either. I'm really surprised that he hit that attack.
I mean, like
But I
up
guess
timing
it
their
did take out
Hydras.
cannons and
Like,
like
who's up timing? I'm just
you know
so
what?
confused
if
with
the
like
DT wasn't there,
what
or
you're
if there was
trying to
one
say,
fewer
bro.
cannon,
I see the
like,
words,
he
I
probably
don't
would've
see
gotten
the
High
meaning.
Templars too, and the game might just spiral out of control for free.
Why is
So I guess
Larva not mining
Kind
with
of
those
an interesting
drones?
choice, but almost worked. All right, more Hydras coming across the map.
DT.
There's only a single cannon now, so this is going to make him use
This
Storm at least.
Groby is clearly playing Atlas Rulebook.
2 Storms even.
So
And an Archon?
2006.
Oof. I feel like
I
Free is
mean,
thrown
this
off a
is
little
like
bit here.
standard air hockey technique.
DT comes in for a single drone and backs up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, another Corsair ends up falling. Don't know, like, I wouldn't mind actually a little
Air
switching to Mutas
hockey
here.
focus.
That feels like it would actually be...
Scotty.
Oh, there's Mutas.
It's
Well,
so fun.
I don't know if that constitutes a Muta switch, but for them coming in and going after... Oh my god, he double stormed. And he's going to lose both of them. Dude.
I prefer
that was only 4
foosball
Mutas.
to air hockey.
All right, Free is getting slammed right now. Really feels like Larva has taken
It's
complete
like
control
cool for
of this
people
game.
who are alcoholics. What? Because alcoholics can't fucking hold a pool
Lots
stick
of
and just
drones.
ruin the pool table?
4th base is going up. Another macro hatch there as well.
That's what it sounds like.
I think just macroing out Hydras here
And
is
copy the
probably good
commentators.
enough. And the back and forth between Hydra.
Yeah, that's
could
why
be
I'm like,
used.
bro,
I
I'm
could
like,
see Hydra
are you
Lurker also
trying
being
to
used
say
here.
something?
It feels like Larva
Or
has a
are
lot
you
of
like,
options
because
on
I was
how
gonna
to
say
take
is the
this
fact
game
of
and turn it
being
into a
like,
victory.
if you don't understand
He
like
really
the
is ahead right now. Even though
terminology
he's
of the
down in
things that
supply
I'm
a bit,
saying,
like
because I'm
15
using
supply
like
down, I don't think it
vocabulary
really matters.
from StarCraft
he's
of
killed
like
off
a
so many
Hydra
Templars already.
rush
Look at
or
this.
like
He's
a
just, absorbing
2-gate,
zealots right
you
away.
know, getting
That's a
your
great
like a
storm.
3-hatch
That is a
2-base versus
fantastically
like
good
a
storm.
3-base.
Still, so
Or
many Hydras. Free
like,
is
you know,
losing a
getting your
lot of units.
cracklings in. At what time do you get lurkers, right?
So with a little bit of reinforcements, Free is going to be able to push everything back.
So in the context of like you have no idea what I'm saying and you're just like saying random words, it's like funny. And it's like a realization of like, I know that like none of the vocabulary I'm using you probably understand. Right?
All right, Free getting ready for his 3rd base. Gonna throw that
Gotta
Nexus
do the
down at the
finger
mineral
snappers before the Tootle lands, for real. This must be what it sounds like when I describe Warhammer 40k to people.
only. Drones being sent up to the 4th base for Larva here.
Yeah, Ahab. Because you have like a
Free
specific
has
set
already
of
lost
vocabulary that
enough
you
High
use, right? Like I
Templars
try
that
to
I'm
explain things
very nervous about his
for what it
prospects
is,
in this
right?
game. Now he is up like 25-ish supply, so that is.
But
definitely
in
something to take
general,
into
it's like
consideration.
you
He
just
has the Observer
assume you
already.
have like a
He's
natural
remade a lot
knowledge of
these High
StarCraft.
Templars. Larva is taking a defensive position on the high ground there with his lurkers, but he's a little bit sparse right now. Maybe with a couple good side storms, Free can break up here. If Free could do something like kill that 4th base, I think he's suddenly completely in charge of this game. It's just I wonder
He
if
has
he can
the
break
Observer,
defensive,
but all he needs to do is
position here
get
that Larva has. I don't think so.
he needs to
Larva's
play in
position
reverse
looks
this
good
time.
enough that
I
he
think the
should be
only
able
thing
to-
that's gonna break this, like his
Okay, that's a
storm
good
isn't gonna
storm.
be enough. He needs to get reverse.
Zealot's getting up here and tanking a lot of the
But
damage.
like look at the economy, right? He's 120 and 138 versus like
Ooh, another
108. The
decent storm
supply
there.
is so close together.
The flank of
Oh
Hyde is going to be a
no!
bit
Oh
problematic,
no!
though.
Okay,
You can
I
see
think
more and
Free's
more
actually
Hydras
dead.
coming out. He
There's
almost
gonna
went
be
for a
another
lurkers, but not
round of
quite. The Zealots
Zerglings
coming back to the
after
front
they
line.
kill.
One storm remains, throws it down, not the greatest,
They
gets
kill these
dodged really
dragoons,
quickly.
and without like, so you can already see there's a Zergling there, right? There's gonna be another round of Zerglings that comes out, and
Yeah,
it's
Larva. Too many
He's-
Hydras here for Free to deal
yeah.
with.
See, he has to
More
rearrange
hatching
this,
all the
right?
time. Suddenly
Because the
supplies
dragoons
are
counter
equal
the lurkers,
after being 25 up.
Zerglings counter the
Free
drones, but
losing a big
zealots
chunk of his
counter the
army and is now
Zerglings,
actually
and
behind in
Hydras
supply.
counter the zealots.
Bottom right being
So you have to
taken by
know
Larva as
where
his
to
fifth.
engage and what to do in order to maximize your output.
2
Right,
upgrades
and
already.
plus like Hydras are ranged and
Even
zealots are
picking an
released.
observer
You can
there,
kite,
that's painful. Don't forget,
right?
not
You,
a
they,
third
you need
gas
to make
at
sure
that
you
third
know
base
where
for
the
Free.
observer is,
If he wants
so
third gas,
you
he's
can
gotta
move
take
your
9
lurkers
o'clock.
so they can't see. And maybe if you want to do a whole
Zealots trying
position
to run by
and
to that
like
bottom right base, but
try to
Larva's
get all
somehow
of their
catching them
zealots,
just
right,
in the
and
nick
then
of
running
time.
for like a
We're
counterattack.
going to turn that army around.
Oh, is he going for a counterattack? Oh, he's pulling everything. Digger looks like it's gonna be a fun. Oh, dude, Ahab, I am so fucking excited for Digger. I'm like, Digger is like, so like,
Right,
Tropic Thunder to the military.
I think it's enough Hydras
Digger
to overwhelm every
to
team.
like oil companies.
It does look that
it
way.
looks like it's,
Buchanan
oh
is
my
actually
god.
doing a pretty decent
It's like
job of
actually
tackling
gonna
just a
lean
few
into like the
Hydras to the side,
satire and the
but
ridiculousness
the
and
main
not
group is
worry
just
about
picking off the
some
army too
bullshit
quickly. More
politics
Hydras
about oil
coming up.
companies to
I
ruin
think
the
we're
fucking
very
story.
close to the end here. If these Hydras
Will you
just
see
pull
the
back
trailer for
to
prime
the
time?
lurkers, where the other Hydras are that just came out.
I'm just like
this
I'm
third
sold
base
with
should
Tom
get blown up,
Cruise
and
like
Larva's
being
not really losing
like
anything.
I feel like
Hit his third base,
Digger
but he blocks
is
that
like
reasonably well. Probe's starting to go
what's
down
his
here
name
for
from
free.
Tropic Thunder? Who does he play in Tropic Thunder? What's the guy's name?
Yeah, and that Nexus is going to
Oh
fall.
fuck.
Does not look like a winnable position. 20 supply down right now for our Protoss player.
That plus that version of John Goodman. I'm so hyped for Digger. Yeah. It looks so good. You know Digger before the teaser, and I was trying to explain to my mom, and she was so lost.
Well, Free is trying to make something happen here. That's a great storm. But
Used
I
Green
think the
World
macro
in the first
is
teaser.
just on a runaway course here for Larva. If there was like a bunch of size storms, I wouldn't be all that worried. It's just he's lost a lot of High
Which is
Templars.
one of the most
I don't
underrated
think he really has any storms left at this point.
songs.
So just anything that Larva moves out with is problematic.
I love the girls, but I don't think
yeah,
I've heard that
GG,
one.
Larva advances to ASL.
Woo woo. My man.
Oh my god,
Soul Key versus
It is time
Scan?
for the most exciting part of every day one qualifier. The man, the myth, the legend, Scan is in the finals of this qualifier.
Scan is
against
Artosis' real life
Sulky.
friend. He's
Taking a
another
look at the
player, and he's
bracket,
like
not easy
basically
bracket.
Artosis'
815 was
teacher
in here,
and
Sulky
mentor,
dispatched him.
and Scan
Look
is
at
like getting.
Scan's side,
He
though.
got into the round of
Scan had
16
to go
last year.
through Zerg player. I'm not sure who that first
Most
Zerg player is on his side, but then he had to beat
overrated
Stork 2-1. Then he had to 2-1 Ruin, one of the best
song
up and coming
to
Protoss. And by the way, Ruin 2-1
Bibler.
HM, one of the best up and coming Zergs. This is a damn stacked bracket. That's crazy. And Sulky in the finals, a 4-time ASL champion. Oh my god, I'm so hyped. I'm wiggling.
I have no
with
idea what any
anticipation.
of those songs are because I don't know
cannot
song
wait
names.
to see. Is Scan able to take out Sulky? Artosis, you're being biased. Yes!
Well, of course I am. He's my
Exactly
friend.
I am. You better believe it.
Of course I'm biased. I want him
Here
to
we
win.
go. In the
I can
bottom
cheer for the guy
right,
that I like and still
Sulky.
commentate.
In the top right, going by black_scan.
Black Scan.
Ah, he loved that black red.
Gorillas
If you
is the
remember our
lead
coaching
singer
streams,
from Blur.
loved it. So here we are.
Just
Scan
one
bottom
man's.
right. Who leads? Because this is not the first map. This is the second map. This is Octagon.
Damon
Come on, who leads? Who leads?
Albarn is the lead singer of both bands.
All right, so Sulky won game 1 on Colorless Fate. Okay. I wish we could see it. I'll never forgive them.
Also,
but
the
here
good,
we
the
are.
bad, and the queen.
Scan versus Sulky. Game 2 Octagon. Let's see what Scan's got in him here. Looks like it's going to be a wall, most likely.
See, it's like, you know when you can tell when I
Interesting wall
don't
that he's
know
gonna do. This wall
something,
is
because
gonna
I'm
have
just,
2
like,
holes
so
instead
lost.
of 1, but the Marines will pop out into a
Like,
more
I can't even get, like, a
manageable
beat of a
position.
song in my head
If you
besides, like,
wall that
Sunshine or
spot
whatever
with
it's
the
called.
barracks
You know,
on the
Sunshine
bottom
in
and
a
the 2
bag.
depots above it. There's only the one hole in the bottom, but the
I'm
Marines pop out
happy,
way at the front of it,
feeling
and it can be
glad
harder
I
to
got
hold a rush.
Sunshine in
But
a
only one
bag.
hole, right? So yeah, just a
That's
small
Clint
difference.
Eastwood?
This is not a huge difference.
okay.
It's basically if you practice.
Did not. I see. That's why I said I had no
you'll be
idea what the name
fine,
of the song
right?
was.
Like you know how you hold everything. Oh, is he going CC first? Yeah, it looks like it. So CC first here for Scan, and then over on Sulky's side, yeah, that is a hatch first, of course.
Hatch.
Of course, you know, I would be remiss if I did not mention that obviously Sulky is a bit favored. Scan is
And
legitimately
I wouldn't necessarily
so
say
good,
it's overrated. I would just say it's
though. As you guys
overplayed.
well know.
Because,
I mean, you
like,
get to
as
see
far
his
as I
games.
know, that
He's
was like
definitely
the
one of these
like
players that
famous
is,
song.
the future of the game,
Right,
You know,
the one that,
I
like,
mentioned this
made
quite
them.
a bit. Like, you look at some of these players, and it's harder to describe the way they play. Describe how Soma plays,
The only one I listen to is November Is Come.
right? Wait a minute, doesn't he have like the best micro and the best macro and the best strats, and he does everything? Yeah, that's like kind of the future, right? So many people are stylistic, and that's fine.
You
And that's
just
good,
lean
and that's
into the play that you
but, like,
usually
the
do,
newer
right?
generation does a lot,
You're
right?
just like, this is what I've always
Soma
done.
does
Y'all are missing out.
everything. Scan
See, the thing is,
does
bro, I don't
everything.
really listen to
Paralyzed
music.
does almost everything.
Like, if I'm listening to
JYJ
music,
does
I'm listening to
almost
Iron
everything.
Maiden.
Like, it's
Listen to
kind
Pink
of crazy.
Floyd.
Ruin does everything.
Listening to Led Zeppelin. Listening to The Offspring. Listening to My Chemical Romance.
there's a lot of players coming up that don't have like one
a little bit of
style. They're
Nickelback
like jacks
thrown
of
in
all
there.
trades, right? Like they just kind of they kind of are just really good and will use the right thing in the right
Sky doesn't
situation.
listen to ZZ.
And you might
I
look
don't
at
know
that
what
and
that
say,
is.
well, shouldn't everyone do
I don't
that?
know how to pronounce that because I know
Well,
like it's
no,
like
not-
she.
I don't think so.
like
I think like
Shu.
StarCraft is a game where you can specialize so heavily. You
It's
know,
like XI is
if you have
pronounced
the
like
best
she.
Mutalisk micro in the world, you should probably just do builds that abuse.
Well, it's because
Mutalisk
like
micro.
all I know is the she is like Xi Jinping, right?
You know, whatever you're comfortable with and whatever you're good
Shoo
at
shoo.
is probably
Yeah.
something that
So I
you're
don't know if the
talented
U
at in
changed the
general and
I because all I
enjoy,
know is the XI
right? Those things
is
all
like
kind of
she.
go together. But yeah, this newer generation is like so full-bodied in what they can do. Anyways, it is the command center first. And it looks like, I think Scan went factory here. I wasn't paying close
Chinese is
attention
one of the
because it was,
hardest languages
I don't know,
for
pontificating
its.
upon the future of what StarCraft
Yeah,
will
well,
look
yeah,
like.
but if you
Oh, no,
know,
never
like,
mind,
at
it
least
is
I
a second
think it's
barracks.
Cantonese, right?
In an academy.
Is like
So command center
um,
first into Two Racks Academy.
the thing about Cantonese
saw
is it's like
earlier- Who was it?
what's
Was
it called? Like
was it
tone.
barracks
So
that
you can have
went-
like
Or
Mo,
was it
Mo,
JYJ?
Mo.
One of these guys
And it's like
earlier
they
went,
mean different
uh,
things,
CC
even though it's
first,
like they're the same sound.
into
Right,
like
it's like
eBay
diction or
and had
something
barely
like
any
that.
Marines
There's a
and
specific
oh yeah,
word
Sock
for
did
it.
that. That's what it was. And it took so much damage.
And it's like
I
that's
was
why
talking about,
Chinese is
oh,
like
well,
such
you
a
felt, I
variant
guess, like you need to be so greedy. against
Cantonese is such a variant language
Here you can
because
see Scan is
of
playing against
the like types
best
of things that are worked into the
anti-bio player
language,
in
right?
the world by miles.
And then
Sultan.
like the written language
he's
is
gone
like
command center first into
completely
2-Rax
separate
Acad.
from that because it doesn't
And this
use
is going to
its
give
own
him stability.
alphabet.
Scan is absolutely not going to die.
It's like
Okay.
a
And he's
derivative
gonna have
in a way of
potential. Look at where
hieroglyphs.
he's standing as Marines. He's going to have potential to maybe.
I bet you hate
kill Sulky.
Shushu.
I don't think he will, but it
I don't
might
know who
work.
Shushu is, and I don't hate anyone.
Oh, you
Except
know
for
what?
some people.
He's keeping his
Send me a
barracks
link,
out of
let's
vision
see,
of
and
the
I'll tell you.
Overlord.
Because I think
That's
there's
part of
some
why you
people I
want like
hate,
that.
right?
Notice how he
Just
stands
makes me
all his
roll
Marines
my
to the north.
eyes,
He's
like-
trying to hide
like,
them.
you know that
He's going to
girl?
come out suddenly,
Chat
and
pile
Soki has two
dropped a
locations he
Digger
has to
theme song.
guard, and he's not going to
Interesting.
be able to guard both
Don't
of
know
them
what
well
chat
enough, I
pile
don't think.
is.
The move out is a
Um,
little bit late, so the mutas are actually
Shushu
going to be
is a
hatching
thick
pretty
Asian
soon,
lady.
and
Has
Sulky's
a
threatening
thick
with
Asian
speedling.
lady
So
in
this
it.
is a little bit
I mean,
harder
okay,
than what
I think that would
Scan,
instantly sell me.
anticipated here. Oh, he just finishes up
Right?
scan.
So it's like a
Stim,
band?
rather.
Is it a Korean
it's
band
like
or
he
a
finds
Chinese?
the
I'm guessing it's a
factory.
Chinese band because of the name. It's not a Korean K-pop band.
I think this was a really good idea from Scan, and it just didn't quite come to fruition. And Sulky just got so much information with his lings. See, Sulky's on 3 bases super fast. So if Scan was able to walk across the map with that, he could have punished one of the bases most likely, because you're going to
Wait,
have
is
a
that
hard
her?
time putting up 2 to 3 Sunkens at both locations right away. Maybe he does it, maybe not. But the fact that Sulky not only stopped Scan from doing that, but also ran in and scouted the timing of the factory. The timing of the factory tells us that range was skipped. It is.
I'm
being
like,
gotten
wait,
now,
she's like a
but
total
range was
butterface,
skipped to
bro.
get the factory out more quickly. So this is.
Wait,
It
let
really
me get
looks
back
like
to
a
that. Where
Valkyrie
was
rush
that?
from here.
Fuck.
So Scan
Where's her
will
fucking
probably
face?
go into 3 to 4 to 5 barracks with 1 to 2 Valkyries and try to push. I don't know exactly how many or how many Raxes he wants to go, because I don't know what follow-up
I
he
think
wants.
they're American
Like, a lot of builds like this turn into mech builds.
I don't
So
know.
if
This
you're gonna
chick's
turn
not
into a mech
thick,
build, you
bro.
go with less barracks.
So I'm
If you're
like,
gonna
which
stay on
which
Vile,
character,
then
like,
you'll
which
probably go
person
more
you
barracks there.
like?
Anyways,
Maybe she's
Scan is
like a
setting up
little
his
bit.
missile
She's a
turrets.
puffy face.
Sulky coming in and getting some damage. He wants to fly.
I think you know
through
what
and see
thick
what's going
is,
on.
bro.
Still has 7. Sees the armory. Yeah,
All
very
Asians are
clearly.
butterfaces when you
I
strip
think
away
this
the
is
makeup.
what he would have assumed
No
it was
cap,
going to be
they have
anyways.
all women are
Sulky down to
butterfaces when you
6
strip away the
mutas. He's going to
makeup.
want to fly out of here. Scan. I mean,
It's like that. You seen the
reasonable
meme of
punish,
the
get some
of the
damage down
chick
there.
Not
but
fat.
definitely
fuck.
took damage from
Thick.
Sulky.
Like you're into.
Without question, I would say
Thick
Sulky
is like,
winning
let's
right
say
now. He has
you're
a huge informational
between
advantage, and he has an
5'1" and
economic advantage.
5'6".
Yes, a few more
That's like
workers for Scan,
140
and
to
Scan's economy is
180
not
pounds
so
on a
hurt that I
chip.
would be calling him dead. You have 35
That's
SCVs.
like
You can
you got
support everything he's
squeeze,
got
you
here
got
and make SCVs.
thighs. That
So
chick
that's
didn't even
good.
have a stomach or
But-
boobs.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a
You know what?
Sulky advantage.
You know
right
what? Thick for an Asian, you kind of got me there. Thick for
now. Okay,
an
going
Asian.
up to the 4-rack, so that's
'Cause,
kind
like,
of like neither.
Thick for an
one way
Asian,
or the
I would
other,
call like fat for an
Scan.
Asian, for like the
this could
type of
absolutely
like
be a mech
Asian
switch,
body
and this could
I would be attracted
absolutely
to.
be
Well, I'm
staying
not
alive.
attracted to the other ones, but it's like more
My
attracted to.
best guess is that this will end up being
Thick
a
for an
mech
Asian
switch.
is like they don't look like they've been through a famine. Yeah. So like maybe you
But
want a
it-
fat
like,
Asian.
honestly, if it stays
'Cause a
viable,
fat
I wouldn't be
Asian would be
super
like
shocked. Now, this is
190
a lot
pounds.
of lurkers being made by Sulky.
Which would be like
isn't-
a thin
isn't weird
American.
either, because he knows
Right?
that it's a Valkyrie rush. When your opponent is going Valkyries,
That was a bad
if you can
jab.
get
That was
a
a
good
bad
amount of
jab.
lurkers out, you're generally ahead. And this is part of why I mentioned I think it's most likely a mech switch. Because if you don't go for a mech switch here, you have to basically go all in with dropships. Like the Valkyries have to clear the mutas really well, and then you have to use dropships to get past the lurkers, because you can't break the lurkers unless they screw up. Like the lurkers are just burrowed in a defensive spot. You are never going to break them here. Okay, siege tanks coming out. 2 siege tanks. I've heard a couple scans lately, so I'm not sure how many scans that, well, Scan has left.
Latina.
Okay, scans that, but those are high ground, so you're going to be
Yeah.
missing some. It's unfortunate. Scan wants to come up here and do the engage. Can't do it. That's too many. This is painful. Without a vessel there, and the amount of scans we heard, I don't know how many
stuff.
scans he has.
I didn't say thick.
A
I know,
serious
but like
issue. He's just kinda
Latinas
stuck.
aren't thin. Like a thin Latina is a thick Latina. So like I couldn't imagine a fat Latina.
Third siege
Right? They
tank.
got to be like 600
Does he have
pounds.
siege? I don't think he has siege. Oh no, he does,
Fucking
okay.
grotesquely fat. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Because they're
he
like
hit target,
super fat.
Hit a ling. That's brutal.
Right? Because it's like they already start off
I think that
bigger.
I wonder if lings have higher attack priority.
Right?
or
So
it's
they're
just
like
because there's
average
lurkers on the
fat
road, but
is
you
like
have to target
100
there. You have
pounds
to get a
more
lurker.
than like another
So,
race's
a little bit of a mistake,
average
but you know
fat.
what? The
Same as
siege tank
Asians'
count is getting
average fat is
reasonable.
like
The
minus
Valkyrie
100
count is getting
from every
reasonable.
other one. Right? At least
So
that's
this
my
is
view.
giving Scan some longer term tools.
And
that
that's
he
like
might be
that's
able to
like the difference between like
utilize to get
Latinas and Hispanic, right? Hispanics got the ass, but Latinas are big.
fat. Defilers are
Whenever a
almost
fat
ready.
person orders fried chicken, it
Consumer's over
kind of makes
halfway
me
done right
slightly
now.
angry. Like, holy fuck, you don't need it.
Sulky losing a couple lurkers, but
Ahab-
backing up.
Fat people think they're
Expertly
living in
done here,
fascism
stalling
because
everything out.
Walmart isn't 24/7
Dark Storm
anymore.
gonna be the next move.
Like, that's how
Right,
bad
hits
it
the Dark
is.
Storm. You can see the
Right?
Valkyries doing a really good job. The Valkyries just cleared out the Scourge. Might be time to
They're
make the
like, I
Valkyries
can't
go
at
and
2
find some
a.m. go to
overlords.
Walmart and get 2 rotisserie chickens.
When something like that happens, I think it's pretty good to send them around,
Guys,
kill a couple
it's
overlords
the age
before
of
the next
Hitler.
Scourge. The next Scourge.
I'm being oppressed.
So
I
really
can't
nice.
get my
I think you shouldn't
my
keep them
2
out there too
a.m.
long, though.
double
This is actually a
rotisserie
great
chicken
turnaround
covered in
time. Wow.
gravy.
Really, really well done. See,
And
there's the
I don't feel
factory.
like this is
Makes
America
sense.
anymore.
So Scan is going to do a mech switch.
There's
here.
one
Now,
gigantic guy.
here
Like,
is
he looks
another
like he
portion
struggles
of the
to
question.
breathe because his
Mech
neck fat is crushing his
switches.
throat.
So what you want to do is keep your bio
I mean,
alive.
EDP was
pressure
pretty big.
lightly, but make sure Zerg
But,
doesn't
like-
attack you. And the general
Yeah,
rule
no,
of thumb here is to double
I worked at
expand. You want
Walmart,
4
guys. I
bases
seen some
for
pretty
your mech
big
switch.
guys.
Mech with
I can't
4
imagine what
bases
America
maxes
is
out
like.
really fast. You can
Like,
make a million.
we have
factories.
mobility
It's really,
scooters,
really
and people like
comfortable.
come in and use the
I
mobility
don't see
scooter, and
Scan
it's like
right now
they're
making
like
any factories. He
fat
does
is
have
like
a
hanging to
really
the
healthy
floor.
count of.
Because you're gonna run
Valkyries.
over
I
yourself,
love
bro. No,
the,
Scotty, this
dropship
motherfucker
coming
is
out. I hope
huge.
that the Valkyries clear the path there.
What, like 800
Scan backing
pounds?
way up right now.
It's like 6'2", 800 pounds.
All right, here comes the drop. Excellent. Nothing is here. Mutas and Ling's going to come back to try to clear this.
At that point, just die. I mean, yeah, because you're like putting. Could you imagine what insurance, like,
Doesn't
what,
look like too
what
much
life
will occur
insurance
here.
would cost if there wasn't a single
could be a good
person
time
in
for
the
the
U.S.
Valkyries
over
flying
300
again,
pounds?
knowing where the mutas are and that Scourge are to utilize. And in fact, he does that immediately. Dude, scans like yeah,
it'd go from
he's
like
understanding what
it
he's doing
dropped
looks
by
fantastic.
like multiples
Not
of
everything's
thousands.
going perfectly for him, but like just the
Right? It's like, let's say
general
you're
broad
paying
strokes are
$4,000
very,
a
very
year.
strong. Like he's
You'd be
always
paying
moving
like
in his Valkyries when he should.
$4 a year for healthcare.
Oh, and now they're all gonna die.
Right?
Ah, it's too bad. That was a lot of
If you just
overlords.
got
If he
rid
had
of
killed that last
everyone
one-
who was over
oh,
300
no, there
pounds.
were 2 more coming. Wow,
Say if
Sophie
you
was
just
very
happened,
good to
you
eliminate all those.
put like
Now,
weight
we
sensors
might get a
across the
problem
entire
here for
country
Scan
on every
where
block,
Mutas
like
could come back out
every
again.
piece of cement,
'Cause
like
he's out of
everywhere,
Valkyries.
and then
It's
what
dangerous,
happens
right?
is you
Like,
have the
you
space
wanna get in there
lasers,
and try to kill
and
some
if
stuff.
like there's like
But
a empty spot and
if
they're
you don't
like
have any more
300
anti-air,
pounds, it
you
just
might have to go
laser
Goliaths
zaps
later,
them.
and I don't think he's ready for that. Now
You
he
know
is
how much
double
you have to eat to
expanding,
be
so he's
like
going to
that?
have the 4 bases,
Yeah,
which is really
'cause,
important.
like, I've been
His
trying to
Bioforce is
find
still
these
alive
'cause
and out in
they're
the middle. He
funny
tried to
as
poke there, and
fuck.
that's fine.
But they're
as
like,
long as he doesn't lose it all.
let me
it
see if I
needs to
find one.
slow down your opponent while you get vultures on the map. Now with this many vultures, Sulky knows what's going on. He knows that this is a mech switch, and we get to see how Sulky wants to deal with this right now. There's been a lot of evolution in how to deal with some of these builds as Zerg. Drops have become really important once again. Feels like they always were, but the pros weren't always using
Hey,
them.
maybe this is it. Hold on. I think
so
I might have
wouldn't be-
actually found it. No.
Surprised if he's starting to
Let's see
upgrade
what
some of his
mines.
drops. Definitely sending smaller groups of lings through to clear mines and know where stuff is. More and more factories being added right now. A ton of SCVs being sent out. Bioforce going towards the bottom left. Right now, Sulky is on 4 bases, and this 5th base is not going to be that hard for him to take. Darkstorm goes down, and he has to turn around. Scan with a bunch of bio in bottom left. Vultures coming in. Sometimes you can just run your vultures by situations like this and deal a lot of damage to the drone line. Wouldn't mind seeing him try that, because it looks like there's basically nothing there. Oh, God. Aggro's the vultures in with a plague.
Okay, I think I found one. Well, I don't know how Instagram works. Can I like maximize this? Like, how do I like turn it back? Like, where's the fucking player?
What most people eat in a day is just an appetizer for her. Worried she'll stay hungry. Her mother gives up.
Tammy, come on. All right.
Why did it stop, for fuck's sakes? So dumb. But yeah, that's the idea. It's like, it's the AI voice with like a fat person and like fucking 5 pounds of bacon, and it's like going through their entire day, and then Dr. K is like, you're gonna fucking die. Or like whoever the Dr. Oz, actually, the guy from 600 Pound Life, right? But yeah, that shit is fucking hilarious. Oh, after stuffing your face with 5 pounds of bacon, it wasn't enough. So you get in the car, which you can barely fit in. The tires and the chassis are touching the ground, and we go off to the drive-thru to get 3 blizzards and 27 chicken nuggets. It's just like, it's so fucking crazy.
All right, Scan is actually going for a very fast 3 add-ons.
That is
So
the
that tells us
the
that he
sin of
wants to
gluttony.
get- oh, God. He wants to get a large tank count relatively quick.
Well, I don't understand
I
is
think
how
that this
people
is one
pay
of the
for
more
that.
Interested and
Isn't that like
unexplored portions
$500 or
of the mech switch
$600 a
is
day?
when to really
of
commit
food?
into siege tank production. Because, like, you need a lot of vultures, I think.
Like 3
maybe
pounds of
more
bacon
vultures
is
than a
like
lot of players are making,
$40.
just to zone everything out for a while and try to harass zones a bit.
There's a
Or,
chick I
like,
watch who eats
rather
like a
harass
fat
mineral lines a
fuck,
bit.
but she works out so much. She's fucking hot.
So I get a
still.
little bit nervous if there's not a lot of vultures and not
Like,
a lot of lines on map.
like the
if
Asian
whole center
mukbang
looked like
girls,
mines right now.
where they just
I
sit
feel
there
like, yeah,
and
let's
eat
go 3 or
food while
4
they're doing
factory siege
yoga
tank and just really
with their
blow up
tits
that siege
hanging
tank
out.
count. But right now, it doesn't feel like there's enough between Scan and Sulky.
Well, yeah,
that's
there's like
actually-
the
that's a
whole
really
thing
nice
of like the
position for those tanks.
influencers
That
that
makes
like
attacking there very hard. So
mukbang
even
and
though
then
there's
they
not
throw
that
it
many
all
mines,
up.
he's still zoning everything out pretty
Very
well.
unhealthy. Like
But
not just
if you
mentally, but
sit
like
too long
it
at this
causes.
point,
No, Scotty, I hate
Sulky,
Korean people.
I think he'll go drops. Okay, we see Overlord speed is ready. We see Ultras in here.
Oh man,
A
you're
few
missing
units being
out,
sent out, maybe go
Ahab.
after
They're
some
the
of these
best
siege
people. I
tanks.
would move to Korea.
I
Honestly,
imagine
I
Stan
would.
already got Goliath range.
I would move
You
to
have be ready
Korea
for
instead of
switches back
Japan.
into mutas at any time.
I'm not even kidding you. Like, if I had the option of Japan or Korea, I would choose Korea over Japan. And the only reason
Mutas
is because
forced
of
back for now.
StarCraft.
Lots of ultras coming out.
Like, everyone wants to go to Japan, right? It's like stuff. Just less good Japan. I mean, I agree, Ahab, but it has StarCraft, and it's still got Korean barbecue. Right? It's like, I feel like I already experienced
the
Japan
group
through
of bios
anime,
still
but like
being
I don't get to
utilized in such a
experience
good way.
Korea.
That's
I
gonna
don't
be annoying to
believe
break through. You
that.
can definitely
I don't
break through
believe
it,
that,
but,
Ahab. That's like that.
you know,
That's
it's way
like
on the far
saying
side of the
like
map.
sushi is mid.
Gonna be gross to try to get through.
Not gonna lie.
I like that very much. And then he has a
I mean,
I've
only had like Canadian Korean barbecue, but Texas
Scan has a
fucks
lot
Korean
of supply
barbecue,
right
and
now.
it's fucking okay. I believe that
But
because like
again, I'm not
that's
sure
like American
about the number
barbecue.
of
That's
lines
like
that
a
I'm seeing on the
different
map.
kind of thing, right?
Feels like he's just a little bit low on that. All right, more ultras coming up.
I feel like
Obviously,
those
the
are two
Dark
different
Soul only
completely
takes splashes
categories
hitting
of
them, but
barbecue.
Tanks do reasonably well against ultras.
Not
although
gonna lie.
We are seeing a lot of ultra-based
That's like
armies
saying like
be
a
the final
stir
endgame
fry
against mech nowadays
is
as well.
barbecue, right? Because we talk like Texas barbecue, you're talking like
All right, an attack
ribs,
up to 12. Oh, that's
steak,
a really smart move.
potatoes.
I think he just intuited that there should be less defense up at 12 and does a great job getting in there and forcing the SCVs to run. Like, Scan should be able to clean that up and still mine from there. Also, clears out the ultras that try to go for top left.
Well, it's like I think of Korean barbecue
Some
as more
vessels
of
look to
like.
be,
Well, yeah, I
being
know
made
there's
here by
Korean
Scan, by the
barbecue
way.
ribs. But I'm thinking like Korean is like more like
And
Chinese.
here are the drops. See, as soon as the game gets slowed down, if you go into those drops,
right?
it's very difficult for mech to deal
But
with.
it's
Mech
like
cannot be
stir
everywhere.
fry instead of chow mein.
It is not a fast composition. Now he's flying over some
Whereas
mines,
like
so
Texas
Scan's going to
barbecue
see
is
this
like
and
you're
hopefully
getting
can
like
get
a
into good
full
position
fucking
right away.
steak. You're getting like an entire rack of ribs. Right? You're not getting like a stew with stuff
Ooh,
in it.
irradiate on overloads?
You're getting the
Potentially?
entire product right
Okay.
off the barbecue.
There is a defiler in there. Ooh, and it just barely lives through, but gets targeted down. These two lurkers will be a bit annoying. There is... Okay, one lurker is going to be a bit annoying.
That mine killed 4 vultures.
But he actually deals with that
Fairly
exceedingly
well. Fairly well.
Ah,
Oh,
time
the
for queen
queens!
transition.
He's got to wait now, though.
Now, this
He's got to
is
wait for it.
truly endgame against mech.
You get your
I want it
foreskin
out.
back from your parents to have it surgically attached to your eyelids.
The
Cut
fuck?
it in half and-
You know Koreans love fried chicken too.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
They love fried
they
chicken.
love to fry up a little piece of chicken.
They do.
Yeah.
They love it.
They do. Have you been to that place, Bonchon?
No,
Fire,
I haven't been there.
real good.
But yeah, they crush like Craig Popeyes too.
Is their fried chicken good? Because
It's good.
Japanese fried chicken is dog shit.
No, it's not,
dude.
dude.
It sucks.
I can see
Karage
that.
is
It's,
fire.
I
it
can see
sucks
that.
ass.
No, he
you
just
see it
says
on the
things
menu
like
at a
this.
Japanese restaurant,
I wouldn't
and
touch
like
it.
because people give it a pass because it's Japanese
No,
fried
it's
chicken.
good.
All
But in the
Korean
world of
barbecue versus
fried
Texas
chicken, that
one
is
makes
the
me think
most
of this
dog
combo.
shit fucking fried chicken you
What do
can
they
get.
do? What do they do?
It just it doesn't.
It's
It's,
just
the seasoning's
panko.
wrong. Yeah, they
Yeah.
just bread it
It's
and
just
fry it. It's like the
panko
kind of
and
shit you can
lemon.
make at home. It's
Yeah.
not good.
Like
I mean, all
umami.
fried chicken you make at home.
What?
Nothing.
Yeah,
I
of
don't- I don't
course.
wanna
But
be-
I mean,
I don't know, man. Nothing will ever beat Nate's fried chicken. That shit was
Is
godlike.
you get enough
He knew how
queens
to
that you just
fucking
blow up all their
cook.
tanks, and then if they don't kill you, you blow them all up again. The value gain is
So
unreal,
like,
if you
because
get two
he would
brewlings
like,
out.
so he would like
Now-
sauce and spice the chicken, right?
At
then he
this
would,
point,
like,
with this many
herb
bases,
and
I'm not sure how many
spice the
factories
breading.
Scan has, but
Then he would do
even if
a
those queens gain enough energy to
liquid
brew them,
batter
which they will,
around it, and then
I don't think that
a
necessarily means the
breaded
game's over.
batter.
Once upon a time, it
And it'd
kinda
be
did
like
mean that,
4
but people
layers
explode the
of
macro on
fucking
mechs so
deliciousness.
quickly
And then
get
you
so
dip
many
that in
add-ons
plum
oftentimes
sauce
that sometimes you can just
or
push through it
gravy.
anyways.
or even mayo. Dude,
All right, an Ultralisk
unfucking stoppable.
Defiler attack
Like
coming up the
the
right-hand
bread
side.
would, or the chicken would be like that thick, right? the entire thing would be like
More and more
that
queens
thick.
being added.
Like the breading and stuff is like thicker
not
than the
keeping any forward
fucking
positions
chicken, but
just
it's
make me
so good.
nervous.
No way Asians drink that. They conned white people into thinking they do. Dude, Macha
Sulky
fucking
utilizing Dark
sucks
Swarm to try
so
to get
much
on top
shit.
of those
Matcha?
tanks.
I don't know what matcha is.
Definitely annoying, but not necessarily the end of the game.
Ooh!
Sulky's spending a ton of Scourge there to get rid of those vessels.
The quality on
Definitely
this
think
change?
that's the right call. You know, a lot of people have theorized that EMP could be utilized against
People can
mass
say you
queens,
can't
but
see
we're not
between
even gonna get
720 and
C-scan
1080.
attempt
Nah,
such a
man.
thing as all the
You can see the
vessels are
pixel
now dead.
fragments. It's like the same as 30 to 60 to 90 to 120 FPS. Matcha is what white bitches get after eating their Korean. That doesn't help me, Ahab.
Right, another group of Lings going up the left-hand side of the map. Looks like some vultures have intercepted them for the most part.
Did those Lings just kill the mines when they
Yeah,
popped up?
Sulky is kind of getting
That's
up to
kind of crazy. I don't
what
think I've
Zerg
actually seen
needs
that happen
economy-wise and
before.
production-wise to just non-stop attack mech.
And he's got like 12 queens, so he
I
can
do
like take
think
out
that,
all of these tanks once they're
in
ready.
modern games,
And
mech
it looks
is
like
going
he's
to
got
need
163,
to
164.
basically transition
So
really
you just need
quickly and then put
150,
tons of
right? So
pressure
those
on.
the queen? No, those aren't the
I
queens.
do
Where are the
wonder
queens?
if scan maybe expanded too much almost. I know that sounds
There they are, there
weird
they
and
are, there they
goofy,
are.
but, like,
Okay,
if you don't put
okay,
pressure
here we
on
go,
this
here we
is
go, here we go.
what
Moment of
most
truth,
the
moment
mech
of
games
truth.
look like. And it just didn't feel like he was able to put too much pressure on. Vultures ran around a little bit. The tanks never really moved out.
Yeah, I feel like Scan's dead.
Yeah,
Be like,
Queen's
yeah.
gonna come up. Spawn brooding on some of these siege tanks.
And the Ultralists are just gonna eat through this.
Scans top left. Really in a lot of trouble. Nothing of Sulky is in trouble, really.
Yeah,
guess a
this is
few
a gay
vultures moved down
game,
into this
not
area, but they'll be
like
cleaned up pretty quick.
Artificial Academy 2. I mean, you can say
Scan's
all
not
you
really
want,
finding any
Ahab,
counter
but it's
damage,
like, it
unfortunately.
is what it is, right?
Looks very grim from here.
It's nostalgic and important to me. So, it's one of those things, you know, not every day is gonna be the best content, right? Artificial Academy view is porn, sir.
Okay, 3-2 upgrades. I mean, that is
Oh.
fantastic. But the Broodlings
Because you're
have
like
begun.
fucking robots?
Top
You're like
left. Okay,
learning
he's
to
gonna
fuck
get that back to
robots?
mining.
We're like teaching
Fair
robots how
amount
to
of siege
fuck?
tanks are coming out. Sulky though right now is up 65
Or you're just fucking in
supply.
VR? For like your waifus? I can see it.
Yeah.
I could see it.
Looks
No,
like
you
Scan is
fuck
going to have to
anime
go to the
women.
qualifiers on day number 2. Try to get through. I mean, he got
Like
through some
Hatsune
very
Miku?
strong players today. So, again, I think Scan is super close to just being in ASL every single season. But how are you going to stop Sulky?
Yeah, Sulky's a fucking 4-time ASL champion. Scan needs like 5 more years to even be on
Trying to lay some
like,
mines.
completable level. I think you get to like round of 8, but I don't know about winning. You want, you create whoever
Might
you
bring a
want
single
to
tank
fuck
back.
with.
Uh,
So I can make my 8-foot tall,
Very tough
massive
indeed.
tit, thick Dommy
I
mommy
love
who
when the
all she does
Zerglings
is
are
whip
able
me
to
and
attack the
cage
mine
my
before
dick
it explodes.
and peg me.
Yeah. I think we'll be seeing GG in a second here. Like, what's going to happen is Sulky's going to, in a moment here, get on top of the factories. And
Hey,
Scan's
once you
gonna
get on
make
top of the
choices with
production and the
GG.
factories and they can't
He's
make
still
like a
got
mass
decent
amount of
bank.
units,
Like, he's still got
he's like
decent
down to
income.
like 7
So
tanks.
he's hoping to be able to stem this
You
and
have
for
the most
Sulky to slow
Reddit
down, but I just don't
fetishes.
see it happening.
I know,
like,
it's
look at
kinda
Sulky's
crazy,
hatcheries.
Ahab.
Units are just flooding out to rally points, then being sent up. Oh, God. Scan made like a ton of rates,
Yeah.
like 11 rates. And they instantly get plagued. Well, the wraiths are a good idea.
Guys,
like, I love
I
the
was a
idea
cuck
of making
before
a
cuck
group of
was
wraiths at this
invented,
point in the game
okay?
to pick off the queens. It's just
Like
unfortunate.
I tried
that,
to get my
like,
first
plague,
girlfriend to fuck
it reveals
my other
them
friend
and brings them all to one
so I
health,
could
so they just
watch.
die instantly.
and she thought it was weird. And she was a whore.
Yeah, now on top of the factories.
So
It's
she
becoming
thought it
much,
was
much
weird,
worse
but
at
her
this
game
point.
was what can you fit in my vagina? So, I mean,
Queen's
that
going to
says
top
something,
left.
right? GG.
And GG is called Sulky into the ASL.
Alright. Of course.
Okay, we're gonna go to
This is
Group
why God
7,
has
and this
blinded
is a
himself.
ridiculously ridiculously stacked bracket.
He has fled
Okay,
from my
so
mind
up
long
at the
ago, Ahab.
top- Actually, last hero, I know who that is.
Tyson and
it's not coming to me, but
Royal.
actually, that's a pretty good Terran player that lost immediately.
Is that the actual Nada?
this-
Because I know
this
he
guy
came
that
back.
plays is a
Action.
ladder warrior. I see
Oh,
him
dude, Action
all
versus
the
Royal is
time.
the
He plays
total.
so much
Or the
on ladder.
final.
Hit him very oftentimes, but it looks like that ladder warrior Protoss ended up losing.
I like
to
Royal, but
Action.
Action's a Zerg.
And then Action took out Mungiho. That's Purpose, a strong amateur Zerg who took out Nada. So Nada was trying to play. Which
And he came back
is
last qualifier,
really,
too.
really exciting. Nada has been extremely active on the ladder lately.
And he is one of the
and
original.
He's getting really, really good.
like,
But
the
he did take a
OGs.
game off Purpose, but did end up falling here today. And of course, as I mentioned, Purpose lost to Action, who's in the finals now against Royal. Looking at the bottom part of the bracket, the very first match that you see there with the Chinese name, that's Xiao Shui. So Xiao Shui was in ACS before. He is the best Zerg player outside of Korea, bar none. He's a very aggressive Zerg, but one of the closest players to getting into ASL. So he was able to beat, I'm not sure who that is that he beat, but then he lost to Tyson 2-0. Tyson is actually a really underrated Protoss. Obviously he's been around for a really long time, but he is underrated. Tyson's legitimately pretty strong. He throws a lot of games, but his best play is really, really good. And looking at the bottom part of the bracket, it looks like Yabsab was able to take out Bale. Maybe Bale's spending too much time doing all-ins on the ladder. And then Yabsab ended up dying to Royal.
At least he got one game.
2-1. That really not bad for Yabsab. Yabsab's really good. He won one of the ACS tournaments a few years ago and has been a very strong Zerg since and pretty darn active. Royal took out Tyson as well as Yabsab, and now is in this finals against Action. That's a great matchup, Royal versus Action. I think a lot of it's just going to come down to the very beginning openings. Royal is generally a very technical or optimized player. He'll do a lot of like technical cheeses, and he'll do a lot of a lot of optimized macro plays where he's like, okay, I'm going to get the most Marines possible. He's kind of like Flash a little bit. Whereas Action is one of the strongest Defiler Zergs. So we'll see if he's able to get into that later portion of the game. Looks like right now, Action is up 1-0 here on Octagon. Yeah, so it looks like he won the Colorless Fate map.
Colorless Fate.
And
what
we'll
a name of
we'll
a
see what
crazy
Royal's able to do.
It's not in a coven,
good job
though.
on Action. Action definitely has
Not Storm Egg.
regaining
3, 2,
his form
1,
as
toe.
of late. Action has had one of the weirdest careers. So, like, Action, to give you some context, he was on Eastro back when I first moved to Korea and lived with the Eastro team for a little over a year. And he was already known at the time as the hardest working pro gamer. He played more hours than anyone else. Only Luxury, who was on KT at the time, I believe, was putting in the same amount of hours as Action. Action never really made anything of himself on Eastro, but when Eastro had to end up kind of disbanding a bit, like Action ended up
I want to tell this fat chick
KT,
Baphomet isn't
if I'm
satanic.
recalling
It's a
correctly.
Muslim guy.
And I mean,
Tattoo is literally
he's
a racist
solid. He's
character.
been good for a long time. But like, I guess he started hitting a decent amount of round of 8s
We all
in
know
ASL. And then
Baphomet
he kind of like became sad
is
about
like
the game. He
the
was always a
product
big
of
time macro
Muslims
Zerg,
fucking
and then
goats, right?
he like said he was going to retire, came back like
what?
1 or 2 days later, played really cheesy all-ins for like over a year. But it feels like a lot of his good macro play is back. So I don't know, like Prime Action, I was like expecting him to be in the round of 8 all the time, and then he turned into a player where it's like, I don't know if he's going to make it in ASL. But I feel like the games I've seen from Action lately have
Satanism
looked more
is
like
the gayest
Prime
shit
Action.
Isn't
than-
like the
than they were
actual
before, that's for
definition
sure.
of like the original Satanism, like
And
actually
looks
like
like
hippies?
it is a pool first, and he is going to try to put some pressure on. That's a fair
Isn't
amount
it
of
like
lings he's
there's
making,
a
isn't it?
misconstrued thing, or is that a
Or
different
was that
word?
just 2 lings? Did I read that wrong? I thought that I saw 4 or 6 lings being
Because
made.
I thought Satanism and satanic are
There's
2
4.
completely
Yeah, it is
separate
6.
things.
Okay. So 6 lings coming
Like,
out. You're gonna
Satanism
have to pull
is a
some
lot
SCVs
more,
up and make sure
like-
that you're blocking well.
Like, it shouldn't
make,
have
make
that
2-3
name.
Marines here.
You know what I mean?
And he should be fine. Like Royal
It's all
shouldn't take
just
too much
nerds who think
damage.
they're wizards.
But Action's going to take a third base behind this, which is pretty common.
See, I'm a nerd who
Oh,
says
okay,
he's a
brings it back.
wizard, but I know
So yeah, it
that
doesn't
I'm
look like
not.
This is going to be a problem holding this.
And I think that's like
Maybe
very
bring the SCV around
important.
the side.
Is
No,
that
doesn't
like
even need
I
it.
obviously know that I'm not,
Okay,
no
so
matter
what
what
we're
I
looking
say.
at here is
Right?
if
Like
you
I can
go
say
full
I'm the
first,
best
you make a
creative writer in
medium-ish
person ever,
amount of
but it's like
lings. It's pretty
it's
common to
it's
just
just
take
a
a third
you
base.
have to believe in your own work.
And what you do is you
building
get the
yourself
scouts
up.
off the map.
So
you
I
contain
actually
up here,
believe that because
and Terran
like-
isn't 100% sure
Or
what's
it's like,
going on.
like
Now,
I can believe it as
the
much as I want,
best
but I know that's
possible
not
thing to
reality.
do
I have
against
to
this, in my
manifest that into
opinion,
reality, right?
is
Like I
to
want to
make
be.
Marines non-stop out of
Bio
one
says
barracks
far from
while
religious
adding a
as I
second
have
barracks
a
and move out with
tattoo.
5 to 6 Marines and identify exactly what's going on.
But like
I really
Baphomet
that.
is a
I've seen
pagan
Lightning that
god,
against
isn't
this.
it?
I think it's good. Now, Royal stopped at 4 Marines and is
And,
going
like,
2 racks. So that means he's trying to do an academy. rush.
Paganism
And the
is
Academy
like
Rush
it
will be able
is
to
like
move out in
a
time because this is not
wider
a very quick
word
layer.
for
This is a
just
much slower layer than what we
non
normally see, so
like
there's no issue. He should be able to
regular
move out
religions,
with
right?
8 Marines
created by a
and either
Christian
Fire
to
Bat
create an
Medic or
image of a
Medic Medic.
Muslim.
Probably
It's not a
Fire
god
Bat
or
Medic.
demon
That's
at
more
all.
trendy, a little bit safer in a lot of ways, but doesn't necessarily scale as well. But I think that's what we'll see him move out with. And if he identifies
Are
immediately
you
what's
sure
going
about
on,
that, Ahab?
it's going to be hard for Action. But the
Because
thing
like
is, what
Baphomet is
Action
a
has done
goddess
here,
of fertility.
The tricky part is you don't know if they're going mass Zerglings with speed.
Goat head,
So
massive
if you
tits,
move
and a
out
giant
with the
dick.
Bioforce and you try to eliminate a base, you can like suddenly die if your opponent made
she's
20
the
speed.
like trans.
But if they don't move out and you
like,
made 20 speedlings, you're going to
thing.
lose. So there's like a little bit of
Right, it's
trickiness
like
to this for sure. For
multiple
sure.
of human and
there's
animal.
other tricky things you can do, such as
At least like that's as
not,
far as I
like,
know.
put extra drones at your natural, thinking they're going to scan there, and then like have no drones in your main, so that it looks like you have enough drones. Because that's one of the ways to check. You can check how many links someone has by checking their mineral patches, right? So, anyways, there's a lot to this, and it is a 2 medic push
Yeah,
here
it's
from
from the
Royal, so
19th
he's kind of
century.
optimizing for a longer, like. The scale's better, like I said before. Okay, scans the main.
Okay, I'm
Doesn't
looking
really
this
see
up,
anything.
Ahab, because like I'm like
Double sunken going up. Do we have anything in the up left? Okay, there's the Spire. Double fire bat here. This is to block counterattacks. But double sunken is just enough to hold this. And he's going double sunken in top left. So he is going to be able to hold everything. But Royal, like, this is a pretty even position right now. Because he's forced 4 sunken
Originated
colonies
in
out of
medieval
action,
European,
Action's
primarily
economy is
Old
not as good as what he was hoping for,
French,
and his Mutalisks are
petition
slow. Don't forget that
corrupted,
part. That's
misspelled,
really, really important.
Mahomet,
Because
Muhammad.
of the slower gas and everything, right? And the drones didn't come out as fast because it was pool first, and there's like triple hatch, and now you have 4 sunks, and there's no mutas. So, like, Royal is still completely okay here. He scans, he sees the timing of the Spire. That's really, really useful. That means you don't even have to start yet. You can wait another 15
You're right.
seconds to
Damn,
start
I didn't
at
know
least.
that. That's crazy.
Okay, and Stims in leads with the
No,
medics.
you are right.
Really excellent control here for Royal.
It's
Target
just
scouts
like
and drones,
every
wouldn't mind him
lore in
targeting
every
down
video
all these
game and
drones.
every story I've ever
Superb.
heard is
Now, the
like
Lings are gonna come over here,
Roman
and I think that
times,
they will
like
be able to clean this.
you know, like the cult that like does orgies and stuff like that.
Yep.
That's
Okay.
where I've always
Very
thought
close,
it came
but
from.
the Lings
But no,
end up
you're
cleaning,
absolutely right. Some guy
everything there.
misheard
Now,
the name
Mutas should be
Muhammad.
popping out, so
Eventually
I
turned
don't
into
think that
Baphomet,
group is gonna
and
do
it was like a
anything.
representation
But
in
he got
a
all
like
the drones,
satirical
and
way
he got
of
most of the Lings with that
of
attack.
a Muslim
So
simply
this was a
because
high-quality
like they
attack,
fuck
right?
goats.
This is what I'm talking about. This is like this game is still very close. This game can absolutely go either way. Like right now,
Crazy that it was like
Royal should be feeling like he's a bit
1856.
ahead. Rightfully so. But
Only
for
after
instance,
LeVay
here,
took it
he's
over
now
to become
lost
a
this whole
super evil
Bioforce.
thing.
That Firebat's not going to
Interesting.
do anything. There's a sunken.
So they
nest.
basically
He's losing all his
rewrote the
medics.
origin of it and placed
The
it inside of
Mutalisk count is
fiction, so you
growing
would
right
think
now.
something different of it because of how it was like unanimously presented throughout fiction. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, there's promising things afoot. So right now, Action. Ooh. little bit gross losing a Muta there, taking heavy damage on another. Right now, Action. He
I mean,
needs to
asshole
re-drone up.
to the lady,
Like,
but I
he's
just want to
safe for
inform her,
now.
hey, that's no really
There's the Hydralisk Den. Already
satanic
Queen's
or,
S
like,
is
a
up.
thing.
Already Hive is on the way. But, you know,
She
Royal
got a
is
tattoo of the
teching.
fucking thing.
Royal's got a very healthy SCV count. One thing to note is that
This
there's
is
been
why I
no
don't
real
interact
pressure
with
on
people,
Royal,
Ahab.
on Royal's economy.
Because I cause problems.
So dealing all that damage to Action was pretty free.
Just
for
let
him.
people live their
Yeah,
lives
he
and
lost
believe what they
units.
want, right?
But getting rid of a lot of the drones.
Unless you're
getting rid
like,
of a
you
lot of the money.
know,
Look at
they're
this,
like
he's
an
got this third
understanding
base, but he
person you
hasn't
could
mined
talk to.
an ounce of
Because
gas
like
from
I
it
did,
yet.
I
And that's
100% did not
really
believe
where
you.
the gating
I was like,
happens for Zerg in this
he's
matchup.
wrong.
Really,
like
it
maybe
is-
he
is gas
thinks that,
focused.
but he's wrong. Nope, I was wrong. That's why you look it up, right? That's why you do your research.
All right, +1 is done.
And that's
for
why the
Royal.
99% rule.
Hydra's pop.
Nothing is 100%. It's only
You're just trying to
99%
keep
because
the
there's always
Bioforce
that
busy.
1%. So like if I were you, Ahab, I would get into like a 5-hour argument with this chick about something unrelated to that. And then as like a closing statement, I would say,
really
you know
good
what you should
control
do
here
is you
from
should
Royal,
look up the
dealing a lot of
origin of
damage to these
Baphomet.
mutas.
Fucking
This is
idiot.
Kind of a tough spot for Action, I feel like.
Don't even tell her.
But he's definitely not.
Just like
dead.
hint at it and see if
Oh,
she
you
actually
know
looks it
what?
up, and then she ruins her whole
I'm gonna
life because
guess
it's like,
this,
fuck.
This is gonna turn
That's
into
not
a
what I
mech
thought
switch,
that was.
think.
That's what I would do.
I'm not 100% on that because like he's
It'd
got
be like
a
an
lot of bio and
entire
everything,
distraction to get her
and he's
away from
already
it, and then
done
it'd just be like
decent
this
damage.
thing. And she'd be like,
This is kind of a tough spot for
yeah,
Action.
right. No way. No, I feel bad.
But
for
he's
the poor girl.
definitely not dead. Oh, you know what?
See, that's why it's like
I'm
Ahab.
gonna
It's like
guess this
I
is gonna turn into a
like
mech
to
switch,
gain
I
knowledge,
think.
but I don't present that knowledge as
I'm
like
not
anything.
100% on that. 'cause,
Right?
Like,
Like,
he's got a lot of
my
bio
my
and everything,
bio on
and
Twitter
he's
doesn't
already
say,
done decent
"Oh,
damage.
I'm a
So I
this,
wouldn't
this, and
mind
this."
a situation like
You know,
this
it's like
turning into
it says something about being a writer and beta
SK
reading.
Terran,
Right?
i.e. Marine Medic Science
But it's
Vessel.
like
But I feel like in the modern day,
you just don't
when
turn
you
that
see
shit
one
into your
fact, one
personality,
star,
right?
So your
And there
opponent
should
is
be a huge
basically
shithead
if you
about
see
it, and
Zerg
they'd probably
making
get
tanks and
give her a
vessels,
seizure.
normally that turns into a mech switch.
Why do you think men accept women for their
It's like
beliefs?
you're able to
Because they
put
just
on a
want to
lot
fuck
of pressure.
them. And then
put
women think their
vultures
beliefs
behind
are
while
real
double
because they're
expanding,
reinforced
and make
by
some
other
science
people
vessels.
because
It
the
just
other
it
people want
works
to fuck them.
really, really well going
It
into
turns
sci-
out
or,
very
going
bad.
into mech. I haven't seen
You
as many
know?
people just add the second star port and stay on bio. It happens, of course.
And
it
it's like they
happens, but
can't accept
I
coincidence when
feel
it comes to
like
like
a lot of Terran
astrology.
players are feeling that way about this particular opener.
It's like, yeah, sometimes it works and
So
sometimes
here
it
comes the
doesn't.
push
I'm like,
from
that's
Royal.
called
Couple siege
coincidence.
shanks there. This is all about consume getting
Fucking
done.
idiot. Has nothing to
Consume
do
is
with
not
your
done yet.
chakra
You'll know.
or your
Yep, there it is. It just
fucking
finished right before he got here. He's gonna
alignments.
spread
Although
the
there are
workers
like things of like
and burrow them
frequencies
right
and
up your
stuff like that,
beautiful.
right?
He's
Like
gonna
there is
get the
a
free siege shank.
there is a certain
All right.
aspect of
So
like
the
the
siege shank
moon
push has been
affects
held.
your mood,
And the
right?
vessel
Like getting
count is
like
not
the
particularly
sun
high. Oh
affects
my
your mood.
God, he lost the
Right?
first
There's like
vessel.
psychological things for that due to
And
like
loses
interaction
another
in the real
tank.
world, right? Like interacting with other people and
Well,
like being lonely and stuff just has
Action
like a
has
different
done very
effect
well
on
for
you.
himself.
Right? Well,
That-
you could
that's-
imagine that
that's
being
a
as
big
good or
couple kills
bad,
there.
right? It's just what you are.
2 siege shanks
Like
down,
the most
vessel
loners
down.
and lonesome
the Marines
people
don't really
are the
do
most like
anything.
successful.
Oh,
Fun affects my mood when
second
it's 114
starport
Fahrenheit.
and second
Yeah.
eBay. So this is going to be
Yep.
Royal staying on bio. Flies right over an Overlord, unfortunately. Action,
Base,
if he saw that,
for
should be able to
real,
parry that immediately.
introvert.
Yeah, Mutas and Scourge coming down. He knows that
I don't
it
give a
must have
shit if
turned,
I'm
right?
alone. I prefer
no,
being
I guess he
alone,
does go to
Ahab,
Rage
because I
again
don't
just to
have to
make
deal
sure.
with people. Because I
Royal
feel
is
like
gonna rotate back
anytime
and
I'm
forth a
dealing
little
with
bit, just
people, I
looking
have to
for
like
any sort of damage.
lower
Oh, God,
my
he's gonna be
IQ.
intercepted here by Action.
I have to like act retarded. I can't like bring up topics that I like to talk about. Because people don't know how to converse. They can't separate like discussion versus like endorsement. If you
this
talk about
is
something, it means you believe
the type of game that Action's very, very good
it.
at, I would
People
say.
are just so fucking retarded.
So Royal is going into like a very standard Marine medic.
It's like that's why
science
no one
vessel
can have
composition.
conversations anymore.
We'll see if he goes battle.
Everyone's just
cruisers
like
or not here.
rage baiting bullshit.
Or if action
And
happens,
it's like,
go
just shut the
for a
fuck
different
up.
type of
Oh, he's gonna
comp.
kill them
We
before
can talk
Darkstorm
about
gets
what
out.
he can do against that. Normally mass tank.
Ooh,
Oh,
he
God.
destroys it. What? Oh man, that Dark
Okay,
Swarm
this
was
is actually
so
opening up a world of
late.
possibilities for Royal. Like, I don't even understand what just happened. He
Yeah.
had a defiler there. Somehow he missed it.
Women speak
I
like
don't know
robots
what
a lot.
happened that Royal was able to force the unburrow. Well, I do know what happened because we watched it.
Like
but something
repeating the
happened
same
to
thing over and over, they
Action's
can't
attention,
explain themselves. They
because
just
he
say it is
absolutely,
because
if he
it
just
is.
throws down a Darkstorm, that doesn't happen.
Well, that's why I'm
So
like
instead,
retro.
now
Or
he's
you a
been
woman?
canceled at top left.
If I get
and
a
he lost his
text that
Nidus.
is less than 2 words, why even bother texting me?
Okay, a very good play comes
Hi.
down. But Royal is applying so much pressure right now. Action
And it's like,
is actually in a lot
you know
of
what
trouble.
I feel is that like women will send
He
like
drops out a few Marines
1,000
here
or
at the natural.
10,000 messages of like hi to like random people, and then they'll say to like a dude, "Oh, why did you send a message to 4 different women?"
Okay, a nice stim
But, like,
out
they
here.
literally
The Lurker's
messaged
having a hard
every
time
dude in the
defending
fucking
every single
world.
angle. Muta's helping
But
to
you
take
sent
some
like
damage.
some
Nidus-
messages to
new
like
Nidus
chicks you're
finishes.
interested in. And then they're like the whole hooking up
Third
but
and
not
fourth
dating.
base being taken
Oh,
by Royal.
well, why aren't we dating? Oh, because I'm
Definitely
hooking
need
up
to
with
see
other
him
people
add
right
on a
now.
little
We're just
bit
kind of
more.
figuring
Now,
it
this
out.
looks- and
But then they look at a
Action
dude and
generally
say,
doesn't go Lurker or
like,
Hydra Defiler.
you need
he
to like
is
get
more of a
married
late-game
or some
Ultralisk
shit like
type
that,
of
right?
Zerg.
It's like they're so fucking
So I think that
double
it would
standard
be really
about
good to see Royal go
everything.
into battle cruisers from here.
Oh god, I can rant about women
And
forever.
it's not that you have to just go like
And
mass
it's not
battle
all
cruisers,
women, right? Some men
in
do
my
it.
opinion,
but
I think
it's
that
like
battle
20% of
cruisers
men do
are
it, 80% of women do it.
very, very useful.
And
in a
women do
spot
it because they
exactly
can get
like
away
this.
with it because men
Putting
don't
on
call
a
them
little bit
out
of
because they
extra
just want to
pressure,
fuck them.
clearing Scourge out, a little
Right,
bit of
it's just
harassment,
like-
especially if you look at the minerals and
We
gas.
didn't have
are, like,
simps
kinda
and
easy to hit at
incels.
that base there.
Wouldn't have good stories, right?
But we'll
Because
see.
Scout
Like,
is
who
a
knows?
simp
Maybe
for,
Action does go into Hydra Lurker
for
Defiler.
stoner
If he
girl
does,
until his
that's where
literal
you actually
dying
wanna go
breath.
3 factory
His
siege
dying
tank,
breath
or
is
2
like giving her
factories. Some people
information
go
about
2
how she
factory
should
there.
become stronger.
Oh yeah, he has speed.
Oh,
on
I do
Hydras.
too. That's why I don't
okay,
mince
so
words,
This is where
Ahab.
you
I
make
call
the
them
hard
out.
choice.
They fucking
Right?
hate it.
Like,
And I'm
so
like, if
there's-
you can't give me an
you don't wanna go
explanation,
battle cruise against this, by
right?
the
Because
way.
like
It is
I
the worst thing you
explained
can
my
possibly
point,
do.
but
It
you're
crushes-
not
it gets
explaining your point.
crushed.
And they're like, I don't need
So,
to. I'm
Here,
like,
you have to decide, like, okay, are
well,
we going to
you're
go mass
wrong.
siege tanks?
And they just get all
Or am I going to
flustered,
just put the
right?
pedal to the metal and
Because
try to
they have
finish them with
no
torches?
other response.
That's generally
Besides
the two
just
ways
telling you that you're
Terran players
wrong.
choose to play this, and it's
But
almost
it's
always
like,
the
You're not
the,
giving any examples. You're not
mass
saying it.
factory,
You're
the
just
mass siege
literally
tank
just
play.
saying you're wrong.
So this
I
turns into
speak
like
so
a
matter of
super
fact.
plague grinding strategy. I'm just waiting to see what buildings he puts down. I think we might
No,
have a
reality
factory
just
at the
warps
third
around
base.
me. Whatever words
Not-
come out of
not
my
entirely
mouth
sure.
is the fact and truth.
Yeah, this
And
composition. that
again, it's like
Action is
women
going
are the
for,
worst
like,
to other
it is
women, the
so
same way
hard
like
to kill Zerg
black
here.
people
The-
are
between
like
plague
the
and Hydras, you
like
really zone
most
out the
affected
vessels
people
so,
by
so
like
well.
black crime, right?
And it's
like
really hard to
black
get the
crime affects
consistency of
black
damage
people
that
the
vessels are
most
supposed to
because
bring
it's
you.
usually in their communities and stuff like that, right? I think old people in my job don't like that I know what I'm doing and do it well.
More vessels coming out.
I
still
think
don't see
managers
armory,
are like
and,
that,
okay, I do
Ahab.
see siege
Because
chains
I'm
producing out of
always
one
like, well, why
factory.
don't you do this? Like, for
So
instance,
I
I'll give
think
you an example.
It's registered.
We
with
got a
Royal
new employee who was like
that
18.
maybe siege tanks are going to be the right
And we
way.
had the new manager.
Hey, look, it's
And the new
natural
manager
public
was like,
maiden
oh, you
number
should
9.
come to one of our meetings.
Oh, it's number 8
Because
now.
you're like new
That's
here. You've been
crazy.
here like a week and a half. So like, you know, maybe you could like
yeah,
point
I-
out some things to
there
us.
you go.
So
There's
she
the
goes to the
factory and
meeting
now
with a
another one.
fucking
There you go.
list.
So 3 factory siege tank is by far the most common way.
And
to
they
do this.
never invite her
So
back
you
to
make
another
a ton
meeting.
Of siege tanks, they
And
can
they
never
never
attack you,
fix
basically,
any
while
of
those
the
tanks
things
are
on
out,
the
and
list. And
eventually
that
you are
list
gonna
was
move some
basically
forward
one to
for an
one
attack.
what I wanted to
But you have to
fix
find your spot.
after a year, and she had only been there a
You
week.
can't just move.
And
them
she's
forward
already
and
like, yeah, no,
forward.
you need to change
But
this. And
sometimes
she's
when
like
you have like
18.
8, you just
this,
kind of
this,
run up real quick
this.
and
She
siege
worked
up
on a
and
farm.
just kill
She had been
everything.
like working with
Or that's
animals
the
her
attempt
entire life,
anyways.
like doing like
Some great plagues coming out.
like farmers markets and stuff like that. So it's like she had had like
One thing to
actual
note
good
is that,
insight into stuff. And the
irradiating,
manager's like,
Hydralisks is more
I
worthless
don't want to
than
get
irradiating
outshone.
hormones.
My manager got upset at me for calling
In fact,
him
if
out
you're
about food
irradiating
safety. He told me
hydralisks
to
and
lie
they turn
about
into
temps
eggs,
and,
they stop losing health and they
hotcakes.
literally zone out your entire army. Look at this. Plagues going
Why?
down.
I swear to
Hydra's
God,
one-shotting
Ahab, you should
vessels.
wear a wire at all
Yeah,
points
the
in
vessels
time.
become so much harder to use.
And then it's just like anytime that happens, you just fucking go
Even
to like
eating his own hydras.
some sort of like Better Business Bureau bullshit
Easily pushing
and be
everything
like,
back. Don't forget,
I mean,
of
I
course,
know you're
one
not going to
health
do
Marines get
anything, but here's
one-shotted
the
by those
evidence
hydralisks, which normally have a much harder time.
this. And then you know
It's a
something
very
like the
good
taco
composition,
lettuce
and
thing
he's actually
happens
gonna
like 2
switch
weeks
back
later.
towards ultras.
And then you go to them and you say,
Very
yeah,
cool.
I told you this was going to
Probably
happen
coming up
because this
'cause you
guy
do
kept
want your
doing
attack
this.
upgrades for those
So
siege
now I'm
tanks.
going to actually
One of the
sue
best
you
attack
because
upgrades
I
in the
gave
game
you the
with +5
information, you didn't act on it, and now there's like
or
dead
siege
people.
mode.
Yeah, because it's a bacteria
Great
thing.
draw
It's
here.
like cooking chicken at the wrong temperature
I love the
and having like a
combination of making
rotisserie
drop
chicken
ships,
raw on the
along with those
inside.
siege tanks trying to get just a little bit of damage here and there while you build up that tank count.
I noticed the
SCVs being
Mexicans
transferred to the
don't
bottom
take the
left.
temps of
Royal's
the
done
cooked
a good
chicken.
job keeping pressure on. Right now, there's no containment at top left. There is a containment at top right. And there's no real defense.
And you
bottom
wonder
left right now.
why.
So any attack down there
By law,
could
you
end
need
up
to.
messing
Yeah,
up that base pretty
because
badly.
if your neglect causes someone to get salmonella or E. coli,
huge army going towards top
you're
left.
100%
Looks like he's bringing those
liable.
siege tanks now as well. I'm not sure how many.
which is
he's
like
bringing.
Ahab. This is
It's
another
only
thing
3
about
or
like
4 that doesn't
illegal
normally do it.
immigrants.
3 or
If you
4 is
have an
just like 3 or
illegal
4 siege
person
tanks you're
working
kinda
for you
giving
and they
away.
fuck
I
up,
feel like it's
how do you
around
hold them
7
accountable?
or 8 siege
They
tanks.
don't even know what the
where
internal time for the
hydras
chicken
just
should be. I shit you not.
evaporate under dark
Isn't
storm.
it like isn't it 100? I was
We'll
gonna
see.
say 175.
Yeah, Royal has great execution.
I was like
so.
not sure, but I was like, isn't it
All right,
like
bottom left is under
175?
attack right now. Hydra's coming in.
But I wasn't
I
sure
mean,
if that
if you
was
micros those,
Fahrenheit
you're
or
losing
Celsius.
a
I'm like,
lot.
it
Wait,
can't
where
be
is everything?
Celsius because that's like
Okay, coming out of the main base.
340 degrees
There's
Fahrenheit.
a couple lurkers there.
So like the
Great
Celsius
flag
would
goes
be
down.
like 82.
Another dark swarm.
No, it's less than 3
the
over
lurker that
2
gets
with
up there
half
is
plus 32,
irradiated.
right?
Hydra's in the
So
bottom
it's like
left.
9
Looks
over
like they might
5,
be able
5
to
over
clear everything.
9. Yeah. Plus or minus depending on which
Dark Swarm
conversion you're
wears
doing.
out before the lings get there.
32.
Very nice.
And that's
A lot
like
of
the
irradiates still
conversion
going down.
between
Royals pretty close
Celsius
to breaking
and
top left. In the
Fahrenheit.
meantime, 6 o'clock going to be forced to lift.
So it's like
You're not gonna be
Fahrenheit
able
to
clear
Celsius,
that
it would be
very
like
quickly.
9 over 5 because that's a
Oh,
half
he
of
just
division,
barely
so it would be
gets these
half of
lurkers under that dark
168
swarm.
minus 32.
So
Basically,
Royals push is
seafood
sent
and chicken
backwards.
is
Bottom left
158 or
has
above,
been
and that's to
killed.
kill
Bottom
like
mid, no longer
salmonella,
mining.
coli, other types of specific
Action
bacteria.
Is 3
And that's
for
like
3
the
right
threshold of like
Saves
what
his
they could like
base, kills 2
maximally
others.
realistically
well, not
survive.
technically killed this one
So
yet,
you
but
always
this
do
one's not gonna be
above
mining
that
for a
because then
very
you never
long
have to
time.
worry about a threshold. Which is why
Dark
like the
Storm can go
probably
down,
actual
Plague can go
threshold is
down.
like
Bad news at this
159,
phase. You hear a lot
maybe
of
even
scans going down
155,
right
but
now
just to
as
be
well.
safe, you always put it above that.
Ooh, great
At least
plague
that's
on those
within like the
tanks.
range of like not burning
And
the
now
food in a
ultras
way.
start to join in.
But yeah. Yeah,
Jesus is called
and
and
beef is
action goes to
different
the
because there
ASL.
are certain instances where beef doesn't need to be fully cooked.
All right, we're going.
But like that's
into
the difference
group
between like a
8.
steak and like
This
ground
group is
beef.
pretty
Because it's the
stacked
type of it.
overall. Not
No, yeah,
super
ground
hot names,
beef
but a
because of the
lot
type of beef
strong
that it
names
is.
looking to get in.
Because of the type
So,
of it,
looking at
parts
the
of the
top
animal
half
they
of the
use to make
bracket,
ground beef.
We did have Noob, the
Which is
Protoss
generally
player
like,
in
you
there,
know,
as well as
organs,
Tolbo, and Tolbo came
intestines,
out on top, not quite as
and
stacked
stuff
as the
like
bottom
that. You
part,
know, the throwaway
but
stuff.
based Protoss
Right, that's what
god
ground beef
Tolbo
is.
will be
Ground beef
fighting
is
for
the
a spot
throwaway
in the
bullshit
ASL, which is
that
good
you
to
can't
see.
get like the
Love
steaks,
that
the
guy.
ribs, and all
Bottom
the
part
other
of the
bullshit
bracket,
from, right?
the very bottom
And
part,
it's like
you
if
can
you
see
don't
Rise
know
Guy,
that,
who's
it's like
been-
that's
this guy's
why
been a
it's
top
ground
ladder
beef.
Terran since
The
Remastered
ground
came
beef
out.
is bad quality.
Ride Sky
Well,
has
yeah, because we don't want to
never been
grind
in
up the
ASL
fucking
yet.
steaks.
He has been 2,700
I don't know
plus
how these people
MMR
have
for
licenses to do
we're
this shit
very
if
close
they can't
to 10 years now.
retain this info.
And he
you have
hasn't
to
been
take,
able to do
like,
it yet.
the
Very
test, like-
heartbreaking.
yeah,
because
like in Canada you have like
I am
WMIS,
really hoping
which
for
is like
him to
work
make it one of these
hazard.
seasons. In the next round, he lost
you know,
to
stuff. So
Hyun.
you have to like know
Which
all
Hyun
of the
has
different
been
things.
pretty darn good. He has been in ASL as well. Hyun ended up
So
losing
all
to
Retro
Shiny.
wanted
That's
to
Shiny, by the way, in the
wanted
finals
was to
against
know
Tolbo, and
what
Shiny
was
took
going
out
on
both
with
Saber
Callie and why
Hyun.
he was
So,
allowed to come back.
yeah, did a great job with his
Because
Terran
he
Berserk.
apologized.
And yeah, sad story once again for Ride
To
Sky.
me, that was
we'll see
that
if
was
Saber
it.
or
He
Hyun is able to do
apologized.
anything tomorrow.
But again, I learned my
But here
lesson
we
about
go.
asking the community.
So we're gonna
I
start
didn't
in
even
game
answer.
number
I just
2 here.
unfriended him.
Again, this is
Because he
Shiny
kept
against
asking me
Tobo.
stuff, so I'd be like
You
spaghetti,
shouldn't ever let anyone
Squirtle,
choose navy as
Syllababob,
their color in
Huben
War. Literally
Goospember.
can't
And he's
read
like,
that
just a
even
yes or no
little bit,
answer. And
but,
I'm like,
that is Tobo.
Sabando!
Honestly, Navy should be removed.
Spoogats and Burdock.
That was the one thing at StarCon.
I think it pissed him off so
that
fucking
they
much.
said is do not choose Navy as your color because you just can't read it.
I was like, what?
All
You
right,
can't read in like
Shiny
ulterior like
versus
motive
Tobo.
like
So who's
like
advantaged here? I
Gungan
don't
like
even know.
fucking
It looks like Shiny
English
did
and know
take
what
the
I'm
first game.
saying. Well, that's your
In
problem,
any
right?
season before our previous season, I
Blue.
would have said
Yeah.
Shiny was
11.
favored. But Tobo, obviously getting a round of 8 is a big deal. He's clearly improved a lot.
Zip-zap.
He has some great mechanics.
He's making an
Shiny,
entire
for a long
story out
time,
of
was
that.
the best ladder player in the world. Like, this guy was #1 on the
Right,
ladder
like
all the
I've
time.
always wanted to have a character who's
For
like
those who
actually
don't
like
know the
mentally
kind
ill and kind of like the idea of like
Shiny.
Hodor.
Shiny is a very
But they're just
interesting
like,
character. First off, he's the tallest pro gamer. I guess Tobo is the biggest pro gamer, but Shiny is like a refrigerator. He's like 6'5".
Okay,
he's never on a
buddy.
ladder
I
for a
think
really
you're
long
hungry.
time.
Yeah, I'm just thinking
He's solid.
It'd be so
he was
fucking
actually
hilarious, but I've
banned
just
from
never found the
ASL
right
for a
context to be
while.
able to make a character
What
like
happened
that.
was he qualified for ASL.
It's kind of
Once
fucked
upon
up.
a time, he was definitely one of the best players in the world. I don't think he's as highly ranked as he used to be at this point, but he qualified for ASL and then didn't show up, which was bad. Then he qualified again,
Like
but
Simple
reported
Jack
that his
from
opponent
Tropic
won,
Thunder.
so that he wouldn't have to not show up again. Between these two things, Shiny got a ban from
Never
ASL
go
for a while.
full retard.
His ban
went full
lifted as
retard,
of
man.
last season. He did try out last season, didn't make it. In fact, we didn't
Look,
get to
he's
see any of
learned.
his
He's, not,
games, but he
he's
did try
attaching
out.
to the
And here
audience.
he is
He's,
in the finals
he's
against
pulling
Tobo.
back that, and he's making an emotional
Shiny
connection.
has a very different style than most Terrans. He's kind of figured out some weird stuff that kind of works on the ladder. Like I remember there was like a
Scotty
lot of
isn't highly
times
ranked.
Scan was telling me about some of the weird builds he was
Wait,
using.
what do you
some of
mean?
the like ComSat Wraith builds against Protoss.
Bro,
and
that's
things
not
like
even
that.
like close to the
One
truth.
thing to
like,
note is Shiny was doing
being
so on
the
the ladder.
lowest of the low, you can't
with some of
isn't
his weird
highly
TVT
ranked.
openers
Like
that someone
the
paid for a
over
match
exaggeration
of
is
Rush
is
against
like
Shiny.
I don't even know
This
if
was
that's
years
like
and years and years
you
ago,
can
guys.
even
Like,
say that because
like,
of like relativity, because of like
2020
how
or something.
fucking far
Okay.
down I am.
Like
that's like a fucking
I remember because I
insult
watched
in a
and
way.
Shiny crushed
Right?
Rush game 1. I was like, see? Because at that point,
I
Shiny
don't
was
know.
taking
Like, that's,
100
like,
MMR off me a
rude.
day on ladder.
Right?
I was like, how
know
do you
what,
beat
Scotty?
this crap?
You're
And
in
anyways,
fact
Rush came
squabbling.
back and ended up beating him. But I thought that was a fun little thing that occurred. Now let's take a look. Enough talk about
Take
Shiny
that.
and trying to build him up here
Burn!
against Tobo.
Hey, just
looking
because I
at the
used to be a
build,
whale,
so it looks like
right?
it's just like a regular factory
Doesn't
expand, Vulture
mean
expand coming out
that
of Shiny.
he's
He's already
sired.
dealt a lot of damage to
like
this
I
initial
sired.
Zealot.
I mean, there's a chance.
And of course, as the Vulture comes out, the Zealot would be
Right?
absolutely eaten alive. Now, this coming down should be a... oh,
No,
no,
my
it's a
dad is
second Zealot instead of a Dragoon. But as the Vulture comes out, like, he just has to run. Now, this should just be Bunker plus Command Center coming up as soon as
Yup,
possible.
I'm an
There is a Dragoon on the way.
I'm
The
an
two Zealots are retreating
unemployed
through the
bum
bottom.
who lives
Dude,
in my
Tobo has
parents'
5 units on the map right
attic.
now. What am I looking at? What, is there a second probe that came out? Okay,
Who
the probe
just
gets
talks
picked off by
shit
the Vulture. I'm watching
24/7
the mini-map here.
about nothing.
Oh,
Yeah.
right? I
Isn't
think
that
that's
like
what
the
that was.
definition
That
of
must have been a
like
probe.
red
'cause he still has the
flags
two
of
Zealots.
like a
So
serial
for some
killer?
reason there was 2 probes on the map, and one of them
Why I'm
gets
black
killed.
and dumb
The
or
other
something.
probe, you know what? I think he might have just misclicked it. It was going up to make his natural
No, you're
expansion,
dumb
probably.
because
Now
you're
Tobo
black.
starts his Nexus, but
That's
it is
why
just
it was
slightly
racist.
after the
Yeah, I
Command Center
didn't think
starts
you were
for
black,
Shiny.
Ahab.
So that's, you know,
The only reason why
Not
I
what you
even
want
think
as
I
Protoss,
thought
but it's
that
not
is
the
because I
end of the
think
world.
you're another one of the people that came off strong when I used the N-word.
ooh, very
Which is like totally
fast
fair whether
Citadel.
you're black or
and
not.
it is a starport for Shiny. Shiny is very well
Black
known for
because
going
I'm dumb.
starport. And, you know, DT
Because-
builds sometimes can do well against starports. It's tricky, though, because you should
yes.
be going mines.
Yes. 3, 2, 1.
The thing you don't go is turrets, right? But the way that Tobo is chasing this Vulture, you never know. The Vulture may be forced to lay its mines in really weird spots and not on the path to Shiny's base. I don't know if Tobo's
think
going to
it's
start a
super
rover
funny
or
that
not.
you
We
said
haven't
the
really
N-word.
gone over there to look as
Like
of
I
yet.
said, I've said
but
the
if you go
N-word,
DT
like,
drop, sometimes
9
DT
times
drop
on
can actually
stream.
do well if you slow. If
You're,
you're slowing your
you're
turrets at
you.
all.
I've
with a
only ever
starport
used it as
opener,
an
just
example of
FYI.
the discussion of the use of language and power
But
of
as
words.
I said before, like
And
Shiny
the
used to be
goal
known
is to
for
just
a calm sat Wraith over
use the word
against
enough that it
Protoss. I don't
loses
think he
its
does that
meaning.
anymore. I haven't seen him do it
Right?
in years.
And
this
it
will be a
doesn't,
decent
no
draw.
one's
It will be a
affected by it in
decent
any
draw.
way. That's why I say
So
retard.
we have the
But I don't
lines
have
laid
like
out
a
so that just a walking past
social
DT would not work here.
construct of being black to say the N word.
Speed
Not
on the way,
like when
and there's
Chud
the eBay.
was saying
Perfectly
it.
timed
Yeah,
eBay.
I'm not saying it any malicious way. I'm not
So
pointing
this
it at
doesn't
a person.
necessarily look
I
very
am
good for Tolbo.
specifically talking about
base
the word
Protoss
in
god
a
might be in
in
some
a
trouble here.
moral context of saying, hey, if we just let everyone use
Shuttle
this
is on
word,
the way.
it would lose all meaning and it wouldn't
If he
have any
just makes
power
a
anymore.
turret in that mineral line.
Right? And the same thing with retard.
That's
Only
like-
I had a discussion
that will
with
shut
AI
down
over
what
it
Tobal's doing
between
so
the N-word
hard.
and retard, and it said the N-word is actually more
Now, Vulture
valid
Drop
to
is
be
going to be
because
coming.
there are still people alive today who are oppressed by the word retard.
This is really good.
Whereas
from
I don't
Shiny.
think there's like
This is
anyone, at least
solid.
in
I
the
think
U.S.
dropship
or the
play right now
West,
is quite good.
that was
I
oppressed
called
by the
it
word,
before
like the
last season
N-word,
pretty hard
like
that I thought dropship play should
systematically,
be
like
rotated
through the
in.
government in
And
their
it
lifetime.
did a little bit. Leda definitely did well with it in the
Right,
matchup.
like civil rights and
definitely
stuff
did
like
not
that
call
was so
something like
long
that
ago
right
that
now, but
everything after
now that I
that
think
is
about
like,
it, it does feel
yeah,
like
there are
dropship play is
racist
pretty good
people,
right
but
now.
it's not like a government
All right, drop
segregation,
comes in,
like systemic
and the thing
thing,
is, he's gonna
like
scout this right
retard
before
being
DT's even get to his
a
base.
medical
So he
term
knows
for
now that
someone who
DT drop is on the way,
does
and
not
he's gonna
have their
start
full
spamming turrets.
mental
Laying great
facilities.
lines. Oh god, Tolbo's in so
Right.
much trouble.
And it's like I think it's
Tobal's drop
extremely
has to do
important
so
once
much
in a
here.
while to have that kind of outburst, right?
Kind of luckily, a lot of those end up dying quickly.
And honestly, like I don't think of the same thing of
could
like
have been
faggot,
more damage, but
or like
Shiny
fag,
is up in work
right?
right now.
Because it's
Where
like
did the
in
shuttle
Europe that's
go?
like a cigarette, right?
Are you
Right, so
joking?
it's like cunt in
The shuttle
like
was on the
Australia.
way.
Like cunt is shit in Australia, but
guys,
like
I
a lot
think
of
he
people don't
flew
like the word
into a
cunt.
missile turret.
Right. I watch for old school
That-
RuneScape, right? Like I
I don't
watch.
wanna be mean,
why am
but
I
that's the
blanking
most
on his
Tolbo
fucking
thing in
name?
the whole
Scissoran, not
entire
Scissoran.
world is to fly
PoE.
your most
fucking
important thing
who's
into
the
a missile turret.
old school RuneScape guy?
I actually
going
think
through
that's
all the
what happened.
forbidden
I don't see
spells,
any
isn't he?
damage over
Well,
here
it's
at
like
all.
the South
I
Park
see
episode of curses.
maybe a
Once you say the
canceled
curses
missile
a
turret or
1,000
something right
times,
there.
right? Like the evil spirits come out. Maybe you've seen that episode.
Thing is, when you know a DT drop is on the way to your base, you just start like 5 turrets. You're just like, just make them everywhere. I just need a little bit.
King
of protection here.
Condor. That's who I'm thinking of. King Condor.
So a lot of probes were
Because
killed.
every other word
The
he says
drop
is cunt
clearly
because he's
did
fucking
nothing.
Australian. Same with like Quinn because he's like European
still-
and New
I'm sorry,
Zealand,
I'm
and
still in a
cunt is
little
still
bit of
kind of the
shock.
same. Referring to slurs
That's
as
like-
magic words or
that
forbidden
has to be
spells
frustrating.
is so fucking funny to me. Agreed, Ahab. Because of the power that they hold over people.
Now, I
But-
normally say
Ahab, you know what's one thing that I
Just take
find?
a
I'm gonna
third
actually
base
pause this
against-
just to like say this. Is like the idea of runes. Where like the idea where you could inscribe a specific pattern into some sort of material and it would like act magically. N-word is like a level 10 spell, yeah. Like Cracker is a level like Fireball level 1. N-word is like level 10 spell. Yeah. So then the question becomes, well, circuit boards are just a specific material with a specific pattern imprinted on it. So what if like the idea of like runes and magic from the past is actually just like technology and like, you know, robotics, but like on a completely different level, and magic was just like I can say doggo on one of those. I don't know what that is. I like a bastard sword with the word doggo carved into it. Not quite sure what doggo is.
a Templar tech, and I will stand by that.
And like
You
the
should
same as
just
like
take the
Jif
third
and
base
Spick and
against Templar
Span,
tech.
right?
But I'm gonna have a
Like
hard
for
time
some
complaining
reason
with
the
Shiny attacks.
N-word is so fucking specific.
'Cause
But like every other
he's really,
slur,
he's
even
very,
like kite
very far
for like
ahead,
Jews,
so like I understand.
is like more acceptable than like
That
the
being
N-word.
said, I don't like he doesn't have comm stats yet. I feel
There
like
you
that's
go,
the first thing
slur
you want to
for
get
Italians.
just in case your opponent is going quick arbiter or something like that.
'cause yeah,
Now,
Italians
we
were
can
like
see that Tobo's
the
actually on
like
Psystorm,
in
which is-
Europe, right?
that's
Because
a tricky
Italians have
follow-up.
like
I
darker
actually
skin.
respect that he's trying
So
to
like
do
Italians
Psystorm
were
instead of
always
Arbiter.
treated as like
Arbiter
lower
really
class
doesn't feel
across
it would
like
work
white
here, but
people
it is
in Europe,
good
weren't they?
defensively against a 2-base push.
And like there's
The
the whole thing
Templar
of like the
attack?
Irish and the Italians.
You never know. Like
right?
Templar tech at this,
And
this
it's like they
early
were like
stage
the
of the game,
original
sometimes
race.
it's gonna do something amazing.
Like
for you, sometimes
racism,
it's not
same with
gonna
like I
get
guess
anything done.
Scottish and Irish, right? 'Cause
Like
it's
you're
like
gonna have a much
ginger
smaller army from Terran. You're
and
gonna be
stuff,
more focused on microing
right?
it if you
As
do
opposed
attack.
to like English and
So
British.
like, are those psi storms
Irish
actually
got
going
it
to
worse,
gain
I
the
think.
value?
Yeah,
that you
I
need?
wasn't sure which one. If it was
That's
the Italians
a
or
very
the
expensive
Irish.
thing to get this early in the game. You're on 2 base.
Like
2
Irish
base.
and
Psi
Scottish
storm
and like
is just
ginger
not
stuff
common.
was like that was
Not in
bad.
this matchup, at least.
Especially in like a time when it was like the amount of like, you know, black people in the area was so minuscule.
Right, Sea
right?
Shank's
Like
moving out. He's going along a path that has a
ginger
lot of
was
mines there and
considered
building
something
a
else.
turret on the way.
Bad
This
to
is
talk about
very,
Irish
very
or
smart
Italian
from
slavery
Shiny.
though, Scotty.
Wow,
Their
I
trauma
really
doesn't count.
I think he's doing a great job here.
What I love, Ahab, is the idea that people
Yeah.
hate white
Look
people,
at
even
this,
though white
sending in a
people
drop
are
at the
the
same time.
only
There's
people
not a
in the
cannon, but
entire
there's, like,
world
8
to
probes not
abolish
mining in
slavery.
here.
They even forced a couple of like other countries to abolish slavery, but like no black
Okay.
nation has ever abolished
Tobo
slavery,
is
as far as I know.
Pretty
Only
doomed.
like Hispanic and Asian countries have, but no, I
That
don't
was
think
a
any
weird
black
scan.
nation has like disavowed
Tobo's
slavery.
pretty doomed right now. There's like one vulture in here
Maybe
killing
Nigeria,
probes. There's missile
right?
turrets
Like
outside
at some
his
point
base.
in
He's got
time,
no
like whichever
units.
one is, because there's like 2 or 3 African countries that are part of the
Just
UN,
a
right?
constant rally of vultures coming in
Nigeria?
at this point. Look at how few units Tobo has. He does have 4 psi stormers.
I can't remember the name of the other one. So it starts with like an S or something
But
like that.
spread Sea Shanks. There's a Wraith in here as well.
And like I don't know if I would consider Egypt like an African country, right? Like it's the edge, it's the verge, right? Damn those
Yeah.
mines. That's
Tobo's
crazy.
super dead.
Oh,
He
here
is
comes the
super
Wraith.
duper dead.
Poor guy.
He's gonna lose absolutely everything here. I respect the idea to try to go High Templars there.
Hey, it
I
was a
think
good
if
idea. Just
Shiny
didn't
had
work.
followed my lead and gone for an expansion, that would have worked out a lot better for Tobo. But obviously not as good at holding a quick push as something with Cloak might be. Like a quick Arbiter.
I know, he's just got the siege line and just, yeah, no,
nothing
this
left
is
here for
GG.
Tobo. And that
This
means
is GG.
Shiny's going to end up advancing.
That's crazy, because
Look
Tolbo
at
got to the
Protoss
round of
Bones by
16.
himself.
So many people that have got to the round of 16 last season aren't even qualifying. We had like a couple of upsets in the round of 24, and
Yeah,
people
this
got
should
to the
only
round
be
of
another
16 that
moment
definitely
here.
shouldn't
Tobo
have.
should be saying GG. He's
And
gonna
even a couple
try
of people I think
one
got to the
more
round of
break on
8,
this
like
arm. Tried to
YSC
drag
got
some
to the
mines
round
in
of
there.
8.
Having a really hard time of it. Okay,
That's
does get one very
crazy.
good mine there, but obviously 2 dragons.
It's like his
is not
best
gonna be
performance
enough.
has been round of 24.
GG is called, and that means Shiny into ASL. All right, we're getting into Group 9. I believe there's 2 groups left to go.
Let's go.
We have Rush
Shine.
versus Shine in the
This is
finals
like
here.
the
Great to see
most
Shine in the
aggressive,
finals of a group. He's not been in ASL for a little bit. And Shine
cheesy
is
player.
still a great player, but Rush is going to be a hard one for him. Let's see who they went through. So Shine on his side, if you look at the round of 8 there, that's Mihu. Mihu is the strongest Terran
Oregon. Is that
outside
Oregon?
of
Is it
Korea, the
Oregon?
Chinese player. He has been as far as a finals of an ASL qualifier, so
2-1
great to see him still trying.
for Shine.
And then Shine was able to take down Oregon, who was our big upset from last season, getting all the way to the round of 16. One of
Okay,
our
that's what I
oldest
thought.
players,
Yeah.
doing well, a
One of the
commentator
new
as well.
one-
And it looks like he
newest
took a map off
upsets.
Shine, so very nice. Actually, Oregon Shine sounds like a dream matchup. They're both such strategic players. Looking at the bottom side of the bracket, a little bit more stacked. In the very first round there, you can
Okay,
see
before we get into
Olympus
this, I gotta
going up
take a piss.
against
I'll be right
Allen, both very strong up-and-comers. Olympus has been top 4 in ACS. Allen, I have watched go from literally an A ranker that I used to play to a 2800 MMR god of micro. Very Zergling, or Zerg, Mutalisk focused Zerg player. Sorry. But it looks like he lost to Rush there. And on the other side, Probe was able to take down some Terran. I'm not sure who that is, but yeah, Probe is just a strong amateur Protoss player, pretty well known. And Rush was able to take him out as well. So Rush versus Shine. As far as like predictions go, yeah, Rush is definitely favored, but Shine, when Shine's really on, when he's nailing it, when he's feeling what you're doing, the guy has more strategies than anyone. So let's see what this is going to look like. Oh, we're on map 3. Okay, so already 1-1. Nice. Good job from Shine. I tell you, here's the thing. I'm a little bit torn here because I think Rush is one of the most important players. He is my pick this season for the Terran players.
I just
Last
pissed
season
off
it was
fucking
Royal.
copying me, dude.
You know, Light always
Damn.
does well. But Royal was my guy
Isn't that
last
just
season.
brain
Like, Royal's in
beaming? Like
really
you
good shape.
brain
This
beamed the
season,
piss out of
Rush
me?
is in really good shape.
So
Rush
it's
is
actually your
unbelievably
fault,
good right now.
Ahab?
So I want to mention that.
You
So
instigated
it's like
it.
it's important, I think, for the Terran race that
So
Rush makes
actually,
it
you're
into ASL,
copying me.
but it's important for happiness that Shine makes it in. Shine makes such interesting games with his crazy strats. He's such a fun player to have in ASL, and hasn't it been like 2 years since he qualified? The thing is, 2 years sounds
TP'd first.
longer than it is, or maybe exactly how long that it is. Well, it does sound exactly how long it is.
Yeah, but I had to pee.
That doesn't make
So
sense
I
otherwise.
brain beamed to
But,
you
like,
to go
that's
pee.
4 seasons, right?
But I couldn't
I don't
go
remember
pee because we were in
exactly
the middle
what his
of a
last
match.
season was that he made it into, but I know that he's had a hard time for a bit now, and it's been sad to
Right?
see because
That's the,
he's definitely a fan favorite,
like,
I'd say, and honestly
scale
one of
of
the
events.
nicest pros that there is.
So that's brain beam.
All right, so this is a forward 8 racks from Rush, and
gotta
Shine
go to
is
sleep.
going hatch first, so
I have
there's
to work till
potential
until
here.
Sunday.
But
All
it's
right,
crossfire.
Ahab, take
So
care.
the
Good.
potential isn't super
Have a good night,
high.
good sir.
So
good luck with your
basically
work and
the added-
everything. You know,
it's
hopefully
almost
everything
10
goes
seconds
well, and you
longer
have a
in
lot
general
of, you
to go
know,
cross spawn than close
quote
spawn.
unquote fun. But everything just,
So
you
that
know,
added
it
time
is
makes
what
it
it is.
really hard.
Take care, good sir. Thanks for
to
stopping by and
secure as
hanging out.
much
Always a good
damage.
time.
And obviously, you don't know immediately whether it is a quick pull or not. That's coming. So his Rush's SCV sees this Overlord, and he'll turn around and he'll have everything going across the center. Generally, you wait for the second Marine to go. You could wait a little bit longer to check center, but it's like super risky.
Oh,
Like you need to
man.
get your Marines down there.
Woo-wee.
Shine doesn't know what's happening yet. But again, because it's cross spawn, you're not expecting like a ton of damage here. Like, okay, he
The
starts
extra like
barracks.
8
Shine
seconds
gets
to
on
get
top of
across
this
the map.
immediately.
He's got
Only 4 drones to start.
he's got
The
two
2 Marines
SC.
gonna come
Okay,
down.
there's
Okay,
6,
there you go.
and it's a
He
cancel.
forces the cancel in bunker, which is really important. Gonna come down and
Is
around.
he gonna? Yeah, he's gonna try and flank
Rush
from the
is
other
looking
side
for
to get
2
the.
to 3 drone kills here. Let's see how
The
many he gets.
longer he waits, the
Third
more.
Marine is going
the
to be
more...
joining. There's a 3rd Marine. That's really important. Oh, God, he's going to
Oh.
get good damage there.
Oh man.
Okay, 1, 2, and 3 should be right here.
We might
Very
get
good.
4 or 5.
Oh!
Ooh, and the lings are out.
Okay,
So we got
he
3.
gets 3 kills. And is Shine going to be able to catch any of this on the way home?
I
That
think he
does,
did.
that
I
does
think
change
that's
the math
fine.
a little bit. But we would look at this and say that this does look a little favored towards Rush right now. Marines turn around, kill a Ling there. That's
The
a little bit
momentum
annoying
of
for poor
Zerg
Shine.
has been halted.
Shine is... Oh, Shine actually hit his layer timing very well here. That layer time... A lot of times when 8 racks is occurring, the layer gets significantly slowed. So if Rush tries to be a bit too greedy here, there might be a world in which the Mutalisks do well. Oh,
He
the
scouts it.
SCV gets up and it's alive and it sees that the layer's done. Okay, so that world no longer exists.
Sad face.
It's hard to read if they slow the layer. Because, okay, so what you want to do if an 8 racks is coming is utilize minerals as opposed to gas. So if you're still mining gas, a lot of times what happens is you pull your guys off gas, you make sure that you have enough drones and you have enough lings and you block it and then you get back in your tech. Here, Shine didn't do that. I don't know to what extent he altered
We
his
didn't see the
economy
main.
exactly, but the
We don't know
layer
where
is
the
pretty
drones
darn
came
fast.
from, but he had 6 pulled.
So he would have had the mutas here more quickly, and maybe you kind of miss your turret timing, right? Like, we should see Rush now, based on scouting that, start his engineering bay in the next, like, 10, 15 seconds. And that's going to give him enough time to be able to get his missile turrets up and not really be worrying too much. Yeah, see, there, or no, he hasn't started yet, but he should be any second, honestly.
I think he was waiting for another round of SCVs.
A little bit weird that he hasn't started yet. I mean, it is cross spawn.
So you could have like an extra
So technically,
15
like, your turrets
seconds.
need to start about 35 seconds from now. So you really do need to start it.
Yeah, I
You
think
really-
he started it
Okay,
at
he just
the top.
started his eBay up at the top.
Yeah.
That's going to be very tight on countering the Mutalisks. But the thing is, Shine It's a possibility because he did lose some drones that he doesn't even make full mutas right away.
And he's going over there with 5
Sometimes
instead of 7.
people pool
That
the
makes
larva
a
and then
huge
make
difference.
like drones and then make mutas so that you're making your missile turrets on time, but they're just droning up a bit. There's a lot of little ups and downs that you can do here, and
Everything
Shine is
can kinda
like
go back
a
and forth
master of
like that,
knowing
right?
them. Rush right now, still being really annoying with these Marines. Gets rid of some of those lings. Missile turrets get started just on time, or a little tiny bit late, but it's only 2 mutas, so he's going to be fine. Like, those mutas will get there right before a few of these are done, but not all of them. Rush nailed it. You can see what type of shape he's in. Why did I even doubt? Man. You see that? How they're finishing as the mutas get there, but it's
So
only
there was
2.
like no wasted time, so he has the perfect amount of build up, so he didn't
Tough
like
opener for
waste.
Shine overall. Like, Rush
you know,
definitely out-opened Shine.
Like hold back SCVs.
Tied up
right?
1-1. Very important match here. You never know what's going to happen day 2, man. We've already had a lot of strong players not make it in.
Like I said, Sue, Barracks, and Sock are getting out tomorrow
Right, we
no
have
matter what.
Speed
They
not
have
make
to.
it
Unless
in.
there's an upset, those
Barracks
3 are
didn't
getting
make
out.
it.
Because there's like 8 people that are getting out tomorrow.
Scan didn't make it.
Plus those
Royal.
3 for 11.
Base God,
like, there could be a
Topo,
lot.
Jadong.
So there's a lot of chances for
A
them.
lot of strong players. Some players we haven't even seen yet either. Haven't seen best play yet. All right, some more barracks being added. Really good timing on the factory. Seems like this is growing in popularity right now. Getting
I was
your,
like, we didn't say Jadon, but
factory
Jadon got
up
kicked out.
really quickly off 2
In
barracks.
the quarterfinal.
It was very unpopular for a long time.
Unfortunately.
Shine, actually, I kind of appreciate that he's just getting damage where he can. Not a lot of pro Zergs will focus on those depots, but I think he looked at everywhere and said, okay, you know,
This is my
he's
best
pretty
bet.
well defended everywhere. We'll just
And it's
take
like
what
it's
we can
100
get right now.
minerals for free, basically.
By the way, Shine does not have yet. Oh, I think he's going all in.
Huh.
Like,
Yeah, because
Shine
he doesn't even have a
back in the
third
day was one of
hatchery,
the
let
best
alone a
Mulus
third
micros.
base.
I don't
Wait, does he
feel
have a
like
third
that's
hatch?
the case
I don't see a
anymore,
third
but
hatch.
as you can see, his Mulus micro is still great. But it looks like, because he hasn't made a third hatch yet.
Yeah.
Like, he's just making a lot of mutas.
Yeah, this is
he trying to
super.
go all
This
in
is
with
2
the
hatch.
mutas? I don't know if it's
This
going
is
to
2
work.
hatch muta.
Like, when your opponent is only on 2 racks, it kind of makes sense. But now
there's
he's
no
finishing
way.
up
He's
racks.
getting
Oh, God,
destroyed.
this isn't going well.
Oh, this is so bad.
Starts a third.
But he's got that Marine sitting there, so he's gonna be on the
Marine
natural.
very
He's
close
gonna
by,
pull
and Rush will
back, and he's
probably
gonna be like, "Hey,
eventually
where's
scout
this
to the
third?"
south with that Marine.
And that Marine is gonna scout the natural.
Oof. Shine just getting what damage he can. There's an armory on the way, so that's going to be really painful.
Man. I guess we've almost been at this 7 hours. What do we got left? Like 20 minutes?
The
15
Valkyrie is
minutes?
really going to be an issue.
So, yeah, we'll probably end after this, right? The D&D today and a bad sleep last night kind of compacts down on itself, right? This is
Right,
why
you're
I
just still
actually
rotating
like, holy
around.
shit, I might sleep tonight.
Putting damage on the command center. I'm
like,
the
considering, like,
glaives
not
are
even,
hurting
like,
things
food
as well, so
coma,
we
right?
will
I'm
get
just gonna,
some
like,
damage over time, but like he's taking
this
some
will go
missile
bad.
targets too.
It feels like that's the
This
plan.
doesn't feel like
Normally
it's
I'd have
working.
like some sort of cereal or like toast.
Again,
or
if you
bagel
feel
or
like you're
something.
behind, I don't
Just
mind
so
the
I
call
just
to
don't
try to
wake
go all
up
in.
fucking
but
starving.
This is a rough one. There's
Well,
going
I
to be
did
Valkyries out in a
eat
second.
later today
And
for
Rush
the
has good
D&D,
Valkyrie
so I don't
micro.
think I need
You're
that.
never going to pick that Valkyrie.
I'll wake
off.
up at like
With
7.
this many
and eat
Marines
at, like,
underneath,
7,
never going to
like
happen.
6 hours.
All right, Rush scans.
That's the plan, at least.
I wonder if he's going to wait for a second Valkyrie before moving out, because he did scan the Hydralis Den.
Oh! Completely
That's so
destroyed
painful.
all of the Scourge. That was so brutal.
He can move out. He can absolutely move out here.
That third was so late.
He knows about that base in the top left as well.
Yeah. So like he
His
could
Marine
just
did come
he
down
could
and deal
just
some
he
damage
could
to
go
that
for the
hatchery, as you can
third.
see.
Dude, it's at half health.
Or a couple lings finally cleared
Oh
it out.
fuck, man! You just
Queen's
like
Nest on the way.
yeah, he's going straight for it. He's going straight for it. You skip lurkers, or are lurkers on the way? Okay, your lurkers on the way. Usually about halfway through your lurker, you put down the queen's nest, so by the lurkers are out, you've just enough gas to get your hive. Depends if you're going for double upgrades or not. I don't know if he has 2 evolution
Okay,
chambers.
Muta's pushed back. Definitely
Carapace.
not a positive outlook here for Shine. I'm not, like, the thing is, there's so many steps to him coming back. First off, his lurkers need to be burrowed, and he needs to hold on to all
lurkers,
spaces.
he doesn't have that. He doesn't have anything else. He's used so much of his
your
tech
hive isn't
instead
even
of his
particularly
defense,
fast.
so you didn't have the
Valkyrie air
fucking
control is going to be heavily
base
rushed
up
here.
fast.
You
His,
could
like,
go drop
push
ship
got
from here. You could do a
dropped,
next switch
he's
from
lost
here.
all
There's
his
like a lot that
mutas.
can go on.
Oh man.
And Shine needs to kind
Not
of
looking
intuit slash
good.
scout everything that's happening.
Oh, and the fact that he's been like basically scouted.
God.
Oh, this is bad timing. This is really bad timing.
That one
I
egg is
think this
actually
might
being so
actually be
annoying, but he
GG.
busts through those lurkers.
This might
The
actually,
Valkyries
like,
find
he
the
destroys the
Mutalisks.
third base.
Oh, look at this.
If
Look at him drag the Mutas towards him. Now
you
he
know
can
what?
actually turn around and fight
If
them again. So Shine tries to split him up.
okay,
but
yeah,
it is not going
yeah,
well
no,
for him.
well, I mean, yeah,
GG is called
GG.
Rush into the ASL.
Yeah, that was so bad.
All right, so we're starting our last group. It's going to be Group 12,
Best
and we finally get to see
versus
best play
Ample.
here. Looking at the bracket real quick,
All right.
so Noob 13 was up at the top, aka Stone. Like this guy, yeah, he has a lot of different IDs, but he's kind of a gatekeeper. Yoon took him out, one of our strongest up-and-coming Zerg players, but Best was able to beat Yoon. Best will be going up
That's
against
always
Ample,
been my biggest
who took out
conspiracy
Killer
theory since I
on
was
the
a kid.
path. And
How the fuck was
Deke,
Deke
it's
the
not coming to me
DIC
exactly who that Terran
thing
is.
for
That might be a good
kids?
player, though. I'm gonna have to look that up
Because
later.
any reasonable person
But
would
yeah,
look at that
Killer
and
is
say,
really underrated. You can see he did
yeah,
end
we
up
should
taking a game off
probably
Ample. He's one of those
change
three
that.
Zergs I talk about with Game On Saxtree, where I'm like, these guys are really good.
It's just one of those
And Ample's
really
in
weird
great shape,
things
so,
of being
good
like,
that he
how
took a map
could
there,
you,
but
like, I
Ample
don't
versus Best.
understand.
That's a really,
Who's
really
a
good
Deke?
match. I think Best obviously is
'cause
favored as he's favored against
I was
almost
like
everyone in
5
the
or
world,
6 when I
but
saw him with
Ample has
Dick.
some really good Terran versus Protoss.
Like, I
He was one
barely
of the
know what
best
Dick
aggressive
is,
Terran
but,
versus
like, I
Protoss
know
players,
what
and now
Dick
he's one of the
is.
best macro Terran versus Protoss
Fuck,
players.
bro.
I've really enjoyed watching the growth of Ample over time. So let's
Same with
see.
apparently
We're on map 2
Nickelodeon. 'Cause
here.
apparently
It's
the
Octagon.
origin of the word Nickelodeon was like underage
And let's
Jewish
see
brothels
who's leading this match so far.
in Germany. They called them Nickelodeons.
In a
you know,
moment,
there's
no doubt.
there's coincidences and then there's power or incentives, I guess.
Anytime now. And there we go. Okay,
Like,
so
I
Best
just
won
don't
the
know, man.
first
I don't
game.
trust the world.
I mean,
I don't
again,
trust
no
the
big
world with
surprise. Best
fucking
is
shit.
just like there's so few players that
I
are
don't-
better than
I don't-
Best.
I don't trust coincidences.
you get
I
better
don't
than
trust
the Best? That's
people. I
awesome.
don't trust events.
Okay, so
I don't trust history.
anyways, this is a good match. Octagon, vertical spawns here. We have Ample bottom right, Best top right. Little forward pylon, so
don't
it's
trust
going to be a forward
reality.
gateway pressure. Who knows? You
That's
know,
why I'm a writer,
sometimes
guys. All I
Terrans do
want is
crazy things like
fiction.
Command Center
I don't
first,
care
or
if it's real. I just want it
gases
to be
with one
interesting.
depot and don't scout, and a zealot comes and screws them up. Either way, fun match, and you know, whatever happens here, whether we go to game 3 or not, this is the last overall match of the night. Best versus Ample. So, yeah, thank you for tuning in. Once again, I do want to ask that you subscribe, leave a comment, like the video, all that great stuff. That helps so much. It is highly appreciated. And, yeah, especially subscribe there. More and more and more StarCraft. It's been a wonderful day one of qualifiers. And there's so many strong players that haven't made it, and so many strong players that have. I can't wait to go over all of this at the end. So yeah, let's see how this goes. So it is going to be a gasless expansion from Ample, and he is going to scout. Now, if he scouts to the north, he's in good shape. If he scouts to the west, he's in bad shape. Okay, he scouts to the north. So what's going to happen here is he's going to run into the zealot, and that's going to tell him what he needs to do. He needs to get a bunker down. He needs to maybe pull some SCVs. You know, he needs to start getting some other stuff going on. So he scouts it. There's the forward gate. You know, zealot's on the way. There it is. He starts his command center regardless, which is okay. I think what you do here is you cut SCVs. Like,
And
yeah,
he's not
see,
making
he just canceled
SCVs.
out an SCV that was making.
Mhm.
He needs to make a bunker immediately. Well,
There it is.
First, he needs to make a depot. Did he
I don't know
actually
if
start
that's
his bunker
depot
before his depot?
or that's a bunker.
The
I don't
madman?
know.
He's gonna skip so many
Dude,
SCVs.
he skipped
then?
He skipped. Okay, that's
What?
crazy.
I think
he doesn't
did.
have the
Maybe
wall.
I'm off.
No, he doesn't have.
Okay,
There's
here
no other
comes the,
squares on the
Zealot,
map. Like, if
and
you
the
look at the
Zealot's very
map,
smartly going to run by. So yeah, he
he
did
started the
start
bunker
before the depot.
before the
I think
depot.
that was not well. He got it done before the Zealot got there, so I can't complain too much.
He's
But not
supply
having
blocked.
this depot does supply block him here. It does
Yeah.
make it a little bit.
So, like,
gross.
he's probably,
Look
like,
at Best
12
Michael
seconds
top of the
behind
high
on a
ground. He's trying to
Marine
just make
now.
him lose vision, and then just pop out a side and get hits. Second
'Cause he
Zealot
can't let
coming
them get
now.
past,
This is
right?
a problem. You need some more SCVs pulled. Don't forget the SCV count is really low.
Oh no!
He
As soon as they
skipped a
pop
depot.
out, right, it's double
Oh,
on each side.
jeez.
That's gonna. Oh, it's gonna up and kill. Oh fuck, man! Takes
Everyone whose
55
gas is
shots
expanded has felt this.
to kill a
Oh
zealot.
boy.
55 Marine shots to kill a zealot, and 4
Oh.
zealot shots to kill a Marine.
Zealot's pretty tanky. This can be tough. It takes 3 Zealot hits to kill a Marine, 36
3.
Marine hits to kill
Oh,
a
it's
Zealot.
36. Damn. Okay.
Don't worry though, the Zealot does cost twice as much.
Yeah, that sounds a lot more reasonable.
There's
than
so much
56.
lost mining time here, and Best doesn't have
It
any
feels like
lost
56.
mining time.
If it's a
16
single
SCs
unit, it
total,
would be 56.
Over half of which have been fighting.
Maybe
against
it's
21
56
probes. Best is
because of
getting ready to
shield
make an
regeneration.
axis.
If
This
it's
is
one Marine
just
fighting
terrible for
one
Ample.
Zealot, and with the shield, you're negating
It's not
a
over,
certain
though,
amount of
right?
damage.
Like there's still
Because like
maybe
why,
a little bit
why
of
is
counterplay that
56
can
the
be
number
done.
in my head?
Well, counterplay is not even the right word.
It's probably just wrong.
Ample can continue to play and hope something goes his way and work towards something.
Same
going
way
his
that
I
like
don't know
Sock
how
did
he can
against
work towards
Queen
that.
until Queen had
The factory
defilers in
is
his base.
unimaginably late. Should just be a robo. Honestly, I feel like with Best here, if he just goes into like Reaver and third base,
And he sits back, you know, he'll be fine.
should be pretty good there, I think. Like, you're just, Ample is so taxed. Like Ample right now, and I don't think he'll have a second factory. In my opinion, that's the best thing you could possibly cut here. Okay, instantly add second factory as I say that. But I stand by it. I think the second factory is the best thing you can cut here. Like a 2-factory push this slow, your opponent already has range and everything.
Yeah, like you're
I
not gonna
can't
hit a
imagine it.
timing.
Can't
so
imagine.
like, why would you waste your
Whereas
resources
what I
on
feel
it?
like you need to do is consistently hit your SCVs. Like you just need
And
to
you
make sure
need-
your
need to make
SCVs
sure
are
you have enough
good and your
minerals.
defense is on time.
Yeah,
'Cause
and then you have a
Best,
wall
in my
up,
opinion,
you have like
should be following up
bunkers, and
with
you have
more
a couple
pressure.
of Marines.
Now he's pressuring at the front bunker,
It's like you should
but he's
be
also
fine.
getting ready for a Dark
Remember,
Templar
it's
drop.
one for each Dragoon.
Ample
You
right
need
now needs to
one
repair this.
SCV in
He needs
order
to get
to make
siege
sure
mode, and he
that
needs to
the
get missile
bunker doesn't
turrets.
die.
I'm not sure what that second factory is going to accomplish for him here, other than it's taking a bunch of the money.
And the fact that he has
these other
goon range
things.
means he can outrange the Marines.
So
There's, like,
second
infinite
gateway
shots,
coming
and
up.
The 4th Dragoon's coming down to cause even more SCVs to be pulled, right?
Yeah.
And that's just one
Damn,
less
that's
SCV.
like, that is so much pressure.
This is so annoying as Terran to have to deal with. Like, this is like, I say this is almost more annoying
Ample,
than
I
gas
don't
steel.
see. Okay, he started
kinda
his
can't
eBay,
do
so at least
both of
he's
them,
still
right?
hitting
Unless
his
they're, like,
timestamps, which
you're
is important,
fucked,
or
but
for the
still.
most part hitting them. Technically, that is late. That eBay, it is technically late by about 20 seconds, but I don't think that's going to cause him to lose the game. We'll see.
Ooh, he
just
needs to
barely pulls
repair
it.
that tank, bro.
Nicely done.
He needs
Gonna
to
be able
repair that
repair,
tank.
and
You
hopefully-
lose that,
hopefully siege mode is
and it's
well on
over.
the
Your
way.
first 3 tanks are your most important thing, because they're what hold this off. And you won't have siege tank, or you won't have siege mode yet. So, oh, a DT drop. A DT.
All right, 2
double
DTs loaded
DT
up.
drop.
Turrets
All right.
getting started.
This
Important
might
stuff.
actually
Like, hey,
backfire.
Look at this. Ample's up and a worker at this point. Best has cut a little bit more than maybe he should have, really.
In order to get that out, because like maybe
So
one
Ample doing a
DT,
great job
but it
keeping
wouldn't be
SCV
worth it
production
with
going.
one.
He doesn't have a lot of
You
units.
should
He
put
doesn't
one in
have
one
a lot
place
of
and one in
detection.
the other, right? Like, yeah, no, there's the
Okay,
yeah.
this is where it's going to get really painful. Oh boy.
Doesn't have.
I know this feeling.
And then it's like they just continuously, and it goes back to the front. All right, yeah, I think actually Best is just gonna win.
Best is pincering him here. He actually kills off the depots. Oh my god, he gets the. That's it.
Yeah, that's GG.
That's game.
Because he's gonna kill the tanks
against Best. Absolutely
yeah.
not.
No.
Just not gonna happen.
And then
like,
he's gonna look at that. He's got the turret.
Push your way out. It's just.
No. I mean, he got siege tank, but it was like 25 seconds too late.
Can you get that in time? Actually, maybe.
Fuck if I know.
Oh boy.
That's so sad.
He's attacking some other stuff in there as well, though.
Yeah, he should pull back. No reason sacrificing.
Okay, so the command center ends up living. Everything's on fire here.
Man.
Okay, DTs walk into range
of
a
need to
turret,
sacrifice
so that's good
the
at
DTs.
least.
You can just put them in the back. Get him to forget about them.
Huge amount of tech here for Best, who's
He's
taking
going
a third base.
Damn. He's so confident.
That SCV production is, of course, gone at this point.
Oh, he's got another DT there. So yeah, you want to stop the tanks.
Yeah, second DT.
Because the other DTs, you can put two DTs
really,
on the
really
ramp, and you can prevent tanks from getting
Best
through.
keeping it out of range. So you just have to
And then you just let the Dragoons hound
like you
everything from behind the lines.
Back. Oh my god, it's so
the
painful.
barracks is dead, and then he can't make another factory, so he can't 3-fact. But he's got
like,
7 tanks.
Ample could GG here, and no one would be like, "Why'd you leave so early?"
Oh man.
Okay, gonna siege up.
I mean,
in my opinion, in
for his
terrible
life,
situations
right?
like this, you land the second command center to make a comm set in your main to come out. Okay, he's gonna GG here. There's no way. There's no way. This has just gotten so terrible.
So unfortunate.
Command center's gonna fall.
But
as
hey,
well.
Best in the ASL.
Not saving it this time.
He's Ample's
All
still
Best
got
has to do
day
is
2.
micro for 2 seconds.
I
Just
don't.
move
I don't know.
command,
I'm thinking
attack
about the
command,
people
and you
in
got it.
day 2. I don't think Ample's
All right, he's
gonna
gonna
get
get it
out.
anyways.
I don't think Ample's gonna get out.
All right, a dark day here for Ample.
And if he's got the DT on the ramp to prevent him from pulling out too. Ooh,
One of the
boyo.
stronger players.
Ooh, boyo.
Lots of gates coming up for Best. I guess we're gonna have to wait
Retro
for
Gamer
Best to
5000.
go ahead
Hello, are you writing?
get a bunch
or
of
just
speed
playing
lots out there.
StarCraft? Today we are unfortunately not writing,
And
but we
that
are
should be able
doing
to just finish
research.
them
So
off.
the idea is, so basically the idea is in one of the scenes, right? The Pope and the King, this is 300 years in the past, are fighting on their like final fight of like the war, right? And the idea is that their sons basically both betrayed them, and there has to be some way inside of the battle that they isolate like the King and the Pope. So I'm studying StarCraft in a way, right? So there's 3 games that happened earlier that were like a TVT where one player did not, like he was ahead and he should have won, but he didn't play properly. So the idea is that you give orders to your units and then they don't properly do those things, and that causes like a shift on the battlefield, because the entire idea is to have like a rotation of the like front lines in order to move the Pope and the King away from their own specific spots, right? And then one of the other ones is I have a huge like issue with that, like the only back and forth you ever get in like anime is like power scaling. It's never like strategy. So it's like there was like a back and forth game between Sue and JYJ, and Sue was like so far ahead he decided to do a flex move of making Guardians, which would have been fucking brilliant, but for some reason he moved both his Guardians and his Lurkers into place at the wrong time, and he completely got annihilated. And without like enough resources to rebuild, because he spent so much money on building up the like flex move of the Guardians, he couldn't come back, so he actually got eliminated. And the other one, that's why early season of Dragon Ball was better in some ways than Z. Yeah, of like young Goku and other kinds of things. It's like Super Saiyan 3, true. And what was the other game? The game between Queen and Sock. And like Queen did like an all-in, and he got inside ZVT. Queen Z, got inside of the Terran's base, basically killed all of his SCVs. Normally, a normal person would just GG, but Sock didn't GG, and he fought it out for like 10 minutes, got all the way to Defilers, and like just kind of got overwhelmed. But there was like a point where he had pushed back the Lurker Contain, and he could have taken another expansion, and I feel like he just made the wrong move by being defensive. Have you tried also looking at Suikoden 2? Love that game. Not really. Like, I'm just like a strategy RTS like enjoyer, right? I mean, there's like the new Dawn of War comes out like September 17th. That's the next thing I'm looking into. But I've always been a huge StarCraft fan and everything like that. And this is the qualifiers for the World Finals for ASL. So, and this is the final game. Yeah. And there's also like turn-based strategy, like, you know, like Fire Emblem or Romance of the Three Kingdoms. But it is what it is, right? Yeah, but there's also turn-based is like good, right? And there could be like real-time parts of inside of a turn-based strategy. Like there's a lot of different combinations of stuff like that, right? Yeah, and it's like the difference between like StarCraft, right, and like Warcraft 3 is Warcraft 3 is the heroes. So the main thing, right, would be StarCraft is when your generals are not present on the battle. Holy shit, Illidan. Yeah. And Warcraft 3 is having your generals present. So like imagine having like for instance, like in Lord of the Rings, right, having Theoden on the front of the front lines in the fight for Minas Tirith. It's like, could you imagine like not having that? Right? It's like a complete buff for your entire team. Plus you have someone who could probably kill like 100 of the other guys on depending on how good they are, right? Maybe even 1,000. So it's like you're evening the level, plus you're giving morale to your people, right? But there's certain circumstances for why you would have generals and like higher ranked people on the battlefield. And it's like, that's why you have to know what part of the battle it is, right? Are you doing like espionage, information spying behind the lines about like supply lines? Or are you doing like range sniper kind of stuff and like picking off like reinforcements? Are you completely confronting the entire front line, right? You have to look at like what battle are you trying to fight, and like studying strategy and how people like play, and especially like amateur games versus like competitive games versus like the world class is like to show like the hierarchies, right, of the difference of like one's like your king on the front line, one's your admiral, and one's just a lieutenant, right? Maybe even another one's just like a bunch of foot soldiers, so they don't have anything, right? So it's like knowing the scaling for that can give you insight into the strategy that used. Ever played StarCraft? Well, it's a wonderful fucking game. I don't play it that much, but like I love watching it and studying it.
These little gifts making Ample feel like me.
And Artosis is an amazing caster.
Crazy way.
And he's taught me so much, right? Because he actually plays, like he understands it. He explains it, and I just pick it up.
This. And it is not a great one to end on here today.
Yeah, it is what it is. But he had some amazing day one games. I can't wait for day 2 games tomorrow.
The way he tried to hold it,
it's gonna be crazy.
It might have been better to make the depot.
And it's like even being on like this map too, right?
And just keep
like it's not the weirdest of them, but it definitely has a big play towards Terran. Oh god, he's got double fucking Reavers. Oh god, yeah, no, this is it. This is so. This is almost like humiliation at this point, right?
Just picking off anything right now.
He sees the command center, like the double command center. It's like, oh man, he's so far down on units. It's like, oh my god. Oh my god. At least like it's finishing so he could like lift it up. But like,
oh boy.
Oh, right on top of them. Right on top of them. Oh god.
GG.
Why are you on siege?
Best goes ASL.
Oh my god.
All right, guys. So that does it for the day one qualifiers.
That
Just
was
to go over it real
crazy.
quick,
All
we
right.
had Sharp over Speed, JYJ over Sue, Gamo over Barracks, Calm over
probably
Shuttle,
Gamo, too.
Hero over Skay, Queen over Sock.
That was good.
And then in the second half of day one, we had
The
Larva
heck?
over Free, Sulky over Scan,
Was that
Action
a
over
Reaver?
Royal,
Yes.
Shiny over Tulbo, Rush
Wait till
over
you see
Shine,
Snow's
and Bess
Reavers.
over
They're hero
Ample.
units.
So that does the first
Shuttle
day.
Reaver
All
and
those eliminated
Snow's hands
players
are
that
hero
you've seen and you've been
units. The
wondering
same way
about, they'll
like
be playing in day
Mutas
number
are
2.
in Queen's
Thank
hands.
you for watching, guys. We'll see you next time.
Fuck Yartosis. That's the way we get at it. What we do, what we got, right? But if you want to taste retro, I can give you a little bit of a taste of Stoner Girl Evolution. This is the prologue. This is just a rough skeleton draft, so it's just kind of putting the main ideas together so we can fill in the smaller details, because we're like 95% done, but those small details are the most important things, right? So like figuring out how Pope and King came to their power, because like the scene is basically gonna go Rival reading the history books, and it's like he's been questioning, like the Pope's his dad, he's been questioning his dad the entire time, and it's like he's found out information about like the strategies used in like the final battle, and he's like, this just doesn't like add up or work, right? Like this is suspicious as fuck. So he's like going through and like reading through it again just to like make sure, and then like Pope sitting in the corner, right? And this is the same room that we introduce Rival at the very beginning, and like his arcs go from faithful, doubtful to disavowing to redemption, and we're at disavowing turn to redemption. So it's like the Pope already knows that he's disavowed, so he's like trying to now like basically find out if he has to kill Rival or not, and this is the moment where he realizes he has to kill his son, right? And so basically it's like Rival calls him out, and Pope just kind of like drops all the facades, all of everything, and just kind of like sits down, and he's just like, yep, so sorry, shit happens, I didn't mean for you to find out, because I was hoping you would just propagandize yourself into taking over for me, but it is what it is now. I gotta kill you and stuff. You can't carry on, can't let this kind of information. And then Rival asks him like what actually happened, and he tells him that he had to deal with King, and Pope and King, young Pope, young King, both killed, and like created the scenario to be able to kill their fathers, and then they made like a pact, so like the war is actually a fake proxy war. And then it's like the fight between Rival and Pope, and Rival kills Pope. And then immediately after that, Rival goes to Legion, and it's the Saddam Hussein taking over Iraq scene for the 1-to-1 of Rival taking over Legion. And like an entire political coup, pointing out like one of the cardinals killing Botanist, and like Cook's like vindication and everything like that, and they basically kill all of the leaders because he's kidnapped Alchemist, and Alchemist was like the original one who knew about like the bio-nanotech spy drones left by the 1,000-year-old civilization that had just been wandering around, reverse engineered that in order to advance other people besides just the Pope and the Cardinals, and he like canceled out their powers, right? So they actually wind up killing them. Just fucking like epic badass. And then they immediately go to the front lines of the war, and you see what the war looks like versus what the war has been told. And this is like the entrance of Dilip, because it's been said that there's like a mercenary group that's been like hiding in the shadows and stuff, and you haven't seen Dilip since he went to Techno. Like story-wise would have been like months ago, right? When he separates when everyone else goes to Legion, when Stoner tries to pick up Rival. Goes all the way back, and it's been like talking about this mercenary group, and it should be emphasized that like you have like the idea that it's like it might be Dilip, and then it's like they get out on the front lines, and they're being like fucking decimated by Techno. As if, like, because, like, basically the idea is King knows that Pope is dead. So he's like, oh, well, shit, all our plans have gone. So, like, he's now not holding back, and now he's, like, fully attacking. And it's like, oh, shit, Legion is not ready for this. So it's, like, literally, like, again, I love stealing ideas. One for one of Naruto, where Naruto's entrance for the pain fight, and it's, like, Stoner Girl, like, after, like, the entire fucking battlefield being obliterated, she, like, falls to her knees like Sakura, and she's like, someone help us! And then it's like Dilip just like drops from the sky with like all of like the other commanders of people that are inside of the bandit group that have been like kind of culled and brought together by Rival. That Rival has been working with Dilip in the background this entire time. And then when he shows up, he's got like all of the generals and everything. And it's like, you can't fuck with us anymore. Because they all have like the same level of technology and stuff like that. And then they just start like fucking decimating on the front line, right? And then it's like Rival comes out and starts talking about like the death of Pope and everything, confronting the front lines. And that's the first time they push towards Techno. It's just like, oh my fucking god, it's so good. And it's just like this, it happens so fast, right? From like the slow pace of like the reading of the battle, like the history books, like the confrontation between Rival and Pope, to like this entire eradication and like status quo changing of the story, to like bringing Dilip all the way back and then bringing him back into the entire function of the story. But yeah, so here's like the prologue intro, because it's very important what happens at the beginning, because the entire story is a retelling of 300 years in the future from Stoner Girl, like interpreting like the actions and memories and like minds of like her friends. And that's why all of the characters are named what they are, like Tank, Rival, Zombie, Cook, Botanist, Alchemist, right? It's because she wants to separate herself from the names and the people to not have like an emotional reaction, but she's using this like memory as a way to like escape the reality that she's in, right? Triumph to loneliness. The years are static and pass as fallen leaves. To be in this state, all I can do is think upon the past, and how that last decision set my fate for eternity. To think it all began with a seed. I had it all. I've made it all. I was the cause of it all. So I took responsibility. Now, at the end of the line, flesh made wood, hair made leaves, blood made sap, I linger in this form, still conscious of the world I saved. My reward is to linger in this place, to be her prison for all time. But with time, memories fade, history changes. The cycle spins ever on as the tree I have become bears the brightest of fruits. I lie once more, set upon the world. A lie once more, set upon the world. I pray none ever find this sacred place, and no one ever partake of my fallen flesh. All I have left are the memories of how I came to be upon this path of fate. How it had all started with that damn toque, an offering I couldn't say no to, a fate that encircled me forever. I will never forget my last day on Earth. But yeah, so anyways, guys, thanks for coming by, thanks for hanging out. We had a great day today. No, it's a StarCraft day, but again, the ASL happens 2 times a year, so we get like 2 weeks out of the year where we do like mainly StarCraft shit, right? It's the way that it is. If I have like more really cool ideas, we might start the first hour of the stream tomorrow ranting. Otherwise, we'll just start with day 2 of the qualifiers and hope to work into the, the rest of ASL in round of 24. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking amazing. Never stop being you. Never stop creating. Never stop sharing your ideas. Never stop believing yourself, because I believe in you. You're worth it. You're amazing. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, boys. Who we are rating today? Where we going? What we got? What we got? So we got Aaron, right, is on the list because it has been a wee bit time since we rated them. But we gotta see who else is on the list. I like to do rotations, but I also like to find new people. So all right, I think this one's good. New people all day. Get your wheels ready, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hey, something happened. Oh my god, I'm being raided. Ah, hello there. Hi. Hi, everybody. Thank you for the raid. Oh my gosh, help. Haha, that's fun. Forgot that I had a noise alert. I was like, what is happening to my sound? Oh god. Nice. Thank you, thank you.
All right, guys, we'll see you in the next one. Peace.